Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever.
That's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
With me, Francesca Street.
A large ridge of high pressure continues to dominate the southeast today, pushing dangerous heat and humidity across much of the central and eastern U.S. Highs in the 90s with heat index values topping 105 are expected from Texas to the Carolinas. Houston may reach 96, feeling closer to 106.
Very soon, the Yomi cycle will match up to one of the three most difficult track days in the entire continent. They're known by the acronym IAN. They are Erevin, Yevamos, and Yadar. These three track days are among the most brain-teasing of the entire continent, and I have to say, the reputation is certainly true. Erevin can be extremely difficult. Not, I think, as difficult as Yevamos, but nevertheless quite difficult. However, with all doubt, we're going to get you through with tremendous resources to help you understand even this challenging track days. My goal today is to give you a very short overview of the history of Erevin, specifically how Erevin and their construction affected Jewish history in just a few minutes to kind of give you a little bit of excitement about this amazing track day that we are about to begin. For those of you who may be totally new to this, an Eruv is basically a kind of a border that is created around the Jewish community that allows the residents within that border to carry objects outside of their home on the Sabbath. This is something which is restricted heavily. You can't walk from a private domain to a public domain. You can't carry things within the public domain over a certain amount of space and so on. And all of these rules are mitigated by the creation of one of these legal boundaries that makes it possible, for example, for women to push baby strollers in the streets and go to shul and things like that. And it's really a very, very important thing in many modern Jewish communities. But the one thing that's definitely historically true about Erevin is that they are associated with machlokas. They're associated with controversy, as you see in this amazing picture by Karl Schleicher, eine Streitfrage aus dem Talmud, a difficult question, an argument question within the Talmud. The discussions that go on in Erevin are extremely intense, and I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time in your shurim with them. In this brief presentation, we're going to rely heavily on the research of Rabbi Adam Mintz, who literally wrote the book on the history of Erevin, and I urge you to have a look at it. It is fascinating. At any rate, the machlokas over Erevin goes back to the very beginnings of Torah Shabbat Peh. We have a lot of discussion in the Mishnah, and of course in the Gemara they're going to study. But it's fascinating that even outside of rabbinic communities, outside of Pharisaic communities, such as in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, you find a very great attachment to the principles that are imbued throughout the Sechtas Erevin. And they're very strong about them. A lot of the documents that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls reinforce the importance of the halachos of Erevin for the communities even living in the Judean desert. But when you get to the medieval period, although the machlokas does not die down entirely, one of the features of medieval life for Jews is that quite often they were living within city walls, sometimes within ghetto walls. And the construction of a wall around the entire community for Jews was actually something that helped quite a bit with the construction of Erevin. And so there was actually a little bit less machlokas during the Middle Ages. When you get to the modern period, however, things change dramatically. When I say modern, I'm referring really to the period after Napoleon, when he famously broke down the ghetto walls, literally and figuratively, allowing Jews to interact as citizens within these larger boundaries of France. And it is at this time that we begin to see a really strong correlation between the expansion of Arab boundaries and conflict with non-Jewish populations. Quite a bit within the Russian Empire, for example, in Congress, Poland, in the 19th century and the early 20th century, there are conflicts over exactly where the Jews are putting up their Arab, because many Christians felt that Jews were encroaching on their neighborhood, so to speak. was very much tied directly to the idea of Jewish civil rights, and a focus that goes on, of course, to the 21st century. One of the things that mitigated this machlokus as well, however, was the invention of the telegraph by Marconi, which resulted in the necessity of creating wires that ran all around major cities, and that tends to be where Jews live because they're overwhelmingly urban. And so the telegraph poles, it's kind of like the refuah before the makkah, the healing before the disease. These wires around the city actually facilitated an easier construction of Erevin in such a way that they were less ostentatious. In North America, we begin to see the construction of Erevin fairly late. And in fact, up until the middle of the 20th century, only 4 communities in North America had Erevin. The first Erev was actually constructed in St. Louis by Rabbi Zachariah Rosenfeld, and it was almost immediately opposed by Rabbi Shalom Elchanan Yaakov. Of course, this is the kind of thing that happens with Erevin. The kind of issues that went on was, could you count the Mississippi River as a border? And what about the number of people who live in St. Louis? Doesn't that possibly argue against the idea of whether or not you can build an Erevin or Rishus Harabim? A similar kind of argument was raised on the east side of Manhattan. Rabbi Joshua Siegel in 1905 created the first New York Erev, and almost immediately opposed by Rabbis Bernstein, Gordon, and Herman. Among the issues there were also the Rishus Harabim issue, how many people are living in Manhattan, and whether or not the Third Avenue elevated train could be used as a boundary. Another Erev was created in 1949 in Manhattan, and that's when it definitely had more than 600,000 people living on the island, and that was a pile-on machlokus with lots of rabbis involved. Amazingly, in the great country to our north, in Toronto in 1921, an Erev was established by Rabbi Yehuda Leib Graubar, and it was unopposed, amazingly, until 1980. Which is one of those things that you have to say about Canadians. They're just so nice, right? They don't want to make trouble. But after 1980, of course, the focus was significant. By the time we get to our day, the Erev is now a well-known phenomenon in most Orthodox communities, but still a matter of significant controversy, as we saw earlier in the 19th century in the Russian Empire, as many non-Jewish residents of areas feel that the expansion of an Erev will alter the ethnic composition of a given neighborhood, and there's quite a bit of legal discussion about that issue. At any rate, this is just to give you a little taste of the history of Erevin. I know you want to dive into the machlokas, into the controversies that surround this fascinating topic. It's actually not quite so hard as people make it out to be, because you've got Aldaf in your pocket, and with this app, you'll have lots of support getting through even the most difficult studies of this reception. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Well, look, it depends on the year, it depends on the political calendar, it depends on what else is going on, crises are going on here at home, overseas. But yes, it's expected. August is a slow time.
Muy buenas noches, de la Universidad de Guanajuato, a través del campus Guanajuato.
We're sort of in a slow motion train wreck situation in terms of government funding. There's a lot of attention paid to the one big beautiful bill. That was a budget reconciliation measure. You had the decisions package pass last week.
Les da la más cordial bienvenida a la conferencia magistral de filosofía jurídica y política desde la óptica judía. Para efectos de llevar a cabo de la manera más adecuada este evento, me permitiría solicitar a los ponentes y a los presentes que al momento de la participación de nuestras autoridades y del ponente sean tan amables de mantener sus micrófonos apagados. Muchas gracias. Bueno, me permito presentarme. Mi nombre es Luis Emilio Delgado Jaramillo y mi compañera Andrea Verónica Carrizal Jiménez. Ambos somos alumnos de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Este evento es el primero de su especie y nace de la inquietud de ir más allá, de visualizar con más profundidad, de adentrarse en los fundamentos elementales de los sistemas jurídicos occidentales. El pueblo judío, a lo largo de 4.000 años de historia, dentro de los cuales ha sido la base de los principios que sostienen al cristianismo, hasta incluso visto afectado por conflictos grandes en la Segunda Guerra, ha tenido en la consolidación de lo que nosotros conocemos como Occidente. Sus ideas abarcan todas las ramas del conocimiento, desde la física, la filosofía, las artes, la psicología, entre otros. Lo que nos reúne el día de hoy es adentrarnos en la historia del pueblo y del pensamiento judío, en específico acerca de la ley y la política. Nuestra obligación como universitarios es la búsqueda de la verdad, donde sea que ésta se encuentre. Del pueblo judío podemos aprender resiliencia, adaptabilidad, innovación y sobre todo respeto a la diferencia. A continuación saludamos a las personalidades que esta noche nos acompañan. La doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, rectora designada del campus Guanajuato. El doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Y Henry Abramson, PhD, director del Lander College of Arts and Sciences del Touro College en Brooklyn, New York. Asimismo, saludamos al maestro Juan René Segura Ricaño, profesor académico y profesor investigador de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, a los estudiantes, al personal académico y administrativo, a los medios de comunicación, al público en general. Sean todas y todos bienvenidos. Cedemos el uso de la voz al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, quien nos dará unas palabras de bienvenida. Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso.
Muy buenas noches. Saludos con mucho respeto y afecto a la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, rectora del campus Guanajuato, profesora de esta división, a quien nos da mucho gusto recibirla aquí en su casa, en este claustro, en esta conferencia. También, a nombre de la Universidad de Guanajuato, doy la más cordial de mi vida a PhD Henry Abramson, a quien esta es su casa y estamos muy agradecidos de su presencia. También saludo a Paul Sánchez, que está haciendo labor para la traducción, a Andrea Verónica Carrizales, Luis Emilio Delgado, y a todas y todos los estudiantes que hoy nos acompañan. Sin duda, este evento es de gran trascendencia para la formación jurídica de nuestro país. El derecho, como un elemento normativo de la sociedad, abre un debate muy importante para entender la historia, el progreso y la identidad de los pueblos. Profesor Henry Abramson. Para nosotros, este evento abre la puerta para eventos de naturaleza internacional y considera esta casa su casa de estudio para nuevamente recibirlo de manera virtual o presencial. Muchas gracias por su conferencia.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez.
What in the fuck is
Ahora
this?
cederemos la palabra a nuestra querida rectora del campus, la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta. Adelante, doctora.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas noches.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half, the Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Turo LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this, because I think it's just transformational and it is just so much fun. So let me start with the basics here. What is AllDaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded AllDaf, I mean, Why not? Because it's free and it is amazing and will expose you to a wealth of wisdom and fascinating information that is related specifically to the Talmud. All Daf is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the daf and a class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the daf, later commentators on the daf, and my small part, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Moshe Shwed, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing, and I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is a thing unto itself. It's totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence. And it's primarily devoted to understanding how can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intending to teach history unless history is subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than a recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment, and a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward was, of course, because I was thinking, am I the guy who do this? Sure, I really am interested in Talmud. I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian, but this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the languages required to really know it properly, but Rabbi Shwed has a very willing way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rabbi Yaakov Trump, decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I'm so excited that I've done this. Now, one thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to Or Sameach. I was scolded by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, you might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing. And that shut me up. But I realized I was thinking to myself, what color socks did Rashi wear? What color socks did they have in 10th, 11th century France? And it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special skills or lack thereof. Let's talk about the minutiae of history, the small things in history that are sometimes essential to the study of Gemara, that they are always relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Psachim that had a discussion of where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of a city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really fully understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first parak. Here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tat Kasra, which was a palace at the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from Mechoza. If you lived in Mechoza, which is an important town in the Babylonian era when the Talmud was written, and many Jews lived there, you would have been able to, just walk to the edge of your city, look across the river, and see this amazing palace. And look at those phenomenal gates. Here's a reconstruction of what they must have looked like when they were fully constructed with the building. And that all of a sudden, when you know the Gemara I'm talking about, it makes much more sense that you could have a problem if you were to be trying to check your mezuzah on these gates in a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara. We should recall that one of the most important figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who had come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially in the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in as attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle when Calendio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to the death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kind of dramatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras you could point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary elements of the history. Far more common are passages in the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century, when you see an example of the coins that he created, this was actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis HaMikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense with the Paleo-Hebrew script on these coins that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand Akiva's backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian. On the right, you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at the time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea capta. The Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put in context the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odenathus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahar Do just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur the First, who was a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur the First, or Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseba, of leaning to the left while eating. And you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andron, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is a men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this was necessarily the case in Jewish homes at the time, but at any rate, you would go into an andron, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinium, or literally a three-leaning. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal, and you can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the table being removed and put back, and they would be waited upon while leaning to their left in this unusual setup. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history in Daf Yomi. Finally, there's lots of tremendously entertaining minutiae that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff, but it's just so cool, you just want to see it. So for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding with Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting Gemaras about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought erroneously even Antiochus, the king himself. He courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussion that's beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So there, these depictions of this really important scene in the Book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you can see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and you said it had a long nose, right? So, okay, it was a really long nose on a tiger. And here on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss drew it. But this is fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history in Daf Yomi, it's amazing. There's even scatological information in the Talmud because, Torah, this is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying, what did an ancient toilet actually look like? Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. Please visit AllDaf, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.alldaf.org. Enjoy the amazing shiur by fantastic Makidesh here, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history of Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a great look at the content.
Justice Department request to unseal grand jury transcripts in the prosecution of chronic sexual abuser Jeffrey Epstein and his former girlfriend is unlikely to produce much, if anything, satisfy the public's appetite for new revelations about financiers' crimes. And Dodgers CEO Mark Walter has been voted Major League Baseball's most liked owner for the second straight year. The online casino website CinoCA surveyed fans from all 30 Major League Baseball teams. And we're going to check a crash with 57 in Diamond Bar. Southern California is, a lot of people figure it's a rough place to live, and it is. And some people are, one of the things about Southern California, the water tastes horrible, but it really does. You go to New York, the water tastes great. Southern California, not so much. I mean, water's safe, from the tap, but, the taste has gone off. So what most people today have, either they buy bottled water or have a filter system at home. When I was a kid, we didn't have filter systems. Bottled water, that was only in the office with those coolers. So let me suggest looking at and purchasing what I have in my house, and it's a Life Source whole house water filtration system. Very high end, water filtered outside the house as it comes in every faucet, every tap produces this highly filtered, absolutely delicious water, as good as bottled water. So imagine taking your bottled water and using it to go clean, drain, do your clothes dishes. Of course you would. But with the Life Source system, you're doing precisely that. It's that good. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99, LifeSourceWater.com, LifeSourceWater.com. Warranty and conditions apply.
Sunshine today and temperatures staying below normal, basically 70s and 80s across the entire Southland. We'll drop into the 60s overnight. Some places we'll see the 50s in the morning. But tomorrow is basically rinse and repeat. Lots of sunshine with highs around the region, 70s and 80s. This report is brought to you by Staples. Now, let's get out to that crash of 57 in Diamond Bar.
It's the 57 road track connector to the 60 that crashed, partially blocks that connector road there. The police are trying to get moved over the right shoulder, but they're still seeing delays on the southbound side of the 57 from out of Temple, headed south. In the Anaheim Hills area, we had an earlier problem. A couple of them actually. 91 westbound, the connector to the 55 south, that crash did clear from the two right lanes. Traffic still really slow, though, back to the 241 in that backup. Got problems not even westbound at the scales. Crash there in the right lane, causing some problems. If you see something slowing you down, let us know about it now. 250 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
All right, this is pretty cool. Miley Cyrus sat down with Ryan Seacrest and got super real, talking about Beyonce, her mantras, and her new visual album that just dropped on Billboard Disney Plus. You're going to want to hear this. Plus, Bono, the one from YouTube, he's on Rufus Table 4, literally sitting in Music Place and sharing some of the sweetest stories about getting it both on iHeartRadio.
Okay, now I understand what a lot of these
America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Center for TV in Atlanta, I'm Kate Lindsay.
And I'm Maggie Freeway.
This is Up and Vanish Week.
From the team that brought you Up and Vanish, the hub and home podcast that brings you a equal dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk to cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they got.
Tune in as we unsolved crime in true Up and Vanish style.
The late night knock at the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Vanish Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. What it is like. We were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their
their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
Yeah, the daybreak has a love. The supposed have been falling up for a month and a half.
They never got that opportunity. But they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. It's Conway Show today. After 4 p.m., we'll have the latest on the 3 deputies that were killed on Friday. The information mainly where the services are going to be, and the latest on the investigation coming out of Santa Monica. All day 40 up right here.
Santa Monica here on a Monday morning, July 21, and as I'm told, National Fast Food Junk Food Day, so it's obviously a major holiday for most of us. All right, back to go. More Hamburger News. Michael Monk's in for 80. Nobody in for Neil, who is not here this week. And, geez, Michael, you talk about the B team here.
It's total JV basketball.
No kidding. And far end of JV basketball. And me. Yes. Moving on.
Yeah, so it looks like the number of people that were thought to have been missing in those floods out of Texas, it's been revised. So I'm not sure if this is good news or not. Or I mean, it's like,
It is good news.
there are not as many people missing as they thought. When I first heard this, I thought, does that mean they found people? And now that's why the list is longer.
No, but they're not saying that. They're saying that they have found them and they are safe. Do you wonder how long ago was this? It's like, what, 3 weeks ago? 2-3 weeks ago? And now they're finding people that they're accounted for and they were missing 3 weeks ago?
I have to assume, and this is an assumption, that it's not as dramatic as the folks who were like in the tree as the river was going, and that these are just people who may not have been stranded out somewhere, but maybe just didn't check in. They were put on a list as missing, but were living somewhere. Maybe somewhat happening.
Yeah, I guess there was no follow-up. I mean, obviously, people that, as you said, were hanging in trees, because they were like Christmas ornaments. It was horrible that they were finding people. And this, now, it's 3 are missing. And then they find those 3. They live in these little tiny hamlets where they're fine, and you know the authorities will do what they were doing.
And our next story is about Trump.
Yeah, Michael, here's the way this works, okay? Because you're so used to this. We don't have to say, and our next story is, what we do is dive right into it. I occasionally say, okay, and then what that means is we jump in. But we want to make this as seamless as we can, as quickly as we can. We want to zip through this, and this is the way it goes. By the way, this, I understand. Is this the first time you're filling in for me?
No, I'm just curious, when does the zipping through start?
Well, you sort of have to read it. You have to read it through. Okay, so how about this? When I say, okay, that's one of the buzzwords, or that means Michael, that's one of the buzzwords. Okay. I am allowed to say, okay, you are not.
My apologies.
That's what I'm doing. Okay.
Trump's polling numbers have dropped according to a new survey. So his immigration policy specifically have fallen in this poll, which is strange, Bill, because that is, in spite of everything else, that has been the area where he has remained the most popular. So he is seeing some decline even in his top issue, which was immigration enforcement.
And the amount of money is he's cutting everything else. We'll talk a little bit about that later on in terms of health services. He's cutting big time immigration, anti-immigration. The forces that he's using for anti-immigration is exploding. And people see what's going on. When you see these poor guys running across strawberry fields and being chased by immigration officers, MS-13, who was one of the assembly who said he knows very few MS-13 members who wake up at 2:30 in the morning to pick strawberries. That's just not something these gang guys do. So, well, how about this? Since you can see me, right? will flip my finger at you. I will give you a flit. And that means we move on.
Am I reading all the headlines? It just means
Yes, you are an idiot. I don't
that
know.
was my dispute. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm ready now.
normally you read half of them. Thank you, Ann. Good job explaining.
Yeah, I was going to say my bad, sorry.
Yeah, yes, you read all the headlines.
Okay.
It's split up between Amy and Neil, neither of which is here.
Yeah, always very interesting news. Have you said okay?
I am not.
You made a gesture.
No, I'm doing the flit at you. I'm pointing my finger.
All right, there it is. Former sheriff Alex Villanueva wants his old job back. Bill, he has filed to run in the 2026 sheriff's race. Now, keep in mind, he lost his re-election bid to current sheriff Robert Luna, and then he ran for the board of supervisors and pretty much got his butt whooped by Supervisor Janice Hahn in that race. So, is there an appetite for Alex Villanueva's return?
No, there is not. He is going to get creamed. Is what's going to happen. He left the sheriff's department. He left the head of the sheriff's department under some circumstances where he got nailed. There was all kinds of problems with the sheriff's department. There was alleged gangs within the jail system, and there is no chance. This job is basically a lifetime appointment. Once you're elected sheriff, it is really hard to unelect someone. There has to be some real extenuating circumstances, and that happened. He is going to be Richard Nixon running for governor after he lost the
Look at baby. Look at the babies.
Something that maybe not everybody knows. We know what an MRI is, but there's a big magnet in there. This happened in New York. This guy was wearing a large metallic chain around his neck. It caused him to be drawn into this machine in the Nassau County Police Department. And this was at an open MRI medical facility.
Said, I don't know. I'm very sorry to hear it. Because I think it would have been good for both if UFC had been on HBO.
I think so as well. I mean, HBO at that time was the premier network for combat sports. The work that you guys had done in boxing was the top of the food chain. It was the best.
Well, Larry Merchant, Ray Leonard, George Foreman, Roy Jones,
It's also the
Emmanuel
production.
Stewart.
Everything was on point. It was just so well honed.
Good production.
Yes, it was just a well-polished machine. One of the issues is they wanted to replace the commentators. HBO did.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, so if we came over there, I wouldn't go over there as well.
Oh,
So
big
really,
boy.
because HBO is always about their own producer autonomy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they wanted to have
We don't
control.
want anybody telling us what to do.
Exactly.
Right.
The problem with that is in mixed martial arts, there's a very small pool of people who have a deep understanding of the entire history of the sport.
Yep.
And you can't just hire a regular sports guy to take that part. They're not going to be able to get it.
Well, going back to the developmental stages, and I try very hard not to use the word unique. It's massively overused in American society. Sports media have beaten it to death. It means only one like this on the whole planet. But you were unique in those days because you had the full knowledge of UFC, and you also knew some stuff about boxing. So
regarding
I think you were not just unusual, but
involvement for the last
Well,
year and a
all
half.
I was doing was just
Jewish
following
history
my
and
interests. I've always been a huge
podcast
boxing
that is
fan.
part of the
From the
amazing
time I was a
alldown.org
child.
app.
do you remember what your first fight was?
The first fight I watched, my parents watched it.
Way.
It was crazy
And I'm
because
really
my parents
grateful
were
to
hippies.
LA for asking me to spend a
And
little
they
bit of
were
time
really
telling you about this
interested
because
in
I think
Ali's
it's
rematch
transformation and
with
it
Leon
is just
Spinks.
so much fun.
Because
Let me start with the basics here. What
when Leon
is
had beat
All
Muhammad
Down?
Ali,
So if
because
you're
Muhammad
not
Ali
one of the tens
he
of
was a
thousands of
cultural
people who have
icon
already
as much as he was a
subscribed,
sports figure.
downloaded All Down,
And
why not? Because
Multiply
it's
that
free
by
and it is
to
amazing.
get
I
to
will
where he was.
expose
He was
you to
very,
a
very
wealth
unique.
of
And
wisdom
his
and fascinating
opposition with the
information
Vietnam
that
War
is related
made him a
specifically
hero
to the topic.
to many Americans.
All
Well, I
Down
always
is
say,
an app that features a tremendous number of speakers we
was
are
my childhood
not
hero.
only
That's
provide
Cassius
the
Clay.
translation of the document
or ice fighting
here,
night
class
ever
to go with
attended
it,
was
but a
Cassius
tremendous
Clay
amount
versus
of
Sonny
other
Liston,
ancillary
February
information,
25,
like
1964
going
in
deeper
Miami
into the
Beach.
later
Oh, you were there for the
commentators
first
on the
fight.
doc,
I
and
saved
my small
lawn
part,
mowing and car
Jewish
washing
history
money for
induction.
months
The
to
whole
buy
idea
the
is
ticket.
the
And in my
brainchild of
memory
this
was
man, Rabbi
$100,
Rothschild,
but I don't
who
really know for
approached me
sure
about 2 years
what the
ago
cost
now
of that ticket
and
was.
had a
I
really
didn't say
audacious
it would
idea.
be
He
worth
said, hey,
millions now.
what if you were to have
My mother
a
took me over
Jewish
from
history
our crappy
every
Southwest
single
Miami track house rental and dropped me off at Miami Beach Convention Center
2,711
and then came and
short
picked me up
video
afterwards.
classes
I went in.
that explain something
That
historical
was the first time
every page of the
I was
time.
14.
Phenomenal.
That's the first
I thought it was
prize fight
so
I had ever
over the
attended.
top
It was all
amazing,
about
and
my
I
hero
really had
worship
a lot of doubts
for
about whether it
Cassius
could
Clay.
be done.
2
But the
days
more
later,
I
he
thought about it,
stands
the more I was
on
taken to the
Brickell
idea.
Avenue in
And
Miami
now
and
we're
tells
like a
to
year and a half
reporters
into this
that
project,
he's a
and
follower of the
it's
Nation of
going
Islam.
great, thank God.
And now his
So,
name is Muhammad Ali. And
why
I'm in
would I think
shock.
that this is really not such a great idea? Well,
And
first of all, we should
you're
recall
Cassius Clay. You
the
can't.
Talmud
And
is
so
not a mystery.
nowadays I
It
say
is
the lesson he taught me
unto
then
itself.
was
It's
a
totally
man's
unique. I think
identity
the
is
world
his own.
literature.
And it
But
does
it
not
is,
matter how much you love
thousands
him
of minds
or cherish him
grappling
or
with
feel
the most
connected to him.
essential
He
questions
has the
of
right to
human
say who he
existence.
is.
And
I
it's
mean, back in those
primarily
days,
devoted
Islam,
to
right?
understanding
Right.
how
You know,
Jews
I had no
can
clue.
get closer to
you know,
God in their daily
He
activities.
got over
I'm
with
not
me
going
on
to try
that
and
when I
define
understood
the
it was
Talmud
his
here
right.
in this video, but
Then he
you should
taught me
understand that it's
my
not
stance on the
intended to
Vietnam
teach
War.
history unless
My mother
history
was
is, subordinate
widow
to the larger
of
goal
two
of getting
United
closer
States
to
military
God.
heroes.
And so there's
I grew
lots
up
of
with a
amazing
basement
historical information
filled to
in
the
the
gills
text,
with
but it is not
memorabilia
presented
from
in a
their
spiritual
tours of
fashion
duty
because
as
it's not important.
B-20,
The
B-17,
Talmud itself is
B-24,
far
and
broader in
B-29
scope,
pilots
and in
in
many ways far
World
deeper
War
in
II.
focus
So there was
than
nationalistic
recounting
and
of
patriotic
chronological events,
material
things like that.
all
But at
over
the same
my
time, the
household.
Talmud was written
And when
over the
Ali
course
said
of several
what he said
centuries in a
about
particular
Vietcong,
place,
about
in a particular
Vietnam,
political environment, social environment,
moved
economic
the
environment,
meter for me
and
in that
a
regard.
lot of that
And I
material
understood.
is
And eventually
definitely relevant
my
to
mother
the
said,
actual text that
"You'll
you're
go to
studying.
Canada
And in many ways, as
before
I'm
I'll
about to show
ever
you
allow
in this
you
brief
to
video, it's
accede
really
to being
impossible to
drafted
understand
into
the
the
Gemara
army
properly
and going to
without having at
Vietnam
least some
because her
grounding
thought
in
was
the
that it
historical
was a
background.
pointless
And the
war."
final
She
reason
was
why
correct.
I was so hesitant
Yeah,
to
she was
move
right.
forward with this at
Yeah,
first
they
was I
took
was
3
thinking,
years of his
am I
prime.
the guy
That's
to
what's
do
crazy. I
this?
always point
I
to
mean,
the
sure, I
Cleveland Big
really am
Cowboys
interested
fight.
in Talmud,
That
and
was
I've
his
been studying
best.
Talmud for many years, and
You're
I am a
totally right.
historian,
That was his
but
number one
this is
performance,
like
and he
in a
was
period that
never
I've
100%
not
the same
explored
after
very
that.
deeply
But he
myself.
still had
I
his
only know
mind.
some of
Yes,
the
but he didn't
language
train
that's
for 3
required
years.
to
That's
really
part of the
know it
problem.
properly,
Of course.
but
You know, at 30
you
years
know, Rabbi
old,
Shred
in that
has a
day
very
and
winning
age,
way,
it was
and
just a
I
different
ended up
world.
going along with his
You don't
message
train
because
for
my
3
boss, Rabbi
years.
Yaakov,
Not as much
decided to go
knowledge of
along with it
nutrition,
too.
Right.
not as much
Okay,
knowledge of
I'm
training
all in.
techniques, you
Now
know,
I'm so
the
excited that
old-fashioned
I
stuff in Deer
one
Lake,
thing that
Pennsylvania.
definitely does make me qualified to do
It's
this
not
is
the
that I
same
was
as
always
no
fascinated
hyperbaric
with
chamber,
the
Right,
et cetera, et
I
cetera.
remember once
Yeah, it's just
when I was
they
in
just
yeshiva, I was
robbed him.
scolded
They
by my
robbed
Rebbe.
us too because
This
he
is
came
an
back.
adult
He's a
yeshiva. I
different
went there
fighter.
for that.
He was much
I was
more easy to
scolded by
hit.
my Rebbe
You
because
know,
I
he
was asking
became,
too many kind of
you
like
know, he relied on his
tangential
chin
questions.
more, and
And
you know,
at one
he
point he
didn't
said
have
to
the
me,
fleet
you
of
might as
foot
well
movement
ask
that he
what
had before
color
then.
socks
But he
Rashi
found a
was
way to
wearing.
rise to the top.
And
Yes, he did.
that shut me
Well,
up.
the
But I
championship
realized
line
I
was
was
always
thinking to
there.
myself,
That's
how
100% correct.
what
But as a
color
fan of
socks did
boxing, it
Rashi
drives
wear?
me crazy. Could you
What color
imagine
socks did they
what we
have?
could have seen in those
10
3 years
to
if
11
Ali
century
had
France.
never been robbed,
You know, it got
never
me
took his
thinking of all
title
kinds
away,
of things.
and
So
allowed
in
him
many
to
ways, I
fight
think that
all
this
those guys
particular
like Joe
project was
Frazier, George
completely
Foreman, all those guys
devoted to my
with
special
keeping keeping the same skills that he had when he was
Let's
younger.
talk about
But-
the
and I think you're 100% correct, Joe.
the small
But isn't it, in a
that
perverse
are
way,
sometimes
a part of his
essential to the
mystique?
study of Gemara?
The fact that he
But they are
was
always
able to
relevant
come back
to the
from
study of
those
Gemara,
3.5 years
so
off,
interesting.
the fact that he was able
Let's
to
look at
rise to the
attention
top
to
again,
So,
the fact that he was
for
able
example,
to beat Foreman the way he beat
just this
Foreman,
morning I was
and beat
reading
Frazier
a
in the third
document
fight, in
that
the
had
kind
a
of fight you
discussion
would never
of,
have imagined him
where do
being
you
in.
put the mezuzahs
All these
on
things
the gates to
combine
a city,
to create
long
the
discussion of
unique
that.
mystique
And
of
if you
Muhammad
don't
Ali.
have a sense of what the gates of the city
And then also the
look
tragedy,
like,
you
or
know,
how big
the
they
staying
were,
in too
you don't
long,
really understand the specific
meetings.
context of that very unusual Gemara in the first
just
pair.
seeing him at
Here's
the
an
end of his
example
life
of
was just so horrible.
a
You know, and
ruins
we
of
all
a
know
palace
that was
that's called
trauma
Castra,
induced.
which was a palace at the city of
It was just sad to see.
Right
We haven't seen that yet in MMA, right?
No, not quite. But you're seeing some damage. You're seeing some guys that are really struggling. They're not as public, so you're not seeing George St. Pierre or someone like that. George is one of the very unique former champions who has all of his wits, his faculties, retired as champion, very healthy. Roy Jones is a good example. And Roy famously, after Jeremy McClellan was hurt when the Nigel Benn fight, he was really concerned because Jeremy McClellan was the guy that a lot of people thought was a giant threat.
Another
For a
example,
long period of time when Roy and I were working
another
together,
example of how
he was providing helpful financial support to McClellan's sisters who were caring for Gerald and, keeping them alive on a daily basis.
who went through
Again,
a
Illinois
very
or Ohio,
formative
someplace
period
like that.
in his
But,
youth where
yeah,
he was
Roy
forced to be a
loved
gladiator, that he
all
actually had
other
to
fighters,
fight
and
for
he
his
did what he
life
could
in
to
the
help his McClellan.
gladiatorial
I
games.
know that
As you can see in this
loss that
piece of
McClellan
art,
had with some sort of
gladiators
medical
fighting
issues and
against
stroke,
wild animals
aneurysm,
for the entertainment
all
of
that
the
stuff
many
really
spectators with
disturbed
them.
Roy.
Here's another
Made
example
him
of an
think,
ancient
about
mosaic which shows
getting out
Roman
early.
gladiators on the left,
100%.
especially
Yeah,
in the bottom. You can see
because
one
Roy
of the
was
net
nothing if
fighters,
not
heavily armed, and
Right.
the other on the right was
Brilliant.
likely originally a slave who was thrown in.
Roy
Very
very
fighting with a
assertively
spear.
fought in a
The top
style
frame
that would
shows
limit
after
harm.
the battle
He
when
didn't want to get hurt. His
Calentio, the
gifts.
slave,
I mean,
hands
what a
forward
guy.
his
Like, who
dagger in
else
surrender.
in recent memory?
There's
There's
heavyweight
zero
boxing
with
and
a
then there's
line
weight
scratched
class
out to it,
boxing.
which
Ali
indicates
is
that
the
after
unique
he
physical
surrendered, he
specimen in
was
heavyweight
forced to do
boxing.
that.
Right.
Now, it's hard to
Roy is the
imagine
unique
these
physical
kinds of
specimen
dramatic
in weight class
experiences
boxing.
Right.
not
Right.
having
And
a tremendous impact
So much so
on
that
the
he
mind
actually
of
won
his
a
life.
heavyweight title.
Well, exactly right. Whatever he wanted to do, he put his mind to it. He could do that,
how he would
and
rule on a particular
and
situation.
a part of the
So there are many,
ongoing
many
cliche
examples
was
where
he could play any sport.
tomorrow.
He could be great in football, basketball, baseball, etc., etc. And of course, he
Far
did
more common
go through
are
the theatrics of
passages
playing a
best
basketball game
understood
on the
and
same
have
day that
the
he fought
relevant
a fight,
context.
which was so
for
crazy.
example,
It was insane. It was so
Seminars
crazy.
relating
That
to
was
Bar
his
Kokhba
talent
and
was
the great
insane.
support
But
that
he's also like, he was just showing people, he was kind of playing with his food. He's like, I can play a
see an
basketball
example
game
of the
and then go
points that
and
he
easily
created.
win a fight
This was
same
actually
night.
a silver
It's interesting.
tetragram,
You used the phrase playing with his food. And I like it. Roy liked to play with his food.
heated up, and these stamps with
Sometimes
Jewish
you do
images. On
things
the left,
because
you
you
see
can.
an image
Right.
of
What
the
he could
Beis
do.
Hamikdash, the temple, and on the right you see
I mean, his
what
speed
appears
was
to be
so
a lulav,
preposterous. When he would
another obviously
forego the
religious symbol.
jab to
And
lead
here you
with
get a
left
sense
hooks,
with
which
the
is so
Paleo
crazy.
When he stood against the
script
ropes
on
in
these
Miami
points
against
that
Glenn
Bar
Kelly,
Kokhba
he
was
put both hands behind his back and made Kelly miss in the head with one straight hand and knocked him out. That's Roy Jones.
That was incredible. How about the Benavides the fight when he didn't
Similarly,
get hit for the
the
entire
terrible
round?
destruction
The
of
only
Israel
round
some
in
60
combat
years
box history
earlier
where
with
someone
the
never got hit.
destruction
It was
of the
crazy.
temple by
And I was with
Vespasian,
Roy
shown in this
at
coin.
the
On the left
International
is
Boxing
Vespasian,
Hall
on
of
the
Fame
right you see
induction
the
ceremony a few weeks
slogan
ago.
of the
We were
Romans
talking
that
about
was
exactly that.
literally
You know,
printed into dozens of coins
talking
of
about
time,
Pacienza. I said,
dozens
is he
of
the guy
different
that you shut
depression
out for a
coins.
round? He said,
Jaya
and
Kappa,
I did it just because I wanted to do
Jewish
it.
state
This episode is brought to you by
captain.
Black
And you
Rifle
can see there's
Coffee.
an image
Ditch the
there
weak
of
coffee.
a
Black Rifle
forlorn
Coffee
Jewish
is
woman
bold,
by a
fresh,
balsam
and roasted
pine
right
guarded
here in the
by a
USA.
Roman soldier.
No
And
bitter
to
aftertaste,
that
no
the
BS.
Romans
They've got
had
it all. Whole
imposed their
bean,
control
ground,
over Israel.
K-cups,
Very difficult
ready
to
to drink.
understand.
Even
Tomorrow
Killer
is
Merch
the
doesn't
year
suck.
70,
Every order supports
and
veterans
put it in
and first
context, the
responders,
political
so your
environment.
caffeine fix
Also,
actually
what about
does some
that
good.
passage in the
Get out
Gemara when Shmuel has to flee
BlackRifleCoffee.com/Joe
to Harzah?
Rogan.
What is that all
Use the
about?
code Rogan,
Doesn't say
get
why he had to
30%
flee,
off.
but
Black Rifle
the
Coffee,
study of history
America's
indicates
coffee.
that
Yeah,
not only
well,
this
he was
individual,
so
Septimus
far above
Leonatus,
so many
had
of the guys he
invaded
fought.
from
Just had no
neighboring
business being
Palmyra.
That he
You
had
can
to
see a
create
map that
competition
shows
by
you where
doing stuff like
Yeah,
Palmyra
have
was,
fun.
and
Yeah, and play with his
Harzah
food.
just to the east of it, and he
Well said.
invaded this region
Yeah, no, he was
temporarily,
spectacular.
forcing Yeshua to
He was one of those guys that's like
reestablish
once
itself
in a lifetime
further
talent.
down the Euphrates River.
Unfortunately, though,
really important to
his
see the
mistake
intersection
was
of
going up to
political
heavyweight and then
historical
trying
events
to go
with
down
events that are actually recorded in the
which
Gemara
is
itself. And by the way, since we're in that region,
because he
have
was
a look at this
when he was 200
amazing,
pounds at
bas-relief
heavyweight, he was
that shows
200
Shakir
lean,
the first,
muscular,
who was a very
fast
important
pounds.
Babylonian king,
Those
was very
aren't like
close
fat
relationships
to
with the
lose.
Jews and family.
And so
And
to
here he is,
starve himself to get down to
receiving the
175,
submission
like
of
he
the
was
Roman
diminished.
Emperor
And you
Valerian.
saw that in that
Shakir
Tarver
was the
fight.
first
I'm not here to
where
feather you and
Malka
ask,
is known
but
as a
you're
great
brilliant.
king
That's
in Babylonian history,
100%
and
correct.
also
If I was
in
in,
He lamented it afterward because he understood how he had penalized
Well, here's
himself
another one.
that way.
You know, in Sachem, lots of discussion of Heseda, of
And
the
you
to
made
the
the
left,
point,
while
when it's muscle,
oh, and you understand
if
that
it's
in
fat,
Hellenistic
you
Israel,
can go into the steam room and sweat it off.
eating
Right?
upper
But
classes,
once
free
it's
men in
muscle,
particular, was to
it's
go to a
there,
room
you
called
know,
an
and it's a part of the
which was
structure, it's a
literally
part of
a
the
dining
building.
room, but
Now
the
you're
actual
going to rip it out.
translation
not only
is
that, it
men's
diminishes
because,
his
in
endurance, it
Greek
diminishes
circles,
durability,
men
he gets
separately.
compromised because
I
he can't
don't
take a
think
punch as
that
well,
this
he
is
cuts so much
necessarily the
weight.
case in
It gets to his
Jewish
confidence.
Yeah,
And his
You'll go
confidence
to
was
and you
unshakable.
would have a
You know,
situation like this. This is
when
called
you
a
go into the
trichomania,
fight
or
fatigue,
literally a
you're feeling
trichomania.
fatigued. And then
It's
you've
an
got a guy like
arrangement
Tarver
where
who's
wealthy
infinitely
men
talented
would
and
get
has
together
legitimate
over a
knockout
meal.
power.
You
It's
see a
totally
little
shaped.
table over there that
Right
will
before the
remove
fight,
and
got any
brought back.
excuses tonight,
That's
boy?
exactly
Remember that?
the way in
And then he
which
knocks
the
him out.
saber claim
Oh, shit.
with a brilliant straight left hand against the ropes, I can see it in my mind. And you know, it just worked with Tarver a few weeks ago when you mentioned the Times Square card. And Tarver was my expert commentator on the Times Square card. So energetic, Tarver's great, so lively, really good. Yeah,
Finally,
I
there's
was
like
thrilled.
lots
When he was
He's
great.
another guy that with his boxing skill went all the way up to heavyweight.
that you can
He
in
was
fact
just so much
understand
better.
the world
How many
perfectly well
southpaw
without knowing
heavyweights?
this stuff.
Very few, very few. Michael Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, for example,
Southpaw, but
discussions
again,
of
another
Won the championship.
Another light heavyweight and lost
Not
it
to my man.
George Foreman.
led
Had
me
the
to
one
have a look at
punch.
some of
Yeah, that was
the
crazy.
ancient crypts that were
Yeah,
discovered
that's
in
the title of my
Beirut
book.
and in
Thank
Italy
you
as well.
so much,
And
George.
amazing
Because you know the reason why my book is titled "It Happened," or where I came up with "It Happened."
Or,
So,
for example, since
he was
right
the
now we're
expert
holding the
commentator.
Hanukkah, I spent
In
a
the
lot of
weeks leading
time
to
looking at
his fight with War.
my Hanukkah and a
He
lot
and
of
I
the
together had
scholars
called
about that.
War
I led
against
to the book
Holyfield
of Maccabees,
when
which
War
describes the
won
heroic
the
death
championship.
of Elazar, the
And
brother of
in
Yehuda
the weeks
Maccabee,
before
who
he fought
died
War,
when he
I
tried
would pull him
to
aside at
kill
crew meals
a war elephant that was
and
carrying
fighter meetings
some
and
soldiers.
other
and he fought
occasions when I could get a
vigorously.
minute with him.
Even Antiochus, the king
3-4
himself,
times
he
I asked
courageously
him,
dove under
"George,
the elephant and
how
stabbed
are you
it
going
from
to beat
below,
War?
but unfortunately
He's
the
a
elephant
southpaw.
fell on him
He's a
and crushed
mover.
him.
He
Now,
has
this
great
was
feet.
incidentally a
Holyfield couldn't
fascinating
find
thing
him.
for many Christian
Holyfield was much
artists.
faster
Middle
than you.
Ages, Jews were not
Every
that familiar
time
with this
I
story
said
because the book of
George would
Maccabees
fix
was
me with that
excluded
implacable
from
George
the
Foreman
Tanakh
gaze.
for discussion
Say,
of
Jim,
Anderson.
you watch.
But the Christian
There will come a
artists
moment late
making
in the fight.
illuminated
He will
manuscripts
come
of
and
this
stand in front of
12th,
me
13th,
and
14th
let me
century
knock
had
him out.
never seen an elephant.
Always
So
the same
there's
words.
these depictions of
Come
this
and
really
stand
important
in
scene
front
in
of
the book
me
of Maccabees
and let
is
me
often shown
knock him
with an
out.
artist trying to figure out
So
what
now
an
as
elephant
War is
might
on
look
the
like.
canvas,
On the left, you can see
Joe
one
Cortez
example
is
where
6,
he's imagined some
7,
kind of tiger, and you said it had a long
I'm
nose, right?
thinking,
So, okay, here's a
what am I
really
going
long
to say
nose
about
on a
this?
tiger. Here, all right. He couldn't
How in the
imagine
world
it
do
any
you
other way except a
establish
horse
this
with a
without
very long
being
nose.
self-glorifying? You know, I've got to say
But
something that's meaningful,
this
but
is
I want it to be about him.
stuff. I love this.
And I thought about what he had said to me.
Jewish history and
And what came out spontaneously was,
scatological
it happened.
information that Talmud
It
does,
happened.
you know.
It's
Torah,
really me talking to George,
This is Torah.
saying to him,
So
okay,
that took me
I
to
get it.
studying
You told me it was going to happen, and it happened.
Well, do you remember when George came back and he was 300 pounds and everybody
I'm
was
just
laughing
telling you,
at him?
there's just
And he was
so
in his
much
late 30s, I believe. Was he 34, 35?
Something like that.
When he made his comeback, he hadn't fought in 10 years. Everyone dismissed him like, what is he doing? He was very overweight.
And he started the Bubba the
visit
Bumps tour.
Alba.
You know what I mean? And that's not a fair way to say it. They weren't bums, but they were people that he knew he could beat.
Yes.
To build a dossier toward what he really wanted.
And did shit. And no one believed it. No one. I remember me, as a boxing fan, watching that comeback, being sad. Like, oh, George Foreman's coming back, and he's all fat now. This is sad.
Well, I'm sure you've known a lot of people like this, Joe. You want to see George do something? tell him he can't do it.
Right.
Challenge his will, because he's a self-constructed person. You're talking about a guy who, as a teenager, 17 or 18 years old, says to himself, I want to get out of the Fifth Ward of Houston. I don't want this life. as a gangster or a laborer or whatever I'm going to get by living in the Fifth Ward of Houston. I want something else. So he goes to the Job Corps in Hayward, California, and enrolls in the Job Corps. And that's where he learned to box. That's what a year and a half later to win his Olympic gold medal in Mexico City. And then go on to his storied professional boxing career. But, you know, he was, in his own mind, proving he could do something that other people didn't think he could do, even at that point. He told me that when he first got to Hayward, he befriended one of the other people in the Job Corps.
Oh, baby.
Who was a white kid. And he said, you know, they're talking about things that they like. And the guy talks about Bob Dylan, how much he likes Bob Dylan. So George got the first 2 or 3 Bob Dylan albums and listened, wanted to hear what this is all about, and absorbed the lyrics and paid attention. And when George told me this story, I said, George, you, Bob Dylan, you know, how am I supposed to process all this? And he began quoting the lyrics for me. Well, okay. From Blowing in the Wind, from Don't Think Twice, It's All Right, etc. From early Bob Dylan songs. Yes, he knew about Hurricane. Yes. So he was just an amazing person, you know, so broad-based, you know, and that was, I think that was part of what burned in him, was that everybody, myself included, gave Ali credit for all that. George wanted, in his own way, for people to see, hey, I'm not that different than that, you know. And I mean, one thing he said to me was, you can't win the heavyweight championship of the world without being smart. Okay, a stupid person couldn't do this. You know, true. Yeah. So he respected Moore's intelligence, but he also understood something that I didn't understand. He'll come and stand in front of me late in the fight and let me knock him out. Crazy.
This is your first time watching my videos?
Oh yeah, go to YouTube. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's uncanny. It really is.
Giant Michael Moore family. He was a light heavyweight. I think a lot of people forgot how dangerous he was at light heavyweight. He was one of the great light heavyweights.
No question. Tears up the southpaw punching power. You know, power. Like, I don't know if it's true in UFC as it is in boxing, but you don't see southpaw punchers very often. Southpaws are technical. They box, they take advantage of their foot skills and their hand speed, and they beat you with boxing skills. You're not often going to run into a southpaw who's going to knock you out. But we've already talked about Tarver.
It's not exactly the first Jew, and it's not exactly France either. The reality is, we don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the person that I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew in France. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual. Not necessarily someone you'd want to take home to a mother, but nevertheless a fascinating political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shaliach anyway. You'll get used to it. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual that we have in this region. Also, it's not actually France. This is well before the term France would actually come into any kind of commerce. This is, we're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area, and it was known probably best as Roman Gaul. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, the written documentation that we have on the Jews of France, the Jewish communities in France and of the Rhone River Valley, really extend from the 4th century on. That's when we start to really see much about them. The church is already much more established. The church has sometimes difficult relations with the Jews, and so we have a lot more of as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kinds of Jewish communities in France around the turn of the year 0, the turn of the first millennium, as it were. We know that there were Jews in neighboring Spain in the 1st century. We have some, gravestones and things like that date back really quite far to the west of France. And if there are Jews further west in the Mediterranean, it stands to reason that there would be Jews closer to the homeland in Israel, and also closer to Rome, which had a without foreign abuse, unwillingly and also by willing migration. As a result of the First Roman Jewish War, when
I found out about you.
70, the Jewish population of Rome is significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there. And we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin, engaging in various types of trade as they escape the political turmoil that happened in Israel. The character that we're going to look at today, however, predates that destruction of the temple in the year 70 and actually made his way to France the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of ethnarch, and we know a fair bit about him from two main sources, the most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality is a very problematic character as well. Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus, and he recorded a very significant historical works describing that first Roman-Jewish War, title of one of his most important works, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities. And both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary light as well. We also have some archaeological evidence as coins that were produced at this time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in France. So he was born in the year 23 before the Common Era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married among his many wives Malthate the Samaritan. He ended up coming to power when his father Herod died in the year 4 before the Common Era. And his father's fourth and final will actually named him king of Judea and Samaria. A really impressive thing that he was really quite pleased to get. However, this kingship, because at this point the region of Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman emperor. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanction of his rule. But it happened that the immediate period after the death of Herod the Great was one of great tumult. Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, or I should say a significant uprising, when Herod had placed a Roman eagle at the gates to the temple. It was considered a very offensive thing to put a state emblem and also a graven image of a living creature right on the site of the temple in Jerusalem. And so this Roman eagle was forcibly torn down by two scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those two scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. So that's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of the connection with Herod's activity at that time, and that's why
I have new tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're coming back over there. We're going to do it at the Sanger Theater
son, Archelaus, our protagonist,
March 29th and 30th. That's Easter weekend.
And
get your tickets early with the pre-sale code RADKING starting this Wednesday, January 17th at 10 a.m. local time. General on sale begins Friday, January 19th at 10 a.m. local time. We also have tickets remaining in Charlottesville, State College, Amherst, Brisbane, Sydney, Australia, and Atlanta, Georgia. Get all your tickets at neomon.com/TO. We are
And
down here in
he says,
Austin,
"Don't worry,
Texas
I'm
today
going to take
over
care
at
of all these
Rooster
things.
Teeth
Just let me
Studios,
go to Rome,
and we are happy to be
Caesar,
here and
and
really
I
happy
will,
to let you know about
make it
today's
in line."
guest.
The
He's
population,
one of the
however,
brightest
is
young comedians in the
unconvinced
world.
by his promises. There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva and Shloshim and so on, the mourning rituals for his father. They felt that he wasn't doing this appropriately, a lack of piety. And so Archelaus, in an attempt to try and
I have
control the
new tour
population,
dates to tell you about. I'll be in New Orleans,
Passover,
Louisiana. We're coming
Sounds
back
like
over there.
Grinch-like
We're going to do it at the Sanger
activity.
Theater down now.
So, and then he heads off to Rome.
March
However,
29th and 30th.
he is
That's Easter
preceded in
weekend.
Rome by a
Get your
delegation
tickets early with the
of
pre-sale
his
code
rival
RATPIG
family
starting
members,
this Wednesday,
a
January
delegation of
17th
Jews who
at
had
10 a.m. local
left
time.
from
General
Israel
on
to go
sale
and try
begins
and
Friday,
lobby against
January
him
19th
as
at 10 a.m. local
and the
time.
emperor hears
We also
all
have
of
tickets
these
remaining in
complaints
Charlottesville,
about Archelaus. Says,
State
you know what?
College,
Maybe this is not
Amherst,
such a good idea. He says,
Brisbane,
I'm going to
Sydney,
abolish
in the
Jewish
Australia,
monarchy.
and Atlanta,
No more
Georgia.
king
Get all your
of
tickets at
Judea.
theovon.com.
Instead, he says, I'm going to appoint Archelaus
We are
as
down here
like
in
a ruler of
Austin,
the people,
Texas
which is a
today
lower
over at
level authority.
Rooster
And he's
Teeth
going to name two
Studios. And we are happy to be here and
brothers
really
as,
happy to let you know about today's guest. He's one of the brightest young comedians in the world. He is just a divided. Just a
Archelaus
long
received the
down,
most important
just
central
ivory
areas of Judea and
flamingo
Samaria,
of a
but
boy. And
did
he
not
is
get
just so
the title.
humorous. And you know him from
So
Mad
Archelaus
Shades,
returns
Secret
to Israel at this
podcast,
point,
and his latest
he is
special,
in many ways
Beautiful Dogs,
a worthy
on
inheritor
Netflix.
of
I'm
his
grateful to
father's
get to spend
reputation
time today
on both
with
positive
my
and
friend, Mr.
on
Shane
a positive
Gillis.
level. He is bigger than public buildings like Paris, but so many houses, major structures, and renovated the temple. Masada, of course, the palace there is one of Paris itself. Now, his son also engages in significant activities with the customary details of Jericho, and at the same time, he's also very cool and brutal, and is just considered a Jewish tradition. He puts down usually a lot of opposition, and he also marries his brother's widow, and this was in contradiction to Jewish law because she didn't have children, so therefore was not a levirate marriage, it was actually a forbidden marriage. But he hoped to simply ignore all these
legend. How weird when people start saying you're a legend. You're like, I just ate a Wendy's burger in the like family restaurant by myself. Like,
the emperor hears all these complaints in Rome, and he says,
that's
you know
always
what?
weird, I
This was
think.
also a mistake.
Because that's probably started happening. People are like, dude, this guy's the king, right?
He confiscates his property, and he banishes him to
a lot of I've heard stuff like that. Off-road Elvis, people call you that.
not necessarily the
Vegas
nicest character, but nevertheless, that is our first name. He ends up sends him to Vienna.
Like you'd be like the
Which
baddest
is
dyke in the
on
world.
the
Because I heard
see the map here. And at the time, it was
and I'm
actually
the
very
back
important.
water. I'm not talking about.
We have some amazing archaeological evidence from the Roman civilization there, such as this phenomenal amphitheater right overlooking the river
Not
itself,
all of it.
and this amazing temple, which
Like
was
one of those
saved
really
from
crazy ones. Like the ones that are like, you know, they want you to know they could have been a minute they wanted to, but they
we
chose
don't know
to.
much about the Jewish community there. We don't know if there was any community there. I mean, after all, Archelaus was sent there.
Good to see you, man. Shane, bro, nice to see you, dude.
And I don't
You too,
think
man.
Caesar
Thanks
would have cared
for hanging out.
if
And
there was a
yeah, and I'm so glad that I got to do Matt and Shane's secret podcast, bro.
we do know that it
Dude, that was awesome. Like, Matt's amazing.
That's one of those guys. It's like
on the
you.
Rhone River, it would have had
Tim Dillon,
extremely
the guys,
significant
Nick
commercial
Ross,
implications.
It's nice
As
to
a
be on
result,
podcast with you guys.
some Jews certainly would
Just
have
sit
been
there and go,
attracted to
go.
it. And certainly,
Because I'm not- I feel like I'm not that great at it.
we keep
I'm
beginning
good,
to get
you know?
a trickle of evidence.
It's nice to have somebody that's just like,
and all up and
good
down.
at
the-
I think if I'm feeling pretty coked up, then I can, you know, I can do
more,
something, you know.
of course, in this video series, and
But
of course,
then I could, yeah.
the
So
some of the
the wheels
stuff.
start to
So,
fly.
I'm actually, I'm like, this is fun. I'm having a good day. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
not many funny responses. Just, yeah.
Doing it with a buddy is so fun, dude, because you have like, there's just somebody to talk to. Like, sometimes I do them by myself, and I'm like,
fuck, I wish there was somebody else here, you know?
Doing it by yourself is crazy. That's so crazy. I can't imagine.
Hello.
It really is. I think I do like once a month right now by
It's gotta be
myself.
hard.
Yeah, I think it's, let me think about what it's like. I think sometimes it's just tough because if you have a bad attitude, it's just you know?
I can't imagine. If I felt bad,
As I mentioned there,
Just be like, hey, I feel bad.
really
But then you don't want to be able to be like, hey, I feel like shit.
I know. Exile
several
as a result of Palestine.
every episode.
And it's not France either, because that
Really, it makes you feel like every time you show up, you're like, oh, I'm hungover, you start to notice a pattern.
But nevertheless, even though we can't speak with a lot of authority about the first Jew of France, we did have a lot more historical information on the first Jewish community. Specifically, we know a little bit about the city of Ottawa, which is a city
One time we were drinking with my buddy, and he got into the Uber, right, and he just didn't get his, like, he had like kind of heavy legs, because his mom kind of had heavy legs, but she wore tight pants, and you kind of couldn't tell, but if you were over there a lot, you knew that she kind of had really stocky legs, and, but he was bringing his second leg into the Uber, and his sandal fell off, right?
Because after all,
So then we had
it
this
is
place
on the Mediterranean coast, which has the wide open
everybody was
sea.
just like, he just seemed so much stronger than he was. You know,
Possibilities.
it's pretty
And
yeah.
the river Rhone snakes the interior
Wearing
of the
something like,
country.
oh, that
As you can see here in this map, it shows the last names of the various communities and allows for trade.
Oh man, that's insane. I feel like losing a glass is
Given the Jewish
your kids are like,
towards commerce,
your kids are like, we're gonna order pizza
this is likely so.
forever.
Here's a simplified map associated with the
What was I looking at this morning? I was looking at it was oh, do you see that thing with the mayor? You see that thing with the mayor? With the mayor of New York. It's this is it right here. You see this? So Eric Adams teaches. What's he saying? They're teaching kids how to.
They're teaching parents how to search your kid's room to find drugs and guns.
You see this?
According to the legend, the Emperor Vespasian, who once conquered Judea, here's an image of a Judean Catholic coin. This is something that the Romans actually took quite a few of these coins to commemorate and celebrate their victory over Judea. You can see on the left is Vespasian himself, and on the right is an image of a Roman soldier looking down.
It seems like the story before Castlevania started, like
with
on a video game.
palm tree, which is a dominant iconic image of Israel and the Roman Empire. And the message is very clear. You know, after years of very frustrating, tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels, the Romans were especially took this rebellion behind them. So the legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman Jewish War, loaded them up on 3 boats, removed the captains, removed the rudders, and towed the boats out to sea to be driven in the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 ports in the south of France. One is Bordeaux, Lyon, and one at Alsace.
You guys have to see it.
On a literal level, this is highly unlikely. It's considered more legendary than historical. Primarily because of the extreme economic value that these Jewish captives represented. On the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring tens of thousands of captives from Judea straight to Italy, where they were pressed into all kinds of.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Hi there.
Hello. You ready? You ready to take on the day?
Yeah, get up in a minute.
All right, go hit it hard.
Pretty awesome, man.
Captives. Targeted by pirates because they knew that they would.
Yeah, I think you have to see them down early.
It's highly unlikely on a literal level.
Because that seems like it could be like a sketch, you know?
Where's that from? No, that's real. I mean, it
After all,
feels
the Jews were like literally running
That has to be old.
where they would rebuild their
It was
lives.
sweet out like 15, and that's why it's out there now.
I mean, the punch holes that just came out.
So
That looks like it's
now, you don't know much about what
check your son's
happened.
Invisalign case. He may be hiding a shotgun shell. Or it is behind that autographed picture of Katy Perry. Oh, what's that? That's a Gatling gun and some RCs. You think it's just your child's retainer case, but open it up and bang, it's an indentured servant.
That is good for you. Yeah,
Colors, treatment of life.
Yeah, your parents ever checked your eyes? I was touching myself.
Roman Emperor Valentine
She's like,
issues a decree sent out to Bishop Patroclus as authorizing strict right.
and I was kind of sitting on the bed. It was almost like almost as if like in the
was responding to a
1800s,
request
like a guy who was like a jester traveling in the woods and taking off his suit and you know, and she's like,
first
and so then she closed the door right quick.
I close the door, probably.
It's not clear what the extent to which slaves. Slavery, of course, was this time and was not even considered moral. But it would be the business of the theological thing.
Hotel, yeah,
The church actually on the other hand, only slaves considered a very minor mark of status required a tremendous amount of
the crazy part is amazing. You walk over there, Mr. Baker still in it.
And particularly for Jews, like slaves are treated with my very expensive. So, I don't know the extent of slave ownership, but they were fairly high. The second description was
that makes us do that. It's almost like some birds when they after they
outside of Israel. Let's see that Jews were actually involved.
But there's so many rapidly vomited land. We looked that up.
Yeah, I see defensive vomiting.
Thirdly,
Vultures do.
were not
When they land.
Defensive vomiting.
as magistrates. In other words, no Jewish lawyers must have Jewish mothers. Oh my God!
That's a Cracker Barrel baptism.
Lawyer. Well, that's actually pretty ironic because there is ambiguous. Overabundance of Jewish doctors in
There's too many fights at these games.
I don't want to
There's always been that fight.
There's always been that many fights, but it's so easy to get
Anyway,
this morning.
one of Papa's successors, Saint Hilary,
People also
Yeah, you can.
indications that
Oh, I got a Papa Bill. Is it still Bill? What is that? Well, I just have to tell her that the girls, I want to live with them.
It's the guy who did it. It's from 2010.
Matthew Clemens, Phillies fan, vomit man.
I know. I can tell you what. Okay.
Wow. It's over there. What the Matthew Clemens did was enough to make himself sick, and us too, for that matter. At least now he admits, we should call him sometime. A 21-year-old Cherry Hill, New Jersey, admits they were Native American.
As I'm looking at it, if y'all are thinking that's going to be shorter than what I think.
You're down with the cancer color, you still gotta get some more. One more, right? Yes. Oh, well, yeah.
Like you didn't even have a door, just like this quick. You had to hold your car cam for this way to just make like a and then go
features of Aryan.
Clemens pleaded guilty to several assault charges Tuesday for vomiting on a man, a police officer, and his 11-year-old daughter. Wow. Crime Insiders offering to buy vomit man a satellite dish to discourage him from going to any more games.
But while our enthusiastic defenders of the against the invaders,
Adam's video was from 2011 when he's a senator. It went
fell to the invaders, and then there was a dispute that once again, his name was Caesarius at the time, and it was that Caesarius actually betrayed the city. And the bishop argued once again,
you already know that it's
fascinating.
Yeah, because I don't think I had data. Okay, I do. Yeah, I do got data. I got data. And I got that. I got that. Yeah, I got data. I do.
Was there party those guys scared? Was there like, what were you thinking? Because
And I got that. But I'm gonna contact those today and this why I need to train them.
Involved in another incident which sheds light on
They send them right.
Gregory the Great
make sure that they don't that's the only way you're going to get in touch with
Gregory the Great actually
Yeah, they got the ad. They got the contact me. And I'm telling you, I got contact me to get through to where I'm
basically
what's that your daughter then?
reflected in a fascinating document. Sends a letter to
yeah, then when she's gonna get her, get to her,
by the way, I've been receiving
can I talk? I need to talk to her and then have I do it? You gotta talk to her.
You definitely think all people think
But if it's on purpose, so they can get you, right?
also he's like
They want to say it's on purpose.
especially after the Catholic
But no, I just wanted to move to a place where
Nevertheless, despite Rebbe's great efforts, as they say again,
Because they're all very strong enough to become a smart head.
Does it feel
Period.
Oh, really? Period. It's not the same. Well, I'll say that it's not the same. Like even just going over to the mothership, it's like you can do 3 sets in
Yeah.
you can do 4 hours. It's usually 2 shows.
On
Wow.
the one hand,
See?
we have
It's not in the same building you can go to. I mean, that's impressive.
It's changed. What's nice is watching like
and on
Costco.
the other hand,
Because
you
he was in
have
Philly where you can't do that. And now he's
Yeah,
got
no,
just
hey.
2 months.
so
So
Or you sing it,
I met him last night. I met him at your first. Yeah, I met him at your podcast. I met his wife too.
a cemetery
Yeah,
that is
dude, I
sold.
think.
I'm sorry for acting like that.
There's a change. You're just practicing shit going there. Literally, you try to. You're like right there.
see, well, you know it.
It's still not working.
Especially in the
No, you don't like
This
it.
episode is sponsored by Prize Picks.
You don't need to tell us that if you don't want to just say something.
Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app in Maine. You can
I'd
follow
like
all
to
your
go to
favorite
separate
fantasy sports
to the
like NBA,
Yeah,
NFL,
doing your packing to get ready to go.
but for the time being, just bear in mind there are those
That's right. With Prize Picks, instead of choosing teams,
negative
you
factors that win out.
choose individual players. That's what I like about it. It's novel and a unique approach. Each player has a set projection, and you either choose more or less than that set projection. For example, you might choose the Kitty Cat, Mr. Joe Montana, and more than 70 receiving yards, or you might choose Lamar Jackson and less than 2.5 touchdowns.
Travel through there on business or
Prize
whatever other
Picks is
purpose
the
they
place you do it at. If you're smart enough
and they're only
and you
allowed
know
to
what
remain
players
in
are going to perform
8
on
days.
what nights, then Prize
So
Picks is the best app
definitely a
for you.
negative experience.
Download the app and use code Theo and Prize
I
Picks.
just woke up this early. I gotta
Up to
wake up. Yeah, I gotta wake
That
up.
might be great on sandwiches.
You get out of this one there, you're going to be doing this.
That's right. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or seancing or something from your crazy.
You know, I'm gonna call you
Really
as a
just
crazy.
want to do some Mary Kay sales or whatever.
Well,
It's sneaky, but we're talking about our sponsor, Fume. That's
You're
right.
interested in stuff, right? This is a soft copy of what I needed.
Not everything in a bad habit is wrong.
That's
So
it.
instead of
That's
a
why
drastic
I think I tell Coretta that she got me and my husband let her know.
habit, you get it.
You gotta write it out or whatever this
Well,
is.
you know, every now and then I come across some bit
Some
of Jewish history that blows my mind, and this is one of those chapters. It is a chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne, and refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish
And so if you don't have time to
in
turn it
medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but let me go through it and I'll tell you all about it. You can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyways? Let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast basically of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it. And in fact, you can see from this map that on the left is an arrow pointing to Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Rhone River. That's where the Kosher Riverboat cruises are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the Chachmei Provincia, the sages of Provence, because there is a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region in the medieval period, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the Nasi of Narbonne. So, in order to understand the context of story, we have to go back a little bit and see from this map that the Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they would control this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see. But before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginning. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the 1st century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones, things like that. They basically did very well in Visigothic Spain. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity. That's Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely in their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This changed, however, significantly with the conversion of King Reccared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting by the guy that shows the conversion of Reccared. Here you can zoom in, look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really religiously motivated here. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Reccared in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting Jews, unfortunately. And they instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews with absolutely incredible, usually intrusive persecutions that really you wouldn't see for hundreds of years, except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments like amputations and scalpings, things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered were from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. Coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular culture. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist in this region, and Jews were able to exist in this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the primary relationships they had with Christians alone as a tiny Jewish minority in a Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in North Africa and the Middle East. But that's going to take us way further afield from over there. Now, one was at least briefly imposed within the new Spanish Empire, and that's what takes us to the story of Nasir, the first PC of Narbonne, as the story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is, of course, within France, contemporary France, or that term is anachronistic for the period we're talking about, and France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant for our situation because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French, the Franks, as it were, wanted to, and other peoples wanted to reclaim that territory, and as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin, here's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula, and this worked to the Jews' advantage. So, as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nassi. So let's see, what exactly is the Nassi? The term Nassi is classic in origin. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called Nasi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, Judah, the Prince Yehuda Nasi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nasi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role, and even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nasi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or the Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also had descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of the Jewish community. In Babylon in particular, where this map is big thing. The Jew, a figure called in Aramaic, the Reish Galusa, which means the head of the exile. And in English, that's usually rendered as exilar, right? The head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict with the great Talmudic academies of Pumbedita and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch in the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Machir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch, and if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how he came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Hephaestus the Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Machir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary fact is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to the Nasiut are quite late in nature. Two of the most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all these places or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which was very close to his actual origins in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Dawood was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds, it's actually a historical book, and they both refer to the existence of an exilarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. It's like 500 years after the fact. And there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. It's not at all impossible that, in fact, there was
Miss Aquarius, how are you?
But we will have to do
How are you?
research to really understand properly.
I'm just
I hope
chilling.
that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today.
Yes.
I hope you enjoyed this short video.
Rabbi?
Yes. Can you not hear me? Good morning. How are you?
How are you?
Are you ready to take on the day?
We're going to continue now with our discussion
All
of
right.
the Jews of the Rome.
I'll
This
be
is
here
part
for you
4,
tonight, God willing.
where I'd
We'll
like to
play,
spend a
okay?
little bit of time talking about the famous sage
See you later.
Sweet, have a sweet day. Take care.
of Provence, the
All right, you
Chachmei
too.
Provincia,
Thank you.
who plays such a tremendous
You're
role
welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chachmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chachmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they've never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talner Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about yourself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Ben-Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we talked a lot about this in the previous 3 minutes, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The main route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher River Cruises. Here's a map where you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join me. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Krause, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So, one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Zikmei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. What happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there's two main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic, political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on Teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian that is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Dr. Tversky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. These are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Arles, and I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. There, you can see this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular customs. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushes, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Carpentras. This is I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikvah that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, I can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence.
Look where it is.
Jew, like a Stadtland, someone who is an intercessor.
How you living, pimp? Yeah, you want to lose?
That's right.
Yeah, you want to lose? It was lovely. Are you ready to lose?
I want to. Let me plug in my iPad.
You should have tables that are like God resistant or whatever, like whatever happens on.
Do you see this man on the TV thing? Professor Henry Abramson, do you see him? You know he's Canadian? He grew up in like super northern Canada where it had like one Jew. You ready for your invitation, pimp? You know what we're playing. Marcel Berman. Yo, dog, are you ready?
In the game right now.
Are you putting in cheat codes?
Yep.
All right.
No, I have a new strategy.
What's that?
Oh, it worked. It's called sweeping the dance floor.
All right, well, get your broom, son. You think that's good?
I want to see one of us sweep the whole dance floor.
Same here. A perfect game where you served or you broke, and then the other guy just has no chance at doing anything.
Yeah, what was that? I gave you this game on a silver platter, and I think you're too focused on Henry there to focus on the game.
Are you excited for the Shab show?
The what?
It's called the Shab show. Brendan Schaub.
Oh. If that's what you like to listen to, then yes.
No, it's not on yet.
Are you sure?
Word, dog.
Daily double. So now I can't really sync the fucking red one. I can. Could be over right here, folks.
Easily over.
Sealed it. Oh, I still have to get one more. 120 is no good. 160 or I like 210. Let's do 210.
We already have a 120 that's ready to go. So there's nothing you can do.
All right, well, I'll just win that much faster.
You watch. I'm going to destroy you.
Look at this. Every time.
Sweep it.
I'm speed running it.
Yeah, because you have an iPad. That makes it so much easier.
I missed more shots in this game than you, I think.
Incorrect.
Pretty sure it's correct. Sometimes you're just pigeonholed in this thing. Rabbi, my friend is moving to like this island outside of Honduras, and it's like a nice island, but his plan is to start a hot dog stand, and he was like, we're brainstorming names for the hot dog stand. So is that Miss Aquarius?
No, it's Audie.
Oh no, it's Teresa. What's her name? Audie. Yeah. Yo, Audie, what's happening?
So how are you doing today? The fuck?
Are you talking me or Rabbi?
Mostly Rabbi.
Oh, I'm well. How are you? What? Excellent. Great to hear. How did you? Wow, that was fast.
You let me sink the red one.
Yes, I did. All right, you want 210?
Yeah. And what is your alliteration name for a hot dog stand?
Well, no, it probably would be better if it's a pun. Remember, pun's better. Pun's the best, followed by rhyme, followed by alliteration. And sexual pun might be the biggest.
Imagine sweeping the floor in a U10. Now this is risky, but I'm gonna go for it.
Huge mistake. This is, look at all these in a row.
Imagine getting a quad in this game.
That'd be wild.
We've never seen 3. Oh, no way.
I would be worried if I were you. Fuck.
Why would you go for the red one?
Don't question my genius. One does not dissect gossamer.
No!
Now, is it going to be like normal? There we go.
Oh no. I don't think I'm going to get lucky twice. We'll see what the genius rabbi will do.
Are you serious?
Oh. I can barely move my thing. This is... Okay. You might be in trouble now here.
I think so.
No!
Are you proud of that shot?
No, that probably cost me the game. Definitely cost me the game right there. Oh! Oh, now you are in a world of trouble. It's 210 though, so maybe there's some hope. No!
Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love.
I think you're going to come back and win this one. There are just too many free points.
Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me and Chance.
These are all easy shots. There's like the rest of these are all easy shots.
No, they're not.
They're all insanely easy.
No, they're not.
To tie it right here.
There's no.
There is tie. You tying the score in the game. Sam, no. I screwed the pooch on that one. Not good.
Double.
Now these are not easy. Oh, Newfie. He did a Newfie shot. For the win.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. Dude, I came back and won, and you had the red.
I did not play that well, but you played pretty well.
Classic pool 120, 160, 210.
Classic, like teams, like white versus black, whatever element.
Are you proud of that shot?
Go.
Are you proud of that shot?
Black makes me feel powerful.
All right. Are you proud of that shot, Zoot? Riser? Riser, are you proud of that shot?
How dare you call me Zoot?
I corrected myself.
Oh no!
Look at you. Well, I just called you that because you're playing like him. Dude. I don't really have a good shot.
They're practically in the hole. There you go. Milwaukee.
This is going to be dirty.
I don't want to knock my stupid thing in the thing again. What would a Newfie do here, Rabbi? You want to see what a Newfie would do here?
Yeah, I do. They wouldn't do that. Look how sick that shot was.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need you to get your shitty ball out of the way. Or disc, whatever. Look at this shot.
Wow. You're not going to make this one. Nope.
What up, GB? A game against my friend. Yo, I'll be in the Telegram, but I had to like clear my cache on my computer, and that caused me to log out of my Telegram, and now Telegram will not allow me to log back in. It says, please try again after some time. So that's why I haven't been in there. But no worries, I'll be back there as soon as I can. Thank you. Dude, this sucks.
Yeah, it's funny because the queen doesn't even matter in this one.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why the queen's a thing.
Oh my god. That was not supposed to happen, but at least one of yours is very difficult, but we'll see.
How do I even get this one?
Is it
Newfie.
actually possible?
You've got a really difficult one as well.
I think it is possible, but you kind of took away my angle at a bank shot. Oh wait, no, I can get it.
You're done. You're done. You're gonna put
right
you're
now.
gonna put mine in.
Fuck.
My friend, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Sink it. Oh.
Wow, that's like 3 games in a row? 7 games in a row?
It's like one game.
2 games. I won the
maybe
210. I won the
I'm pretty sure
210.
it's 2 in a row.
I won the 210. I won Classic. What do you want next, big dog?
You can pick any one of them. Any game, you'll lose. I guarantee it.
No way. Great shot, dude.
There you go. I actually figured out how to do it. So going first is actually an advantage.
You think it's an advantage now?
Oh, I know how to do it, so it is. Sweeping it. I'm sweeping it. No. Oh, I'm 30 away. No! I was so close. I almost got to 120. Oh, I was so close. And now you get to, like, literally... Alright, yeah, it's an advantage going second. Look at these easy shots.
Why do you think it's an advantage going second?
Because, look, there's nothing on the board. Okay, so.
That's 3 games in a row, son.
Yeah, I gave you that win.
What do you want next, baby?
You pick any one of them, you'll lose. I guarantee it.
I just beat you.
I wasn't trying that time. I'll actually try. See, if it were you, you'd just shoot it into like the thing and be like, oh, it's a disadvantage going first. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, you basically swept the floor, but it didn't count because you didn't start. Wow. Rookie mistake. Your stupid white one is blocking it. Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Oh, too quick. That was too easy.
Let me go first.
Oh, you're stealing my tactic. Yep. It didn't work though.
The former general manager of a hotel at the beach has been arrested for the rape of a 17-year-old girl who told police she was intoxicated at the time. The assault allegedly happened weeks ago, but police say it wasn't reported. State detectives, a special enforcement team, also heard that Felton Calhoun sold cocaine and carried a gun. Officials in Texas have adjusted their estimates of the number of people missing since the devastating flooding on the
Yeah, I can get the red one in.
No.
Oh no. That's not good.
You're done. You're done.
No good. We're good.
Play me in basketball.
We're good.
Stop.
Oh, you're done.
Stop.
You're done. What? Yo, what is this? What is this?
Cheat codes, baby.
Why is it not the same rules every time?
Cheat codes.
You get your puck in, you're supposed to not have an advantage.
Cheat codes, baby. Fuck.
Colossal mistake.
Yeah, but you can't make this. No way.
Want to bet, Big Dog?
Yeah, I do want to bet. I bet that.
2 in a row, bud.
I beat you 3 in a row. I beat you 3 in a row.
I beat you 8 in a row.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Get there. Are you serious? Why is it that your bullshit ones go in.
No, you still, because you're stealing my strategy. It doesn't work like that.
Dude, this is garbage. Garbage.
Right now it's 67 in Glendale, 66 in Santa Ana, 64 in Santa Monica, and 65 at Laguna Beach. KFI market report now is up 171. The S&P 500 is up 35, and the Nasdaq.
Are you gonna ask me if I'm proud of the shot?
I'm not even paying attention at this point. All right, you have a tough shot now. That one's easy. Let's see what you can do now.
Oh, fuck.
Are you ready for this?
Wow, nice one. How did you do that?
Skill for the win.
3 in a row.
Well, now you know how it feels.
I'm going 8 in a row. This is like
You didn't win. You didn't win 8 in a row. Quit saying that.
I did earlier.
No one remembers that. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
That is.
Are you serious?
How that didn't go in. That is one of the most rigged shots we've ever seen.
Word, dog.
It probably detects that you're cheating, so it's like can't allow that.
If you miss here, it would be huge.
I never miss.
This game sucks. Play me in table soccer. Dude, right now, can you count to 40?
What do you mean I count 40?
Because I just got 40.
In my head. Oh. Alright. You got some easy shots here. See if you can do the run to 120. You gotta make it like 210 next time. 120 is too short. Oh. You gotta make it. He's gonna make it. My streak.
I didn't even need the red one.
Yeah.
All right, 120, 160, 210, classic, pool.
210. Like, what the hell is classic and pool?
That's what we play. That's like when it's black and white.
Both of them are that?
Classic is black versus white. Pool is black versus white with no queen.
No queen.
Oh, good job. Psych. That was terrible.
I wanted to give you a head start because I know you're gonna need it. We've got like one shot here and then my turn. Oh, I see a shot. I see a shot. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, right.
And the federal government controls how much money goes to the states. And if you're in California, particularly LA County, we are screwed. And why is that? Well, because of the fight that's going on between California, LA County, and the government.
Oh.
The White House announced it was ending infectious disease grants to county health with billions of dollars, including $45 million LA County was supposed to use to combat the threat of measles and bird flu. I mean, because we don't have to. Even if we don't have bird flu, it doesn't exist, and measles doesn't exist.
No.
Dog.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
All right, let's see it get the bury the queen.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
That was easy.
Easy peasy,
I
lemon
still haven't won
squeezy.
yet. Still not out of the woods yet.
Where's a good shot?
Oh, now it's going to be a little challenging. Let's see what the new feed can do here. I actually know the best shot to do here. Oh,
How newfie was that?
That was newfie. That was ridiculous.
How do you like me so far?
You deserve that one. That was an incredible performance.
Thank you.
I hope Parum's an Olympic sport and that we're actually training for the Olympics without knowing it.
Okay, classic pool 120, 160, 210.
You decide. Just know, yeah, whatever.
I beat you.
You choose 120? What the hell? Why do you like the small one?
Because I want to get good at it. I'm not as good as I'd like to be.
Well, you're playing against a pretty good opponent.
Who?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Zoot's comedy career.
We're all the same person.
I dedicate things to Zoot's comedy career. Are you proud of that shot?
It was okay.
Quit with that.
This is a tough shot.
Why do you think that was a tough shot?
Now this is a very tough shot. I don't even think it's possible. Oh, I can win it right here.
Well, then let's see it.
No! Are you shitting? I almost took the freaking dance floor. What do you think we're all the same person?
I don't know if I actually
We're the same thing, just copied, just all the different ways you could be. What do you mean? I'm the best, though. I'm the best girl. Mm-hmm. Don't tell anybody that. It's not a competition. Shh.
I'm the best Karam player, so I relate to being the best.
You can't even say it correctly. It's Karam.
No one. It's
Actually, he's correct, Rabbi, and only the best player would know how to say it properly.
I asked AI, and AI said it's Karam.
Rabbi,
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
You pronounce apartheid Parthia, so whatever you think is just wrong.
I pronounce it the way that it will be pronounced in the future.
Hell yeah.
I will unite people over it. Just like I will unite people over my gameplay. Where do I hit? Are you proud of this shot?
I'll be proud of this shot if I get it in. I could still lose though.
It's our 25th year in business, helping thousands of Southern California homeowners with their window and door needs. Over 1 million windows installed, over 100,000 customers. People make a difference. American Vision Windows built around a team of home improvement experts who take great pride in their work.
I'm tired of whipping your ass in a 120. I want to do a 210, or at least 160.
Enjoy saving money and feeling of a well-insulated home. And their July offer, their Independence Day offer through the end of July, $1,770.
Are you going to go? Or are you just going to sit there and jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah, I wasn't done celebrating my last victory. Sorry.
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen in this game.
See some fog out there this morning. It's going to dissipate. We've got lots of sunshine on the way, but those temperatures staying below normal for this time of the summer. Basically 70s and 80s all across Southern California today. Will drop down to the 60s overnight. Some places will feel
Get there. Get there.
Oh, thank you.
You have like 1,000 different shots.
Oh, I actually. On that. Oh my lord!
Not a good shot, dude.
That's
not a good shot at all.
Shot.
Do you know why that's not a good shot?
It's okay.
Dog.
Player.
Dog. Dog.
I just wanted to give you some hope and then come back because I know you're gonna screw it up like that and then easy. Yeah.
Dog, I have such a big lead on you. I'm just letting you get points.
Nah, I'd be pretty nervous if I were you.
I'm not nervous at all, baby. Look at this hand.
I'd be pretty nervous if I were you.
Why would I be nervous?
But
you're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. Obviously, you're gonna miss. Easy miss.
Oh. Ready for this?
You're
Ready
gonna
for
miss.
The dragon attack?
You're gonna miss.
You know what the dragon attack is?
You're gonna miss.
No!
Dog.
Oh, that was very close. Close game. I could have beat you there. I just didn't want to. Do a bank shot. Okay. Or do that.
Short.
Oh, come on.
Newfie!
Do you want to finish so it has to be a bank shot to win?
Sure.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You can bank the puck or you can bank the disc or both. There's like the trick shot pool.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Oh, there we go.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby.
Do a higher number one. You didn't do a higher number one. Oh, go, 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 go. Oh my lord.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You want to hear a prediction, Riser?
Yeah.
I think Kim Kardashian is going to be the next Oprah.
We have a talk show that people like.
Yep.
You think she's gonna give away as much stuff though?
Perhaps more.
She has a lot of her own brands.
Exactly.
It might work really well for them if they did a View type of shit.
I don't think she wants that. She wants to be the #1 player.
I'm sure she
Are you fucking serious?
Oh no.
No way, no way, no way, no way.
Psychiatry for your dogs.
Oh my lord. No, 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 no. Bad mistake. Very bad. One of the worst chokes possibly in around this game. 70, 80. Stay out of there. Stay out of there. Oh.
What are you gonna do now, son?
Ready for the dragon attack?
Let's see it.
No! Are you kidding me? I come down to that black disc right there. Oh.
This game sucks.
They win. It's like 4 in a row.
No, it's not 4 in a row.
Look how much. Yo, look how. Do you see the wins? It's gonna be a 120. When we started today, it was like you were at like 28 wins, and I was at like 7, and now we're like almost tied. That's how much of a winner I am.
Doug, I'm gonna start playing. I wanted you to get some confidence.
Butter me up.
Yep.
Go sweep the dance floor right now. I want you to get a bunch in, and then you're gonna mess one up, and then I'm gonna destroy you. That's how it works. You're actually helping me out right now. Oh, that's not good. Going for the red one. Oh.
To sweep the table.
First. Oh my. Oh. Oh no, the black one's in the way. No. Alright, this is not good. Oh. Another miss. Okay. Get out of there. Get out of there. Let me hit it again. Yo, it reset me to 0? What?
If you think I was going to spend $16,000 more to operate on this little car, you're crazy. I wouldn't spend $16,000 out of pocket to operate on my kids, much less a dog. The point is, we are weird with the world of dogs. So on behalf of
oh my lord.
And the other dogs around the world, thank you so much for taking care of us the same way you would take care of yourself, with nutrition and massage and Reiki and therapy and and this story goes on and on. Actually, it's a story.
Why would you not go for the other one?
I was getting fancy.
And the description of what that dog went through. First of all, thousands and thousands of dollars. And I tell you, this is where people are absolutely right how crazy things are.
Now this is a tough little set of shots. No way. No way. There's no way. No way. Like I said,
It might have worked. It could have possibly worked in theory.
Dog, you're done.
I didn't have much of an option.
You see
Yo,
what's
stop doing the 120. Do a 210. Sink 'em. Why are you so afraid to just...
I'm not afraid. I want to give you the opportunity. Oh, you don't want the opportunity to win?
Yeah, go for it.
I put that in the perfect spot.
Sweeping the floor right here.
Border Patrol agents on horseback have returned to San Diego for the first time in over 2 years. The unit's lead instructor says the return of horses will help agents patrol rugged terrain more effectively. He also said with the 96% drop in border apprehensions compared to last year, your unit now has the resources to bring the horses back. With new immigration restrictions in place in summer heat and trying crossings, authorities expect the downward trend in migrant encounters to continue. John Fick, KFI News. Sorry about the
No!
Big dog.
I was doing pretty well there.
Big dog.
Oh, you might be in trouble. They're pretty clumpy right now. All you can do is hope. Oh. No, it's not going to help.
Get there.
No. No.
That's a miss.
I should have adjusted the phone.
Are you fucking serious?
They call me Robin.
Because you wear tights?
Yeah, because I'm tight.
Also, it's kind of foggy there in the Coho Pass. It hasn't quite burned off there yet, so it's going to take a little while. And the southbound side of the 405, I haven't talked about that today. Getting out of the valley, it is jammed up. From it looks like about Victory, actually more like Sherman Way, all the way down to Sunset Boulevard, and then southbound 101. It's pretty slow today from Tampa Avenue over to the 405 with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Bill Colescott. I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the story.
Get it.
No.
Truck driver from South Carolina who's now buried on site.
You meant to do that.
Stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and war intertwined as they share tall tales.
Yeah.
This game sucks.
Oh, you're done. You're done.
STFU, dog.
You're done.
STFU.
So, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Show it to me. It's not that.
Ding, ding. 37 wins, 33. I'm going to surpass you.
I'm going to stop playing at 30 when you're at 36.
That's fine. Tomorrow I will come back for more.
Maybe I'll stop playing
Hello,
forever.
Rabbi. I'm obsessed with you.
Well, thank you.
Wait 1 second. I'm not going to talk. Okay, now I'm done.
Sounds good. Oh, you suck.
Oh.
That was terrible.
I just want to give you a little room here to wiggle. Show me some wiggles. Why did it go to me?
Because I hit one of yours in.
Oh, we're playing this one.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't even realize that.
Well, is it my job to ensure that you're educated?
I mean, I thought we were just playing the other one, but
I think that might be a bit of a gray area, actually, Rabbi.
It says on there how you're supposed to play. He should know by now if he's so good. Dude, you don't give me a single good shot.
I see like tons of good shots.
You expect me to break up all of the board so that you can, quote unquote, clean it.
Oh no. I think this one's harder.
It's definitely harder.
Especially when you take shots like that.
Baby, I'm too worried right now. Are you proud of that shot?
I think Zoot would be proud of that shot.
You think that was a good shot?
7 out of 10. Have you played this game against Zoot?
Yeah.
So if Audie joins, we can have a 4-person version of it.
Oh, come on. Hey, well, don't we need Zoot?
That's what I was saying. Zoot, Audie.
Right.
Me, that's 4. Oh, what? You think it's possible to get this?
Yeah.
How?
I could do it. It's a pretty easy shot from my understanding.
All right. All right. Oh. That's not good. That's not good. Don't mess this up. Oh. The famous joke. The pressure gets to him.
I'm not worried at all.
So
You have such a hard second shot.
My next shot
is so hard. I'm not worried at all. Nah, that's not the shot. That's a miss.
I should have blocked it or something. You have it very. Oh, is that even allowed? Nope. Oh, are you worried now? Do you know what the dragon attack is?
STFU, dog.
Yeah, 34. That's like 4 in a row.
Let's play something else.
On that level 11. Archery.
Basketball.
Dude, no one plays basketball.
Yeah, ask
No one
LeBron
plays
James.
This is like the worst game. This is worse than darts, worse than Mancala. I'm flicking it straight up at the thing. Why does it go sideways? You're gonna get like 11 points here. Yes. Time's running out. Oh my god. Oh my lord. What the? It goes sideways like so easily.
Good job getting 2.
Thanks. Nice missed. Not even close. Wrong. Wow. 4. Impressive.
It's more than
this
you.
One's actually hard.
It's more than you've got. Big dog, it's more than you've got. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's not a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. Another miss. Another miss. I don't even have to go. You recognize this, right?
Let's see what you got, big guy.
That's 1 make. 2 makes. 3 makes. 4 with the swish. 5. Literati time. You ready?
I did better. No, we're not doing that.
Oh yeah, we are.
Way too long.
Oh yeah, we are.
That takes way too long.
All right. Well, what do you want to do?
Archery.
Okay.
They have Connect 4. Nice.
Zoot loves that game.
Zoot loves that game. You play Connect 4?
Word, dog.
Isn't it easy to like stop it?
It's harder than you think.
Can they be on diagonals or no?
Yeah, you can do diagonals. Dude, that was not good.
Thanks.
Why was I so much better at the beginning?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It was perfectly in the perfect spot.
companies have started to find out they actually don't actually sell healthy foods for the Baja Accord. Baja is Make American Healthy again. All they have to do is refute
That's a 9.
Kennedy attempts to, because the power that Kennedy has in his health human services.
That's a 9.
Here is one company that's become a darling of Baja. Steak and Shake.
How is it low? It's being pretty high.
Where are Steak and Shakes? Okay. So steak and shake. That's why they're so wonderful. Their steaks have steaks. Steak and Shake announced earlier this year began frying French fries in beef tallow instead of seed oils.
Oh, there, Robin Hood.
It's tastier. The French fries are much. If you've ever had beef tallow put into the oil, French fries are much tastier. McDonald's got nailed with the biggest lawsuit you've ever seen.
You need 10 to tie.
Were paid out because French fries were put in beef tallow. Vegetarians had to put in preserved as soon as they found that out. So what happened is to celebrate now the beef tallow.
There we go.
French fries. Kennedy has a meal at a Steak and Shake.
Easy win. Look at these numbers. Do you see the amount of 9s I got? I had 2 9s in every round. Look at that score. Holy crap.
You have an invitation.
Alright. Let's see it. Are you gonna not go first because it's a disadvantage or something?
A street takeover has led to the ransacking of an AutoZone auto parts store in South Los Angeles. Police say that left the store in shambles. The U.S. has reaffirmed its support for Syria's new government, saying there is no hope for uniting the country. This will last week's swift Syrian government targets a ceasefire was announced Saturday. Harvard University has asked a federal court to help it out with a $2.6 billion funding cut by the Trump administration. The university accuses the government of using that funding as leverage to control its economic decisions. Starbucks. We got lots of sunshine today.
Dude, you had 4 in a row. If you would have put it right where I put mine.
What do you mean? No?
Diagonally.
Oh, yeah. So you blocked it. Sure. Thanks? Why would you do that?
Because I'm sexy.
I won. I'm flawless.
Oh, you're getting too much of a fucking...
3. Let's go again. 4 in a row.
Dog. Lion Kings. You don't even know what Lion Kings are. What?
I don't know what that.
I just bought something.
Oh, what the hell? Why?
Because I'm a Lion King, baby. Rawr.
That looks terrible. That's distracting.
I'm a Lion King, baby. Thanks for the win.
One time when I went to visit my aunt, she gave me a large stuffed lion, and he was about 3.5 feet.
Wow, that's a big...
I know, but the thing is, I don't have him anymore, and he was so cool.
Yo, take off that lion sticker. That's bullshit.
I bought it, dog. A proves I'm
Take
undefeated.
it off.
I'm undefeated
Take
as
it
a
off.
lion. Undefeated.
Take it off. Take it off.
Basic.
Okay. Yeah, you can't. There's no cheating in this.
How is that cheating?
Unfair advantage.
It's a distraction.
I think so.
Yeah, I can't keep my life on track because I'm distracted. That's what's going on.
There you go.
Okay.
Why are you laughing, big man? Why are you laughing, big man? Why you?
Because you like to force someone into a box so that they like can't
Why are you laughing?
go somewhere. It's just funny.
What's funny?
I mean, I'm gonna win this game, but it's just funny. Maybe not. I might be forced into a box here.
You don't want me to be the lions. And I'm the Lion King.
Yeah, that's cheating.
I'm the Lion King.
Let's see who has to go. Is it gonna be me or you? Oh, it's gonna be you. Yes. Yes. Are you like no?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh my god. Nice work. Nice work. I don't think you're trying to. See, you're going first, and you take the middle one every time.
All I hear is excuses from you. I embrace solutions, not excuses.
No one does that.
Thanks, man.
What?
I thought you said, oh, it's really easy.
No way. No way. I haven't played this before, so.
Boo hoo
And you
hoo.
literally go first and take. You have a first mover advantage. It's actually a huge advantage, so.
job satisfaction. It describes a look at potential growth, not very much among other factors. Now, this is not quiet quitting, which is getting yourself up and out of a job, basically going to quit without physically and standing up to it. So it doesn't necessarily mean
God damn it.
performance is affected, just their habits. And being happy at work is something that I don't know how many of us are. One of the questions I always ask whenever I start conversations with people and ask them what they do, and they'll tell me, I go, and do you like what you do?
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh, nice. Nice one. Forgot about the diagonal. Oh. You're as good at this game as I am in Sharam. Serum.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, I get to go.
But still working, because what are you going to do? You have to eat, right? And what are the reasons why are people involved in quiet cracking? Well, how about this? No job security because of concerns about layoffs, lack of opportunity, growth opportunities, being replaced by AI. I mean, all of them. And it's happening more and more. And the problem is that management has to be taught how to deal with this. There are ways of dealing with this, but the problem is management is as quiet cracking as other employees are. Everybody is quiet cracking. Right up, and I'm assuming that senior management is not. They make a lot of money, obviously very focused. Maybe they are. I mean, I don't talk to many CEOs in my life, but just got disengaged. And so I'm going to go around the room and keep in mind that everybody I ask here, as they tell me that they like their jobs, which I will hear that, and that's what they will hear this morning. And that is because management here.
Big dog.
No.
Big dog. Big dog. Can you hear me?
What?
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
You can't win here. What? How?
I just beat your ass.
That was good.
I just beat your ass.
Sneaky. That's like 4 in a row right now.
Baby, I'm sick as fuck. What do you want me to do?
So close to getting the hell out of here. I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am.
That makes a lot of us.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good one. It really is. Radio is kind of fun. I'm on my ass during the show. It's for us full time. It's 3 or 4 hours on us. Unlike Will not, Michael Mark's not. But it's pretty good game. It is. And so, am I fulfilled? I don't know. I don't know where Marianne is. I would ask her if she were. All right, guys, we're done. And another fulfilling show tomorrow morning.
You know what the dragon attack is?
Starts with Wake Up Call. And it's Michael Lux with Michael Lux.
Got him. Alright, that's enough of that.
One more. Are you done?
I'm sending you an invite. You join?
I will in a moment. All right. Let's see what kind of invitation you sent me. Checkers? I'm not good at checkers.
Neither am I. Oh, how do you still go first when I...
Because I'm sexy as fuck. Why can't I move the thing? Oh. You're fucked right now, son. You're fucked.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah. Can't move backwards.
Wait, where'd you move?
I hopped over here, dude.
Where?
It's the pieces on the board. That's why they like the little pucks.
Oh, now I see. Now I see.
It's your move.
All right. You're fucked. You're fucked.
It's not letting me move.
Yeah, because you have to jump my guy.
Can I move back?
You have to jump my guy.
What do you mean I have to jump your guy?
Those are the rules of checkers, dog.
What does that mean?
You have a white guy that's touching my red guy. You need to jump him. Or it.
Oh, I have to?
Yeah, dog. Don't you know how it works? That's checkers.
I didn't think you had to jump.
In what world don't you have to jump?
Why would it be forced?
It just is, son.
There's got to be an AI strategy to this.
There is. This game has been solved.
Do you know how to solve it?
With AI?
No, just... I don't know. Oh, you're done. Who the fuck solves checkers? What a dick move. Oh, if you get to the other side, do you like win or something?
It's known as King Me, dog. Haven't you ever fucking played checkers?
What the fuck happens when you king me? I haven't played this in like so long. You get a double checker or some shit.
Let's get out to the freeways now. Schreiber will give us an update on what is going on 6:05.
Now this one can go backwards.
Some sort of really large piece of metal blocking 3 lanes of transition road from 6 going south to 605. So that's backed up that southbound side a little bit. The northbound side really slow, getting away from just before the 60 on up to, it looks like it gets better once you get past Valley Boulevard.
Oh, what the fuck?
So that's where the slowing is there. Southbound side of the 5 freeway, a little bit of brake light action starting at the 710, making your way on down to the 605. It's still slow with the one we had earlier problem there. This was a stall, 60 freeway westbound past Fort Church Road. Looks like they may have cleared that because traffic is recovering pretty nicely. And it looks like some slow traffic heading into downtown on 101, starting at about...
Wait, can you hop over my king? No.
With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Colesrun.
Rabbi, can you hop over someone's king or no?
No. Oh, like that? Yeah, you can do that. It's known as not hopping over. It's known as jumping. Hold on. Can we go back?
No, it's fine.
I would give you that back because that's not fair.
How the fuck did you win? So what happens at the end? It's like a bunch of kings just like hopping backwards, trying to
Word,
on each other.
word, dog.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
That's a good move.
Oh, you're good. You can go up to the side. Oh, I'm still blocking that.
You have to jump that guy. And then I'm going to jump you.
GG.
That's my first win in checkers.
Yes.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one app.
All right. I need a palate cleanser. Hold on, we can't do that one. Let's do just 2v2, mano a mano, 5 holes, and let's keep it sexy. Look how good a shot that is.
It is not the same thing.
Are you going, Heiser?
Yep.
Are you gonna suck dick?
I love watermelon.
Watermelon rules, dog.
Who doesn't?
Rise, are you proud of that shot?
No, 4 out of 10.
Look how sick this shot is. That's not a good shot. Look how good that shot is. Dog, when we're playing mano a mano and you're just getting your ass kicked, it's pretty unreal. I mean, that was terrible. That was like a bad carom shot.
I was AFK.
Dog, look how good this shot is. Do you recognize how sick I am? Dog. I bet this shot sucks.
One of the easiest holes, and I still destroy you.
They're not the easiest holes. Some of them had water. At least one of them. And look how sick I am. Get your ball up here. Get your ball up here. Get your ball up here.
Oh, you didn't make it in 2? You're done.
You're not making this shot. Done. Everybody knows you missed that shot. Peace, baby.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know how that helped me. I don't really know how that helped me. In fact, it hurt me pretty badly.
Vengeance.
Baby. Look how sick that shot was. Look how sick that shot is.
Oh, come on.
Are you proud of that?
Oh. Bad miss.
That was bullshit.
I'm actually gonna concentrate now, so now this is the water bump hole.
You're gonna water bump me? You are not water bumping me.
It's the water bump hole.
You can't water bump me.
You can water bump over it, please.
You're not water bumping me.
Water bump.
Are you serious? Water bump.
You're not. No, you missed it. You don't have the skills, unfortunately, to water bump.
STFU, dog. Get in the water. Water bump.
Oh, don't freaking water bump me, dog. Oh,
How does everyone feel about water balloons? This is very important.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You.
Riser.
Thank you.
Riser. STFU, dog.
Wait, what did you say, Audie? How does everyone feel about water? What?
How do you feel about water balloons?
Oh, I'm very pro water balloons.
Did you stop loving them, or do you still love them?
Always will. It's just hard to tie a knot.
No, it isn't.
Like when your hands are all wet? Yeah, it is.
No, I think probably you just don't have the right fingers for it.
I have big hands, so probably not. Are you gonna go,
Yeah,
Riser?
having an actual. I can't go. It's not even my turn.
Okay, yeah, it is, dog. Are you serious?
Going straight in the hole. Go. Block his ball. Put me in the hole again so I can win. I gave you the lead, and now you've fallen.
Trick shot.
Wow. Who won that game? Oh, the Riser.
Riser sucks.
Riser is the best.
Riser. You have to use an underscore in your name.
Never played this game.
All right. Well, how about you learn?
You have a husband?
Did you say does Riser have a husband?
Have a husband?
Oh, Riser.
What?
What did you say, Audie?
Do you have a wife, Riser?
No.
I mean, or a husband.
No. I'm only 28.
You're younger than Zoot?
So you don't have feelings for other humans?
I just am not married. I did not say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You didn't say that. You just mentioned your age.
Riser, why do you suck so much dick at skee ball?
Dog, I didn't even realize. I didn't even see the 100 there, and you're just looking all at the 100, YOLOing it.
I mean, do you need me to teach you how to play skee ball in addition to checkers and Connect Four? I mean, I figured you learned all this stuff in like kindergarten, dog.
You have like this crazy paid for rainbow ball.
Well, Rabbi, I think like earlier too, you're like talking about the directions are there, but I didn't hear you say that you read them to him.
I don't have to. It says what kind of game we're playing. Like, it says right next to his name. He should just look right next to his name, and it says.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on. You're getting really angry.
No, I'm not. I'm fine. I'm saying that, like, do I have to tell him that, like, hey, Riser, it's round 3 of 3, and you have 9 balls left, and there's 100 and 100 and a 50 and a 40 and a 30 and a 20 and a 10? Like, I shouldn't have to read him everything on the page.
Maybe he only knows shapes and math.
He's smart.
That's probably why he didn't want to play literati.
Riser, that could be. Riser, are you going to go? Riser, that sucks.
Yeah.
Riser.
Audie is throwing 8 right now.
All I know is that you are sucking major league cock at skee ball. You didn't even get half my score, son.
Yeah, I've never played it. I don't know the fucking correct method for flicking the 100 each time.
All right. Well, maybe you can learn.
You win. Congrats.
Oh, I destroyed you.
Give me out a ROM or what it's called.
You love that game.
Then I'll be impressed.
All right, I guess I have to read it to him. It's classic, dog.
Oh, here we go. Let me guess, he picks the 120. Oh no, you went for the hard one. Okay.
No, it's classic.
All right.
So even when I do tell him what it is, he sometimes doesn't know.
Respect that.
A classic hot dog?
No, we have to come up with. Oh, you suck. We have to come up with a name for your friend's hot dog shack.
Oh, you actually remembered that I said that?
Somehow.
Classic dog.
Why doesn't he call it the best hot dog in the world?
Why don't you call it fat dog? Yeah.
Right now, the name is Bun in the Sun.
That's cute.
Or Buns in the Sun.
No.
Buns and Sun, that sucks.
It's also it's on an island.
Buns and Sun sucks. Bun in the Sun.
In the Sun.
That name sucks.
It could be a fucking burger.
That name sucks. Bun in the Sun is cute.
Well,
Bun in the Sun is cute. Buns in the Sun sucks.
okay. I mean,
You know what a better name is? Best hot dog in the world.
Cyclopic bun. Number one dog.
that's not a pun, though.
Best dog.
Needs to be a pun.
Each dog.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's the one. And if you don't use it, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, he's not the one who's opening up the place, so it's up to his friend.
Put it on.
Dude, what am I supposed to do?
Stop playing telephone right now.
What am I supposed to do, Riser?
Was boy cry wolf? I don't know.
Look at this shot. Riser. You know that.
Go in.
You know that would have been amazing.
I mean, it was a good attempt.
It was fucking phenomenal.
Could have been better if it went in.
Dog.
All right.
Your shit sucks.
You changed the settings or something.
How about deep throat dog?
How about hollow hot dog and the hot dogs?
Oh yeah, I forgot. No, that's it, dog. That's it. No, that's it. That'll save lives.
No, it's not about fucking saving lives. It's about getting customers. And beach dog is cute.
It is.
The fuck? So quit fucking with it. When something's good, it's good.
How about-
You need to think about nothing else.
How about the wiener stack or the wiener snack?
Why did you ask for help if you're gonna not even let your brain absorb this fucking beauty?
Beach,
what was yours? The
beach dog is
dog?
cute.
I'm not repeating it again.
I just, it's not your fault. I have a really bad memory.
She said beach dog.
Yeah, no, I know it's beach dog, but oh, what the fuck?
What was that? What did you just do?
Got distracted.
Fuck.
Wow. No, that was a terrible shot.
Riser, watch how sick this shot is.
Wow, you actually missed that?
On purpose.
I don't think so.
Oh, for sure.
If it was in the Caribbean, it could be called the Caribbeaner wiener.
That's cute. Why doesn't he call it the best hot dog in the world?
But
That one might be a little
not a good name.
like a website name, maybe.
That's why, because it's a terrible name.
It's maybe the best name of anything ever.
I don't think anyone would agree with that, but
Riser.
Just make one of your shots.
Yeah,
really
do it.
hard.
Do it.
That's the only.
You don't have the balls. You don't have the discs.
I'm just trying to think of where the fuck.
Dog, it's easy for me to win this game. You're fucked.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You're
I
fucked.
need to move one of yours.
You're fucked.
So it's harder.
Big dog, you are fucked.
Shit, I have like 4 seconds.
3, 2. What did you just do?
That just helps.
Look how sick that shot was.
You have the shell emoji in front of your name? How the fuck do you get that?
How did I do?
That's not allowed.
Where did I get that?
You don't see it on your screen, like right above where your timer thing is. There's the emoji thing that you use.
I don't see it.
The shell emoji.
I don't see it.
Oh.
All I know is that you are fucked. There's no way you hit this shot. And you didn't even help yourself. I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
Wow, you're on fire. Nice shot.
Doug. It was strategic.
The dog.
Now, the reason it's called the Strata Fortress is because if you pull up a Google image of this thing like I just did, it's a freaking.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. I just drained it, son. From downtown.
I'm actually cheesed that he didn't.
I am too. I am too. All right, we're gonna play table soccer, no limit. Passes are 3. Tactical. Goals to win 5. And I'm going to teach you what the dragon attack is.
Sounds good, big hot dog. As long as I got Team Argentina, I'm good.
No one cares about that. People do care about when I play Zoot and I take Australia just to piss them off.
And then Alaska Airlines has resumed operations. They requested a ground stop for all flights late yesterday. They said it was an IT outage. This impacted more than 200 planes for Horizon Air, which is a regional subsidiary operating Alaska flights. Requested a ground
Are you proud of that shot? Move your fucking guy.
I don't know. We'll see what the result ends up being. Why did you make it a limit of 3 passes? Who the hell would play like that?
Because, that's how they play when you play ranked. And so I just want to get used to that. And plus, if you do unlimited, you can just pass it all the way and never end.
I guess. Oh, now you're really in trouble if you don't get this in the back of the net.
Oh, no.
Oh, come on.
Dude. What do I do?
That's really bad.
What a great shot.
Right, if I miss this, then I served it.
Karam. Give me the ball. Look how sick this shot is.
Losers go first. So. Oh, you're breaking up my structure. That's a smart strategy.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. Go. Why do you take so long?
I'm thinking I'm newfie. My giant brain is trying to think of all the possibilities.
Look at this pass. And watch this shot. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Oh, what? How?
Oy vey.
Okay, what is the dragon attack? Is that just a thing?
I'm glad that you asked, Audie. The dragon attack. So here it is. When Zoo Knight began playing this, you can pick any country you want that they have, and there wasn't really any country that was attractive to me. So I took Wales because they have a dragon on their flag. And I started playing with Zoot, and every time I'm about to score, just to piss him off, I say, "Are you ready for the dragon attack?" And he says, "Yeah, go do it. Fuck you." And then I score. And it's become this thing that whenever there's like an easy goal, you ask the person, "Are you ready for the dragon attack?" And they're like, "Yeah, go ahead. Fuck you." And then they score. And the reason why it's called the dragon attack is because Wales has a dragon on their flag. Though it is not the flag that I want to use. I want to use Bhutan's flag, but they aren't in this game. But Bhutan also has a dragon on their flag. I find it interesting that both these countries have a dragon on their flag, and dragons like don't exist.
Anymore? The fuck? Okay. What's a pterodactyl? Oh wait, that's not a dragon. Close enough.
Yeah, 5 goals to win. Damn it. So you're getting.
I am getting wrecked. Because your defense, you just got a bunch of sons back there. Dude.
Come on.
I want you to score again. You deserve it.
Thanks, big dog.
You're welcome, Pimp. Are you ready for this? Dude, look at your defense.
Amazing.
Dude, your defense is still tight as fuck.
Oh, here we go. Or no, 4-0. How are you? Are you proud of your performance this far?
I am not. Go, Riser. Are you proud of that shot?
I am. Now I'm going to hit the ball.
No, this game is over.
How good of a shot it was.
This game is over. You could just win right here. You should have.
Stick to my thing.
This is a stupid move. Open goal, son.
Wow.
You like that move?
Oh, what a pass. Oh no, my goal.
Shot on goal. Oh
Oh,
no.
nice. Scored on your own net. 5-0. My first win, 5-0.
Let's play bounce.
My brain can't handle that game. I'll do Karam now.
No, fuck Karam.
Or archery.
Bounce. Just one game of bounce.
Did you do a hard one?
No, that sucked. That was terrible.
You said won the hard one.
I like this one where you just like ride it all the way up. This one's fun. I don't like this DNA one. It's hard.
Easy, dog. I'm doing a flawless run right now.
Fuck.
Oh, it changed.
Did you win?
I'm getting too good at this game. I'm almost done. Easy. Whooped. Not even close. You can do the hard one. Let's do the hard one.
You won?
You have 10 seconds.
You want to do the hard one?
That was incredibly...
Hard
Yeah,
one
we'll do the
sucks.
hard one.
Hard one sucks. Hard one
I
is...
know how to do it. I'm really good at it. Oh no.
Fuck. I like this one where you ride it like an Uber. Oh, dude, I just did the hardest one.
Oh no. Fuck. Fuck.
Dog. I'm starting to dominate. Dude, I can't make it through this part.
It's not giving me a good color.
I know. Are you pink?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible. Dude. I don't know if it's possible.
Oh, I just did it. Perfect. Are you still stuck?
Yeah, at that one spot. Are you done? Fuck.
And the Dodgers as well. I mean, they're comparable wins records.
Are you done?
Exactly. But the fact that they're capable of going on a skid like that is not good for their minds or the minds of the guys they're going to be facing off of in October.
No way. You made it through this thing? Are you done? Are you done or I'm going to quit? I don't think you're done. I think you're sucking dick. How did I pass you up? Dude. You're lucky. You're lucky that this one is so hard. Oh, I won. What are your thoughts? Why did I do so much better than you did? Yo, dog.
My iPad died. I would have won.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Play me around. Better not be a bounce. Anyway. The soundtrack with bounce is so annoying.
Why don't you just turn it off? Why don't you turn it off?
We're not doing another bounce.
Fine, we'll do disco. Psych, we're going to do Mancala. Mancala.
Mancala.
You're up, dog.
Oh, it actually let me go first? Or is that just saying that? Oh, I get to go first. Isn't that nice? I just destroyed you. Oh, fuck you. That was bad move.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Are you gonna go?
I'm trying to see why you fucked up, but you're not telling me. Oh, you just have a lot of beads there. Oh, no. Oh, I get all these beads? Let's go. What? I won? Yeah. I'm 2-0 in this game. I'm dominating.
I heard that somewhere else. I have not done my own research. Well, didn't that happen right after the debate?
No, it took a couple weeks.
We'll do our own deep dive.
Yes, we will.
You know what?
I'm gonna go back.
Yes, it was today. It was today. Boom!
What was today?
Joe Biden dropped out of the race. It's not the debate. Not the debate. The debate was June 27th. I am now.
Are you gonna go?
Maybe.
It was KNX. That's a lie. It's really a lie.
Michael Muntz is live in about 24 hours. A Bangladesh Air Force training jet has crashed into a school.
You fucked up.
At least 19 people. A new state audit has found California's worker safety agency is under-inspecting workplaces after accidents and worker injuries. More people are leaving California than moving in. U-Haul reports California is the lowest-ranked state for the 5th consecutive year. This news report is brought to you by Blindster.com. We'll check out the 6th next.
I love my Verna. It makes me feel protected, and I also have peace of mind that I'm not going to kill anybody. That's the beauty of it.
Well, listen, have you ever found yourself in that position where
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
I am gonna go. Are you gonna go?
Are you gonna go?
Because I'm going. I'm actually going.
Are you gonna go?
I can't wait to get my hands on the all-new compact launcher. This is
Yeah, you're taking forever, dog. Are you gonna hurry up?
smartphone stick, which means, yeah, you can keep it on your person with drawing no attention. You can put it in your purse. It's perfect.
Verna, by the way, trusted by over 500 different government
Are you gonna go?
departments, private security firms, and listen, it's a way for you to effectively defend yourself and de-escalate a situation without the consequences of deadly force.
Verna is legal in all
You're
50
done.
states. There is no background check needed. All pistols are assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Fuck you, dude.
Look at this.
Retail store locator to get the closest one, offering live demos, by the way, including select Sportsman's Warehouse stores, Verna retail stores, and authorized premier dealers. Again, Verna, Byrna, Verna.com. We got lots of sunshine today. The temperature staying below normal. We've been really lucky with all this beautiful weather lately. Basically, be in the 70s or the 80s across the Southland. We'll drop down to the 60s overnight.
You fucked up.
50s tomorrow, basically the same. In fact, the foreseeable
You fucked up.
No, you fucked up.
My friend, you fucked up.
No, you fucked up. Look at this.
Fuck.
It destroyed you.
You fucked up.
No.
You fucked up.
No.
How's it feel to barely lose?
Alright, run it back. I don't know the strategy to this.
You'll learn it when you're an expert like I am. Are you gonna go?
Wherever you went.
You're up, pimp. Thanks for the free seeds.
It's all part of the strategy.
Free turn, pimp.
Oh no. I mean,
Are you gonna go? Because you're fucked here. I'm taking all your shit.
oh, all right. I think I know how to play now.
Oh, you do? Well, it's certainly not by losing all your shit like that. Oh, shit.
Oh. You got wrecked, son. Oh. Dragon attack. How does that feel?
STFU. You like this game? Hey, how about you go? How about you go? How about you go?
More games played, and you put down that level of performance. That is wild. Someone will certainly not be representing the United States in the Olympics of Macau.
We wouldn't want to play this game. Our country's too great for that shit.
You're what?
Our country is too great to want to play that game.
That's racist.
It's not racist at all.
Sounds pretty racist.
It just means this game sucks.
No, it doesn't.
But America is not that great.
Well, it was when I was a kid.
Yeah, we'll report the show weekly and catch the candy.
Oh, look at that win, son. Look at that win. Look how many I'm going to get. 40. I beat you 40-8.
That was bad. All right, run it back.
Have you ever played Blocko?
No one's ever heard of that game. No one cares about that
Why did you steal my phrases?
game. I did not steal your phrase.
I came up with no one cares about that. No one thinks that's cool. Are you going to go?
Yeah.
Are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
I thought it was nice.
There you go. Free turn,
I
pimp.
feel like that's probably what you want.
Riser, you going to go or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Whose side are you on?
No one knows.
Buddy?
No one knows.
Yo, why don't I get to capture my own thoughts?
It doesn't work that way.
That pains me so terribly to hear that. I'm on my own side.
Look how sick this shot is, Riser.
Who's on my side? That's the fucking question. Don't question
You just
me.
fucked up.
Why did I just fuck up?
I don't know. How do you have so many free turns in a row?
Because I plan well. You're done, son. You're done. You better just.
That was bad.
Yeah, it was.
That was awful.
It was awful.
There's no coming back from that. Body.
He keeps calling himself malicious.
Riser, you gonna go?
I can't do that. I'm afraid I can't do that, Audie.
So you're not gay? I'm still getting to know you. It's okay if you are.
He's not gay, but he sure is sucking a lot of dick in this game. He is not gay, but he sure is sucking a lot of dick in this game.
He's not gay. Well, we've cleared that up. Thank you. I won't say anything else suggesting likewise.
Well, I mean, I know how you could think he is because he's sucking dick in this game.
No, actually, that's not why I would think that.
Okay, I mean, it could just see how some people would. Riser, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Story a couple weeks ago now on the Sunday New York Times, and it was about a woman who's just like you. She does not like to talk about her feelings. She thinks that maybe they don't exist all the time, or they do for other people. And she was feeling a certain, I forget what was going on in her life, but it didn't even occur to her to talk to her husband about it. Like, it wasn't like a conscious thing of, I'm not going to talk to my husband about the way I'm feeling. It's just not what she did. And she...
You're fucked.
What the hell?
You got it, baby.
I've been robbed.
How'd you like that move?
I've been robbed.
You're up.
I've been robbed.
Conversation. It was just a, hey, I've been feeling lonely or whatever it was because of this. And he said, I've been feeling the same way. And they just got it out there, and it was like breathing fresh air, and it was fun. It was causing a lot. And I thought, how lovely. We've got a story. We're running out of
Gotcha.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I am fucking serious.
Fuck you.
Calm down, son. Calm down, son.
Fuck you.
That'd be the perfect time for you to say right there.
I don't even know why you and they're insisting on that. But. Give me some eggs, bro. Give me some eggs.
Dog, you got smoked.
Pretty sure I'm winning right now.
You're not.
What do you think?
This game is over. Thanks for the win.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting random.
You know exactly what you're doing, son.
Well, let me know when you're ready to play.
How about you go?
And then you can start talking.
explosion happened on Friday morning at a training facility in East LA. The LASD says that 50 detectives who were killed were moving explosives in a cart through the training center's parking lot. Reports say the detectives thought the devices were inert. The investigation has also led law enforcement to an apartment complex in Santa Monica. Residents say there was a heavy police presence there on Friday and Saturday. Mark Beekman, Kingdom 5 News.
You're done.
You're done.
Fuck.
Officials in Texas have adjusted their estimates of the number of people missing since the devastating flood on the 4th of July. ABC's Jim Ryan says, quote, the Kerr County Flood Disaster Joint Information Center, 3 people in that county are
You're done.
usually up to 160 people were unaccounted for.
You're done. Thanks for the win.
Tell me what your strategy is.
To win?
No. Actually tell me.
All I do, okay, here's what it is. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down, because all I do is win, win, win. And if you're feeling me, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Stay down.
That is my strategy, dog. Do you want to hear it again?
Yeah, sing it again.
Here's my strategy. It goes like this. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. I just won again.
This is
the
most painfully boring game.
You love it. And I got more than 40. 42, son.
He's here for so long.
You ready for it again?
Trying, dog. It's not gonna work. Post advantage.
Dude, you just started. You're up. Psych. Excelente. Will do. God willing.
Driver tells us about debris on the 10 in downtown Los Angeles. You know, this is right next to the fashion district, and the 10 westbound, wouldn't you know, we've got a trash can and
You're fucked. Big time fucked. Big time fucked.
Wow.
Dude, you could have fucked me so badly.
How?
I'm not going to tell you, but you could have.
No, that would never happen.
I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the story of my Uncle Chris, a real character, a garbage truck driver from South Carolina who is now buried alongside the founding families. And wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and more intertwined as they share the tall tales and hard truths that help me understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Man, you are getting fucked.
This is stupid as fuck to me.
You love it.
No, it actually sucks. It sucks more wiener than the hot dog stand.
Maybe you should have your friend call it that. The suck more dick than a hot dog stand. It's 27-13.
Yeah, you don't have 40 points. You suck.
You're done. Thanks for the win.
I like tripled my score from last game.
You were my 50th win. For the rest of my life, I'll remember that Riser was my 50th Mancala win. You're up, big dog. Host advantage.
Yep.
Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
It's odd. It just means that we're probably going to get screwed later in the year. Yeah, August and September can be flaming hot.
Hey Gary, I don't know how long you go to Maui, but we go, we stay up on the west side. We go to Lahaina a lot. There's a restaurant we like there a lot called Timo's. If you know about it, they say they're going to be reopening later in the year. What's the rebuilding like in Lahaina?
By the way, I go to Maui about once every 52 years. So that was the first time I'd ever been to Maui. The rebuilding in Lahaina is there as you drive into that west side to like Kanapali area, Kaanapali area, and all that. There is a memorial alongside what they call now the Lahaina bypass, which is a road that takes you around what's left of Lahaina, and it is sobering, to say the least, just in terms of the amount of stuff that is not there.
Ooh, you could have fucked me.
Construction that is gone as a result of those fires from 2 years, almost 2 years ago now. But that they have begun rebuilding, and some of those sections of Lahaina have reopened. Some of the stores have reopened, but as you drive around sort of that front street area, which isn't technically even open, and that highway that goes right through, it is pretty devastating. And to have gone through Malibu and Palisades just a few weeks ago also, it was pretty stunning to see how there is some rebuilding.
Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Well, we have been following all of the news coming out of the tragedy at the Sheriff's Department over the weekend, and one of the questions swirling around, I first heard Conway ask it on Friday, is if they
fuck off.
these explosives that killed these 3 veteran detectives.
How are you still going?
Because I'm sexy.
Criminally liable in this case, and it's one of the possibilities that remains on the table. They've zeroed in on a storage unit at an apartment complex in Santa Monica. Of course, this explosive blast occurred Friday morning at the training center there off Eastern when the 3 detectives, deputies, Joshua Kelly Eklund,
Fuck off.
Victor Lemus, and William Osborne.
I was closer at the end.
Why aren't you good at this?
No, I'm getting better.
Are you? You started off winning your first 2 games.
Yeah, beginner's luck. Are you gonna go?
Maybe.
Are you gonna go, or are you gonna jerk yourself off? Oh.
You're up, big dog. Free turn.
Oh, I know I'm up.
Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. What happened?
I accidentally resigned. Sorry, new game. No more bullshit. Host advantage.
Detective Kelly Eklund first joined the department in 2006. He worked at Beaches and North County Correction, moved to Lennox and South LA stations. Detective Lemus joined the department in 2003. Initially worked at Twin Tower Correctional Facility. He's known for his mentorship of younger deputies. Detective Osborne joined the department way back in '92. Served as the Men's Central Jail to Industry Station, where he went up to detective in a couple of these, by the way. Detective Lemus, survived by his wife, who was also a detective in the Sheriff's Department. And Detective Osborne survived by his wife, who was also a detective. And as you mentioned, the 16 children between them. We don't know a lot about the specifics from memorial services, but those will be announced in the coming days. The prospect of
You're fucked.
being held responsible
Fuck.
this, it almost seems like it would be a hard prosecution.
14-3, son.
Just in terms of, they don't even know exactly what it was that caused this explosion in the first place. Was it just simply one of these things that went off? Was it mishandling in some way? That's kind of what's going to be determining how it is they're going to go about a prosecution if it in fact exists. So, the Sheriff's Department
20-4.
the deadliest day since 1857.
I meant to look up what happened just out of curiosity.
You must be counting something. Counting the numbers and knowing what fucking numbers.
Are you gonna go?
Before even maybe you know the Sheriff's Department, you live in LA County, you know these are the best of the best, especially when you talk about the specialized units in the Sheriff's Department. Adds insult to tragedy there. All right, when we come back, that car versus the crowd in Los Angeles. This guy,
Are you gonna go?
of course he does. Some a-hole gets booted from a club. Who knows if he's high, drunk, or just angry, or all of the three, or what have you. But there's a certain guy that does this kind of thing, just plows into a crowd willy-nilly. And it's the kind of person who
Oh,
tells you
come on.
before they do that. And that's exactly the case here.
Gary Chandler will continue. Also, a shot for you, $1,000 is coming up. Michael Lunk's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Polar Bear Bass has just reiterated her call against the presence of National Guard troops and the U.S. Marines here in Los Angeles. Half those Guard troops have been sent away. The Trump administration has kept 2,000 here next to 700 U.S. Marines. Some ex-federal prosecutors say a Justice Department request unsealed grand jury transcripts.
Game over, son.
Sexual abuser Jeffrey Epstein and his former girlfriend is unlikely to produce much, if anything, to satisfy the public.
I will fucking watch a strategy video on this, and I will come back. Where's my invite?
You have it.
Hurry up.
You're up.
There's people waiting, dude.
It's still your turn. F you, dude.
It's pretty slow back in La Sierra as you head eastbound. Unusual for the morning, usually the westbound side is slow at the eastbound side. If you try to get through Granada Hills, problems there on the 5 southbound at the Roxford Street crash there on the right shoulder. Traffic is slow from 210. We're still dealing with that debris in downtown. street, the left lane blocked with some sort of clothing and stuff. And things are slow back during the East LA interchange. Also some problems for South LA. Crash 105 westbound past
Good move.
carpool lanes blocked and slow through the 110. With some of California's most accurate traffic reports.
Your turn. Hurry up.
I can't think about my Uncle Chris without
You're up, pimp.
the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris
Thanks,
podcast
Big Dog.
is scored by Uncle Chris, a real character, a garbage truck driver from South Carolina who's now buried alongside his founding family. Now, wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and more intertwine as I share the tall tales of hard truths to help me understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app.
You're up, pimp.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV series.
Here's what you may popular like in your stream on. Starting us off again this week is
Oh.
TV Plus golf dramedy Stick, starring Owen Wilson, followed by former #1 Department Q on Netflix. Last week's #2 show, The Waterfront.
You're up, pimp.
What?
Yeah, you saw that. Oh, dude, you're winning.
Making its debut at 5 is the new Netflix crime drama Untamed, starring Eric Viana and Sam Neill, with Smoke on Apple TV Plus.
17 to 20, 18 to 20.
Last week's #1 show, The Bear, on FX on Hulu, drops back to 3. Dexter Resurrection on Paramount Plus with Showtime rises
Oh,
to
you
2.
lost.
And shooting up to the top spot is the new crime drama Mallard, starring Maggie.
Yo, how does that feel? You lost.
It was lovely.
You lost. You lost.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a
Oh.
people with their own
What up, pimp?
by telling
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Dude, me too. Where are you from, bro?
United States. How about you?
United States, from Spain.
Oh, very cool. I'm playing a game with my friend. How'd you find out about me?
In a clip of Kick, bro. You use bots or what?
How'd you find? Oh, you find out about me from Kick?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I use bots.
You know,
100%. That's great.
you use bots something.
Yeah.
It's no problem. What is or no?
Yes, I do.
How much cost? Bots?
It's free.
Free bots?
Free bots.
Where? Impossible.
No, it's not. You want me to teach you how to make one?
Okay.
Download something called Macro Recorder. So Google Macro Recorder.
Okay.
And I'll walk you through how to do it.
Okay. And how much PC you got, bro?
Free.
Or laptop?
Oh, desktop or laptop. Desktop or laptop, either or.
Wow. What is your job, bro? Is much money?
I'm a certified project management professional by trade.
Professional what?
Project manager.
What is that? In Spain, I don't know.
Manage projects.
Yeah. Okay. I know.
Very well. So download Macro Recorder.
It's been a while since we heard the names Redskins and Indians. President Trump wants those teams to bring back their former names. Trump posted on Truth Social that Washington's NFL franchise and Cleveland's Major League Baseball team should return to their original team names. Washington dropped the name Redskins in the 2019 season, and the Commanders withdrew in 2022. Cleveland scrapped the Indians name in 2021.
You're up, pimp.
On the next Bill Handle Show, restaurants in the U.S. receive around 4 billion food delivery orders a year. Cue the robots, cue the drones. Food poisoning, Will Robinson, food poisoning. That's coming up after 7 tomorrow morning on the next Handle Show.
You know, for as big a game as you talk, you've lost a lot.
Did you play Karam?
You like Karam?
Yes. I like Iowa. Sweep. No.
I also did it, like I said, while having a writing intern, big wave IPAs from Maui Brewing Company. We had a new chance of $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. That's cash, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-9-million or sweetjames.com. And keyword again goes on the website. And if you win, we'll send you an email. Let you know you won $1,000 an hour. Now we're going to do the whole thing over. The driver who intentionally plowed into a crowd early Saturday outside a club, and I stumble on that because when you say intentionally plowed, it sometimes makes it sound like, and the reason why this got so much coverage, that he was like a domestic terrorist, the kind that we've seen use their cars to inflict as much injury and death as possible. This seems to just be an angle. But this was a guy who was previously convicted of a hate crime in Orange County. Apparently, he has been up to no good in Orange County for quite some time. His name's Fernando Ramirez, and when he was 23 back in June 2019, he went into a Whole Foods and Laguna Beach and sucker punched a 26-year-old black employee who had been on the lunch break. When asked by an officer why he did that, he said it was because the guy was black and that he hates all black. That's just part of this criminal record that this guy has. Prosecutors in Orange County said they filed 11 criminal cases over the last 11 years against this guy, including several violence charges. Now, I'm shocked that Orange County hasn't just locked him up and brought away the key. Yeah, this doesn't make a whole lot.
Lucky shot.
All right, you ready to play basketball?
No. Do it 10. 210. Now it's 120 shit. No one plays 120.
Everybody plays 120.
Where did this game originate from?
I think the Middle East.
You don't know which country?
I don't think anybody knows. Get there, baby. See, I don't need to do your bullshit tactics.
You mean your bullshit?
Dog.
I copied from you. So you admit that it's bullshit and you don't like it when
Dog. Are you
You
done?
hear that stream? Everyone,
Are you done?
everyone in the future hears
Are
that.
you done?
The problem is the stream can't see your terrible Quran performance.
Yeah, they can. They can watch it off the reflection of my glasses.
All right, and AI will expand that in the future.
1000%, son.
Is there a limit to upscaling?
No.
Like, is there photos that are shitty enough where it's just impossible to upscale them?
Nope.
So you take like two cubes, you can just upscale that?
Yep.
That low of a resolution?
Word, dog.
No. I don't think that's true.
Oh.
You have no priors. You have a responsibility
Easy.
and your job. Yeah, you have no problem getting that willy-nilly. Because it's just too crowded. It's just too crowded. Okay, I like how you frame that. I like though how you frame that. If I got popped, and so there you're insinuating that like you've done this, but you haven't been caught. Right. I mean, I haven't been convicted. You haven't been arrested for it.
I can't believe that's the one you went for.
TBI. Traumatic brain injury. You've been handing out TBIs to people for 52 years, but you've never been popped for it. Just does not seem like your character. I don't know. Hawaii does seem to.
Look how sick that shot was.
Beauty.
I will say this though, the smell of the continuity airport right there on the north end of Maui, it's just, it's flowers and glory. There's birds, planaria. It's just beautiful. And you get it in LAX, especially terminal exhaust. There's still an exhaust and cigarettes. Jet exhaust and the cigarettes. Yeah, it's wild. Nobody even smokes cigarettes, but LAX still smells like cigarettes. It smells like, I remember when I moved here 20 years ago, and I quit smoking.
Oh, wow.
I landed at LAX in the first.
You gonna get those two?
So clearly, the first
Get both of them.
got out of that terminal was, God, I want a cigarette. True story. And I picked it up again. Robot wheelchairs at LAX. I definitely saw them in terminal. I haven't seen the wheelchair. I've seen the robots. You sign up for it, where you sit in the chair and you don't need a human behind you. The wheelchair knows where to go. Wow. That's going to be probably you in 20 years, 30 years. I also saw something very funny. I'll make this quick. Wife and I in the TSA line at LAX, leave, right? First day vacation, we're happy. There's a mom, a father, and a little boy who's probably 5 or 6 behind us. She's not happy. They're also clearly going on vacation. Kids dressed like in beach gear. They're leaving. They're ready. They've had a morning. And mom said, I don't want anybody touching my body, and I don't want anybody speaking to me. And we had to turn quietly. She would have been pissed if she laughed at her. But I bet like there was a time.
Oh, damn. What a performance. Oh my god. No way you choked on that. Come on.
Purposefully.
Why?
I don't want you to feel bad when I beat you.
I don't feel bad. For some reason, you're just really good at choking when it's crunch time.
Miss.
Straight in. Are you getting scared? Oh, are you ready for the Newfie finisher?
Yeah.
The greatest comeback.
You're fucked, dude. I have no fear.
Oh,
Thanks for the win, baby. Champion. That's 40 wins. I'm good for now. Play me in basketball.
Okay.
You're up, pimp.
What if I just clap you with?
You're up, pimp. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's two misses. One swish. That was good. Two swishes. Three swishes.
Dog, the sensitivity in this thing's fucking stupid.
That's what she said. That's what he said, B.
Like, why aren't you shooting ones off to the side? Like,
because I don't suck dick.
I'm actually.
That's a make. That's two makes. Three makes. Wow. Swish? Dude, that was really good. 8 points.
Yeah, that one was pretty decent. Why is the backboard like made of cardboard? Oh, wow. Oh, he's pulling the Lance Armstrong here.
What's a Lance Armstrong?
A one-nutted finish.
That's a miss. 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 You got 0 points.
What the fuck? That was bullshit.
I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. Look how good I am. Whoa, the fucking light just changed.
5 whole points.
You have 0 wins.
Darts.
You got it. You've got it.
It has to be the 100 checkout like pro finish one.
Why? Because you know I suck at that. 101 pro double out.
Yeah, pro double out.
Dog, I'm gonna dominate you. You're up. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss.
I was used to flicking it fast because of the basketball. One.
That's a miss. Miss. Miss.
And I'm a little rusty. Yo, what the fuck happened to this thing?
Are you fucking serious? Miss.
How good is Jude at this game?
He's very good.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from
Get that too.
hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Oh, we're both on the 2. Let's see it. Let's see it. No.
You
Oh,
missed.
the third one.
You ready for this?
Ready. What? I hit the thing. I hit the red.
Yeah, but you had already hit it too.
Oh my lord. This is such bullshit. Oh my god. Oh, I can't shoot it higher. I'm so totally. How do you get busted for hitting a 1? Yo, when are you gonna win?
Dude, I don't like the pro double out.
Wow. This could take a while.
No, I'll end it right here.
Oh.
You're done, son. You're done.
I didn't get. Why didn't I get to go?
You got to go first. Home field advantage. Home field advantage. Home field advantage. That was good.
Is this a pro double out or not?
Yeah.
No, we haven't done bowling.
Dude, I'll destroy you in bowling. I play bowling every night with Miss Aquarius. You're done in bowling.
Oh, I'm good at bowling.
You are going to suck in comparison to me.
I fucking hit the 10. What the fuck?
You're done. Bowling time.
Yeah, we dart sucks.
How do you like my ball?
Cheating.
Are you gonna go?
Are you gonna put spin on it? Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, douche. What a shot! Whoa,
Do you like that?
that was amazing.
How do you like that?
That was fucking amazing, dude. I've never seen anybody make it like that.
That was my first ever shot. Oh, bullshit. I was just... No way. No.
Wow. So I don't know anything about grenades, but my question is
I thought you were good at this game.
I'm about to tie you, son.
type of grenade that they have not ever handled before and that an X-ray would not show it being inert? Is that a possibility?
I guess, but I
Yo, what?
that they would simply say we're not going to touch it until we know for sure that if it was something they hadn't seen.
Okay.
And what I believe they mean by inert is that whatever gunpowder or explosive materials in it would have been removed. I mean, Army surplus stores, I
Oh,
don't
no.
think you still sell them, but you used to be able to buy inert grenades that had any explosives that would have been in them taken out.
Dog, you're done.
So I don't
You got a split, and I had a strike on my last shot. You're done. I don't even have to go. You just got destroyed. You got destroyed.
Incorrect.
You know you can put spin on the ball.
How?
You move your finger like a C.
Okay.
I'll play you like that. You have to put spin on the ball. That wasn't it.
I'm trying out the little spin trick. No, it doesn't work.
Yes, it does. I'll show you. I'm not good at it.
Yeah, nice. Nice spin. Amazing spin there. Works really well.
Dog, I'll still beat you.
Got her.
It kind of did what it was supposed to do at the time. This is 100 miles away, and these were clouds over a very drought-stricken farmland that had not seen rain for quite some time. And it did what it was supposed to do. But then news forecast came in, and they called off the operation.
Now, there were some suggestions right away that this cloud seeding had something to do with the devastating flooding.
Look at him go.
Killing dozens of people. I think 135 is the latest number, including a bunch of those girls at the day camp. Now, the idea is far-fetched. It's been debunked.
Knock that over. Come on, dog.
That means nothing these days. That means nothing in the age of the internet, where this kind of conspiracy theory will live for a long time.
Well, and this is nothing new. Cloud seeding, as we've talked about, has gone back to the 40s. This is something that's had several different iterations with several different versions of success. But this was a government-sanctioned cloud seeding. This wasn't some weird fringe
Oh my lord.
This was a local government agency that brought in this company to create rain over
I'm gonna come back.
drought-stricken fields.
Now, Rainmaker has come clean with their project.
You're gonna need a 20 here.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Say about 125 miles southeast of where the Guadalupe River flooded. They flew their plane to an elevation of 1,600 feet. They dispersed about 70 grams of silver iodide, which
Let's go, my first win.
No, what's your
Or
third?
smaller than a handful of skittles. And what that silver iodide does is it latches onto some of those water droplets that are already in those clouds. Sometimes it converts them into ice crystals that would fall as rain or snow, depending on the temperature that would go through. And then soon after
Bullshit.
that flight,
Oh.
meteorologists that work with Rainmaker identified an inflow of moisture to the
Bullshit.
and said,
Fuck.
we don't need to do this anymore. You can suspend operation. About 1 in the morning the next day is when the National Weather Service issued its first flash flood.
Bullshit. More bullshit.
So this is also one of those things is clouds.
I'll play one last game of Kim, and then my arms hurt.
Clouds. It just uses the water that exists in the clouds currently. It makes water droplets large enough that they would actually fall to the ground and survive. Good news.
Yeah, we've got a great story coming up. It's one of my favorite types of stories. It's an unlikely friendship story. A friendship between a coyote and a bear.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Microphone fixed.
It's good.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
By the way, you start a Monday. Here's
Tough
the
split.
is LA police trying to find the guy
Are you gonna hit it? Are you gonna go?
outside of Club
My bad.
and the
I
Cosby Show
didn't
after
realize.
Jamal Warner was live. It was 54. We'll have more at the top of the hour. Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be sunny today with highs in the 70s to the 90s. This one will be brought to you by Lowe's. Work zone on the 10 in Claremont.
Strike. Oh.
Traffic stop on Town Avenue on the eastbound side of the 10. It's also slow on the 91 headed into Riverside, eastbound side of the 91.
Are you serious?
Shut down there. So they can just go to work.
I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
Alright, triple strike here. Let's go. Yep. Yeah, right.
Southern California starts adding the traffic reports. I will pull truck.
You've got an app for music, an app for photos, maybe even one that helps you sleep. But then the fun app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcast sets presets. Get the free iHeartRadio app, the number one app for radio.
Classic.
Yeah, name whatever game. Oh, look who's stealing my strategy.
It's classic, dog.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio.
I'll go.
Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon.
Oh.
You can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you can have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home. With the iHeartRadio Sonos integration.
Thank you.
Check it out for free now.
Thank myself.
Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover
Look at this shot.
library of over 300
Amazing.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, come on.
Are you gonna go?
I'm going, dog.
That was unimpressive.
I just see. Oh, I forgot the queen doesn't matter in this one. Just there, Chris. Are you proud of that shot right there? You want to see a Newfie IQ shot? Right
Yeah,
now?
I do.
Look, pay attention. When have you seen the backward shot?
What was so newfie about that?
I banked it backwards and got one in.
You know that I'm
Never
white?
seen that. No one has ever done that before. So, I'm just a trailblazer in the game of Crown.
Why don't you move these fucking discs?
I'll move my discs out of the way shortly. Hang
Okay.
on 1 second there, bud.
I'm ready.
Easy shot. Oh, cool. No.
Wow.
No. We're tied at 69. Oh, 79.
Look at this shot. Oh,
Beauty.
that was sick. Unimpressive. That hurt you.
No. Have we seen it 2 in a row? Puck in the corner? Puck in the pocket? Let's see it, son. Let's see it, son. Game on the line. Game on
I
the
put
line.
one in for you.
Whoops. Except your stupid thing, my
No way.
Oh.
No.
Bingo. Oh, this is bullshit.
Researchers and some of those probably less scrupulous companies that are developing models like this that would be so manipulative. And just the technology of people falling
Let's see it. The choke master up at the plate. No way. Nope. 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 Except now the red things. Okay. Nope. Nope. Hey, you know what the dragon attack is?
Dog, how did you miss that? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Got it. Yes. All right. Dude, come tonight and let's do it all over again.
All right.
Good games, man. You're really getting good at carom. I know it's
I
carom.
wish I could stay the same.
Dog, I don't need to be. I'm good at everything else. Peace, baby. Oh, man.
All right, Nuki.
Thank you for the high praise.
Peace out. Peace out, Nuki.
Thank you for the high praise.
All right, later, Nuki.
Thank you for the high praise. Look at this little baby. You are so good. You're so good. You're such a baby. Just a perfectest doggy. Just a perfect being of Hashem. Orthodox Jews, why don't we have dogs? Look at this baby. He doesn't hurt anybody. Can you see him? Can you see him? He's so perfect. Perfect. Oh, I could sheepy with him forever. Just a little living gift from Hashem. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. What a sweetie. What a sweet, just an absolute dolly. You're my little baby bear. I wish you were mine. I would love you even more than I do. I love you, little baby bear. Here's the sweetest little baby. The sweetest little baby. Oh. No way, Malcolm Jamal Warner. What happened? I love Malcolm Jamal Warner. No way. How did he die? Oh, that's so sad. He was great. Oh, look at this little baby. Look at this little baby. Excuse me. Excuse me, little baby. Oh, that's a big boy. You're such a good baby. Maybe we move this down a little bit. No. Come back here, boo. Come back here, boo. There you go. There you go. Good boy.
Under here, you know.
Yeah.
I remember a girl let me feel it back one time at the library when we were kind of holding children or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess she didn't want me touching her breast or whatever. I think maybe I didn't know what was going on.
Back's good.
She's like, you can feel on my back.
Back's real good.
And I just remember this feeling in her back.
I'm gonna be a back man now that you mention it.
Fucking nice, huh?
Rubbing a lady's back.
It's one big flat long tip.
That's all the back is.
You know? Yeah, let me get that flat. Let me get
small of the back. Put your hand there.
Oh, dude.
Shit.
If you touched on the small of her back and her body, it felt warmer there. Like, you know, it felt like she was baking cookies in her butt or something.
Yeah.
It felt always warmer there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like, whoa, what am I doing down here? I remember the first time a girl let me touch the small of her back and had some hair on it, right? Because her dad was really tough. And I was like, I don't care. I'll pet this girl.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I will pet this bitch. I'm in love.
Sometimes girls have really hairy butts.
Really?
Yeah. I think naturally girls sometimes have. I think they have to work on that. Some of them get like man's ass.
I don't think you do, dude. I don't think these are.
But I'm getting tricked.
You're getting tricked by some of that ass.
Search girl, hairy ass girl.
Yeah, bring something
You're gonna
up.
see that.
We have blockers on a lot of our stuff, but you can get around some of it. Maybe on Twitter.
Are you allowed to show hairy ass?
I was looking for a picture, but read this top Reddit post.
My girlfriend has a lot of hair on her ass. How do I approach this? Great question. Let's review this. Do you have
The problem is that her asshole is very hairy.
This is on Ask Women, by the way, the subreddit.
If it bothers you so much you can't be with her because of it, you have to straight up tell her about it. Why is she getting all ratchet all of a sudden? Somebody just reported her. She's like, you gotta straight up tell her about it. Period.
Honey, your hairy asshole disturbs me.
Here's the actual post.
But I think my girlfriend is beautiful and she does a great job of manicuring her lady bits. The problem is that her asshole, they wrote it like that, is very hairy. It's kind of a turnoff when I'm down there. A few wouldn't bother me, but this is a lot more than a few. How did you all start taking care of your nether regions? Did you read about it in a magazine or you just do it naturally? How should I approach this topic with her without getting her upset?
Start getting those magazines, laying them around.
Yeah.
Just taking a hairy ass shit. You can leave them in the bathroom. Ew, dude. Hairy butt ladies.
You
hairy butt, I know.
Look at those babies.
I don't know if I would mind a little hair like on the
What a
hips,
sweetie.
probably. I just think the actual cheeks, if there were hair on them,
What a
crack.
sweetie
Not the
bear.
cheeks. Like a man's, like an Italian man's ass.
Yeah. Like a fucking Jewish sideburn down there, huh?
Get in there, Jewish tunnels. You see them coming out of tunnels?
What? Oh, the
Jewish tunnels.
Yeah. Bring that up, dude.
Jews, it's better. They're getting some bad PR lately.
This
might be the worst one. A guy came out. All right, I swear to God, I'm not being anti-Semitic. Jewish dude coming out of a sword grate in New York.
Oh, yeah.
That's a video of that. It's
a New York synagogue erupted in a chaos Monday night. Let's play a bit of it. All right.
That is tough to address, though. I know we're moving on to Jews and tunnels, but
let's finish it out there.
Hairy ass woman.
Let's finish out there. We'll go to this
Did not
because
serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connection, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes.
So
The
sometimes you don't
focus
want to
of the
have a wife that
Jews,
can't
however,
survive.
in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in a secular subject. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were, focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential, but until the arrival of few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barcia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement related to the Almohades as well that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barcia came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of culture stores. But, don't you guys know anything about science? Or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barcia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Santiago, and they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? And I said, well, you have to learn Arabic. I said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic. And they said, okay, look, we can get some translators. And what ended up happening is two rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Sibin family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Rabbi Rothschild, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first. Tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Tolos of Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Rabbi Shalom said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda Ibn Tiran and Yosef Kimchi began translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel Ibn Tiran continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikra Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachya's Chobos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, his guide for the perplexed, oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, a fascinating, very different and literate approach to philosophy. Saga Gaon's book of beliefs and opinions, and the great poetry of the Kabiro. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much as the Kabiro, but Rabbeinu Bachya, the Rambam, Yehuda Halevi, this is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you find copies of these books. Many of the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides, the one that Maimonides, of course, the great guru, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him in several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there are two specific books that are incredibly important to the technical Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice. It's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do on any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular case, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Raiva. Rabbi Abraham Ibn Daud of Posquier, who was one of the many commentators in the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish narrative. Sorry I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam, so critical, that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought today is that the Raiva's commentary is always printed on the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Raiva who disagrees with it. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence, and in fact, the Rambam corresponded, Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence in some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course, in the 13th century, it was burned in Paris. Motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical meanings, but nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam. In fact, his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chassidut Provence begins moving into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Tversky puts it. France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Sadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions or Maimonides' Guide to the Quran. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This is an extremely valuable endeavor. And I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like ArtScroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU, all kinds of organizations are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo-Jewish public needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they're processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Lady Ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides, or the Ralbag, who takes a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachamei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in another video. For the time being, I hope you found this useful. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope you found it interesting.
Well, that right. The media knows them. So,
the guy coming out of the grave. The guy coming out of the grave is one of the most anti-Semitic things I've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Hello, I'm here with the Jews in Provence, where we're exploring the Rome. They were at ours Gladiator channel. Here's Russell Crowe over here. Nowadays, it's bullfighting. The region of Provence is quite popular to Spain, and so that's a good competition in this location. There is, however, an attempt close to the gutter traffic in Sahaba, as you see on the left-hand side, and on the right, there's going to heaven on the right, series of people who are really bound and following each other hands on each other's shoulders, being led off to hell, and they're living there by clearly very car ride or bus ride, about 30 miles away, you'll get to the amazing job. Right now, it is a phenomenal aqueduct. That is like basically a 30-mile stretch from the spring to the and it's only 55 something like 30 meters in height of those two locations. Since the water can travel with gravity, they had to calculate
Yeah, I can't get it.
And also plays in context what it must have been like for
Big boss man, you look like a big boss man. Obviously,
entire
you like him in a bio.
they call it Jason Ridge, which is also a UNESCO site, was built roughly at the same time as the first Roman Jewish war. And the idea that the Jews hold up in civilization
This goes back
really a remarkable
just zoom in on that big one, the one you already have.
because the biggest how is it actually the piano player and how is it
Here's the most precious gift from Hashem in the world. You're perfect. You're perfect, little baby.
I'm feeling bad at the gym or at home. Mostly at home.
It's time, dude. That was some Brazilian barbershop that they keep tagging you.
Yeah. With some kid.
Yeah, I get was Brazilian.
For those of you who don't know, Shane put like a
He's just a perfect little baby.
My friend Billy sent it to me, and then I sent it to
You're just the perfectest little baby.
He was actually, I didn't realize it was a barbershop, so he's showing off his fade. That's what the next scene is. So the first scene is him going.
That's perfect.
And then it cuts to him with his new hair.
You're perfect. You're just the perfectest little baby.
It was fun.
And this had tremendous benefits to
Yeah,
the Jews
shout out
because
to the boy.
as they were being expelled from
But
many
yeah,
other
that's a nice
locations
thing
in
to do. It
France,
feels good.
they were able to seek refuge.
You're the perfectest
in this region.
gift from
We'll
Hashem.
talk more about that.
You're just the perfect baby.
So
You're a baby bear.
he says, okay, this is crazy. I'll do it how
He's
many
the
times?
perfectest baby bear. Perfectest baby bear in the world.
Tefillah Saderech. Today, saying a word about your touch on Nobel.
He was like, yeah, I'll do it.
Perfect little
Like, I
baby.
figured the adrenaline would score a touchdown.
Remarkable
Forget.
Take over, yeah.
built in 1367.
You're just the perfectest little baby.
Wow.
And it is absolutely stunning. I'm going to break this door up.
I was straight right here. I was so fucking happy. I was so.
You're just a perfect baby.
I like jumped off my couch.
The synagogue is located in Jewish Carrière, or Jewish Street. I call it a ghetto, particularly for the time when it was actually sealed. At one point, many 2,000 people, something like 15%.
Perfect little baby. Oh, look at that big boy. Look at that big boy. You're just a perfect little baby. Perfect little gift of Hashem. You're just so perfectly baby. Perfect little baby. You don't make any noise. You're just perfect. Perfect. You're perfect. You're a good baby. You're perfect.
When you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which, according to the local tradition, is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world. It's just one indication of the job that they do.
Oh, big boy.
He's like, I'm gonna go to jail.
Big boy.
First day, I'm like, get it from
Yeah, perfect.
His act out.
I think it's probably.
But these days you can't say this, you know. Here's what I think they should do, and I thought about this a lot later. Especially, I don't understand why mixed martial arts doesn't start with a trans division.
The oldest synagogue in France, the second oldest.
Yeah, because it's like then you can champion these trans fighters. You can let them embrace and share what it's like. Because otherwise, you're just kind of hodgepodging them in.
Yeah.
You know. And then it's a lot of dudes. If they really want to go play ball, they're gonna have to go play
So
ball.
the Carbon
You can't just, simp over to the woman's side, you know, and be fucking bringing your hair butt over there to the fucking ladies. You gotta actually, like, if they had a trans division, I feel like I would pay $4 extra a month to see the trans bouts.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I feel like it would be,
The first is
unprecedented.
the original, which is of course 14th century. We'll look at the next video. The second is the 18th century part, which is the result. of a major renovation that began in the 1740s. The architect had proposed something much higher, and in fact, the bishop was rather unhappy at it down, but
every now and then to say,
amazing Baroque, but there are some remarkable, charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
Stand up there so it's a little scale. Look how tiny it is.
Yeah. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room, and on the second floor. You have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The women's section, originally it was in the basement, and then later it was on the ground floor behind some red curtains. Also on the second floor, a single row of seats, presumably for very important women. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpenter Drive. We're coming from a significant group of Kosher River cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were to warn some of the letters that faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torahs, centuries old, and they allowed me to go in back.
Some of the chicks are tough nowadays, and then you probably have to draw on a little more to use like a shadow paint.
Side, I'd be okay.
Yeah.
Having just a tiny cock, probably,
call it a long.
Okay, Solomon, say something to the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771
Through remarkable and often heroic interventions by locals, the treasures of the synagogue were hidden away during the Nazi period. They included this beautiful Hanukkah menorah, which unfortunately did lose the shamash. But what the Carpenter Synagogue is best known for is its 14th century mikvah in the basement, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to talk about that in the next video.
Consumer Reports
Thank you
found
for watching.
widespread presence of plastics in food.
Oh, yeah. Well, dude, that's what they said. They had that article. We've talked about this before. This says the nonprofit consumer group said on Thursday that 84 out of 85 supermarket foods and fast foods tested contain plasticizers known as phthalates.
The basement of the Carpenter Synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century.
Okay, and the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikveh, which would be heated and filtered using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Genetic disorders, all kinds of stuff. Like Bobby Kennedy talks about.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpenter Synagogue is the community mikvah, a ritual bath.
It's unbelievable.
You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's spread from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the effects that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, it would have been standing here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
Like, what if we just said, hey, we want to sell you this water, and we promise
your kid will not have autism. We promise.
The Carpenter Synagogue also featured two
because as a
items,
country,
one for weekdays
we would like to
and
say, at
one
the very
for
least,
Passover Matzah.
you deserve to have autism-free water.
But the most amazing thing about the Capital Synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations. And these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
Future is all just technology. We're going to cyber war with fucking China. We're gonna want those guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna need them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think a lot of the businesses now are run by like people that some people say could have some autism. There's a lot of speculation that Jeff Bezos has it.
Zuckerberg, Bezos, awesome.
Zuckerberg, definitely.
Yeah.
Boss, certainly seems like he has
It's
some.
amazing to wake
Who
up
else,
every
dude?
morning.
Dennis Allen, the coach of the Saints.
Anticipate the adventures of my head. One of the most fantastic moments of life is when
Eric Adams
the president of the
That guy definitely got it. Oh, you look peek through your child's Lunchable. Oh, you think that's just a small stack of ham? No, look under there. That's a gram of methamphetamine.
It's a party. The kids are
every time.
First established in the late 14th century, the Jews had been here for about 150 years.
Do you think I'll come back here? You think you're settled in here?
Before families were forced to flee, when they returned a few decades later,
That's just a big
petition for the right to rebuild their themselves. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than the person's God when the first expelled, and it's quite possible this is the actual location of that person's God earlier in the century.
So dites quelque chose.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux Nations Unies?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super. Cette synagogue la plus vieille de France, elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le mur, nous avons la synagogue de Béirut, et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis. Parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette et chaleureuse. Voilà ce que je vais vous dire.
C'est une organisation du document.
You need low heart rate. Warriors. I don't like using the term bomb.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable. Non, c'est la première fois.
Society and stepdads.
Yes. So you talking give Ninja Turtle weapon. That's an open guys. Just see what happens.
Oh, I'm talking give them the fucking the Donatello
What do
you call it? Rag for your eyes, like a thing that pulls your eyes in, but it doesn't. It's like a mask. Yeah, Zora mask. That would be good. And the lead, we're gonna
On pense que c'est la Guénisa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Des vieux comme ça. Des manuscrits, c'est 1540. Oui, wow, 1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
They've been infecting us so much, they've been out so many things. We got tased after showing Street. And here's the crazy part. I started doing comedy in Louisiana, and so we go to some street court, and afterwards, this was 15 years ago, they'd say, hey man, we'll tase you if you want. The cops would come up and tase people at the bar. Because there's not a lot of nightlife.
Yeah.
So 15 years later, show's over, we're sitting around with a couple of officers, and one of them goes, with a couple of off-duty police people.
That sits
And
above
one of
the
them goes, hey
southern
man, we'll take you.
entrance to the
And I was like,
cathedral.
no,
And it seems
you
to
guys
be
are still doing
a
that.
source of a lot of controversy
And
among
let us all
art
up. We got it
historians.
together as a group and
Many
rock
of
or
whom
whatever,
have used a
like a Harvey
specific
Milk kind of thing.
connection
And
to this
they
unusual
lit us
decorative
up.
feature. The door is
It's
known
not as
as
bad
the
as you would think.
portrait
At
of
all.
the Jewish
At all.
door.
It's definitely a
Several
little bit of a
different theories as
surprise,
to
you know?
why it is so named.
I feel weird.
One
It
argument
feels like
is
somebody
that
in the
when
fucking
Jews
great
were
neon
forcibly
fucking door
converted,
you didn't
they
know.
were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This
But
seems
the
to me
pain
rather
is, it's not as
unlikely
painful, it's
because
just as
first
surprising.
conversions of this nature were highly
It's like
exceptional
extremely surprising.
in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them.
Well, at a
There
certain
was
point, that would be a lot of
significant number
society
of
too. Is,
rebukes
we'd all be out there
going
just
down to lower clergy throughout Provence when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, feeling for whatever reason, perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing because the symbolism does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built in the 15th century, which is about half a century after the Black Death. But again, it's not totally convincing. We should say two quick things. First of all, it's really important what goes on the outside of churches and monumental architecture like this, because when you have the illiterate peasants coming in from their farms to the cathedral, it gives the church an opportunity to explain very complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the Carpenter ball of rats, which is something you don't see in the other examples throughout France, is that the cross is not situated at the top of the doors, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the door, especially with the cross at the top, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. It's often shown in the hands of a king or an emperor, and the sphere represents the entire universe, and that, it's under God's sway. That's what the cross at the top is supposed to signify. But why would the cross be inverted at the bottom? That's unusual. Maybe what the artist was trying to say was that there are all these rats who symbolize who feed off the material world, and it's kind of like
if you want to get into some fucking sick mouth like Epstein
appropriate for the 14th century when there's a lot of charges of Jews being in connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all.
I don't think control is
I'm left with the question as to what exactly this piece of church architecture actually signifies. And the thing is, was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of rats, or was the ball of rats so interpreted because the door was named the Jewish door? Which one came first? At any rate, I'm leaving you with an open question here, but it is a fascinating aspect of the history of the church in Carpenter and the Jews who lived
I saw a guy come and tuck him into bed one night in the parking lot. You don't see that in America anymore. Dude, they had some bums by us, and because we live right by a park, and they stole a bunch of high school music equipment, I guess. So all night they'd be in the fucking park. I guess someone stole the sheet music.
It must have been an amazing experience.
It's 3 a.m. and you hear somebody on a flute just playing. It's like, love the way you
Papal Palace, the city walls back in the city walls are actually very well preserved. Avignon has a beautiful central square with a lot of really gorgeous architecture, but it's dominated by the most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the Papal Palace.
But so, dude, so the first
from the 14th century,
okay, so you say you meet up at the comedy
a little bit
mothership?
less than a century, the folks made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome. Ironically, the papacy in Avignon signaled a place of refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. So many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this city. Our group from Kosher River made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Gas Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Karriere. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque-looking exterior which houses the Avignon Synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of their sukkah.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning they're discussing there's a city somewhere called Ashdod where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shade renders the sukkah pasul or not. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the sukkah from Ashdod Kana and places.
Wow, that's great. As we enter the glorious Avignon Synagogue, which is built entirely in Iraq,
This is the only they're fucking food camps right now.
Oh, hell yeah. It says no one has ever been brewing a
Shabbat liturgy.
Now, that's in order to keep everybody excited. You're going to But it's crazy that the people
This
who are,
19th century
because
synagogue is a
society has
beautiful
led
testament
people to
to
believe,
ongoing
be in
Jewish
this
presence
space,
in Avignon.
Yeah, my bad on saying we should send the bombs in to the mothership.
No, I think, look.
That'd be a tough one to get in. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of security there.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's what I'm saying. It's a good first round. You know what I mean? Week one.
No, I support it, actually. I said we send you dispatch a unit.
See how they do.
Yeah.
And then we test to say that's like the final boss and see how we can do against some crack security and guys with guns.
Oh, yeah. You're never going to be able to beat fucking Little Debbie or fucking Nextel or any of these Facebook if you can't take out my comedy club. Do you feel like we could really end up in our lifetime as heading to a revolution or some sort of a like a place where where it all topples over, you know? Because all it takes is really, I've thought about this. All it takes is a couple of people, like at a police stations. All it takes is a couple of people to be like, hey, I'm not going to follow the rules anymore.
Yeah.
And once then other people are, oh, I'm not gonna, this guy, and then it's just nobody's, because we're kind of getting there, it feels like, you know? I feel like kind of people just kind of, or like if nobody's gonna follow the rules, then why do everybody's kind of getting there, it feels like sometimes. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I'm just making it exciting for the conversation, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how wrong. If people are out there not following rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna start a revolution.
But at a certain point, if enough people say, okay, I'm not going to drive within the lines, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to follow the speed limit. It's almost just like that. Like every now and then, like
that has immediate consequences for whoever's doing it. They're going to crash. Usually. You know?
But if enough people are like, well, fuck it, I'm not waiting because there's an emergency there. I'm not going to wait for an hour. I'm just going to go do what I want. But it's just that attitude. If I'm just going to do it. And then
other countries do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go in the traffic jams and shit there, like in India, you know? You ever watch that?
Oh, they did. Yeah.
And they're doing all right.
You just wonder what's going to happen, you know?
Yeah.
What else can we talk about? I feel like we...
what's going on with you?
What's going on with me, man? Not too much, dude. What's going on? Thinking about touring and just how to do it, you know?
Yeah.
That's been something. I was thinking about, I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that a lot. Like, do I want to go spend, like, some people do a big tour, you know? And I like, and they go to the big cities and stuff like that, but I would almost rather do like a 3-year tour. And go as I want.
It's got all that,
and just make it as you want to do it.
Yeah.
It just feels like more manageable to me. And so that, I think I've been thinking about that. What else? I've been thinking about building like a halfway house or something like that.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then those people could.
Those are our officers, dude. That's our officer training school.
Yeah, dude, definitely. So, I mean, honestly, that's something I've been thinking a lot about. What else on a personal side? Not much, dude. I'm supposed to go do ayahuasca.
Really?
Yeah, in a couple of days.
In a couple of days? Are you going South America or where are you going?
No, it's just right off. It's like right off the interstate.
They're doing ayahuasca.
I mean, you can smell it. Yeah, I'm just Popeye's like fucking probably, no joke, 600 yards.
Oh, that's gotta be so nice.
Well, twice a day, I guess they do the biscuit bakes or whatever.
High as shit, smelling that.
Oh, no, it's not. You're not like, it's not fun high.
I've heard it. Yeah,
it's like God is crawling in and out of your wieners. Like, it's just a lot. It feels like a lot. It feels like you're just like in therapy for like 2, like what does it feel like? You know, like you say if somebody was playing basketball, you were playing basketball in an attic of a house, right? It would feel kind of weird maybe because you're like,
the floor feels like awesome. But if this feels like you're playing like basketball, like on the first level, like you're just like, that doesn't make any sense, but it feels like I don't know, it's just intense.
You've done it.
Yeah.
And did you feel like it went well when you got done?
Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's like God shows up and you're fucking sitting there with him, you know. But it feels really real. It's not like you're fucked up, like,
no,
hey,
sure.
you know, let me see that.
Yeah.
You know.
I took like a fucking ton of mushrooms once, and not that that's the same as ayahuasca, but I did reach the fucking, like, I'm not here anymore. I'm just fully seeing things.
Yeah.
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 I came out of it, I was like, I'm gonna be better. And then I fucking went off on back.
Yeah.
Same guy.
So that's the thing I think I wanted to see. I just wanted to wear off. It's been like a year and a half since I did it.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking about that. So what? I've been thinking about that. I don't know. Sometimes I think about maybe moving or getting also living somewhere else. I think it's fun to spend time down here. Austin is cool.
Austin's fun. You can do stand up.
It's a beautiful city.
Yeah.
It's just
a nice city. It's a fun city.
Yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of neat stuff. So that's been pretty cool. Just thinking about it, you know, even just coming and seeing like your house is like, oh, okay, this is what it would be like to live here. This seems like I could do this, you know.
So I have a kind of an exciting question.
What else, man?
For people like, hey, is missing a Jewish convention? So I'm going to say right away, the
I think it's just thinking about like who would be fun to talk to on podcasts, stuff like that. Just is normal stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that either. It's tough.
Who would be fun to talk to?
No, I mean, just like what's going on.
Yeah. I don't know anything you can think of, Zach, that you noticed from an outsider's perspective.
I first got this
about
question.
you?
Yeah, sometimes I'm just so in my own life, you know, you don't know what's going on.
Who is hides behind, very likely
We're
hides
trying to get new interesting guests for the pod.
We're trying to get a carnival one.
Yeah, we're trying to get Carney.
We thought about Gypsy Road.
I've heard a lot about Gypsy. What did Gypsy Rose do?
She got a boyfriend to kill her mother, like arranged.
Yeah, and it's not funny. You know, I'm talking to myself because I just laugh. But she and her boyfriend killed her mom. Her mom made her pretend that she was like mentally challenged and stuff in her wheelchair because she's handicapped.
The mom had Munchausen by proxy, so it's been tricking her into thinking she was sick and had all these ailments.
I think I've heard of this from a long time ago.
Yeah. There's like a TV series about it. There's been a lot of information about it. But she's also from Louisiana, so I was like, I want to be interested to talk with her and just see like what her life has been like. But I know she did another podcast, and I don't know, but you know, stuff like that's supposed to happen, and then it'll just happen.
And that's the mom, and she just kept making them.
She made her pretend she was in a wheelchair and dress up like a little clown and stuff like that.
Actually goes all the way back.
Feels like self-defense.
Yeah, I think that's what they. Yeah, and her boyfriend, I think, she like met a guy somewhere. His name, yeah, and they made love somewhere too.
He's still in jail. This guy's still in jail.
Yeah, that guy should be in there.
He should.
He looks like he's growing his beard out just so he can eat it. That's the kind of look that he has. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's her. But we tried to get a carnival worker, and what problem did we run into?
The issue we're running into with carnies is that a lot of
working on the weekend.
a lot of the carnival industry is that like
So really printing goes all over the
There's no day at all.
Oh, dude, but still,
It's gotta be a fun life.
keep praying at night that all these little fish stay alive so you can make bank the next day.
Those fish how many fish are those guys? These must be dying so much.
And then if they die, probably making a little bitty like fillets with them.
Yeah. They probably watch those.
Oh, definitely snacking on those fishes. Yeah, but that's so we've been looking for a carnival. The problem with carnival people is the carnival's going fucking AWOL, man. They don't have any animals anymore. First of all, it's a lot of virtual shit and like gay guys like pretending to be animals, which you can get it fucking anyway. You do that in Miami or Bourbon Street. And then it's very, I guess, more Disney on Ice or something. You can't find any of the good motherfuckers, you know? Like I remember there was a guy. We used to live by the fair that would come through town, right? So if you went the day early before it opened, for a quarter you could do a ride, right? And you were basically practicing. People would disappear, people would go fucking missing, people would get wiped up. You know, your fucking chicks would get wiped up by a lot of these carnival workers and everything. But you could go practice, you know. And like I remember one time I was getting off of a ride, and I guess I grabbed two like rails at the same time, and it completed a circuit. And so I couldn't. I was just like this, you know. And this black guy, I remember, goes, "Get on out of here!" And he called me the N-word. He put his foot on my back. Thank God. He kicked me. So yeah, you should do it.
Getting electrocuted is so fucking funny.
Oh well, it's surprising.
It happened to my cousin. He was fixing like a VCR laying on the floor. And he's a big guy. He's big.
Yeah.
And he was fixing it, and he was laying on a wire, I guess, that was exposed. And while he was fixing it, he just stopped. Like, he's huge, girl. What the fuck are you doing? Get up! Like, no one was like, he's dying. Everyone was like, what the fuck, dude? Stop.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things that happens when people get electrocuted. People like call pussies a lot, or like quit doing all that gay shit. People say stuff like that. You're like, shake. Yeah. This ain't a time to laugh, Rodney.
Then a woman screams. I realize it's serious. So, I just remember.
Unless you're having women in your house.
No, women, they are an alarm. They're like dogs.
Yeah.
They scream the second anything is happening.
They know something's
scream.
Yeah.
You know something.
That's a great thing.
Men are just like, hey, what the fuck's going on? Women screaming during like a fight.
It's hot.
It hurts.
It's not hot. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Getting your ass beat and having your girl scream while it's happening. Just whoever's beating you up is terrorizing your whole family unit. Like
yeah, that's the crazy thing about watching fighting videos is when the girl is yelling on the side. You almost rather have your girl go sit in the car. Now, what if your girl tased the fucking dude and started yelling just like Biggie did at him and shit?
But actually, at that point, if you're using a taser in the middle of a fight, that feels like a pass.
Yeah.
You can say all the words.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think having your girl, knowing your girl is taser ready is fucking hype shit.
Women screaming, it bothers me during basketball games. They scream. Football games, they get excited and scream so loud.
Oh, it's ridiculous. My buddy took me to watch his son play football, right? And there's this band of women behind us, okay? One of them has a megaphone that doesn't it just makes it sound like Stephen Hawking, right? So it's just so like, are you fucking? It's like a $9 megaphone. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's just yelling. They're all yelling at the ref, dude. You know?
Yeah, yelling at refs in kids games is fucking nice. Because that guy's a fucking loser.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's so
that guy wants to have control in the community, though.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I gotta ref this fucking 7th grade football game. Yeah. And then there's some parent like, oh, fucking piece of shit. Yeah, that was a whole, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, that was a whole, get your ass out your ass. Somebody will yell at that.
Follow you to the parking lot and beat your fucking ass. These guys have to like run to their cars after middle school football games.
For $12 an hour, the guy has to fucking almost die in his community. Just because he fucking was to work on the weekend. And own a pistol.
Fucking outfit, you gotta take your hat off.
Yeah, this is it right here.
You got drunk, all these dudes are.
I want to conclude by saying I'm really excited about this. I'm looking forward to having you all again.
That is nice of getting fucking wrecked and going to coach in the game.
Yeah,
up in the game, shit face.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't. I have not.
You seem like you'd be able to do it.
I coached midget football.
Did you run?
Yeah.
Really little?
We call it midget.
Yeah.
8th grade, we call it midget.
Yeah, some people used to call it that, and some people still do call it that. Is there an actual little person football league or not?
Gotta be.
Let's bring that up.
They're doing all types of stuff.
Well, you know what always gets me every year is that video of the blind guy playing football. That comes up.
My child playing football. That's so funny.
Bring
It's funny
something up.
because it's you know what I mean. It's not fun. I'm not laughing at.
No, it's not funny because the guy's blind. It's funny because
it just goes exactly how you think it's gonna go.
Yeah, and the reporter pretends. This is what's funny about it. Is the reporter's what makes it fucking ridiculous. Because they're like, hey, this makes perfect normal sense and safety for this guy. And then they watch the play and pretend like it's fucking not. Insane.
Little people versus giant people.
This is soccer. I don't see any time here.
All the Giants.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence, southern France, with kosher Orthodox Judaism. So this video is part of my advanced research for that trip. I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence, the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack it. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful, rolling hills, things like that. And Jewishly, what's influencing this region are several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jewry, especially those that come from Al-Andalus, the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding how Judaism fits in the larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry, and they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi dies in 1105, and his grandchildren developed something known as the Bali Tosfos, the masters of the Tosafot, who are essentially, that word means additions, and it refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot did something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rashbam, for example, Rabbi Rothschild in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of the Talmud there's something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire scope of Talmudic literature, massive amount of information, and they will analyze it, critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, and question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way, but of course they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today, for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I'd like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge impact. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see.
So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Pinchas Roth. He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence. I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying these special prayers for that penitential season, the Slichot. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks through the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks through the synagogue, that's when all chaos erupts, because he sees that the person leading the prayers of that holy evening is the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it will be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven or without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, what is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper, that says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? You know, that these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced? And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, wait, what is it? You're your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs. And it actually descended into a battle of fists. They actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the grave digger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in the synagogue. Nevertheless, to erupt into literally a violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So, with this in mind, we've got the rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs. This is where we can talk about Maimonides entering the frame. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition and actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. It's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about this that, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic, and of course Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book, translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition. working on books like the Cobos de Lavabos, The Duties of the Heart by Rabbi Rothschild, and then, of course, the great Oren Nevuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which is way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south in Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Raivad, Rabbi Abraham ben David, there are actually several Raivads. This is known as Raivad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak the phrase full of light, and that is the euphemism for blind, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Toscos in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Illuminates. Okay, wow, so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experiences we have there. Thank you very much for watching.
That's so exciting, dude.
Wow. So that's exciting. I'll be nervous.
That'd be the biggest show ever.
That'll be the biggest season ever. That's exciting.
Have you done any outdoor festival shows?
I did a bunch with Kreischer.
Oh, yeah. Some of those look amazing. Like some of those are really amazing. Do you like doing the outdoor one? We did one in Edmonton. It was tough. It was fun. It's just different.
Yeah. I don't know. I've only ever done it opening for Bird. So I don't know how to do like a long set. Might be hard. I have no idea.
Did you feel like it was fun? Just how you
I was doing like 15, 20 minutes. So I was like, it's just clock in to get this done. Sometimes it was good. Sometimes I felt like it sucked. Because you can't tell, because it was like a minor league baseball field. You know, collapse. Yeah. And it was, the sun was up a lot of the time. So you could see everyone not, you can see everyone getting up.
Yeah, some places you do it and some people don't even know. I take this a comedy special in New Orleans. Some people have never seen live comedy. People were yelling. People were yelling defense. Some lady was at the top of his beating on the back wall, just going defense. It was just fucking crazy.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I gotta say, I just think Jewish history is so fascinating. I don't know why people don't study it more than they do, but I'm so glad to have you here because I have some really interesting things to share with you today. Specifically, it seems that there were 3 Jews serving as soldiers of Rome in the first century before the Common Era, living in the region of ancient Gaul, which would be today basically Germany or on the border of France. And this was in the first century before the Common Era. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Let me tell you about this. So first of all, we have this on the basis of 3 gravestones. The first one is shown here. This is Monimus, the son of Yerubbal. We'll talk about what that means shortly. The second is this beautiful grave marker. It looks like it may have come out of the same, school of artists or something. Sabaeus, the son of Ero. And then finally, we have one where we don't have any image and we only have the inscription, but of Caius, son of Hannibus. So I'm going to tell you more details about these 3 specific gravestones and what they mean. But first, let's just do a little bit of back history, because history is written by historians, right? it's really important that we give credit to some of these scholars who have done fantastic work. I first came across this when I was doing research a while ago for a graduate course I hope to be teaching in Budapest with the Ashkenazim a little later this year. And it's the work of Asher Frischman. Asher Frischman wrote this amazing book, Ashkenazim Rishonim, the early Ashkenazi Jews. The English translation of the subtitle is Since Their Settlement in Northwest Europe to the First Crusade, published in 2008. It's really something that should be translated. It's absolutely fantastic. At any rate, in the early chapters, Frischman explores some of the early legends of European settlement. One of the most fascinating ones is one that appears in Ibn Daud in the 12th century, that the Roman emperor, according to some versions it was Vespasian, according to others it was Titus, but these would be both in the second half of the first century, in the context of the destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman-Jewish War. According to the legend, the emperor sent off 3 ships full of Jews with no captain on the ship and with the rudder removed, meaning just cast adrift into the Mediterranean. Wouldn't have made a difference if you have a ship full of Jews. Even if you have a captain and you have a rudder, it's not going to change things, because after all, every Jew on the ship is going to be a captain. At any rate, according to the legend, where did they land? They made their way all the way across the Mediterranean, just under the boot of Italy and Sicily, and they landed in the south of France in 3 specific locations. In Arles in the south, Bordeaux to the west, and Lyon to the north. Now, what these 3 sites have in common, besides being really interesting, beautiful places, is that they are places where we're all going to visit with kosher riverboat cruises, of course. But most historians feel like there's really not much to this legend. We do have definitely a source in Josephus that says Jews were in this region in the first century, but I'll tell you about that in a second. What's important for us is it appears that these 3 gravestones that we're going to look at are from an entirely different trip of Jews that is not at all legendary, going all the way from Jerusalem all the way up to Mainz, or Mayence in French. This is a region in the earliest corner of Ashkenaz, just north of Stuttgart and near Frankfurt. Let's get into this story a little deeper. Now, we know a lot about this century. Jewish populations from Josephus. He's an incredibly important historian. This is the classic illustration of Josephus. You see this particular image in all kinds of representations. Of course, we have no idea what Josephus actually looked like. At one point, there was a sculpture discovered, and a lot of historians got very excited because they thought this would in fact be Josephus. But in reality, we were just kind of like fooled by the large nose, believe it or not. It turns out not to be about Josephus at all, and we don't know what he looks like. But I did come across this image on a beautiful website of the Low Country Digital Library, and that refers to the Low Country region of South Carolina. There's some amazing things there. Several reproductions of images of Josephus. Not only this one, but here is like the studious Josephus. You can see it looks really quite different from the earlier one. And here's one of my favorites, the learned and warlike Jew Josephus, which you see his whole posture there. At any rate, let's go back to the story. Josephus records the fact that we know there was a Jew in the south of France in the 1st century, the king Archelaus. He was the son of Herod, and he was renowned for his incompetence, and he was ultimately exiled by the Romans from Judea to Vienne, not Vienna, but Vienne, which was in the south of France. Now, I know you might be thinking, exile in the south of France doesn't sound too bad, but you have to realize that in the early 1st century, it was like impossible to get any decent Asian kosher takeout in the south of France, so it must have felt like exile. Josephus tells us about that one Jew there, but he also tells us about the Itureans. And here's where Rabbi Dr. Sally Levy comes in. Here's a photograph of him serving as a field chaplain in the German army during World War I. He had a well-regarded career not only as a soldier, but also as a rabbi and historian. Years are 1883 to 1941. He was the last rabbi of mine in the Holocaust period. The sad part of the story is that even though he had a brilliant career of caring for his community in Mainz, he went to America in 1938 to raise funds for his community and things like that.
And when things got so much worse in the Nazi period, he actually returned to mines to care for them. He was there until the spring of 1941, until it became very clear that it was very dangerous for him to remain. He made the decision, and now he's 58 years old. He made the decision he was going to emigrate. He tried to make appointments with the Gestapo to get special permission to leave, and while he was waiting for that, he died of a heart attack in Berlin. He was buried in the cemetery that was the site of so much of his research. Let's go now directly to his research. So he published this article in this great journal. You get really the feel of the Weimar Republic era. It translates as the newsletter for the history of Jews in Germany. And the font, as you can see, is very bold and aggressive in the sense that, yeah, we belong in Germany as well. And his article was on this remarkable early finds, first century before the Common Era, of Jews living in Germany. Who were they? So first of all, they were Itureans. You can see from this map here that Iturea is located to the northeast of what would be contemporary political boundaries of the state of Israel today. It would be sort of eastern Syria and Lebanon region. This area was conquered by the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans or the Hashmonaim, and the people there, as we saw earlier in Idumea, they were forcibly converted to Judaism. This is a very dark period in some ways in Jewish history. It's really the only time that this happened. It was under the Hashmonaim, and the Jews had lots of reasons to later regret that. No doubt the hesitancy to accept converts stems from this period. The Romans took control of the region in the year 63 before the Common Era, and they made good use of these Itureans afterwards as soldiers in their army. So the gravestones, although they don't have specific dates on them, they can be dated to some time after that, probably under Julius Caesar or Claudius, perhaps Augustus. So these three gravestones were from three Jewish soldiers serving as part of the Iturean contingent. These are the maybe second, third, fourth generations of these first converts, fourth converts from Iturea. But definitely they had been circumcised and they adopted Judaism, at least if we are to take Josephus at his word. Now, let's go back to the stones themselves and try to understand what can we derive from them. First of all, they don't look especially Jewish. I mean, it's really bizarre to see Jewish gravestones with actual 3D sculptures on them. That's such a non-Jewish thing, especially in the ancient period when Jews were overwhelmingly anti-Semitic. There's no indication to suggest that they went to a Jewish grave worker or a gravestone maker to put these together. And this could have been, just what they would do for any gravestones at the time. Probably for wealthier, more important people, because these look like pretty significant works of art. But there's no Jewish symbols in them. There's no Hebrew in it. The text is entirely in Latin. And the only one that mentions a family member is the third one that doesn't have an image on it. This was erected by a brother. Now, by the way, we should also mention that we're not absolutely sure that these are totally Jewish, but there's pretty strong indications that they were. But even if we decide that, we're talking about three Jews, there's no indication that there's continuity between these three Jews and some kind of nation Jewish community that would later last hundreds of years later until Ashkenazi Jews. We do have one reference in the early 4th century in the Theodosian Code that strongly indicates that there were Jews living in Köln alone. But otherwise, you have to wait another 500 years till these start to appear. So no continuity necessarily between these early pieces of evidence and much larger groups of data sets that we have from, let's say,
how's everyone doing? How's your summer
so
going?
what can we say about the text? Let me read the first one. It says, Monimus, Gerobali, Ilios, Miles, Rohotes, and then it says number one, Ture Oram, Anoram, and then it says number 12, which is 50, Stipendiorum XVI, right? 16, which translates as Monimus, the son of Yerombal, the soldier of the first Iturean cohort, He was 50 years old, and it appears that he served for 16 years as a soldier, if I'm calculating this correctly, rests here. Nothing Jewish here at all, right? The second one is very similar. His name is Sibeus, the son of Ero, and he was only 24 years old, and it appears that his service was 8 years. And the third one is Caius, the son of Hanarus, who was also 50 years old and served for 19 years. And this is the one that was erected by his brother, Janikos. Okay, so how do we identify these stones as belonging to Jews? So what Rabbi Dr. Levy points out is that, first of all, the Iturea, the fact that they are coming from Iturea, at the very least, they are people who come from the region that we know has been made Jewish 3-4 generations earlier. Secondly, when you look at the names, you see that they have some distinct similarities. So, for example, the name Onemos in the first one, Josephus, basically that name is used as a Latin version of
weight room, they have the recovery area. It's insane what they're doing there.
Yeromba is a little weirder because this appears, it's definitely a Semitic name. The Baal ending is used by Semites. But the thing is, it's not a nice
well established Dagestani Chechen fighters.
Child after the appropriate villains in the Bible, would be kind of like naming your child today Adolf, for example. Note that, by the way, there are lots of people who named Adolf. Very fine Jews who were probably named
John Jones or GSP or Cheetah or
but at any rate, it's
Chelsea,
definitely
all these big time dudes. Because it
was just if it is really the form of Menachem, that's really Jewish. Yeromba, a little weirder, but possible. The second name, Sibeus,
and obviously what happens in a fight camp stays in a fight camp.
Which is definitely see that, for example, in the book of James. And his father was Ero, which could be Er, or Eri, also very Semitic.
And it ain't happening to Hamza.
This last one, however, is the strongest. Caius, not clear exactly where that comes from, but his father was Haneli, definitely Hanel.
This dude is
totally Jewish.
Scary.
Hanel is a clearly clear origin. The last syllable there is not as widely used by Jews for God, very much indicative of so that's basically where we are with understanding these two gravestones. We know they came from a very Jewish place. We know they have some Jewish names in there. The gravestones themselves don't look like they really care that much about Jewish customs, so we might assume that they're fairly distant from Jewish mores, or it could be that the people who set up those tombstones were unaware of Jewish customs, and they simply did what they thought was right for apparently very respected colleagues and brothers in arms. Like I said, I think Jewish history is just so fascinating. I can't wait to get this weekend to start exploring again and looking for examples of Jewish history in the wild, so to speak. If you're able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, that would be great. If not, I look forward to speaking with you in future. Thank you very much.
What the fuck? I was like, holy, I know his wrestling was good, but dude. Yeah, it's just, I was blown away. They're so serious, which don't get me wrong, like, Americans are serious too, but we also try to break the ice a little bit, and, we're doing, we're fighting with a man in a steel cage and underwear, so, it's serious matters, but you're also, joking around a little before training camp, or even before sport, like, what's up, man, catch up, there's none of that. It's just all work, super discipline inside and outside the cage, and it's just one goal, that's to beat DDP. And dude, if it's not about that, shut your diaper. It's just, at the highest level, man. Just a fucking monster. That's good to hear. Yeah, just a monster. Are you able to do anything with him? No, I wanted to grapple with him. But what they were doing was sparring with MMA
fellow Jews, I have gotten absolutely amazing stories.
Which where I come from, you would be like,
fascinated with
let's shut
for a
this thing
long
down.
time,
Like,
but
okay,
only
and then we're
recently
just
was
like
I
getting
able
out
to
of the
actually
mail
find
saying, I was like,
sources that give me much
thought of
more
this a
detail.
long time.
Basically, the story is about an individual named Bodo
If you
who
want to
lived in
grab
the
on
9th
it,
century and was a fairly
I'm down.
educated
But
person
so you want
who amazingly
just
rocked
starting
off
certain
the
positions,
career
you can
as
help
a
you out on
Jew,
down.
taking the name Eliezer. And he
It's
was
the
involved
head
in some fascinating polemics, which is very
especially
unusual
he's
for the
3 weeks out.
time. And it actually had
I
much
say,
larger repercussions than I originally thought when I first came across the story. The reason I got so deeply involved in the story of Bodo, which is not a small episode, actually, has a very large significance for the era, is because I was doing my research and preparation for the kosher riverboat cruise down the Rhone River late in the season. And I was looking at the life of Agobard, who was a bishop in Lyon, and he had a lot of things to say about Jews, not especially complimentary, and his life intersects with Bodo in a couple of interesting ways. But here's the basic story. Bodo was born around the year 814 to an aristocratic family in Germany. He's referred to as Alemann, which is like related to the word Alemann. He received a superior education. He was sent to a monastery as a young boy where he was given literacy in the religious text. And then, because his scholarship must have been really something special, he was sent to the high office of the imperial court. There he was essentially ruled for, who knows, he might have been a bishop or even an archbishop someday. But then at one point, in 838, when he was about 24, 25 years old, he asked for permission to make a pilgrimage to Rome, and then he disappeared, and reappeared in Spain under a new name, Eliezer, as a Jew, and had a huge controversy erupt about him after that. So there's a lot that this says, not only about this individual life, but his life really exposed some cultural and religious fissures within this early European state, and it gives us an opportunity to study a very important counter-narrative about the major trends of historiography. There are basically 6 principal doctrines, or cognitive doctrines, which are contemporary, meaning during Bodo's lifetime or shortly thereafter, and we're going to look at those. I'm very grateful for the work of Frank Reese, who wrote this remarkable book, The Journey of Deacon Bodo from the Rhine to the Guadalquivir, Apostasy and Conversion Judaism in 2 o'clock. It came out in 2019. Builds on the research of a lot of other really great journalists like the Bernard Blumenkrantz, who wrote extensively about Bodo's correspondence. And that's what I'm going to rely on very heavily is Dr. Reese's work for this presentation. Okay. So let's try to understand this. First of all, the most important and most extensive single account of what happened is a single paragraph that was authored by Ingmar, the Archbishop of Reims, under Charles the Bald, around the year 876. And this is in the context of a much larger document called the Annals of Saint Bertrand, which essentially kind of like chronology going through a portion of the here's the paragraph. I'm just going to read it straight. Maybe we'll stop. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened. Something to be wailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumors spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, Alemann by birth, and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion, with the scholarship of the court clergy, with sacred and secular learning. A man who only the previous year, that would have been 37, had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome, and had been granted this permission and had been loaded with gifts. This man, seduced by the envy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. Thus he was circumcised, let his hair grow, and his beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eliezer. This is what I think in Yiddish you might call sort of a Shandafar de
It's very few,
in translation, that actually means a shame for the non-Jews.
Let's get into UFC 318.
Terrible that
You know, if you watch from the early prelims that were on Fight Pass,
preposition
ESPN Plus,
it's a shanda for the Goyim, meaning for the non-Jews.
You're like, here we go, man. Here we go. New Orleans is popping. Like, we've kicked off. You had, 5 fights. You had 5 finishes. It's like, let's go. This is going to be the theme of the night. And then prelims started.
The surprise.
Prelims started. And you get another
Here's a
TKO
guy,
in a
Bodo,
minute
who
10.
was
You're like,
superior
butter.
education.
This is going to be all
And
finishes.
despite that incredible
Fight guys,
education,
did you enjoy that?
so to speak,
Did you like that? Here,
off
the
the path.
next
So
8-9
why
fights are
it
going to
doesn't
be
happen?
all
So it's an
decision.
interesting possibility.
You know, so then you got
One of the
that.
things that scholars of that era, Christian scholars of that era, were
Brendan
essentially
Allen
interested
Arbitor was a
in
fun
something
fight.
called
Fight of the night,
the
dude.
Berea
That's so
Cavalieri,
disrespectful they gave him the fight of
the
the night.
true Hebrew. They
Dude,
were working
and I
essentially
have
with the Vulgate, the
my
translation of
thoughts
several
on why they
hundred
gave
years
to
old
Brendan
of
Allen
the
Arbitor.
Tanakh
I bet Dan was like, dude, we got to
Latin
spread this
Bible
wealth around
into
somewhere.
Latin.
You know, like,
And
I
you
would
know,
imagine
every time you translate something,
the
there's always
prize
going to
that
be distortion.
Cash Prize
Inevitably,
Max
because
Holdings, especially doesn't
languages are not
his last
equal.
fight.
It's impossible
Dude's like,
to
you guys are
convey
good. You don't need fight in that.
sensibility
I bet you share
exactly
guys
in
all
another
talking
language.
about it with Dustin
So
in the back.
the
He's like, can you believe they
they're
gave the fucking Brendan Allen and Vittori?
well, here we have a
Because
what
for
does
them,
this
with
really
the
mean?
accolades
And in order to answer it, we've got to go
bonuses,
back
like
to
the big
the
deal for the
very
legacy.
the
So,
actual
and don't get me wrong, I'm
very, very few
but
clergymen
those boys are going to be fine. It was a longer way for Brendan Allen.
Bodo was among those who started
And I was rooting for
and in this context, I was reminded of something I
But I
listened
think
to yesterday on
I was rooting for Vittori in that one because he lost his brother in a fire. I know that's what made
Rabbi
me also
Rothschild.
yeah,
They were
God, he
interviewing
needs this,
Dr.
man.
Noam
He
Weiss,
really needs this.
who is a colleague
Alright,
of
kids, let's
mine
take a
who's
little break
responsible
here
for
from
the
the shop
media
show.
project
When we
of
were
Unpacked.
young,
Very
we used to
briefly,
dream of being
there's a
anything. An
disclosure.
astronaut,
I
president,
often work
prince,
with Unpacked on
princess.
some of the
As you get older,
podcasts.
your dreams change. Focus on what's up in the world you want. I can take your skills and ideas, turn them into something that's real, like a business. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. You need a website, payment system, a logo, way to advertise new customers that can all be so
They were discussing their comparative religion.
But thankfully,
It got
that
down to
is
this
where
argument.
today's
So
sponsor
Dr. Weiss
Shopify
essentially
comes
says,
in.
show me your Bible and I'll show you
Shopify
mine.
is the commerce
And
platform
so
behind millions
his
of
Christian
businesses around the
interlocutor
world.
brought out, it's a
And
full
10% of
King
all
James
e-commerce in the U.S. from
revised
household
version of the
names like
Bible.
Mattel, Gymshark, to Drive Fast, All Gas, brands just get
Dr.
started
Weiss
like
said, I
us.
want to show you
What
my
if I
Bible.
can't design a website?
Browse
Shopify
the Bible,
got you, man, from the
which is the
get-go with
standard
beautiful, ready-to-go templates to match your
go-to
brand
edition
style.
of the
If I
Bible
need a hand, say less. Get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing productions, product
surrounding
descriptions,
it are
generating
so
discount
many
codes with
layers of
Shopify's
commentary
AI created commerce
and support
tools.
that
Right?
reflects
What if you get stuck? Shopify is always around to share advice with their 24/7 customers.
Our story of
Turn
Bodo
those dreams
is
into
impossible
cha-chings and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/shop.
There are a lot of really good
Let's go
questions.
to shopify.com/shop, lowercase shab,
Single level of
shopify.com/shop,
single lens
lowercase
understand the text. You know, it's not necessarily appealing.
Vera color fill-ups.
Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about why exactly it converted. Part of the reason for this is because many of the documents that we have.
The amount of
We're going to get to that a little more in a second. But for the time being, let's just add one more point that it's clear from the conclusion of this particular passage in the annals of Saint Bertrand was that it had a much larger impact than merely the story of one,
color fills is beast. But he's just got a little overwhelmed with the pressure.
or maybe it was
But at the tip of the spear, like the top 10 guys are going to eat him
because the annals of
just
Saint
walking
Bertrand
forward with your hands
essentially
down
deal with
the
state
entire
level
time, and then just launching into these loopy right and
his
left hooks and
argument
leaving
is
his
that
feet.
perhaps
Every
Bodo
time he
is
threw
kind of
right
like
hand,
meant as a sort of
his
pathetic
body
fallacy
mechanics,
of like,
it's just
look at how our society
how
is
no
falling
one
apart.
brought that to the attention of the
In
audience.
fact, it was.
And now maybe they just want to focus on the positive. I get it.
Big succession
My takeaway
crisis
was
under Charles
super
the
talented
Bald,
kid, super athletic,
divided up his
explosive,
empire among
technical
several
wise,
sons,
he
and eventually
has
it was
so
fractured
far
as
to
a
go.
result.
before he
Bodo
reaches the top 10.
crisis
Now,
of the
Kelly Phelps,
result of
I think it was
the
15 or 12 or whatever it is, so
also
maybe I go in the
reflected
top
in
10.
the very
Good
state
luck, Bubba, with that fighting style.
Charles the Bond.
Now, maybe he was just doing that because he didn't really
So
respect Kelly
let's look
Phelps'
at the
power.
plan. Now, the other
It
thing
could
that
be that.
happened once he
You
becomes
know, the
Jewish,
kid's a banshee.
he
His
apparently
pressure's
doesn't just
insane.
disappear.
But,
He's quite active
you know, he called
in
out, says he
exchanging
wants to fight Sugar
ideas
Sean.
with
He's like,
other
Sugar
thinkers.
take that.
In particular, one Alvaro of Cordova
if you
is
fought like that,
apparently a
that's
Jewish
light
convert to
work
Christianity, right?
for all
Bodo
those
goes
boys
from
in the
being
top of that division. They're
Christian
looking at him like, I'm not
Jew.
worried about him right now.
Here's much
Now,
more
maybe
common
it could
situation with
be
Alvaro
a product of
Cordova becomes
Oliveira not respecting
starts
Kelly
doing
Phelps' power. It's like, this dude
and
cannot
they
be.
end up having
Maybe if I fought,
correspondence which
you know,
has
a
been
different
preserved
bandweight that had power,
in
I
a
would fight with
codex
my
form.
hands up
We
and
know
not
for
leave my
sure
feet move
that
throw
it
punches
is
and
a
wouldn't stay on the
correspondence
center
with Bodo
line,
because
throw
initially
combinations,
that's how he is
wouldn't
addressed.
walk forward
Later on,
against strike
however,
against my
Alvaro
hands up.
simply
All of
puts him
this
as
is
the
terrible.
Frank's wrestler.
Terrible.
Now there are 7
And so maybe
letters
he's like, I don't know, fuck, this guy can't hurt me. Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm wrong. That's why his hands are up.
study.
He's off the
4
center
of them
line
from
and he's moving his
Alvaro and
feet.
3 are from
You know,
Alonso,
proper
but
technique.
they are preserved
Watch
by
that young man has a
Alvaro and his
long
followers.
ways to go.
Some of the folios of those
No one on the
letters,
broadcast
as they
ever
were
brought it up.
recorded in a
They're just like,
codex,
oh,
have
so
been removed,
explosive. Like, it doesn't
perhaps by
matter.
a
Who
later
gives a fuck?
pious
If every time
archivist
you throw your
who
right
felt
hand,
that
you're
some
leaving your
material
back
was
foot off the
appropriate.
ground
And
and leaping
unfortunately,
forward.
the
Your head's over your
sections where
knees.
Bodo
It's
describes
just,
his
it was
motivation
bad
for
fighting.
conversion are
That's what that
wrong.
was. There was a lot of
Those
bad
are
fighting.
perhaps the most fascinating that we want to see.
Was happy
We
Michael
can
Johnson
see,
got the
however,
win, biggest
in his
underdog on the
image
card.
that some of the
Daniel's
later
Hilberger. Okay, we'll pretend
hobbyists,
his dad
perhaps
was
out
the
of
Nazi, but
religious
Daniel's
zeal,
just kidding.
obscured
No, his
several
dad is
sections
German.
of the
Oh,
folios
that's
that
and his
are
mom's
still
Mexican. That's why his
intact.
name's
But
Daniel.
nevertheless, we can reconstruct some of his motivation from the way in which
Is
Alvaro's
just too much too soon. He's gonna be a monster. He's huge for the
those
division.
arguments
He's huge
must
for
respond
lightweight.
to the things that
Could
we
probably
do.
even go up if he
The
had to.
three
But,
basic issues that they argued
you know,
about
he's
in
young,
the
man.
course
It's
of
all good.
correspondence
He fought
was,
the vet Mike Johnson.
number one,
Who was still
who is
quicker
the
than him.
son?
That was the issue.
Is
So it was the issue for Daniel
under
there.
Christianity
And he just, you know,
somebody
he
else
just never got
who's
started.
already
He
walked
was
the face
never
of the
active
earth,
enough, and Michael
or
Johnson
is
just didn't work.
who
You
has
know,
not.
I don't learn
Second,
from that.
who is
He's
the
young.
true
There's a lot of potential there.
There
I
is
look at Daniel. I'm like, yeah, that kid,
fascinating exchange
hands are up,
between
technique's good.
Alvaro. This is the
Could
reason
be
why
a
some
little
say
more
he must have
active,
been
be
Jew. Says,
super
I
young,
have
but to me
by
that's a contender. I
race
see Oliveira
of the
like,
Jews,
with the technique
I
matter,
have
like he's gonna
been
get to a certain
graced
level, but that
Christian.
being
So
athletic,
perhaps
explosive,
if he's not,
ain't gonna carry you
it
through.
seems like to
To
take
me,
his word,
Daniel
he's a Jewish
Zulu,
son of Christianity.
he
Whereas
can, you know,
Bodo,
he's doing great stuff. And
Eliezer,
he's
is
just get
not
back on track.
racially, ethnically, so on
Make some
Jewish.
adjustments, but the technique's there.
Which one is the true
Patricio,
Jew? They have an argument here. The third section is Christianity, the fulfillment of Judaism, or something totally different.
I thought Danny had moments where he could win that fight.
Fascinating. It's so
Patricio, he's just over, man.
Pushing
he's just a little bit washed. He's not very active at all. His first fight he played, he couldn't get used to the throw rounds.
Defending their ideas in a situation where it's actually quite dangerous for them. Quite amazing. Now this brings us back to the Rome River, because this is where we have some testimony about Bodo from one Amolo, who was a disciple of Bishop Aguilar de Leon. And the Molo ascribes some rather nasty behavior to Bodo Eliezer. He had no other corroboration to this actually was the case. But he argues that Bodo Eliezer has somehow argued with the Caliph
apply pressure.
persecute
Very slow,
in
methodical,
Muslim Spain.
Very slow.
And in fact, there was a few years afterwards a notable rise of
D-Rod, I'm a huge fan of D-Rod.
apparently
Again,
sort of self-immolated, trying to get the Muslims to make them into martyrs. I know it sounds bizarre, but just have respect for where something called the Kosovo martyr. So 40 that's where you should be at. Monks who, openly violated Sharia in Muslim Spain and were beheaded as a result.
He has it. I just don't know what was going on with him.
So Apollo, who was certainly no friend of the Jews, just like his teacher,
he's
Aguilar,
talking shit and doing his thing and mouthing off, and he talks so much
Apollo may
he's he's
simply,
in a flow.
blame
He's
this on
comfortable.
Mojo
He didn't do
is
that
there,
once.
but we
Not
simply don't
once
know
with
the
D-Rock.
sources at this
Not
point.
once. And maybe
Okay,
he just had too
I
much
hope
respect
you
for D-Rock.
found
I
this
don't know. But he
look
just didn't look
at
like the normal
one
Kevin
light
Holland.
as
He
we
was
were
comfortable in there, doing his thing, talking his trash, no matter
If
who
you are
it is.
able
He
to
just
join
didn't,
us on this
he
cruise
never
alone,
appeared
we're
that
going
way,
to explore
ever.
so much more of this kind of material
And
and
then,
actually walk the
if you watch
streets
War
where
Report, me and Jesse
people
went
like
through with Paulo
Bodo
Costa,
and
was what
Agobag
version
and
do we
Paulo
get?
actually
We got
walk.
a
If not,
fucking
I
damn
really look
good
forward to
version.
sharing
You know,
videos with you
he talked
of our
about in the
trip.
post-fight press conference. He's like, if I lose this one, it's probably the
Thank
end
you
of the
very
road.
much for being
That's what is it? 4 out of 5, in a row losses. So he's like, they probably give me my walking papers, so there's a lot of pressure, and I was super focused. Yeah, so he's lost 4 out of 5. You lose 5 out of 6, you're probably getting walking papers. This day and age of the UFC. He looked good. He used the mic to call it Hamzat. You waste of time. You've lost 4 out of buddy. You've lost basically 4 out of 6. You have a 1-fight winning streak now. That ain't happening. It's like he DM'd my wife. It's like he went with that narrative. It ain't happening, dude. And now, if they give him, a Sean Strickland, somebody else in the top 3, and he beats them, then the conversation can start. Even though he's won 4 out of his last 6, but you get a big win, and you're right back in there. You're right back in there. But you're not beating Roman by decision and then get a shot at Hamza. It's not happening. He's like, I'd love for UFC to fly me out to Chicago.
I came across something absolutely
They look damn good.
research for our upcoming
That's what we need. Because he's kind of been inactive, fights maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years.
Institution
He's funny on social media.
Now, what is a Dasani box? Many of you will be familiar with this item here. You can see a sample of the Dasani box. This is a small element of the ritual of Havdalah, of making a separation, which separates the end of the Sabbath, Saturday night, from the rest of the week. And part of that ritual is that you actually just smell some spice.
It's like over here in Texas.
How do you, keep the spices in a beautiful way? So it's very common. We have one of these. This is not ours, but we have one very similar to this, where there's kind of like a tower design with a flag on the top, and you put cloves or cinnamon or something inside your door there, and you close it up. And during the ritual, you say the blessing, and then you smell the spices. So where did this idea medieval looking come from? So I was reading about the research of Mordechai Narkis, who first wrote on this in 1960, and then expanded in 1991. It says essentially this is something that derived from Christian ritual and Christian religious art. Now that's kind of bizarre. Where did he get this idea? So first of all, where did Narkis get this strange idea that something so infinite, so home-based in Jewish ritual would actually have its basis in kind of material culture from Christian tradition? So let's have a look at this. So first of all, have a look at this English here, which is basically a couple of examples of 16th century spice boxes, right, where you used for this ritual. And they're very similar in many ways, very beautiful, silver filigree work to the ones that we use today, although these are obviously works of art, whereas the ones that you might buy at the local Jamaican store or someone more humble. But where they come from, the argues,
Can he
is
compete
from
with the
something
top
that
10 guys?
the
Yes.
church calls
Can he
a
beat the top 3 guys? No.
a
Those days are
Christian
over.
reliquary,
He can stick around
a
and
kind of a
maybe
special
win one,
box
lose one, and
to
be
hold
the
some
top 10
kind
in
of
his thing if you need the
Christian
money.
holy
It's
art,
such
like
a relief to
a
see that
splinter
he's
from
done.
the true cross, or sometimes
I
a knuckle
think
bone of a
that
saint.
if you're watching this, you got to realize
There's a
that
couple of examples on the right
somebody at the UFC can
14th
get
century
there.
that has
That
that
the
kind of
fans
little
can
icon
do
in the
that
center
power.
of it. Here's one.
You can make
Just
a
to the left
certain
of it,
change
you
if
see
you
one from the year
shout from the
1298
top enough
that
times and get the
looks like
UFC's
a
attention.
tower shape.
Because
Inside there would be a relic.
not only my
And on
issue,
the
but a
left,
lot of people's issues were
something much more
with guys
familiar,
like Chris
a
Weidman,
sensor seek
Tony
and
Ferguson, a
which
lot,
is
Frankie
used for
Edgar, a
incense,
lot of guys,
sometimes
BJ Penn,
smoking
a lot of
incense
guys.
that would be
Our issues were
waved
like,
back
come
and
on,
forth as
we
part
kind
of
of know
church
this is the last
processionals.
fight.
So these two
They've done
kind of
so
devices, the
they've done
reliquary
so much for the
and
UFC.
the incense
You owe it to
sensor
them to give them a good
come
set.
together to form the
And there's a lot of
Now,
backlash.
how do we
So
make
somebody at
this?
the UFC is
That's
listening to
kind of
that,
interesting,
and
right?
they
As the
address
artist
it
trying
enough
to
where
fix
he's
their
like, okay.
involved once
Because I think it was
They're in the Brad's way. They're like,
16th century Frankfurt,
we paid them. This is what it is.
used to
They were
describe
trying
a
to do
Jewish
everything.
spice box for Havdalah
You know?
was
And I think because of the outrage from the fan base
Christian
so
reliquary
often
box,
for these
which is
grades,
really
UFC
bizarre.
finally
So
listened.
the really major
That's when they
question
started
for
going
us is
Korean
how did
Zombie,
this
right? They did
influence
with
come
Anthony
about?
Smith.
And why did you
Crazy
start
send off for
imitating Christian norms
and
in Jewish
they
ritual?
get
That
them
sounds
right
kind
with
of
this
bizarre.
important.
So the
They owe it
reason
to a
why
lot
I
of
came across
guys
this was because
that
of
have
a
retired.
great book by
It's too
one of
late
my
now,
former teachers,
but I think they
Professor
learned from
Joseph
the wrongs
Schatzmiller,
in the
who I had the
December.
great privilege
It was
of
perfect.
working
Now it
with
sets
as a teaching
that
assistant when
precedent
he
where it's
was
like,
an instructor at
okay,
the University of Toronto.
if
He's
they're
been at Duke University
worthy
for a
of a
long
send off,
time.
now you got to do
He's
it.
currently a professor
And
emeritus.
now I don't know how
But
many
anyway,
guys that
he
can
made
take a
his
special dude like this
reputation
important time in his
primarily
career to say, all right, so that's fine. I want to
primary
get him
source research
now
in the
they've set
region of the
that
Rhone
bar.
River.
So
Got
you get
beyond
some of
other
these
places
legends who
in
are like,
Vermont,
this is my last
where
one.
he got into the weeds,
Now the UFC
looking at
kind of has
medieval
to bend the knee
archival
there
records, and
because they've set the
especially
standard.
ledgers
And it's
of
the right thing to do.
economic
It's the right thing to
transactions
do.
to see what exactly were
best.
Jews doing as money lenders.
And it also, by doing that, it
Several
kind of
videos, so I won't
puts a
go into
stamp on
detail.
you're not
But
coming back.
this
Like, doesn't work,
specific
can't come
area
back.
of money lending
Like,
is
you don't
especially
get
important
a
for us now
20-minute send-off,
is that
highlight
Jews will
video,
frequently serve
family,
as
friends, everybody's in a
low-level money
cage,
lenders.
telling people thank you,
Sometimes they
printing
make
merch,
very,
this is
very
the last dance,
small
and then
margins,
3
so
months,
much so
and
that
now
it was
you're back
often
in the
not
other
even
side of
worth it
testing.
to go to a notary to have
So
the
when you do
entire
get the
pledge
send-off,
written
it actually
down,
does the
but
fighters
very
a
small.
service
So
and the UFC
nevertheless,
be like,
Professor Schatzmiller
this
was
is
able to
over.
find all of these records.
It's like killing,
Basically, what would happen
it's like
is
the Avengers saying,
people
it's
would
over.
need to borrow
We
money.
don't need more. You
Very
fucking
hard or very expensive
stamped
to
it.
go
Don't
to
fucking come
Christian
back
money
and give
lenders
us
who
more
are
bullshit.
themselves
Because we just know it's going to be a watered down
defiance of
version.
canon law.
So I think for
Iron
Poirier,
Lady.
if you're like,
And
you know
so
what, I'm
they
coming back,
would
you're like,
Jews
dude, we
borrow
just
some
did
money.
a 30
Quite often, by the
tribute
way,
and you're
Jewish
fucking
women
down.
were involved in this.
Like,
This is the kind of
it's
job
over,
that
dude.
was
So I think this forces
quite
it. It's a little pressure.
egalitarian.
You can't come back.
And they would typically
just
bring
fucking,
some kind
like,
of
Korean
item
Zombie can't
to
come
these
back
as
after that.
collateral
You
against
just
the
can't.
loan. And
It's over, dude.
this
Anthony Smith, like,
arrangement would be written down by a Jewish
and that's why
scribe
you get like
and
wide
would be
mid and
registered
fake
with
like,
the
now I'm
state.
coming back for one more because they never got that seal of
Then,
approval.
whatever they left behind
Final
would
chapter.
be,
And by UFC doing this, that gives them that seal of
we
approval.
frequently have things
You're
like
done.
clothing.
Thank you for everything,
And
but
very
you can't
detailed
come back after a
records that
20-minute
Professor Schatzmiller was
montage
able to
and
unearth, like
hanging out with your
how
wife and
many
all.
coats and what color and men's or women's, where they were made, what they were made of, all
You
these
know
kinds
what
of
doesn't
clothing
belong in
would
your
be
epic
behind
summer plans?
in
Getting
exchange
burned by
for
your
cash
wireless
upfront.
bills? That
And
ain't
then they would have a
cool.
certain
You're
period
planning
of time
beach
in which
trips,
they could
barbecues, and
redeem
3-day
this rent.
weekends. Your wireless
This
bill
is
should be the last
exactly
thing
the
holding you
use of what we
back.
would call
That's
today
why I made the switch to
pawnbroking.
Mint
So we're talking
Mint,
about
you can
essentially
get
a
coverage and speed there.
pawnbroker
You
shop.
but
Jews
for
were
way
very
less
much
money,
involved
for
in this
limited time,
kind of
Mint was
economic
offering 3
activity.
months of unlimited
What's
premium wireless
fascinating
service for
is
just
that
$15 a
the
month. So while your friends are sweating your
pretty much
over data
every
overages
level
and
of society
surprise charges,
engaged in
you'd be
money
chilling
lending, even
literally
though it
and
was,
financially. So
definitely
say
excoriated
goodbye
by
to
the church.
overpriced wireless plans,
And
jaw-dropping
higher
monthly
levels of
bills and
society,
unexpected
this is
overages,
the
Mint
low
Mobile is
level
here to
society
rescue
as
you.
well.
Ditch
Have a
overpriced
look
wireless
at
and get
this
3 months of
book cover,
unlimited service
which
from
is
Mint Mobile for
from
just
his most
$15 a
recent
month.
work,
We got you,
Cultural
man.
Exchange,
Your
Jews,
shooters start
Christians,
breaking
and Art
in, they
in
sweat
the
and
medieval
break in the bank.
marketplace.
Get this
And
new
he
customer
puts on the
offer.
cover
Your
this
3-month
really
unlimited
fascinating
wireless plan for just
which comes
$15
from
a
a
month
13th
at
century manuscript from
mintmobile.com/shop.
Catalonia called
That's
The Feudal
mintmobile.com/shop.
Customs of Aragon.
Upfront payments of
In this
$45
image, you see
to $15
there are
a month.
Jews
Limited time
on the
because we're
right.
offered for
They
3
look
months
kind of
only. Speed,
starting
space,
sort of indicates that the artist may have some sort of bias against them. The one on the top, they're all wearing the cornered hat.
What do you think of the DP?
The one at the top looks kind of like aggressive.
I was
The one in
telling
the
you
middle
that
seems
I
to be
didn't feel like
doing
it
something
hit me that
with a
emotionally.
large
It didn't hit me in
cup,
the heart.
chalice,
The
perhaps.
heartstrings.
And then
Now,
to
did
the
you
right
see
is
the
apparently
one
a
that they
scribe
did
who is
before where he's
recording
sitting down and
something
then
going on.
there's a whole
And on
screen?
the
Yeah,
left,
I
you
can
see
watch
there
that
is a
one. Got me. He's
clergyman
reading.
with
Yeah, that one teared me up. I'm
the
watching
red
my
cloak
son.
around his
You
head,
know,
and then some
that
kind of
one got.
assistant to the
Yeah,
clergyman
something was
who
missing
is
with that one.
holding a
Still
big
a great
bag of
job, but
money
just it was all
and
right.
also doing something
Anthony Smith
with
was
that
better.
chalice. By the way, the Jew in the middle appears to be either taking money or pushing money
highlight
to
video they'd see on YouTube, and it was like this intense
so
rap.
the reason why I've kind of played
I was
this
like,
in
what
this
is
way is
this? It's
because
kind of
this
cringy.
first major reading of this
This image was by Father Robert Ignatius Burns, California scholar, who in 1966 suggested that what's happening here is that the Jews are selling a chalice to the church, and that the Christian assistant is offering money to the Jew, is handing the chalice and giving it kind of a weird way to hand it, sort of sideways like that to the Christian assistant. Professor Schatzmiller, however, says, no. You're reading the image incorrectly. What's happening here is that the church is conning the chalice. What the Jew in the middle is examining it for its value and is in the process of giving money to the Christian system. And the Jew on the bottom right is actually making an archival notation of what's going on here, how much was left specifically the chalice, how much was given, the date that happened, and so on, so that the font could be redeemed later on. So why is this relevant? What does this have to do with price boxes anyways? So what Schatzmiller argues really fascinating is that the economics of money lending, specifically pawnbroking, brought Jews into contact with all kinds of artwork, even Christian religious artwork, and having these things in their homes and workplaces influence the way they later created their own art. We have actually lots of examples for us, like for example, if you have a look at this Erfurt treasure, which was apparently a hoard of precious goods that was held by a Jewish moneylender in Erfurt, Germany, and then never came back to get it. Perhaps they died in the middle of the Black Death. This hoard dates from the 14th century, and as you can see, the works are absolutely gorgeous. Even if it's just your lip singing over your song, which is what they should do. Also, another great example that illustrates this kind of weird relationship between money lenders and just in the back there, a series of frescoes was discovered in a home on Brunagasse in the city of Zurich. And in that home, you can see here, these frescoes are remarkably well preserved. They include a whole wall full of and then when he hits the ground, the security guards and his coaches came over, and so he was all the way. As soon as he's walking out, clearly we can date this specific house to who lived in the 14th century, and it was an important money lender. This fresco appears to be some kind of like both a decoration and at the same time advertising for clients to say, look at all these remarkable houses that we do business with. And under many of these coats of arms, you see little Hebrew language inscriptions that specifically suggest that the owner of the home was like guiding the artist as to what should appear in this particular place. People writing this has been preserved as well. So that's a fascinating example of how the economic activity of money lending would use in contact with a lot of fine art, and it's interesting to see how would that have an impact on Jewish art. So where we see this expressed more than anywhere else is in the realm of illuminated manuscripts. Illuminated essentially means decorated. There's so many beautiful illuminated manuscripts where wealthy families would have, like, let's say, a Haggadah or a volume of the Bible or something like that, and they would hire artists to provide illustrations. Scholars have determined that in the vast majority of these illuminated manuscripts, the artwork was actually performed by Christian artists, particularly in the High Middle Ages. We can see this in a couple of interesting places. Like, for example, if you look at this Michael Maxwell, which is held in Oxford from the 13th century, this is a typical kind of like, first word of a section that has an illuminated illustration meant to decorate it. But when you look at it a little more carefully, you see that actually the illustration is treated upside down. He's 46 years old. Artist had obviously no idea what Hebrew writing looked like, and the artist actually filled in the gaps left over by the Hebrew scribe upside down. So this is just one of many examples of the kind of antics that happen when you have Christian artists working on Jewish manuscripts. And there's also some kind of like really surprising elements. So, for example, have a look at this illustration from a 13th century manuscript of the Mishnah Torah, which was richly illustrated. And it has this really, inappropriate, from Jewish sensibilities, image of an archer on the right firing an arrow, and at the left it strikes another person in a rather suspect position. It's really hard to imagine printing a copy of Maimonides' Torah today, including an illustration like this. And that begs another question, like how involved were the Jewish patrons in the creation of this art? You would think, and this is a major part of Professor Shem's work, you would think that the clients who are paying for this art to be done would disapprove of this kind of image. And there's interesting discussions of how things might have been edited one way or another. Have a look, for example, at another illustration from this same manuscript. This is actually something which looks kind of bizarre. It appears to be sort of like written on passage in the Talmud that deals with the giving of the Torah. I'm recording this video, by the way, just 2 days before the holiday of Shavuot, which of course commemorates the giving of the Torah. And it appears this particular image you have Moses on the left receiving the Ten Commandments, and then you have this strange kind of like, it looks sort of like an ice cream cone, or since I was using a chimney cake kind of illustration. And there's a whole bunch of people on the inside. And this apparently is the artist's attempt to render a passage in the Talmud, Shabbat 38a, where there's a remarkable passage where God says to Jewish people, Sinai, he lifts up the mountain and covers it over them like a barrel and says, if you accept the Torah, fine. If Joshua destroys it, then he can take Paul away from the mind of Jake Paul wins that. We all know that Joshua is finished and Jake Paul is great. Jake Paul accepted. Something like that, like the Jews are somehow like inside Mount Sinai. But Evelyn Cohen, an art historian, looked very carefully at this particular image, and she exposed this ultraviolet light, looked at it from the other side of the answer, and she pointed out that actually it was very different from the original. You can see there's a couple of pieces left over. If you look right to the center of the 2 tablets that Moses is receiving, there's actually the fingers of an arm that has been obscured by the drawing of the mountain painting. When you look at the original, and she was able to identify as ultraviolet light, this is actually a very picture of a physical representation of God giving the Torah to Moses. And that is not fly by Jewish sensibilities and portray God. It's true, there are some really rare examples of just the hand of God being apparent. There's almost no but it's very, very rare, and certainly very rare for the High Middle Ages. So apparently the Christian artist, maybe the one responsible for the funk shop earlier, included what he the very best to do it. By the way, the illustration probably done in northern France in the late 13th century. The artist must have thought, hey, okay, I'm going to show the way I think of God giving the Torah to Moses, and the Jewish owner of the manuscript said, oh my gosh, no, you can't do that. How am I going to show this to my rabbi? So they drew over it that strange Mount Sinai with the Jews in Joshua. Trains like he's like fucking Tyson Fury, really fascinating condition in the actual real world that we live in. So this brings us back to Jake does should not last longer than 30 seconds. That's the truth, and I love Jake. I can tell him what he's doing. In many ways, when you look at, but if for whatever reason this thing is set up where he clips Joshua, it will totally take everything fertilization of artistic ideas. And he's set up so I don't see him taking a fall, none of that stuff. So I assume this is what real. Well. If it is real, but it's the sweet science of boxing. Anthony Joshua should defeat him in about 30 seconds. Clergy, that's and how that's expressed in art. And it's all good. Well, the ball's on Jake to jump in there with the fucking heavyweight but I really got to Anthony Joshua's caliber is nuts. Very much. He should get credit for that. But he should get finished in 30 seconds. You've been
been around Joshua yet? Never. Oh shit. Tyson Fury. Not wondering how big of a size difference is because Jake's getting a lot bigger, but Joshua seems huge. Joshua's so big. Yeah. He's fucking massive, dude. And talented and technical and all the power in the world. He's fought the very best. He's not washed. No, he destroyed Francis. Like, he trained serious. Yeah. And what do you think is a tougher fight? Francis Ngannou for him or Jake Paul? And Francis couldn't touch him.
So delighted
destroyed him. And that's how it should go. It's literally how it should go. I'll be tuning in if it does happen. Me too. I'll be watching it. I'll be breaking it down. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying this is a legit fight. That's how it should go. If it goes any other way, something's fucking up. And this would prove that more so than any other fight Jake's had. Let's take a little break here. If you're looking for the perfect buzz this summer without the hangover, meet Breeze, spelled B-R-E-Z, an incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink. Their line of feel-good tonics offers a unique blend of hemp-derived THC and CBD, featuring mushrooms, nootropics, to create social relieving, euphoric effects without the traditional downsides of alcohol. No, these aren't like your typical edible. Who knows what you're taking, man? I've seen some weird stuff on edibles. We feel each blend within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour, hour and a half, right? Similar to cocktail. It's mellow enough for your mom to try, but also stat if you're trying to get wild. So whether you're looking to turn up, tune in, or tap out, Breeze has a beverage to help you feel the way you want to feel. To be ready to experience the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/shop. Use the code SHOP for $5 credit and free shipping on your first order. Consult with a physician before use. If you're pregnant, nursing, have any known suspected allergies, medical conditions, or taking any medication, FDA has not evaluated these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21 plus. Breeze. Okay. So John Jones is back in the news. There's a few parts to this. So, ever since the White House thing happened, John Jones talked to someone at the SBC, like, I'm back. Sure, yeah, I'm back. You hear Dana White? Yes, so Dana White's like, I ain't gonna fucking put him on the card. He's like, I can't risk a fucking fight of that caliber. John, who knows what he's a wild boy. I can't risk that. Yeah, Dana. No, the right's over. John, the right's over. And if John's going, well, the only reason I'm gonna come back is if I fight at the White House. Dave's like, cool, he ain't coming back. Like, I think Dana White and the UFC brass, they got burnt by John. And they're like, we're good, dude. Same thing with Conor. Like, we're good. And last week I was talking about the White House card, Conor fighting Chandler and John Jones fighting Alex Pereira. Fuck all that. I was way off. Neither one died. Because they're both too unreliable. If this is, 8 years ago, you had the both on there. Main event co-main event. In 2025, neither one was making it because it's too flaky. Both of them are too flaky. Both have too much baggage. Dana's not going to bank on that. So this is what John Jones said. It's kind of long. But we know that in the year 6 about Dana White's response. I heard the comments made last night at press conference while I was a little disappointed. I'm still in UFC's drug testing pool, staying sharp and continue to like professional, ready for times. The recent interview I shared that Dana fight at the White House gave me something deeper to fight for. A why that goes beyond paychecks and belts. Fighting for my country gives me great purpose. Silver lining all this stuff in the fans. They see my heart. They see I'm ready. Take on anyone to represent my country on a historic stage. I haven't seen that. For me, it's never been just about the opponent. I'm chasing legacy, so something timeless, something bigger than the moment. So for now, I keep grinding, stay patient, stay patient. I'm ready to fight July 4th. Yeah, maybe he gets his shit together and there's no hiccups. And Dana's like, all right, seems like you're doing good. Right now, I'm on with Dana. You're very burning my heart. Especially that he wanted that to be happening. Yeah, I just don't see him do that. They put him on there. So the fans see my heart, I don't see it. this is more towards this is more with John Jones. So Daniel Cormier was talking on the broadcast. I think it was like a
all three of these cities,
and they were asking questions. They're taking fans' comments, and then he's answering this question. So just look how this whole thing plays out.
What about the Jews?
If you were to fight your enemy anywhere or a random place, where would it be? And who would the person that you would throw hands with sight unseen be? I kind of want the ability to kill him, so I'd like to do that. There you go. Yeah, me too. They can't really do anything. Who are you fighting? I think we know. I can take church records. Who you might fight in your living room? Does it interact with Bond?
If you were to fight, so that's pretty much it. That's all that happened. But then John Jones took it as a dig on yeah. So.
Well,
I heard the comments made last night. Yeah, I heard the comments made last night. Just leaving up on that. That was from the other one. This one. DC said he wants to kill me at his house. I already buried him twice. And the third time I'm bringing a show. A blind man can see the mansion I own in David's head. I just didn't realize how deep his hate still runs. His ass whoopers must have left him more than bruises. This is where I jump off John's rebuttal here. I feel like I'm the most painful thing that ever happened to that man's life. Emotional damage. No, John. The most painful thing is him losing a kiddo. He lost a kiddo. Oh, yes. Terrible.
Was an unusually difficult Jews.
Again, I'm like the majority of the fan base, I'm over John.
On the other hand, people like Pope Gregory,
until he actually fights, I don't give a fuck. But, so Daniel didn't really say anything. It was just other people alluding to it. So it's not like he even said like, no, I don't have an issue with John Lawrence or something like that. But it's somewhere, right? Yeah, and I don't think it's emotional there. I think it's, he lost twice to him and they had beef. Like, who else would DC call out? Like, who else? Like, no, it's just that's what I'm saying. Who else? Everyone likes DC. Who else would he go after?
Itinerary of Benjamin Tudela. And although there are some questions
anyways, this is
how far he actually got,
Daniel said afterwards. I don't dislike John Jones. I think he's fine. Yeah, it's more like everyone else building this up to be this thing. And then John Jones let this stay relevant, stay in the news. I'm over it, dude.
Over the top of the Mediterranean there, and he reports that there were 200 families
this was odd too, man. Did you see Holocaust before the fights? This is a during press conference.
By the way, have a look at who is the author of this.
More specifically from Church here, if he's tuning in this weekend, what's your message to Hamza Chimaev?
He's obviously.
Yes, you guys know about that already. Everybody knows about that. I have a
know from medieval records. That real estate, cemetery, school,
and I got my focus right now is on this guy. So I need to focus on him, but of course I have a plan after that. And I have a unfinished business with and I'm going to face him sooner or later.
I've been a tough weight cut. Specifically, I've been a horrible weight cut, and also I heard him speaking about. He was just saying he's focused. Like he's so ramped up, he's focused. Yeah, so forget his ways there. Jesus Christ. And this is after that. This is after he won and talking about that thing that happened. You're usually called out Hamza after the fight. At the press conference, you seem to shake when you mention. Seems to piss you off that much.
Here's our fun about
first of all, people say I was shaking. I was shaking right now. Sick or nothing. I think it was any powder or something like that. I just was very motivated, very focused, very lucky in this fight, In the backstage, I was telling to myself, yelling to myself the whole time, this is what do you think, you need this victory, I will not be back. I thought this victory is mine and bad. So basically, and you look on he's just like in the moment, it could be a weekend thing, him replenishing in his body, season up, or, he's like, either way, he did crazy work. He looked like the versions of he's not getting every match. I'm sorry, he's not doing that fight. Not yet. This sucks. So Diego Sanchez was arrested
because he was in his buddy's car, and then for whatever reason, they were like in a traffic jam, there's an accident, and then there's police there too, but he just started shooting a gun in the air, saying like, about Albuquerque, 505, looking guys are blah, blah, blah. And his buddy even said like, yeah, there's something going on with him, he just needs help. Oh, yes, right. You don't say. What gave that away? The fucking slave with that weird movement coach. That was talks about a particular practice. That does suck. And it's kind of like John Jones did something similar to it. Remember, like shooting a gun out there and in honor of Master Dalvin. Oh, you mean these guys after years of getting punched in the head they do wild shit? Yeah. Overall, it'll be okay. Expert various places, you can't do that. And they prepared great ground. And it just sucks for him. But so I'm sure you. I don't know how much money you give me my fucking money. Give me my money. I got no time. Give me my goddamn money. I already put a deposit down on 0-1. Get the fuck out of it. McConnell, here's the thing that's about this. So as I say for the audio listeners, so what Jim brought up says, not the McConnell turns out 200K, which I thought lower down, 200K settlement check in a bizarre display of UFC solidarity. This is not what free market is about, he says, his decision. Here's the thing, McConnell. That money is getting allocated no matter what, but no matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grades with the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give a fuck. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. The original lawsuit was for like $1.7 billion. They're paying out like $400 million. And that's already paid. They've already sent that money out. That money's getting distributed around like 400 people. That money's getting distributed whether you take it or not. So if you don't take it, it's going to other people. So let's say there's, I don't know, 150 fighters that are in this antitrust lawsuit and they're getting paid. I know exactly how much I'm getting. The fighters that don't take it, it puts more money in the guys that do take it. Because that money's getting dispersed no matter if you take it or not. Rabbi Rothschild. It's so dumb not to take the money. It's so fucking dumb. History and laws of eating donuts. And he's a money guy, by the way. He knows, like, he has his nickname, like, the money. I want to leave the discussion of how for the actual. It makes no sense. I'm not his friend. If I just take him to the side and explain to him how, if he has kids, like, buddy, you can take this money and invest it for your children. And the UFC's not giving me a bad matchup. They literally don't care. Like when the lawyers called me, they were like, a lot of guys are worried about taking the money, the backlash to the UFC. I'm like, oh, stop. I don't work for the UFC. I have nothing to do with them. I cover the sport on my own channel, on my own business. I'll stop you there. I'm probably the one guy who's going to stop you dead in his tracks. Send me my goddamn money. I don't give a fuck. And if you're not, I'm really looking forward to he's just uneducated about the whole situation. Thank you very much for watching. Man, great. Because that's my shirt. It's better for the rest of us. I get his money now. It's good. That money, so that whatever is $400 million, no matter what. So let's say there's 200 guys that are in the antitrust lawsuit. So it could be $475 million distributed across 200. Let's say 100 of them were like, oh, I don't deal with the backlash and don't take it. By the court of law, that $400 million still has to get distributed to those fighters on that list. So I know the minimum I'm getting. It's a good chunk. That only can go up. It can't go down. That can only go up. So if 100 don't take it, that money has to get distributed by a court of law to the fighters. So it does not matter. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yes, I mean, UFC's already paid for it. That check's already in the mail. They've already paid the lawyers, all that's done. UFC's already like, whatever. They're not going to discipline you by taking the money.
It's better for me, yes. Oh, yeah. Everyone else. Let's see.
I did not pay the money that they sent to the fighters. The fucking, how they call it? The lawsuit. Yeah.
Pause it. This is how stupid fighters are. They think, and they're underpaid, and that's a whole other story. And people are like, I don't understand why more fighters don't ask for better pay. This is why. This
In
dude
the
is
basement of
brainwashed
the
that
14th
thinks
century
he's being a company man
is
by not taking the
learning
lawsuit money.
ritual bath.
He thinks that he's showing
The
loyalty
water is
to
still
the
quite clear.
fucking man by
The
not
light
taking
dusting on the top of the water is from the
this
flecks
money
that come off the
that he's
limestone
earned.
walls.
That's how
Originally, of course,
brainwashed a lot of these fighters are.
Candlelight, which must have really
Well, every single one of you are underpaid. Hey, Mikado, let me ask you a quick question. When the UFC, and they're gonna get it, when the UFC signs $1 billion TV right deals, when they sign up $1 billion, not $1 million, not $100 million, $1 billion deal, I want you to ask your agent or manager how much of a percentage you're getting of that $1 billion deal. Now, if you don't ask him, I'll do you a fucking solid right now and tell you how much you're going to get. Zero. You're going to receive zero of the dollars. When you look at here's another example. When you look at the UFC Octagon and you see 25 companies that are paid, I know how much they pay exactly to sponsor the UFC. When they're paying millions of dollars on that Octagon mat, and on the bars and all that, millions per company. How many dollars, what percentage do you see as your agent? I'll do you a solid. I'll tell you how much you're getting. Zero. When they took the sponsors from your short, your fucking t-shirt, your walkout shirt, when they took that money and decided to put it on the Octagon and give you zero. You are by no means moving up the ladder by not accepting this money. You're only doing disservice to yourself and your family. And Bubba, you've earned it more so than anybody. This is your money. You earned it, dude. You're not being a company man by not accepting money. You're being a stupid fighter, and this is the issue. And this same mentality is the reason, the fucking reason why nobody, they brought on the MLB labor board, they brought on the who's who, and they can't figure it out. And there's one reason, it's because of the fighters. So you have the MLB player representation, lawyers come on board, and like, we have the best deal in the business, it's 50-50 split, the MLB players is guaranteed money, let us help you guys out with this and make sure you get your money. And then they get so far, I've been in these meetings, they get so far, and they go, we can't get anybody, the fighters sign on. Because they're so brainwashed, that they think by sticking up for themselves, that somehow they're going to get a title shot or they're going to be blackballed by the company. So all the big dogs pull out. And you're just stuck with old retired fighters trying to move the needle. They can't do it. This is the best example. You're going, nah, I'm so loyal to the UFC. It's a cult. It's a fucking cult. You're no different than the family of Charles Manson.
Of the entire story.
It doesn't end well, buddy. Dude, you're the toughest business in the fucking world. You're a fucking prize fighter, and you're turning down the prize that you've earned because you're brainwashed and you think the UFC brass is going to somehow take care of you. If he wants to talk, I will give you a long history lesson of fighters that sacrifice more than Mikado to make weight on short notice, to take fights on fucking 2 days' notice. Guys that miss time with their family, miss the birth of their children, turn down huge sponsors because they thought they were being the good grace of the UFC. I'll tell you how to end it for them, but I'll fucking tell you, and it ain't a happy story. And this is to the end of time. To the end of time. Everything you have, Mikado, is because you fought fucking tooth and nail, through hard work, come through the favelas of Brazil. And then someone said, you know how hard it is to make $200,000 in this fucking world, bud? Some people don't make that in a lifetime. Some fucking bricks and make $40,000 a year, and because your hard work, you're a talented motherfucker, your hard work that you've earned through health, brain cells, your hard work to fucking rise out of the gutters of Brazil, and you're going, nah, I'm good. I'm good. They treat me well. It's not fucking about the way they treat you right now, but it's not about that. It's not about you taking a short notice fight against Islam, then giving a title shot, and you probably got a larger pay, and you think you owe them. You owe them nothing. You owe them nothing. You're the skilled one. You're the one that they can't fucking replace. Those brasses in their suit and fucking ties in the office, they can't do what you do. And you're bending the knee, giving up $200,000. And I know I'm sure McConnell, you're balling right now because you got your pay from the Islam fight. You have sponsors and you're relevant. You're doing well on Twitter, and you're like, I don't want to fuck this up. I'm scared, and I get that. They can't do anything to you, buddy. This money's already been allocated. But the fighters are so brainwashed, they're terrified. They're terrified. And it's these are the, for the people who've never been a fighter, they're the fucking toughest, most fucking grinding, work ethic's insane. They're the toughest people in the world outside special forces, military. But I'm saying, for professional athletes, there's nobody walking this earth more mentally strong and tougher and more of a risk taker than a professional UFC fighter. Hands down, of all the professional sports, there's nobody like an MMA athlete. There's a reason that the ESPYs, that John Jones, Khalil Roundtree, whoever the fuck it is, can walk in a room filled with the most famous athletes on the planet, and all of them will bend the fucking knee. Because if that door shuts and shit hits the fan, there's only one guy walking out of that room. It ain't the guy shooting fucking free throws. It's not the guy who can run a 4.40. It's not the guy who can fucking put a hockey puck into the net. It's none of that. It's the guy who has the only skills in the room to fuck up all of you. There's a reason that, and the fighters don't realize that. They don't realize how special they are. They don't realize that the average fucking UFC career is a year and a half. Did you know that? 1 year and a half. It's shorter than any other major league. People go, look at Conor, look at this guy, look at Jim Miller, look at Donald Cerrone. Those are fucking outliers. A lot of guys are getting cut left and right, and they're on the fucking prelims, and you don't know who they are. Again, I will say this so everybody hears it. The average career of a UFC fighter is 1 year and a half. And that year and a half, there's no signing bonus. It's not like fucking baseball, where if I'm in the major leagues and I can't put down a single A or double A baseball, but I signed a big contract with the Cleveland Indians and I signed for $10 million, I get that $10 million whether I hit the ball or not. You're guaranteed that money. You're guaranteed that money. In the UFC, if you fought for a year and a half, you're lucky after taxes and paying for your training camp and your manager. If you're new to the game, let's say you came off the Dana White Contender Series, Ultimate Fighter, if you fight in a year and a half, you probably, if you're lucky, got 2 fights. Maybe you got 3. You're lucky if you have $50,000 in the bank. And y'all want to walk away from $200,000? Are you out your goddamn mind? When Makano's retired and he's 50 years old, you're going to be wishing you had fucking $200,000 invested. Especially if he has kids, you're going to wish that you took that money. Because I'll tell you right now, you know who's not going to be calling you when you retire? You know who's not going to be covering your children's fucking medical bills and the food on your table and your mortgage? And I can bet your sweet ass, you're not going to hear a fucking peep out of those suits that you're loyal to right now. And I'm not saying fuck Dana and the press. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying this is fucking business, and you're in the most cold-hearted business, and you're bending the fucking knee for no reason. I'm pretty sure he has children, right? That's what pisses me off. If you're single and you're young, you're like whatever, and your primary career, I can kind of see it. You're still brainwashed. I can kind of see it. If you have a family and you have fucking children, $200,000 in Brazil is a lot. So he has one son, Isaac, who's born in 2020, and another child on the way. His wife is currently pregnant, and you're not taking it to piss me off. And you're not taking it because $200,000, and you're a fucking prize fighter. Here's the thing, it's over, Moicano, too, but you fought for the title. It's never happening again. It's never, and that's why you make that's why you make life-changing money when you fight for a title. Whether you win or not, life-changing meaning you're kind of set. You're not worried about things for the next year or two, depending. You're not every month. He's never getting back to a title shot. That will never happen again. That was a freak accident. The guy fell out of the fight and you got put in. That's how this goes. It's the hype. You did it. You fought for a title. You're less than 1% that ever get to do it. That will never happen to him again. The division's too tough. His skill set's not there. But he's a great fighter. We all love him. That's the reality of it. You will never make more money than you made that last fight. It will never happen again. You will never make more money when you fought Islam for the belt. It's a complete fucking mismatch. That will never happen to you again. And your wife's fucking pregnant. You have a fucking young kid. You're never going to be champion. And you want to give up $200,000. Just so you know, Moicano, Dana bets with $200,000 every night. Like it ain't shit. So if you think in his mind, he's going, well, Moicano didn't take the money, let's hook this guy up. You don't know the fucking world, dude. And you're in the fucking most cutthroat business in the world. And you're letting it pass you by. And it's a kick in the face to the rest of the fighters. There's some fighters that deal with severe fucking CT that are fucking dead broke. They would change places with you in a heartbeat. There's fighters that well-known names that don't have a fucking cent in the bank, dude. They don't have a fucking dollar to their name. They're working fucking security jobs or they can't get a job because they're too fucked up in the head. You also have the lawyers and Cumley and the rest of those boys that put their fucking legacy on the line to fight against the man. And these lawyers who did this, buddy, this wasn't something that happened in the last 2 years. They've worked on this for probably 10 years plus. That's how long of a fight this is. It's a kick in the dick to those lawyers, to former UFC fighters, to the alumni you're part of not to accept this money. It's out of anybody, he should be taking the fucking money. And there's guys that are ranked higher than him. There's guys that are well known who are taking the money. You do not have to be scared to take the money. The UFC, it's an afterthought for UFC. You know what? UFC's happy that they settled with whatever is $345 million, or $425 million. They got off unscathed. That ain't nothing to them. Remember, the UFC will be announced very soon. Got $1 billion TV right deal, and you're not going to see a cent of it. So $400 million ain't shit to them. It's not shit, dude. It's not shit. You think you're being a good company, man. With a company that's too fucks about you. It's mind-blowing. And this isn't an anti-UFC thing. This is a pro sports thing across the board. Why do you think you see the top caliber athletes in the world in the NFL hold out of camp? Because they know how fucking brutal this shit is. And for whatever reason, when insert TJ Watt, insert some big name, insert these guys, McCaffrey, when they hold out and they miss camp and they're not in camp, notice the NFL fan base goes, yeah, get yours, man. I get it, man. This sport, you get hurt. Get yours. Notice, you don't have other NFL players talking shit about other NFL players when they're holding out for money. Have you ever seen that? They know how hard it is. They know how cutthroat it is. They know if that star quarterback receiver fucking blows out his knee, that he's fucked to never be the same. So they know, dude, get yours. Fuck yeah, bend him over, dude, get yours. Because they're going to get theirs. Meaning the NFL, the teams, the owners, they're going to get theirs when you get hurt or not. It's no different than the UFC. Dana White's going to get his. That's why he's the greatest promoter of all time to ever do it. He's going to get his when you take a measly $200,000 or not. for you to forego that because you think that you're going to be in the good graces of the UFC brass, buddy, I hate to tell you, they could give two fucks. That's the truth. If nobody in your team has told you that, if you have agents or managers or people in your camp and coaches telling you not to take it, fucking fire them. Because in 10 years, you're going to be wishing that you had $200,000. And you've earned it. That's the thing. It's not like you won the lotto and randomly got lucky. You fucking paid for it with blood, sweat, and tears. But you want to give it up because you think Dana's going to give you a slap on the ass in your next fight. That's fucking crazy. Any other brain busters chant? That's a great one. I love the That's awesome. Take a little break and we get right back in my long ass rant about UFC fighter pay. World Sports Alcohol Detox Fire that reduces blood alcohol content in as low as 30 minutes. This is real. This is not snake oil. It's sure shot. You get a sharper mind and body, liver support, pain boost, gut support, hydration. Go down the link, drink with your friends. Watching the UFC fight night this weekend. It's a day drinking thing. Make sure you have your companion with you. That's sure shot. Go to sureshot.com. Use promo code Brent. Get 10% off. We got you, man. Have that drink on us. You're going to recover. You're going to wake up feeling fantastic. You're going to recover in 30 minutes or less. We got you. It's Sure Shot. Promo code Brendan, 10% off. I can't wait to get my motherfucking jet. And it better come soon, dude. Because I put it in a deposit. A CR1 Corvette. And it got built by Texas Speed and Fast Lane Motors. And it's sitting there. And I put a deposit down. And I don't know how much longer we're going to fucking wait, okay? So I need that check to come out soon. God bless those lawyers for working on it. God bless the fighters that took it. The ones that didn't, you fucked up. I can't wait. And that CR1 is a small fraction of the payment I'm getting. It's a small fraction. When my team told me I was getting it, I went, listen, I'm all about investing the same for my kids. You know me, man. Kids first. You got it. But you know how hard I work for these fucking dollars. You gotta let me have a little fun. Give me this, allow me this much money, and nobody gives me any flack. My finance guys, my business managers, nobody gives me any flack. Give me this money and I can buy whatever the fuck I want, all cash. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. And then the rest, we'll put into real estate, whatever, my real estate, we'll put in that, or we'll invest it, but I'm not gonna touch it. It's for the kids when they get older. Send me my money. I said it fast. No, bitch, what? Send me my goddamn money. All right.
I think we should definitely end it with that. Obviously, the card that's coming up this weekend is pretty awesome.
It's a good card. ABC, 2 p.m. Thank God, Texas time, baby. Your boy's not staying up late. Robert Whittaker, one of the best middleweights ever to fucking do it. RDR, bursting on the scene. You saw him just mollywop Bo Nickel. It's not too much too soon. Some people are saying that you don't know the sport. This motherfucker was a 2-division champion from 1 championship. He's at Monsters. He's exactly where he should be at. Peter Young coming back. Tough fight. McGee. We'll see if McGee can step up to the challenge. Bryce Mitchell, they're doing no fucking favorites. Any favors after some of his comments. He got us in trouble here after his Bitler comments. So, they're throwing to the fucking wolves. And he loses this one, could get dicey for him. Sure, Megamadov, you fucking pirate, is back. Take my money. This is a funner card. I can guarantee you more finishes than you saw when you paid for UFC 318. That's it. Shout out to Mikano. I'm a fan, Mikano. You're a badass. Hope you don't take that the wrong way. Get your money back. That's all I'm trying to say. Hopefully somebody in your life is telling you this. I come from zero animosity. If I seem passionate about it because I know how hard you work, you deserve every fucking penny and more. That's all I'm saying. Love your butt. Continue, keep killing it. DriveFastAugust.com. Giveaway ends in August. I'm sick of promoting this thing, I'll be honest with you. But it ends in August. I'm already working on the G-Con 392 because that will be next. This thing's going to be filthy. It's going to be completely different, but let me see it. I'm actually working on it right now. But the fully custom TRX 1-of-1 last call edition. Anywhere you pick up, I'm if you enter shooting at DriveFastAllGas.com. We have basically 5 weeks left. It ends in August. We got the freaking, we got a new Drive Fast All Gas Texas Bill shirt on there. We got the Jimmy Tech Patriotic shirt with the King Shocks collab. We got a bunch of stuff, Diesel Dad stuff, Ethylene Blue. It's all there. It's dope. It's my favorite merch I've ever done. We even have Optimal Human Greens on there. We got everything, baby. Go to DriveFastAllGas.com. Win the goddamn Ultimate Dad Ring. It's available right now. And it's a TRX with over $50,000 in mods. And whoever wins will give you $10,000 cash. If you want an extra benefit, sign up for the VIP where I FaceTime you. Every month somebody wins a chance to come out and work out with me, drive my badass rides, go to lunch with me here in Austin. So that's only for the VIP members. It's $40 a month. And you get, I think, $30 or $40 in credit every month with merch. You get access, you get more access to win the truck. It's pretty dope, right? Automatically doubles your entries and all the giveaways. You get promos, extra giveaway stuff. It's dope. And I do Q&As on there. It's a fun time. Everybody's doing it. It's a VIP club. All right, DriveFastAllGas.com. That's it, kids. I love you. Sorry about the rant. Sometimes I get passionate about it, especially when I know you guys are in the money. That's it. Love you guys. Sorry I went off there. That's it, man. Till next time, be safe out there. Love you guys. I'm out.
We're here enjoying the Roman amphitheater in our history. This is just a survival that we can be here 2,000 years later and remark upon the eternity of the Jewish people. That's up to the Rothschild. And in this context, I want to share with you. In this context, I want to share with you one biography. I'm sure many of you will be very familiar with this great Talmudic scholar because he is quoted hundreds and hundreds of times in the Talmud, but maybe not all of you know his backstory. I'm talking, of course, about Rabbi Rothschild. He is known popularly by the acronym
big UFC 318 is going down, so I know we have to do a show around the year pay-per-views. That's how we do this. We need the big pay-per-views. Me and Jesse are going to break it all down for you guys. And it just so happens that the same week a big UFC 318 is going down for Max Dustin fight. There's been a lot of Real Housewives of the UFC going down. And it starts with, we both love him. Let's get that up. We love Conor McGregor. That's well documented. And dude, listen, he had some dick pics. Yeah. And first of all, before you give your take, dude is a dick hunter. He attached a weight to it. Dude, I mean, how many people are trying that? I've thought about that so many times where I'm like, I just never could think of a way where I could like test that out. And it seems dangerous, man, but it's a real thing on it. Yeah, he's talking about finding the kid and Jim, he's bringing up the blurred pictures, and Jim's like, I just can't find the kids. I want to see what's working. It's the stories. Let's see what's working. Let's see what he said to strangers. Yes, and then finally, the fans saw that, like, his chin's at the internet, and I got like 30 counter dick pics. And I was like, man, this is impressive. There's ways to figure it out. There definitely is. You gotta get better at the internet. But, yeah, boys, here's the thing. We're like, this is crazy. And Connor's like, no, just here's my brother, 50 Cent. They just cruise right through it. And the craziest thing about the story, though, is who he sent those to. Like, do you know who he sent those to? She's a singer, right? Pretty girl, pretty gal. Completely. But she's a certified batshit crazy. That girl live streamed herself digging up her recently dead cat, and she quit like a live stream.
He was able to eventually earn enough money
to buy his own. She apparently, like, she didn't know him. Like, they didn't know each other. Like, how does that the person that you're like, goddamn, she's like, hey, this is a good picture. Who am I going to send this to? He's all, check the bulls cats. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't know that. I guess she's just an artist. He's like, she's hot. And you go look at her account. It's somewhere
in the Galileo
region. I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict. Everything is addict behavior. And he's probably snorting all that devil's dandruff. And was just like, cool, I got some weights attached to my dick. I saw her some of the time and then sent her the deer. Yeah, he's like, he's rolling the white lady booze and a shit of hair. He's like, I'm ready to say it's go time. I'm ready to pound now. He's said, well, I'm sorry about that. There's also, you know, if he has a relationship with her, they don't know each other.
Yes, I do have
he's not familiar with her online. She can't be the only one who sees all that. Because
in the Talmud
that
for
weight
being
dip pic
physically
is a
beautiful.
lot of
The Talmud
effort. You're
says
not
that
just sending it to
when
a
he
random
would
girl.
reveal
Dude,
his arm,
that's exactly
the
what I was
room
thinking. Is
would
like,
light up with
if
the
it
beauty
goes
of
to
his skin.
random
And
black
it
singer
also
he
says, by
doesn't
the way,
know,
that he was overweight.
imagine the distribution on that.
There's hope for some of us.
And then she was like, bro, she
Rabbi
just blasted him
Yochanan
out.
said to
She's like,
Rachel
bro, aren't you
London,
running for
I
president?
do have a
Did you
sister,
see the rest of her
but
tweets
there's
about that?
no
Because
way
like, when
she's
you
going to marry a
she's
guy
like, are you
like
kidding?
you
She's like,
who
we got a
happens to burn
presidency to win. She's
soda.
funny, dude. Oh, yeah,
Usually
she's
Rachel
kind of
London
Connor.
said,
Yeah, but
I will
so
study
she's kind of
Torah.
funny with
And
it.
he ended up
And then,
the
so you see this, and then pictures pop up of him at the beach. He's in Florida, Miami, or something, just some random girl. And you heard that
a lot of
now
stories
after
about their
that,
adventures
the
together.
Miami case where he got accused by that heifer in Miami 2023 who celebrated in the bathroom. The judge decided yesterday, the day after those pictures on the beach came out, that they're moving forward with that case. Now, if I'm being, if I'm looking at this just objectively, and it's kind of funny, it's like the judge looks at that, he's all, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility in this case. They walk into that bathroom with 300-pound chick, but now that I see this shit on the beach, I have to entertain that he might have actually done this. I know, dude, he just can't get out of his own way. Like, just, it sucks to see.
Remarkable Gemara that's not very well known.
Dude, just tighten up a little bit. And not just a tad, but he's in Fort Lauderdale. That's 20 seconds from Miami. That's your goal in Miami, and you're Conor McGregor. There's a 10. If you throw a quarter in any direction, it'll hit a 10. It's Miami.
And the rabbis were
workarounds.
What are we going to do?
But
The
also,
great Rabbi
dude, Connor's not a dumb dude.
So one of the great rabbis here, Rabbi Yochanan, said,
but even, let's say he's on this crazy freaking Nicolas Cage binge that he's going on. He knows that people is one of the most recognizable faces in the world. So he knows being on the beach with this random side chick that people are going to see you. So I have no idea about his personal relationship with Dee, but I kind of think she's like, yeah, that's our agreement. But I think that when he's on the road, she doesn't care. Like, she's just like, whatever, you're on the road. And then, you know, some fighters have that. I know a lot of athletes that do. But Bass Rutten had that. Yeah, he's like, my girl knew, like, I was doing my thing. She was like, just don't fall in love and don't understand the night. Yeah, and then we come back home, you know, I mean, honestly, any girl who actually understands the male experience and is married to a dude in that position, that's the smart money right there. I mean, you know, like, I mean, if you want to avoid problems, like, if I guess the girl is wired to, like, not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like, this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict if you're married to Conor McGregor. Yeah, and then also remember, they've been together since what, middle school? Some shit like that, since high school, like, literally forever. So they grew up together. So, and who knows, maybe she's doing her own thing. And maybe that's agreement, like, all right, we have a great family, kids, we've done all this, but we've been together since we were 15. Yeah, like, let's experience a little bit, but not fall in love. Maybe I can know the soul here. Yeah, I have no idea. It's like, I mean, some people are wired for jealousy, some people aren't, you know, and as soon as this story hits, you click on, she did this long story on Instagram, just showing pictures of her and Connor together, just like, this is my man, this is my man, this is my man, just instant support. And she had us back through that, like, during the Kid Hand thing, I mean, she not only supported him the whole way through, was there every single day, like, she actually, she went hard in the pain, you know, and also, I mean, if that's not an indicator that they have an agreement, it's like, you know, she's like, yeah, because the info that came out, like, in court, you know, she's probably like, well, he's just, I mean, Connor's story is he had to smash that, it was the lowest match, so, you know, the only thing that was, you know, up for debate was whether he beat her up and took it or not, you know. Yeah, I'd like to see that CCTV. Me too, dude. It's just, again, I that's fine. What he wants to do in his personal life is him and Dee's issue, you know. You could just tighten up a little bit. Like, there's a lot of guys that have this agreement, and they're not shoving everybody's face and all this wild shit. Like, there's ways to do this where you're not just shoving everybody's face. It's true, especially when you have kids. Especially if you're Conor McGregor and you're in a public place, especially in like clubs, you just are talking to the girl, and you do it quiet and not, you know, you're just like,
so you want to get out of here later, and then but yeah, he just does whatever he wants to do at all times, wherever he is, no matter what, is what it looks like to me, including like, I just feel like I kind of want to punch someone in the face. I'm just going to punch this dude in the face. I know it's not good. It's out of behavior. It's not going to help you get together. And then apparently at BKFC, he whispered to Mike Perry, was like, I'm back in the testing pool. I'm going to come back. I'm going to find the White House. Nice. Is that true that he's in the testing pool? Because I heard I saw someone said that John Jones said he's in the testing pool and they checked he's not in the testing pool. So I don't know. Can you check? Can you check if someone's in the testing pool? You can. But then also, that fight's not supposed to happen next year. Yeah, it's just only at 26. So, and you have to have 6 months. So they could be like, I'm jumping back in, and they're just waiting. Who knows what's in their system when they get out. And then 6 months before, so they're eligible, they can jump back in. You saw the arrow? No. Because they just show up, right? Like, show up anytime, whatever. If you go on vacation, you have to know. It's nice. Like, they'll test guys on vacation in Hawaii, but there's a reason why you see some guys on the roads, Mediterranean, Chad, or guys are in Thailand.
Quality of that existence is highly dependent.
That would be dead. It confirms John Jones has officially taken a huge step.
For example, we were forced to wear yellow hats.
Okay, nice. Yeah, because that's what I heard. And then but they can say they're doing it, and then they know they have a certain window to do it in order to be eligible for that White House card. Yeah, but it's weird that it's not weird. I understand. Like, if I was even remotely younger, I would jump back in the testing pool to fight at the White House. So I get why these guys are doing it. But John Jones, like, no, now I have a reason. Now I have a reason to jump back and actually want to fight. Like, Tom Aspinall is not the reason. Now a lot of you be like, well, it's because he's ducking. So this is going to piss you off. This is what I think is going to happen in the White House on the card. Dana was on record with our boy, Robbie from Barstool. He goes, it's going to be the biggest, baddest card the UFC's ever put on. Okay, he's like, bigger than this fair, it's going to be loaded. So I'm like, what fights could they make? Well, I guarantee you there's going to be a BMF title. So if Connor's fighting, he's just going to fight just some regular dude for no belt. That's going to be BMF. So it looks like 5 rounds, which makes it 5 rounds. Which is interesting. But so if Connor and John say that, the chance of both of them doing it, the odds are high, we're going to get one of them. So with BMF, this is where it could get super dicey and people will be pissed. If Connor does come back and fight, they'll do Connor for BMF and Chandler. So you get that. It's like, all right, that's fine. But let's say Connor doesn't get his shit together and keeps doing all and he's tied up in legal issues. And John's like, oh, I want to come back now. And, it just gives me a reason to come back. I'm motivated. You're going to get Alex Pierre versus John Jones with BMF, not Tom Aspinall. I think they're going to royally fuck over Tom. Dude, if they, I don't know, man. If they do that, I think the fans will be like, if they do though, I don't know. I honestly, like, for a BMF title, Alex Pierre, because Alex versus Tom, it's like, oh my God, that's a fucking nightmare. Man. John's been out for a hot second, a little slower. Alex at 240, BMF title, White House. If Alex comes back and beats Magomed, okay, if he wins his title back, and then they're like, here, you get to fight at the White House heavyweight, you don't have to risk your light heavyweight title, and you fight against John Jones, then I think the fans will be like, fuck Tom. Yeah, you know, that's what I think is going to happen. But he would have to win his belt. That's weird, though, right? Yeah. That would be wild. But I do think you're going to get a BMF title on that White House card. You're going to get his drum gloves and all that bullshit. So it's either, if both of them come back, it's going to Connor and then John might fight Tom on there. You're like, fine, we got to do the right thing. Tom's fighting John. But if Connor doesn't get his shit together and with that BMF title, you're going to get John and Alex. That's what I think happens. And people who are doubting that this card comes together, I was going to say, I have a real common sense take on that. It was like, Dana said that he was going to go out to an island during COVID and build out all the COVID protection. Got it done. And in this case, the U.S. tax base is going to pay for it. So Dana can literally go, okay, this is what we need budget-wise. And They'll get all the most expensive guys on the card. And Dana was like, we don't care if there's 5 fans or whatever, 30,000. He's like, I went on the front lawn of White House. So I'm not worried about selling tickets. I'm going to put together the baddest card. And I knew about this from a super reliable source for probably 6 months. Like, this has been in the really? Yeah, this isn't something that last week Trump was like, hey, let's do a card. They've been working on this for a hot second. Yeah, I've known for literally 6 months. And like I was saying, I was talking to someone else about this, about, Dana and Trump's relationship. You're like, okay, these are the two decision makers. And these two guys are such good friends. These guys probably text each other like porn memes. They're like, boy, see that group chat? Yeah, oh yeah. Well, even Derek Lewis, like he wins this fight, and Dana's cage is like, hey, it's my buddy Trump, let's talk to you. So he's talking to him after announcing, like, they're super close. It's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen. And people are upset, like, oh, UFC's become this MAGA far right. It's like, man, I hate to tell you, the majority of the fighters and the majority of the fan base, is proud to be American and loves, the UFC and Trump and the American shit. Like, if you think that they haven't always been like this, or your favorite athlete's not more on the right than on the left, man, I'm gonna hurt your feelings. Boy, it's just like the culture has kind of become one where if you are a heavy patriotic American, we've been pushed into this group where it was kind of like, lots of people were independents, some people were Democrats, like whatever. I'm in the middle, like conservatives, whatever. Yeah, it's like how liberals means you're on the right. So it's like, all right, it is what it is, dude. It's like, and even if, gosh, I was thinking about this, is like, if I had been a Democrat my whole life and then now the UFC and Trump relationship was what it was, like if I had previously hated Trump, it'd be so hard to maintain the hatred for Trump. Like I'd be like, damn it, I want to be in that crew so bad. I thought about that because Luke Thomas talks about this a lot. He's like, you're pushing the fan base away. I'm telling you, outside, like our niche bubble of fans, like from outside looking in, they think it's a terrible mistake to partner with Trump and be this far-right group. I'm like, far right, I don't know if I hate when they use that term. You look at the popular vote, like that's a shit ton of people. Like, Trump is important. But, and then I was thinking, I'm like, well, when the NFL went all over, I stopped watching. Me too. So you might be right. I stopped watching.
These are collective watches. Look at what they're giving their money to.
That was them driving the opposite thing. Where like I think right now the majority of people who are kind of fired, like people generally like UFC, are on the side where if you go that way, we're going to be more interested.
So but
also I think people that tend to like fighting and fitness are more pro like USA.
That was a great time when
Trump's
Taro lived there,
as far as
motion for the barrel, the Arizal came from Egypt,
it's like manly shit. They tend to be more this way. It was an anomaly. Like a guy who's super into fighting who's also still, he's like, I mean, I got no issues with anybody having any opinion, you know what I mean? As long as they're not. No, the reason I like to listen to Luke is because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't hear any other things from him. He's sharp. He has a new channel actually that it's like politics, and I listen to every time that I listen to a smart person who is a Democrat. I'm like, dude, you don't even disagree on anything. Like literally, I went on a young church with like Cenk, and I was expecting us to be like banging heads both times. I actually talked to him 3 times. Who's this? The young church, Cenk Huber. Who is saying be a Rogan? Like, you remember that? Let me see what he looks like. Yeah. So they got into it on Twitter. He's like, no, he's like, I'm huge. I would beat up Rogan. That's it. Yeah. Everybody bombarded him. They're like, hey, bro, you should probably do a little research on Rogan's martial arts background. He's a Democrat. He's like a really, really big Democrat. But like, when we start talking about stuff, I'm like, what do people think that we have this like starch divide disagreement? Because I'll be like, hey, do you think that girls should be getting beaten by dudes in sports? And he's like, no, it's ridiculous. I'm like, right. Yeah. It's because social media, social media creates such a divide. And the crazies on the left and the crazies on the right, they're so loud. Most of us are here, we're like, I agree with
that all
for
over here, and I
licensing
don't
of
agree
Dalla
with
and
that.
Distillers,
But they're
the
so
wine
loud,
from
and
Dalla
that's
and
what
like
gets the
that. So
views
they
and gets
also
the
share
clicks.
those
So
values.
we're like,
The
oh, all
tolerance and the
Democrats are
camaraderie.
gay,
They had a
pro-trans,
separate
pro-kids. They
They're
want
a big
women
concern that
to compete
people
against men in
see the
sport.
proper
Yeah.
culture
But then you're
dignified burial.
you know,
We
it's like
also
gays and blacks.
take
Yeah,
like
I
Ghanaian they cared about poor people inside the community, and although
he's done a lot of terrible
Jews
shit.
have achieved
But
tremendous
Newsom
wealth
on
in the last 100
Sean
odd years,
I'm scared to watch that because I don't want to watch it. Like, because I know he is an exceptional politician, and I say that in a way where I'm like, this dude, I can't ever forget what this dude did during, you know, not to derail this conversation, but it's like, you know, we had to flee that state due to things that they implemented that really, like, came after our kids. I can't forgive them, but you do watch that, and you're like, God, I know, that's why I'm like, he's kind of human. I know, I like it. That's why I don't watch it. Which is like, hatred goes down. Like, you watch him, and he's like Sean Ryan's kind of grilling him, and then also Rogan Tech Sharks on I heard it. I was like, ask me doing this. And like, listen, I made a lot of mistakes. He goes, I'm an expert. I thought what I was doing right. Turns out it wasn't. I fucked up. You know, and he's like, you know, there's some, he's a politician. So he words that just like, I don't know. I don't trust any neither. Including the right, I don't trust any. That is the best policy. Is like, yeah. Those scumbags. I mean, and we can talk like, also, how dope would this be? How much of a fan favorite would Dana if he did this? He goes, all right, and not that they're ever going to agree to this. He goes, we'll bring the best UFC card you've ever seen. The winner of the main event gets to read off the Epstein list. No, bro. Give me that. Think how many views? Yeah, it'll do 1 billion views. Yeah, not only are we doing a fight at the White House, but in the press conference after, we're going to release the Epstein list. Oh my gosh, dude. Think about that. Hey, you could charge $500 for that pay-per-view. Everybody's paying. The left wants the list, the right wants the list. Right? Everyone who's not on it wants the list. Yeah. And the left are like, dude, I'm going to watch UFC at the White House because after, fights or whatever, after, they're going to announce the fucking list. Yeah. And the only people, there's a tiny group of people who don't want it that just happen to be the most powerful people in the world, which is why, you know, we're still not seeing it. And the people, it's like the people who are on it and then the people who have the leverage. Because that's the thing, the second that you announce the names, all the leverage that you've accumulated, you know, by blackmailing all these creeps is gone. Yeah, but it's part of their fault, part of the Trump's cabinet's fault, because how long have we been told there's a list? Of course, from them. So if from the very jump, if Trump and his team was like, hey, we looked into it, there's no fucking list. Like, trust me, if there was, we'd release it. But that's not what they said. As soon as we get into power, we're going to release the list, releasing the JFK files, and then Pam Bondi was like, I have the list on my desk. JD Vance is on Theo going, I'd love to see the list. So everyone's talking about this list. And then all of a sudden, Trump goes, you guys still talking about that? There's nothing there. It's like, no. You've told us for how long, how many months now that there's a list? Yeah. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense. And Pam Bondi, like, everybody's talking about how she's like, oh, yeah, the list on my desk. It's like, just go back one step before that. She had a bunch of influencers come to DC, hand them binders that said Epstein Files Phase 1. And if there's a phase 1, there's obviously a phase 2, and then they opened it was all the flight logs and stuff, and it was like everyone's like, we already know all about this. Now, don't worry, there's a lot more coming. Oh, we have 10,000 hours of videos of like kids getting assaulted. And they go, there's nothing to say. And they're like, never mind. They're like, where does that? Someone had to have stepped in. It's the only time that the Trump detractors and the pro-Trump people who were making the calls agree on anything. And they all got together and went, hold on. We all agree. Yeah, listen, we hate each other. We all agree this can't get out. Yeah. And they go, yep, cool. All right, well, let's go back to hating each other. Yeah, they're like, Trump's on it, and we're like, well, we don't think so, but we think that guy's on it, so there's only one thing to do. Release it all. But how dope would that be for the UFC to pull that card? That'd be amazing, dude. They come out and announce that. It gives them a little bit of leeway. We're like, all right,
one of the things that many students wonder about the Talmud is why exactly.
Friends that Dana knows exactly what's going on.
Like, I bet you Dan knows exactly why this is all happening. He knows what creeps are on the list of it.
Every single tractate of the Babylonian Talmud begins with that familiar phrase in the upper left-hand corner. The obvious question is, why does it start with page 1? So there are lots of fanciful and kind of homiletic answers that are in many ways really quite appealing and fascinating, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic, and it dates back to the origins of printing in the 15th century. Of course, the Talmud itself was originally an oral document. Then moving into a manuscript culture was written down, often as beautiful works of art. Like have a look at late 13th century Spanish handwritten Talmud, which is just gorgeous. But when we get to the 16th century, there's this Gutenberg revolution with the invention of movable type and the printing press. All of a sudden, these extremely expensive manuscripts, which were typically, a yeshiva or a study circle with only maybe 1, 2, 3 copies of certain tractates. To own the entire Talmud was an amazingly expensive investment. But with the advent of printing, all of a sudden it became possible for communities to possess the entire Talmud. So this was a huge change and really revolutionized the study of the Talmud, and greatly expanded the number of students who were studying it. But printing was in its infancy, and there were many conventions which were not accepted right away. And one of those was basically page numbers. The first major printers of Talmud were the Italian Sonsino family, who produced some absolutely gorgeous editions of the Talmud. But they were kind of working their way through it, trying to figure out, how do we deal with these things, such as pagination. If you have a look, this is a small aside. Here's a beautiful copy of the 15th century printing of Aesop's Fables, which the Sonsino family thought looked really great to the title page, so they actually adapted it with very minor changes for the opening of Tractate Kulit. You can even see the lines where the original had to be cut and then pasted in, because of course Hebrew is read left to right and had to orient the page appropriately for the binding. But when they laid out their first Talmud, they did not think to include page numbers. Among other problems that arose as a result of this omission was the fact that people didn't know if a tractate was complete. I mean, what happened if some of the pages, some of the signatures of pages were missing? So what the printers evolved was they started adding at the bottom of each column of text a couple of words that connected to the following page, so that as you were text, you could see, there's nothing missing between one finish at the bottom of this column until I began the next column. And that's a convention which is retained in today's Vilna shots and more modern things of the time often as well. And then eventually they said, you know what, why don't we just add page numbers as well? And that's how we get to our current pagination system, which numbers actually folios, that is both sides of one page, with the recto first page known as Amud Aleph, and then the so the other side known as Amud Bet, and that's the convention we followed through. Where was page 1? Page 1 was the title page, because when you would actually get the book of Talmud, the first page would be the Shar block, the opening page, which often has some beautiful artwork, like the classic Vilna shot has the pillars and the gates and the lions and the curtains and things like that. That was such an evocative image that has been retained for the last 200 years as symbolic of the entry into the world of Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
I'm like, if that's it, dude, listen, I can understand. Is there more to the story or no? Do you think, or is that you think that I heard that there was more to the story, but I don't know what it is. And let's say that was all that there is, which not great. But at the end of the day, you're gonna kick them off the team. So I would assume that created a fracture in the team where they're like, hey, there's too much drama, we gotta get rid of them. And then Nicky Rod, his brother's like, hold up, the fuck are you talking about? And the two guys who made that decision are
converts, which just give a tantalizing little glimpse into what life was like for Jews in the Sasanian period when the Talmud was written, around the period of the late 3rd and early 4th century. The first reference, of course, is in the Gemara itself. There's the Hamid Yorta, a certain convert that is in the era of Shmuel. This was probably during the reign of the famous king Shapur I, also known as Shmuel Malka in front of the text. And he was a king that appears actually with some frequency in the Talmud, and he had a relatively expansive policy with regards to non-Zoroastrians in his empire. He wanted to be as inclusive as possible as the empire was expanding. Later, there would be a crackdown on non-Zoroastrians, which appears significantly throughout the Talmud. But during this time, there was more tolerance and acceptance of the idea of converting to Judaism. Very briefly, period, it would ironically also be present in the era of a successor, not an immediate successor, but Shapur II with the same name that was associated especially with Rava and the town of Mahoza. So the first reference that we have today refers to this York, to the fact that there was such a convert in the era of Moses in itself. And the second passage is really fascinating. There's a Rabbi Mari Bar Rachel, who stands out as an unusual character. First of all, the obvious thing is, why is he named after his mother, Rachel? And the overwhelming consensus is that rabbis are named after their fathers in the Talmud, as is the general practice. So there's a controversy between Rashi and Tosfos elsewhere in Talmud as to whether or not there is one person by this name or several people by this name. According to Rashi's opinion, however, the story was that Rachel was the daughter of Shmuel, also mentioned on the Daf today, who unfortunately was kidnapped, and while she was kidnapped, she had relations with this improbably named non-Jew named Isur. The name Isur means prohibition, but that's quite likely his actual name. At any rate, she became pregnant and she gave birth eventually to Mari. Now, fascinatingly, Isur was quite taken with his encounter with Judaism through his partner Rachel, and ultimately ended up converting himself and becoming an Adam Gadol, a great Talmudic scholar in his own right. Fascinating kind of story. And his grandchildren included Mar Zutra, one of the great figures of the Talmud as well. So it's a fascinating kind of story of how the lives of Sasanians and Jews interacted during the period of the Talmud.
I feel like I'm forgetting.
Thanks very much for listening.
Oh, there you go. Judah, Frank, and Globe. Yeah, and he's like, so black belts from different guys, though. So that's what I was saying. So he's holding his black belt. And he's like, I achieved my black belt in 3.5 years. And yeah, and like obviously the whole entire community just descended on it. And they were like 3.5 years, like this guy competed. And because here's the thing, if you know jiu-jitsu, you look at this picture and you're like, these are all guys from different academies, and they're all wearing his shirt. Different lineage, different.
And early
when I saw this, when someone brought it up, they were like, he has black belt 3.5 years ago. Wow, there's some BJ Penn.
He belongs to the group of scholars known as singular Tana, which refers to scholars who primarily are associated with the Mishnah, which is the core text of the Talmud as a whole. We will have much opportunity to speak about many others tonight in the course of these lectures, small lectures. But for the time being, let's focus on Rabbi Yossi Hashlivi himself. As the name implies, came from the Galileo region, from the Galilee region in the north of Israel. Typically speaking, one only gets an appellation at the end of that name associated with a place if one is no longer in that place. So, for example, I come from Canada, I live in New York. No one will call me Henry the New Yorker because everybody here is a New Yorker. They might call me Henry the Canacho because I come from Canada. I would only get that name though living in New York. I would not get it in Canada because everyone else would be a Canacho. So Yossi Hashlivi indicates that he was principally known in a place other than Galileo. In fact, that place was Yavne. Yavne was one of the most important centers of Jewish thought, particularly in the first few decades after the destruction of the temple. This is the place that the great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked about Vespasian later to become emperor of Rome. Henry Yavne or Chachamaha gives you the town of Yavne and its sages. When his request was acceded to by the general later to become emperor, gives it an extremely important foundation for the continuity of Jewish thought. So Rabbi Yosef really migrated from the northern region, from the Galilee down to the central coastal town of Yavne. The term Glili may have a slightly ironic twist to it as well, as in most places of human settlement, we tend to regard other regions as having various characteristics, sometimes better than ours, but often more negative than ours. In the case of the Galileans, the reputation in Israel was that people from the Galilee were of less than average intelligence. For example, Rabbi Yosef encounters Luria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, and she calls him stupid Galilean, and she corrects him in a very harsh way with regards to the way that he was speaking of the last name. Maybe we'll get to another class. But anyway, the term Rabbi Yosef really may have been a little bit of an ironic comment, meaning that, well, he comes from the Galileo, but he's an incredibly intelligent person. He came to Yavne already as an established scholar, and he was quite well versed in rabbinic teaching, but he presented himself with tremendous humility as a student to many of the great rabbis there, including Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva. In very short order, however, Rabbi Yosef's genius became known, and in fact, in many cases, he even bested Rabbi Akiva in arguments, and was widely regarded as his equal, which is an amazing thing to say, because Akiva ben Yosef is certainly one of the greatest scholars of that age, and for Rabbi Yosef, his equivalent is really quite significant. Unfortunately, Rabbi Yosef did not enjoy a harmonious home life. He was married to a woman, and their marriage was not a healthy and happy one. He found himself, however, hard pressed to divorce her because he could not afford the ketubah, the large monetary payment that was due under those circumstances. Another rabbi generously helped him, and he was able to divorce his wife. And this is all incredible. What's really fascinating, I think, revelatory about Rabbi Yosef's character is that she remarried, and unfortunately, that second marriage is even worse than her marriage to Rabbi Yosef. Really, they were frequently known to be arguing with each other and having great disputes. And they fell into penury as well. But Yosef knew when he heard that his ex-wife was doing poorly with her new husband, he actually undertook to support them financially so that they would have a more comfortable life. Even though, he had already severed ties with her, and that's a fascinating insight into his character. Rabbi Yosef really was also known as a miracle worker, and right up until the 10th century, his name was frequently invoked in folk prayers of Jews throughout Europe. A tomb is associated with Rabbi Yosef really just north of Israel, just north of Sfat, in the town of Dalton, a small post there. And I had to share one small private thing, personal thing. When I was a young child, my parents and I used to travel south to Toronto to attend the big Passover Seder that was hosted by my aunt Mary, and she used to let us all have these paper haggadahs, usually printed by Maxwell House, it's kind of like not very expensive thing to get from the supermarket. And Rabbi Yosef really, of course, is prominently mentioned in the Haggadah, but in the English translation, his name is spelled with a J. J-O-S-E, the Galilean. So I and my cousins with Puerel humor used to refer to him as Jose Haggadah, the world's first Hispanic rabbi. Anyways, I hope you have an amazing time learning this stuff.
It's like, man, how can I get credibility and be like a guy's guy? I'll get my black belt. Sure, dude, it's a 10-year journey. He's like, no, it's not. Jake, Gordon, fucking whoever else is there, Clover, Leoto, Frank Bear, come here, dudes. Just come here, money. Exactly. But for those boys there, dude, get your fucking money. Of course, get your money. The thing is, too, that like the way that it played out, so he posted that, and my take immediately was like, who gave him this black belt though? Because it's before I knew it was Jake. And
everybody was commenting that, and then subsequently within a couple days, it was like, then he said that Jake did it, but then also Mike Musumeci came out and was like, you guys okay? He's getting privates from all the best guys in the world. Imagine how good you'd be. I'm like, no. Mike, like, that's not correct. Like, it doesn't matter how good they are. Just because he gets a private from Gordon Ryan, you think that makes him able to execute those techniques without the muscle memory or the years? Mikey knows that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's a pay. It's a pay thing. That's all these actors support. It's like, at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit. Guys, get your money. I get it. I trained with the best in the world for 6 years, twice a day, every day. He's not a black belt in 6 years. But again, he might be a better athlete. Maybe he competed in places we don't know. And then he just decided, instead of posting that footage, he's all, I'll post myself not knowing how to finish an omoplata or a toe hold. Black socks is the giveaway. Whatever it is, that's what he's into. He's happy. As long as he's happy, he's not reading comments. And watching this, you're good. You know, he is reading comments. He said he's pulling all the support of the jiu-jitsu community now. And everyone's all, we didn't even know who you were until you said that you were a black belt. Like, honestly, the people who were really hammering him were like the guy like black belt, you know, like not super elite famous black belts, but like the black belt guys. And they're like, you know, do you have any idea what people, because what they say is that like it waters down. The reason that jiu-jitsu black belt is such a big deal is because there are no fake black belts. Like everyone has to earn it, you know, over. So people that start jiu-jitsu, less than 1% earn a black belt. So from the moment you start, in order to get a black belt, less than 1% get black. Yeah. And I think even brown, like 10%, 5%, it's like 10% of all people who start jiu-jitsu get to blue. 10% of all the blues get to purple. 10% of all the bronze get to brown. This guy didn't do that. Yeah. You know, again, you know, I'm not going to jump on there and give a mean comment. If you're happy, those boys are getting paid, do your thing, man. Yeah, but you don't want this to become a recurring thing, because for Mikey, Gordon, Jake, if you're awarding black belts out because they're paying, well, then that's not going to mean much down the road. I don't one time I'll do it. Yeah, one time they get paid shit tons of money. You think, fellas, I get it. You're fucking money. Yeah. But if this is a recurring thing, and now we see all these millionaires and Sup gets his black belt next and all this shit, and fucking Elon Musk and that's Donald Trump, like what the fuck? Dude, Sup I heard Sup got put out in a tournament because he wouldn't tap to a guillotine. I'm like, that's gangster. Yeah. In one of the fights I saw, he actually he held on for a really long time. The guillotine ended up popping his head out and he won the fight. And I was like, all right, good for him. Yeah. I mean, you're respect that. Yeah. But I just don't understand how you can get a black belt and never compete. That's everything. It's like there's gym black belts, which is like some older dude, which is different. Where they've been there forever. Maybe they're purple belts and competed, and then they got a little older, started family, went back to jiu-jitsu, got the brown belt, and then they've been there damn 20 years, and then technically they are black belts. They're not competition. That's why there's levels to black belts. There's not competition. And then there's the guys who are on the other spectrum where they're competing at white, purple, brown, black, and even that takes about 8 to 10 years. Yeah. And they're savages. It's all they focus on. Yeah. Or you can pay again. Yeah, pay a lot. I don't see any money guys like wanting this treatment. You know, if they watch this, they're all, gosh, I really want to be the next money bird. They say, fucking eating alive. I've never heard of it before that. So maybe it's genius. Maybe that was just, I mean, I'm a fan of Jake. Me too. So do your thing. As long as you boys happy, that's all I care about. Yeah. But really, the thing that brought us together is UFC 318 this year. Your excitement factor for a Max Dustin trilogy in New Orleans. Max's last dance. I'm sorry, Dustin's last dance. I'm very excited for the fight. I wish that I could go. I can't. It's Gabriel's worth this weekend. But I always said, like, Dustin Poirier getting to fight in Louisiana with a belt on the line is probably going to be the most, like, unbelievable atmosphere to be in ever. Oh, is that right? Oh my God, that's dope, right? I tried to talk about you doing it. I was like, listen, I'm like, yeah, you love going. You're like, dude, let's go. I like going to the ones where I know there's like a real big reason to be there. History. Yeah, and like this one, listen, okay, after Dustin beat Conor,
Because here's what I was saying. The first time, but just in general, every time they show Dustin on the big screen, the place almost collapses under people going nuts. Like he's literally the most popular guy in the entire organization when you're actually live there. That's why I'm like, God, in Louisiana, Dustin coming out fighting for the BMF his last fight. It's gonna be unreal. It's gonna be fucking unreal. And I love Max. I'm not capable of rooting against Max, but I'm definitely not capable of not rooting for Dustin. Especially his last one, home state. Again, I don't root against either. I mean, either both first team all nice. Yeah. Here's what's going again against Max is no one's ever won a trilogy fight where they're 0-2. Ever in the history of the UFC. Ever. It's never happened. But this is different though. Correct. I was just gonna say this is different because if you look at their last few fights, when Max Holloway fought Justin Gaethje, we all remember that crazy knockout, which to me is the best knockout of all time. Yeah, that was the last 10 seconds, so we all remember that. But if you watch that fight over, Max is kind of dog walking Gaethje. That fight was a fight, and he was in and out of the pocket, lighting his ass up until he got that amazing knockout. Justin beat Dustin. And Justin Dustin's actually a better fight, I think. But again, especially for Dustin's last fight, it's a tough fucking task. I know the history is nobody wins trilogies. This one, to your point, is different. I just think Max, where he's at in his career, has improved so much. And I don't care what happened with the other at 45. Max should have never done 45 for the title. I get all that. Max's true call now is at 55, and seeing how good he looked when he prepared for 55 against Justin Gaethje, like, if that Max shows up, this is going to be a tough fight for Dustin. Yeah, Dustin it's not an easy one for his last dance. Yeah, I agree. And but that said, like Dustin is better suited to beat Max than Gaethje is because he's way tighter here and he throws much tighter like straights. Because that's why Max is just like he sits on the outside. He's got bulky arms and you just light him up from so far away. And and honestly, that's actually basically what Dustin was doing to Justin right until Justin kicked him in the head when he threw the first head kick out his entire career and landed it. But it is. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a banger. The other thing about the first two is that the first one's in a different weight class, and the second one was that was like chaos. Replacement fighters, and then they had to throw Max and come at the end. And Max wasn't really at 55 at the time. They had proper time to put on the weight. We see Max at 55 now doing the right way. Like, fuck, he's good. He's good. That was a really close fight too. The second Dustin and Holloway fight. That's one of the best. Oh my god, that fight's unbelievable. It was just again Max kind of competing with the power. Like Max would land 2, Dustin lands 1. The damage was completely different. Yeah. So I think the oddmakers have it right. Again, I love both guys. I definitely don't want Dustin to lose in his last fucking fight ever. I think the oddmakers have it right with having Max only a slight favorite. That's what they had a slight favorite. Yeah, I would agree with that. He's like a -105 or some shit. It's like basically even money, but he's slightly favored. Man, but it's good. But it's going to take a lot to get Dustin out of that. He moved up now. So on Monday, he was minus like 110, 105. Now he's a -4. -22.
Based on the fact that
okay. Yeah, -142. Yeah, that's -120. That makes sense if you're going based off Dustin. If you're going based off Max's last performance, when it was a true 55 against Gaethje. Yeah, it's yeah, I can see that. Man, they got Kopolov at -238 over Costa. I think that's right to you. It seems a little heavy. It's like, I guess the oddmakers are like, what Paulo Costa are we going to get? Yeah, he's fought, I want to say 9 times, 10 times in 10 years. He beats fights once a year. He's not active enough. Yeah, he really isn't. Let me look. I don't even remember his last one. Remember he lost to Robert Whittaker. Yeah. And then he beat he lost to Strickland in a split decision, but he didn't look bad. He lost to Whittaker. We're like, all right, you can see some promise there. And then his fight with Luke Rockhold in Utah was kind of a shit. I was there. That was a shit show. Yeah, they're both gas. And Luke had his nose broken, and when he got on top, and all over his face. The crowd went
insane at that point. That fight, though, just not to derail the 318, but that fight right there was one of the most epic things I've ever seen ever. Because Luke Rockhold has had his whole entire career, people hating on him, booing him, whatever, started that way, and then by the end of the third round, the fucking crowd wanted to carry him out on it. Like, I've never seen a crowd flip so hard on a single fighter than Luke Rockhold in that fight right there.
Yeah, that was weird. Because I watched him, my takeaway is like, oh, both guys should stop. Both kids, especially in that division, it's like they kind of both should stop. And then, obviously, Luke did stop after that. But then Costa went on, and then Robert Whittaker felt like, all right, decision against Whittaker looked pretty fucking good. He's taking it serious. He loses to the very fucking tops of the echelon guys. Izzy, he lost to a great championship fight. Lost to Vittori, he was perennial top 5 for a long time. Beat Rockhold, which is, whatever there. And then Robert Whittaker, perennial top 3 of all time. And then Sean Strickland was a champ. And you look at that too, it's like going into his Izzy fight, knockout. Then once he starts getting into decisions, he's losing. Like, that guy's got to finish me. Yeah, he's got to finish him. He doesn't throw enough strikes. It's a tough fight for him. It's a tough fight, very tough fight for him. Again, just Kolo's really good at keeping distance and touching you as happens. He's good at his pressure. So, but again, Paulo Costa, he looks like, even though he's lost his last 2, or he's lost 4 in his last 5, but especially his last 2, one, it was whatever. But the Robert Whittaker and Sean Strickland fight, you see glimpses of him. Okay, he's fucking good still, man. He's got it. Right, when he kicks someone in the body, you're like, man, but Lakers have red on there. Yeah, when Dana said check out this badass card, stylistically, casuals are like, oh, I don't see the huge names on there. But stylistically, matchup-wise, it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's even the card, it's pretty fucking good. It's good. Kevin Holland, D-Rod's fantastic. And then Kevin Holland's top 5 at welterweight. He's minus 500. Kevin Holland, I'm pretty sure Ghost plays a lot to him. He's minus 500, big favorite. Wow. That's, I agree that I think he is. He's been a tougher fight than minus 500. Yeah, minus 500 pump. Yeah, he's definitely not. But I think D-Rod is a slow starter. Kevin comes out like a fucking banshee, so I'm probably taking that into consideration. And then Dan Ige versus Patricio Pitbull. Fun one. Yeah, I like Dan Ige in that fight. Those guys, if you chop their head off, you think they're the same person, right? I guess actually, Pitbull's a little bit like worse. But that'll be a fun fight for sure. Card overall's good though. Yeah. Let's hope Dustin wins. I can't even believe I'm saying that because I love Max so much. I used to root against against Dustin. But I think the odds makers, I would slightly favor Max. Yeah. Just based off his last performance at 55 when he had time to prepare for it. He looks so fucking good. But again, good luck being Dustin Poirier in his home state, dude. His last round, daughters in the crowd, wife, good fucking luck. If Dustin wins, it'll be one of the most iconic moments in the history of the sport, too. And hopefully, and I guarantee, because Dana set this all up just for Dustin, his last round, it'll be a sick video package. Everybody's gonna be crying. It's gonna be sick. Yeah. It's gonna be amazing. Max Holler didn't give a fuck. It's going to do the Korean Zombie. So you can show that one, say less. In the shower. Yeah. I saw, that's like the Korean Zombie. I saw him fight against Volkanovski live in Jacksonville, and Jesus, that was a merciless beating. That was fucked up. Yeah. That's my hero. That's his guy. Yeah. He's a tough bastard, though. There's who's that new Korean guy is a savage, dude. Light heavyweight? Or no, he's Chinese. No, not the one that beat Anthony, the Iron Turtle. I don't know, he comes up under Korean Zombie, like trains with him or whatever. I know what you're talking about. He's a lighter weight guy, but me too. Oh, yeah, he says he should do like, he's a fucking beat. Yeah, he's a sav. What do you guys have for Vittori versus I'm super excited for that. Vittori versus Allen, gosh, that beef, remember? And that's what made him more exciting. Because Vittori, he's been out for a hot second. And he's coming off of a huge tragedy in his life, too. His brother died in that fire. Terrible story. His brother,
Yeah, his brother got it was an apartment fire, and his brother got his terrible story, dude. He was like, and Vittori, spoke about this was probably maybe 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and he gave like a really heartfelt response. I'm like, damn, he put up all these pictures of them growing up together. They were like really close, like really close. For Vittori, that's for sure. Yeah. Well, Brendan, my thing with Brendan, he's so talented. He just makes some bullhead mistakes. He just makes certain mistakes. Cyril God does the same thing too. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I like this matchup though because both of them are coming off a couple losses and both of them are really good. So it's like one way or the other. So one of these two guys is coming out with a victory. It's a good. It's hard not to root. Yeah, you got to root for Vittori. Yeah, rest card. It's a solid card, man. Yeah. I fly back early Saturday, so I don't miss a freaking thing. I can't wait. You watch your house? Oh yeah, there's so much. Yeah. Nice. There we go. Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah. I'll watch it home, bro. Yeah. Some people like Buffalo. Jim watches a Buffalo Wild Wings. Oh, dude. And whenever I do, I got a big name that wants to do a fighting game. So I'll take it out. Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, let's figure it out, brother. Yeah. Dude, we did it again. War Report 2. We're the Bucks, dude. Enjoy UFC 318 this freaking Saturday. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, it was fun. Next time, like at some point, we're just gonna switch the name on it, and it's gonna be like the Game Report. Yeah, that's exactly all it's Dick Report. Sorry, Conor McGregor. All right, guys, that's it. Love you.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the ultimate Ramsey
back from them, but the Ottoman Empire refused, of course, and suggested that if he would not move to Islam, they would simply have to kill him. So, much to the disappointment of the small lords,
this truck could easily be yours. All you have to do is go to Islam, pick up some merch, drop that for you, and
Jews went back off the Mennonites because they had sold all of their belongings in anticipation of the Messianic era. And there was a huge debacle for the entire time. So the Moshe Hasid is one of several rabbis who essentially kind of like cross-plated that would
It is Monday, July 14th. Man, July is just flying by, am I right?
And would frankly attack
them.
Quite
Oh,
often,
yeah,
directly
dude.
followers of
What's going on, fam? It is a glorious summer day here in Austin. Still waiting for this insane heat. Still waiting. I think I figured out why before I moved to Texas, we talked to Texans. Just wait for that heat, man. Just wait. Because it's the only thing we complain about. Don't get me wrong, it's hot. It's hot. No doubt it's hot. But it's not. I'll have some neighbors like, July, August, I get out of town. Give me my father's because it gets toasty. We haven't seen it yet. No, just wait. Even Jamie Rogan's guy was like, when he comes out, like, yeah,
he said, almost 22 years old, yeah, and he's not married.
Man, good thing I'm in July, man. Just wait. So maybe it's just a rare summer here in Austin. I'm waiting for this extreme heat everybody keeps talking about. It ain't shit so far. It's Jumanji out here. If you want to lead with anything, don't lead with the heat. If you want to lead with anything, nobody told me it's Jumanji out here. I've had tarantula hawks, I've had snakes, I've had vultures every day. Like Jurassic Park vultures flying around my house and around the crib. They're insane. They can steal one of my kids. No doubt. Not tigers, dude. But Boston, see ya. Billy, see ya. My wife, maybe. Could lift their big ass up. And then this morning, in the garage was El Tarantula. He's cute. I was going to say that of all things, he's cool. He actually looks cute. I don't mind a tarantula. Joanna was freaking out. She came because I was getting ready to go to my workout. So I was like making my pre-workout legs. She comes in, she's like shaking. She's like, oh my God, come to the garage. I'm like, oh man, what is it? She's like, wait till you see this thing. And then he's right by my Hummer. I'm like, oh, he's cute. He's cute. Furry, just like, and they're not that aggressive. They can like jump out at you. He's kind of playing possum. He's just like froze inside him. And I just see his little kind of come up. Like, all right, he's still alive. Still can't get. I just got
Rabbi Bassan not emphasize this
a broom handle
defense
and just kind of put him on that and then walk them over to the
aware of
next
these
nice. Tries to kill him. I'm like, man, don't kill that thing. He's cool, man. He's not doing nothing. It's like the cutest trick I've ever seen. Yeah, like cute as shit. Furry little dude, big butt. It's not like that big butt. Yeah, he's like, please don't hurt me. Told you I'm like, we're gonna step on him.
After about
He can look, oh my god, he can look massive. He can also look like, oh, not today.
So
You know? So yeah, long story short, everyone keeps telling me about this heat.
hospital
It
environment
ain't shit.
for
He's
intellectual
fun.
inquiry in
His
general,
toast
and also
is
some
not
for Jewish publishing.
ridiculous.
It's
Nobody told me
also
about the
evident
Jumanji
that the Sasso family,
led
which
with
is
that.
essentially a
Being that,
well-to-do
that's
working
I like that
family,
shit.
were having some
The only thing with
difficulty
my
making
kiddos is that they get lazy. They rip the bikes from the neighborhood.
at that time.
Rush in and take their shoes off.
Many of the
Just get over
members
about the old
of the Sasso
Scorpio
family actually made
shoes.
their way
That's the
to
only.
proceeded
I'm
to
fine. If
provide
my dumbass gets stung by a
when
scorpion, I mean, I'm in my 40s, dude. You deserve it. The kids, they don't. You know, that's the only thing I'm worried about, scorpions. Speaking of scorpions, let's talk about the incidents, but let's talk about the fisticuffs. The fight. We get to here. Let's talk about some fighting. You got a fight night in Nashville, Tennessee. I assume Theo was on the road, otherwise he'd been front row. The Bus with the Boys was there. I saw Luke Compton there. Cage side. You had Luke Bryant there. He didn't get as much as a pop as you think. Bryant? He's huge. I'm sorry, Luke Combs. Oh, Luke even bigger. Luke Combs is massive, dude.
Such
He
that
didn't get that big of a pop.
how
Get that big of a pop, but Nashville's a good card. These fight nights are good cards, man. I'm telling you, if you guys are sleeping on me, they've been some of the best ones we've had this year. We'll get the UFC 318. In hindsight, this should probably be a fight.
as to his religious.
You have a good main event, the rest of the card. If you're hardcore, you know some of the guys. Even if you're not, you're kind of casual, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You tune into the foot cards. You know some of the guys, Paulo Costa, Kevin Holland, D-Rod, and Ige. You're probably not too familiar with Patricio Pitbull. Michael Johnson's been around forever. This is like his 50th fight. You have Vittori, Brendan Allen, Ryan Spann, Jimmy Crew. But overall, if this is 10 years ago, this is a fight. A great main event. This is a fight I'd be like, holy shit. This is a fight night Rogan and me and the boys would do a fight debate. It's one of those fight nights. It's tough as a pay-per-view. We'll get to 318. Let's jump into that. Let's come to the fight night in Nashville. Great card, ton of finishes. The Walker versus Kennedy, the heavyweight fight. So he's Johnny Walker's brother. He's freaking heel hooking everybody and their mother. And he was an underdog in this fight. This was kind of his first step up. And I text Nick in the fight because I knew he bets on it. And as Walker's walking out, I go, dude, I love Walker as a dog. I'm taking my submission all day. And then Nick didn't respond, and then right after 54 seconds, he goes, God dang it. Like, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. These people who make the odds here and set the line, they don't really know what they're doing. You know? Walker's a savage, dude. He's a savage, aggressive, man. He just, and especially at the heavyweight, where jiu-jitsu's not really the forte. Listen, you're not going to do that to Tom Aspinall. But outside that, I can do that to John Jones. But outside those two top dogs and off the Almeida. But outside like those top echelon guys, the rest of the division, they're not exactly well diverse when it comes to the leg locks, especially at that level. So he's going to go pretty far. I'm a big fan of his. And then the main card kicked off with a bunch of finishes. And even the few decisions weren't terrible as far as entertainment-wise. Brian Count definitely wasn't just card, but I pretend he did. We won't talk about him finally kid. But if you watched it, Brian would be rock hard for Vitor Rodrigo. Oh, that boy, first team all body. Was that light heavyweight? Comes up his first fight, heavyweight first fight against Austin Lane, former NFL guy, right? Has a big up, boy, has a bigger nose than me. Tough as hell, super athlete. His Vitor, oh my lord, dude, that boy is bodied up. Wait till Brian sees him. I can't wait to introduce Brian to this guy. It's not out. In my head, I'm like, can't wait to Brian gets a hold of his body. He's gonna be rock hard, dude. Rock hard.
So he and his wife,
he's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be a problem. And that heavyweight division needs kind of a, you need that dark horse. I can't believe he made 205. Good lord, he was drained. So see what he does. I'm not ready to rank in the top 15 yet over Austin Lane, but he said something. Heavyweight needs something. Heavyweight division needs some contenders. It's not that deep, so this guy's like 2 wins away from cracking the top 15. Our poor dude Nate Landwehr, I know, Tennessee local. He was doing well. The first round he probably lost. Second round he won. And then that third round, this Morgan Chaudhry finally got his shit together and just said, you know what, I'm just going to street fight him and just mollywopped him. That was tough to see. Calvin Kadar, oof, that was a tough one. Yeah, he just never, he's just, since, he's had some losses, he's just not the same guy. There seems to be a mental block. He went to Faraz up at TriStar, obviously to help him with that. He's just not putting any output. And this Steve Garcia, he's not getting any bodybuilding awards, but, Greg Jackson train, he's a problem. He's damn good, damn good. Kelvin Cameron just outworked for 3 rounds, just got outworked. It's tough to see. I mean, it happens to everybody. It just sucks. Kelvin Cater, there's some rounds he had like 6 punches. Dude, come on, dude, let's get going. And Steve Garcia's a pressure fighter, right with the jab. His jab absolutely destroyed and set everything up. And then, obviously, I'm biased, but Wonderboy Thompson, I thought won that fight. As far as straight damage goes, significant moments in the fight, I give to Wonderboy. A little biased, love Wonderboy, former training partner, absolutely love Wonderboy. I thought he won the fight. It should look pretty gnarly, but as far as the closest to finishing the fight, not even close. The only time he got knocked down, it was a slip, of the leg kick. So I thought Wonderboy won that fight, man. I really did. Have you seen? I wonder if you can play that there. I can send it to you. My boy Ryan Hughes, True Classic. And we'll talk about it finally, I'm sure, because Brian was the mastermind behind the commercial. Brian wrote this commercial. Have you seen the True Classic commercial? Give it up to our boy Brian. That's talent. Talent's very talented. Super talented. But when this commercial, I'm sure we can play it. Dude, it's so good. That's all. And I knew this was Brian's influence. When Bisbee goes, you gotta risk it, and they go, dude, you got one item, and that's not ridiculous. No doubt, it's all depressing. That's count. When I saw like that, Brian for sure wrote that one. Bisbee stole the show. He's great. He's a legit actor. He's great in this. Just wait and see if I play it, but yeah, definitely good. Don't tell Ryan too.
He's kind of like a fresh. Not exactly, but he's kind of like well-rounded. He's interested in the sciences. Has a broad appreciation of culture.
Cejudo's great.
And he wonders to himself,
sometimes when I see pictures of Anderson Silva,
it makes me sad. That's so weird. There was this one time I won the belt. I didn't actually win.
It's okay. I feel the reason why I've been wrestling for so long is because I just been looking for a hug. Yes, I've been calling Wonderboy my entire life. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm in my 40s, and I just want to be called Wonder Man.
So one day,
Thank you so much for sharing, Wonder Man.
What the fuck, guys?
I come constantly for our shoes.
Wow, so nice to see you.
Guys, this is a waste of time. You don't need innovation when you have ultimate perfection. Our perfection
You ever broke a neck? Glass eye? Two depressing facts. Absolutely true. However, two depressing facts. Absolutely true. This is a true classic paper cotton shirt. It's like a dismissing. Can we all wear true glasses? Why, yes.
That's one of the most important things. Other important
I'm feeling so green. It's like one right there. Real nice. Look good.
Dr. Sklar.
Yeah, that was great in that too. They all did a really good job. Yeah, shout out to Calvin, baby. Yep. Two glasses of those. And Ryan's photography too. Ryan's great. Both DMC, I love it. I love it. Where was I going with that? Oh, go play. Commercial's so good. Biswing stole the show. Oh, because I was talking about One Point Thompson. And it didn't sound like his last one either. He's like, shout out to the UFC medical staff for sewing up my leg. He said I'll be back, but appreciate all that. But it was a retirement fight. And then let's get to the heavyweight fight. Yeah, Derek Lewis versus Teixeira. Teixeira.
In other words, some of the characterizations of the
did you see Jim? Of course. Early stoppage? No doubt, right? No doubt, 100%. Now, I'm not mad at it because I love Derek Lewis and I wanted to win anyways, and I did think this went past the first round. But, and I think because Derek Lewis is so well-loved, I don't know what the online reaction was like, but no one really, none of the broadcast, no one really addressed it at all. That was a bad stoppage. Yeah, especially when he never really went limp. There was a bunch of unanswered shots, but he got up and defended himself, clearly conscious. It's just such a bad stuff.
We also, as fans, like, we want to see like an actual finish.
Yeah, I think Derek would have still got the finish. It's heavyweight. Derek got clipped in the eye early on. There's just not a big enough uproar, really. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if online's pissed about it. People love Derek so much, which we all do. And I was just like, oh man, that sucked. People are upset. Are they? Yeah. What's right is right. I was just like, oh, that sucked. Even though I want Derek to win, like, you don't want to like that. Because after when the antics was hilarious. Because he did so many different things. Yeah, so many things. He literally boomed the crowd. Yep. He's so we have that too. Told his wife, like, what's next? He's like, my wife? Dude, and they made Guru post this thing where it's basically how Derek Lewis is like, my wife's next, and shows John Jones like mine too. Like, oh my God. Yeah, dude. That is so funny. Yeah, Derek Lewis looked great, man. He looked good. He was like, I knew it was going to be one of these fights. Teixeira hasn't fought anybody. He's been fighting cans. And they're like, why'd you go so hard on, after the win celebrations? He was like, because I don't know what they're saying Portuguese, but I bet they were talking shit. Like, all right, man. He was great. Yeah. He's on the cell phone all the time on there now, too, with Trump. That's so crazy. Dude, so many things happen with him. Yeah, Derek Lewis is awesome. And here's the thing. I'm not mad just about the Tom Aspinall kind of mythical champion figure is I'm more excited about Derek Lewis than I'm a Cyril Gane fight. Now, according to Tom Aspinall, they had the fight lined up in a day, but I wouldn't mind Derek Lewis jumping on the camera. They've done it before. Could be a huge feather in Tom Aspinall's cap. It's a new opponent, fun opponent, fans love him. Tom Aspinall can beat him. It's a good feather in the cap, and then more people get familiar with Tom Aspinall. I think it's a way smarter than Cyril Gane. More dangerous, too. Yeah. I think they'll actually let him jump on. Yeah, I do. They need some sort of life in that division. Derek Lewis is a big name. Was this his second knockout in a row? He has the most knockouts right in history. Yeah. So let's say Tom knocks him out, or Tom submits him. Like, it's good for the new cap. You beat the guy that has the most finishes in that weight division.
it's a good starting point, especially getting American fans on the top.
And as fans, just like we said, we would prefer Derek over Cyril.
Derek Lewis is tough to take down the Cyril God. He's got hips, right? Big, strong, shorter base than Cyril God. I'd much prefer that. But we'll see what they do. All right, kids, let's take a little break because this weekend something special is about to happen in the Big Easy. That's New Orleans, fam. UFC 318 is coming to New Orleans, and it is a fun one. The BMF title is on the line, and the hometown boy, Dustin Poirier, is the last dance. That's right. The king of the lightweight division is going out on a fun note against Max Holloway. It's the trilogy fight, man. And DraftKings Sportsbook, as the official sportsbook partner of the UFC, has all the action you need. Holloway Poirier 3 headlines is the last time Poirier stepped in the octagon. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers should bet 5. We got 150 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code SHOPSHOW. That's code SHOPSHOW. For new customers, get 150 bonus bets instantly when you bet just 5 buckaroos. Only on DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
All right, let's get into UFC 318, big dog. I guess this is a pay-per-view. I'm not gonna hate it. It's a good card, and it's gonna deliver. This is one of those cards that's gonna deliver. Obviously, you have the BM title on the line. You can't put the rest of the card just normal fighters. So all these fighters could eventually, if they haven't yet, compete for BMF title. So BMF right back, motherfucker. For those of you who don't know, the BMF title was created by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. So, and now the UFC was like, yeah, this is great. We're just going to roll with it. I think it's supposed to be a one-off, and they're like, no, we'll just roll with it. Because the casuals, as long as there's a belt on the line, we could call it the biggest pussy in the world. As long as there's a belt on the line, people assume it's a world championship fight, and we can have them headline pay-per-views. Here's my question. Maybe you can look this up, Jim. So because technically Topuria has the BMF title, right? When you have the BMF title, or since Max Holloway's fighting for the BMF title and Dustin Poirier's fighting for the BMF title, do they get paid like in the actual title, or is this all smoke and mirrors? It's just the way the UFC is going over on the fan base. The UFC actually compete in the BMF titles. Can be a bit nuanced. The BMF title isn't a traditional divisional title, but is presented as a special championship award to the baddest MFer in the UFC. Yep. While not lineal, fighting for the BMF title, like an intercalor, can confer champion status in the eyes of the UFC, which can affect fighter pay, including potential unlock and pay-per-view points. So it's not like confirmed. We don't know. In essence, while the BMF title doesn't carry the exact same weight as the lineal championship in terms of divisional rankings and title shots, it's significant drawing eyeballs to it, of course. Position to secure lucrative pay-per-view points, especially on par with those fighting for additional belt in some aspects of compensation. So I assume they get a little bump, but I doubt it's the same as an actual world championship. Kamar Usman says made up BMF belt, not a real UFC title. He'd be correct. Usman said the BMF championship and podcast. This was a hypothetical that was made up because of me. Don't forget that myself and Kevin Tim were supposed to fight in Massacre Ground New York. Okay. Does the UFC BMF title holder receive points? So it's not clear.
Psycho-spiritual qualities can be developed in a person until they reach a very high level of society.
Gaethje's fight against Poirier reportedly earned him a whopping $700,000 100,000, which included 100,000 with bonus along with his share of pay-per-view sales. So for some people, it sounds like that's kind of a bump, but not the same as being Australian champion. Better than nothing. Of course, better than nothing. Better than nothing. I don't mind the BMF stuff. You know, it's fun. And if you look at the history of BMF, there hasn't been a bad fight. It always delivers. So I don't mind that aspect. Again, I'm just old school. I come from the old days. So this is more of a fight night. I'll pay. Don't get twisted. Your boy's paying for it all day. And as far as, you know, even Dana tweeted out, like, look at this badass card. It is a badass card. It is. Stylistically, this delivers on every aspect except for name power, which, you know, you don't have to have. But as far as being a big pay-per-view mover, it's not that, you know. But all the fights on there are fantastic. Michael Johnson, literally, how many fights is this for? Right now, he's been fighting for a hot second. Has to be close to 50. So he was when he got to the UFC, he was 8-5. Go all the way up now. Nice, 23-19. 15, 11. He has a total of 42 matches. Let's take away 13. There's 30 or something. There's a lot of losses. But again, he's fun. Yeah, he's fun. He's fun for fucking ever, dude. Yeah, 15. Sometimes I thought he just completely lost it and he goes back. I don't know. He's 39. Get back to the rest. Yeah, it's a fun fight. Danny Gay, Patricia Pitbull. Listen, man. With Patricia Pitbull, when he fought Yair Rodriguez, he did not look world class. He had no business being in there. Again, you're going to hear a lot of other people who do what I do keep telling you that these other leagues are just as good. These guys can compete, and it's not the truth. It's not. It's fun to hate on the UFC because, you know, they're the big show in town, and, you know, it's fun to cheer for these other leagues. I get all that. I'm with it. And are there some talented dudes who can compete? Yes. Champion the UFC? No. I want you just to look at strength of schedule of Patricio Pitbull before you get to the UFC compared with a guy named Dustin Poirier. This is the difference. Strength of schedule is everything. Who are you fighting? Yeah, you're champion over here, but who are you fighting night in, night out? And if we go through some of these names, he's also lost some names. But if we go through some of these names, you tell me if these guys would be dominant in the UFC. AJ McKee? Maybe. He's one, I'll give you that. He lost to him, and they beat him in decision. Adam Borgs, you know. And then also, as I name some of these.
Andrew's book was praised by people like Moses Mendelssohn, who was the father of the Haskalah. This is the so-called genius of Berlin, an individual who was the first Jew. He was personally observed, but he was the first Jew who kind of expressed to general society in Germany that Jews were worthy of equal rights, and that Jews had intellectual attainments that were easily equivalent to the great minds of Germany, the great musicians, so on, and he argued for greater emancipation of Jews within larger society. And his movement later moved further and further away from observance, and in fact, tragically, most of his descendants did not even remain Jewish, but nevertheless, he praised the Rothschild work primarily for its phenomenal literary quality. We see this even in the 20th century with Joseph Klausner, very famous professor of literature. I think he was the founding chair of the literature department at the university, and he argued that Dos Santos was in fact the first modern Hebrew novelist, modern Hebrew writer. Because Ramchal, and this may be surprising to those of you who only encountered him in Geneva, Ramchal actually wrote romantic plays in modern Hebrew that were clearly modeled on the style of early 18th century Italian drama. He was very versatile in so many different areas of literary endeavor, and so Dr. Klausner associated him as being the first.
And now, yes, sir. It is Monday morning, July 21st. 9:30 a.m. here in beautiful Austin, Texas. Weather still ain't shit. Everyone's like, this is so uncommon for Austin, Texas. Whatever, dude. This weather ain't shit. Bring it. Bring it, weather gods. Bring it. How's everyone doing? How's your summer going, man? Yeah. Kids in multiple freaking camps so they're not driving me crazy at the house. I get it. I get it. Your boy's fresh off the plane from SoCal, Orange County. I wasn't in LA. I wish I was in LA so I could see a bunch of my old friends, but I was in Newport, California, out there for business, and then I was in Downey for a while at the time, working on my truck, my H1, which would toss a ridiculous motor, 1,000 horsepower, not a big deal. So we'll see when that gets done. But one of the main reasons I was there is I was flown out with Jackson's and Bear, my boy Bear at Jackson's, doing the podcast and all that, but then also to get an inside look at Hamzat Shemayev's training camp. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool because Hamzat's like this boogeyman that, especially in America, we don't see a lot of. Kind of flies under the radar. You know, he's not one of those guys that are on TikTok doing the dances and shit looking for attention. He just does his thing to try and become a world champion. And so I get to their gym, and so he's been doing his whole camp out of Newport, California, and also Armin Sarukian's there as well, who also does his camps out of there. A bunch of guys do. Khalil Roundtree, Mackenzie Duran, Luke Rockhold's there. They got TJ Dillashaw, who's coach and is on the Jackson podcast. So they have a whole thing going down there. The environment, basically the campus, they have like 4 different buildings, and then they have their weight room, they have the recovery area. It's insane what they're doing there. The strength and condition is there. Long story short, Hamzat's there with about 10 or 15 of his team, and some of them are like, up and coming or well established Dagestani and Chechen fighters. And then world-class wrestlers, and they're all big dudes because he's fighting DDP, so they're big dudes. It's different than the camps I was in, or different than the camps I've been around, whether it's John Jones or GSP or Machida or insert whoever, Jill Sonnen, all these big-time dudes, because it was just so intense. Like, there's no joking around. It's just business. And, obviously what happens in a fight camp stays in a fight camp. But if you know the stories of, like, shoot to box, where they would spar and dudes would, and it was a fight and guys would get, starched, that's what these boys are doing. And it ain't happening to Hamza. Yeah, I was blown away. That dude is everything that you think in your head, all the folklore and the hype. This dude is scary, the real deal. Yeah, scary. That might take, if you had to sum up my take like an inside look at his camp, it would be scary. And part of me is like, well, I've been in the game for a while. And so maybe this is just the level the guys are at now. Or Hamzat's just this freak, and I wish I could see DDP's camp because I'm a huge fan of Dracus, and I do think this would be a great fight. But yeah, Hamzat's the real deal. Scary. The things I saw him do to world class
competitors. And he could do it at any given moment in any aspect, whether it was striking, grappling, wrestling. He had world-class guys from each genre. And it was like he was just playing with his food. And then when the coach was like, dude, let's get going. He's like, okay. And then would just dog walk these dudes. And people that, if you're in the game, you know, like, what the fuck? I was like, hold on. Like, I know his wrestling was good, but dude. Yeah, it's just, I was blown away. They're so serious, though. You know? Which, don't get me wrong, like, the Americans are serious too, but we also try to break the ice a little bit, and you know, we're doing, you know, you're fighting another grown man in a steel cage and underwear, so you know, it's serious matters, but you're also, you know, joke around a little before training camp or even before sparring, like, what's up, man, catch up. There's none of that. It's just all work, super disciplined inside and outside the cage, and it's just one goal, is to beat DDP. And dude, if it's not about that, shut your diaper. You know? It's just, yeah, at the highest level, man. Just a fucking monster.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, just a monster.
Were you able to do anything with them, though?
No, I wanted to grapple with him. But what they were doing was sparring with MMA gloves on. And I saw what he did to a gentleman, which where I come from, you would be like, whoa, let's shut this thing down. Is that guy okay? And they were just like, get him out with the male sin. I was like, I've fought at this level in a long time. It's probably not the smartest. If you just want to grapple on it, I'm down. You want to wrestle, you want to do, you know, just start in certain positions. If I can help you out, I'm down. But it's that I'm not going to do. No, not now. Especially he's 3 weeks out, and dude, when I say there is no games being played, buddy. Yeah, it was cool to see. It's cool to see. I really want to see DDP's camp. I'd love to get it. Because, again, DDP, he's not like this mysterious character in the stage, right? Like, we all know DDP now. And he's so goddamn good and big and strong. He has cardio for days, and he's champ for a reason. And boy, has he walked through the fire to get there. You look at his resume. And so when I look at, you know, obviously there's going to be reasons to be biased because I saw, you know, what Hamzat's doing, who he's doing it to, who's going to beat this guy. But then we step back, like, DDP is no punk either, man. You know, I'd love to get inside, look at his camp. Yeah, you know, I'm straight up, you know, I'm a fan of DDP, you know. So it was interesting to see, man. I was ready to get back to Austin, though. I was ready. Just a few days. Yeah, the second day I tried changing my flight because I flew out Saturday morning at 6 a.m. I tried flying out Friday night, but there's no directs to Austin from Orange County, so I was forced to stay another night. Yeah, the weather was nice. Yeah, the best. Yeah. But here's the thing, I miss the humidity. When I landed in Austin, I walked out like, yes, give it to me, man. Yeah, I loved it. I love it, man. I just love it. I love everything about it right now. You don't realize till you leave LA, like when I was flying in, you're looking down, you're like, oh, it's straight up, like New York's the concrete jungle. But LA, the difference is, especially in Newport, Orange County, like every house is like, whether it's $10 million house, they're all right next to each other. You come in Austin, it's like, it's the exact opposite. There's land. You know, I was taking a piss. I was staying at my buddy's house. I was taking a piss. I literally could look into the other person's, the neighbor's house while I'm pissing all over, you know. But you just don't deal with that out there. And the traffic, there was, you know, I had to go to Downey where Sig Motorsports, where I do all my truck stuff at. Went to drive down there, and it was 10 o'clock, and just, you know, dead stop traffic signs. Yeah. And yeah, here, like when I used to live in LA, I used to land in LA from where I was touring to whatever, I had business to do, I was flying back in. I would land, as soon as I land, I'd go to my maps, and I'd go, got ETA to home, and sometimes, depending on the land, it's 2 hours, around 45, sometimes 55 minutes, so it's a fucking track. Here, it doesn't matter when you land, I'm always 30 minutes from there. Any given, it doesn't matter. Rush hour, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's such a relief, man. Yeah, it's great. It's great, man. Let's get to the fights. And dude, here's the thing. UFC 318, they tried telling this is a great card, whatever. We'll get to that. This Saturday's fight night with RDR and Robert Whittaker is a better free card than that pay-per-view. From top to bottom. I will guarantee you get more finishes, that's not saying much, but guarantee you get more finishes on that card. Yeah, I'm more intrigued with Whittaker and RDR than anybody on 318. Granted, it was Dustin Poirier's last hurrah, it's the last dance, so that gave a little more attention to the card, but as far as stylistically and guys, going for a world title, this is, to me, so exciting. Peter Yan, Marcus McGee is great. Bryce Mitchell, they gave up another tough one. Very tough looking fighter. So it goes. Sharp Pirate. Oh, yeah. The Pirate doing the damn thing. Yeah, that main card is better than UFC 318. It's free. It's free if you pay for it. But free meaning it's not pay-per-view. But let's get into UFC 318. If you watch from the early prelims that were on Fight Pass and ESPN Plus, really Fight Pass, that's where I saw it. You're like, here we go, man. Here we go. New Orleans is popping. We've kicked off. You had 5 fights. You had 5 finishes. It's like, let's go. This is going to be the theme of the night. And then the prelim started, not the early prelim, the prelim started, and you get another TKO in a minute 10. You're like, buddy, this can be all finishes. And the fight gods went, did you enjoy that? Did you like that? Here for the next 8-9 fights are going to be all decision level. So then you got that. Brendan Allen, Martin Vittori was a fun fight. Fight of the night, dude, that's so disrespectful they gave him the fight of the night. Dude, and I have my thoughts on why they gave it to Brendan Allen, Martin Vittori. I bet Dan was like, dude, we got to spread this wealth around somewhat. I would imagine the prize that cash prize Max Holloway, especially Dustin Poirier in his last fight, dude's like, you guys are good. You don't need to fight the night. I bet you hear Max Holloway talking about it with Dustin in the back. He's like, dude, you believe they gave the fucking Brendan Allen and Vittori? Because for them, with the accolades and getting performance bonuses, it's a big deal for their legacy. So, and don't get me wrong, 100 grams is great, but those boys are going to be fine. It goes a longer way from Brendan Allen, and I was rooting for it. I love Brendan Allen as a beast, but I think I was rooting for Vittori in that one because he lost his brother in a fire. I know that's what made me also mine. Yeah, God, he needs this, man. He really needs this. All right, kids, let's take a little break here from the shop show. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything, an astronaut, president, prince, princess. But as you get older, your dreams change. Focus on that's on Run the World more. Now you can take your skills and ideas, turn them into something that's real, like a business. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. You'll need a website, payment system, a logo, a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be so overwhelming and confusing, especially for your boy here. But thankfully, that is where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Cha-ching! Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. And 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel, Gymshark, to DryFast, all gas brands just get started like us. What if I can't design a website? Shopify got you, man, from the get-go with beautiful, ready-to-go templates to match your brand style. Well, if I need a hand, say less. Get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, generating discount codes with Shopify's AI-created commerce tools. All right? And what if you get stuck? Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support.
Turn those dreams into cha-chings and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. That's go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAP, shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching! That aloe vera and Kyler Phillips, I love DC, I love also John Anik and Paul Felder, they're great. Dude, the amount of hype they were doing with aloe vera, saying this kid's always been like he could do no wrong. Technical wise, he looked horrendous. I didn't watch that fight and went, oh man, this dude's gonna be a real threat in the bantamweight division. You look at it, you're like, hold up, and Kyler Phillips is a beast, but he's just got a little overwhelmed with his pressure over there. But at the tip of the spear, like the top 10 guys are gonna eat him alive, dude. Just walking forward with your hands down the entire time, and then just launching into these loopy right and left hooks and leaving his feet. And every time he threw right hand, his body mechanics is just all off. How no one brought that to the attention of the audience? And now maybe they just want to focus on the positive. I get it. But my takeaway was super talented kid, super athletic, explosive. Technical wise, he has so far to go before he reaches the top 10. Now, Kyler Phillips moved it, I think it was 15 or 12 or whatever he is, so maybe they put him in the top 10. Good luck level with that fighting stuff. Now, maybe he was just doing that because he didn't really respect Kyler Phillips' power. Maybe it could be that. The kid's a banshee, and his pressure is insane. But, he called out, says he wants to fight Sugar Sean. He's like, Sugar shouldn't take that. I'm like, buddy, you know what Sugar Sean would do to you if you fought like that? That's light work, man. For all those boys in the top of that division, they're looking at him like, I'm not worried about him right now. Now, maybe, again, it could be a product of Oliveira not respecting Kyler Phillips' power and just like, this dude can't knock me out. Maybe if I fought, a different bandweight that had power, I would fight with my hands up and not leave my feet when I throw punches and wouldn't stay on the center line when I'm throwing combinations and wouldn't walk forward and get striked with my hands up. All of this is terrible. Terrible. And so maybe it's like, I don't give a fuck, this guy can't hurt me. Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm wrong. The next fight, his hands are up and he's off the center line and he's moving his feet and, doing proper technique. But when I watched that, I was like, that young man has a long ways to go. And no one on the broadcast ever brought it up. They're just like, oh, so explosive. Like, it doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? If every time you throw your right hand, you're leaving your back foot off the ground and leaping forward, and your head's over your knees. It's just, it was bad fighting. That's what that was. It was a lot of bad fighting. Was happy Michael Johnson got the win, biggest underdog on the card. Daniel Zellweger, okay, we pretend his dad was a Nazi, but Daniel Zellweger, just kidding. No, his dad is German. And his mom's Mexican. That's why his name's Daniel Zellweger. Zellweger, just too much too soon. He's going to be a monster. He's huge for the division. He's huge for lightweight. He could probably even go up if he had to, but he's young, man. It's all good. He fought the vet, Mike Johnson. It was still quicker than him. That was the issue. Speed was the issue for Daniel there. And he just, he just never got started. He was never active enough, and Michael Johnson just didn't work. But he'll learn from that. He's young, but there's a lot of potential there. I look at Daniel, I'm like, yeah, that kid, hands are up, technique's good, could be a little more active, but he's super young. Like, to me, that's a contender. When I see Oliveira, I'm like, oh, when the technique's bad, I'm like, he's going to get to a certain level, but that being athletic and explosive ain't going to carry you through to these victories. Daniel Zellweger, he can, he's doing the right stuff, and he just needs to get back on track and make some adjustments, but the technique's there. Patricio, that's your savior, Bellator. I thought Danny had moments where he could win that fight. Patricio, he's just older, man. He's just a little bit washed. He's not very active at all. His first fight he blamed on, he couldn't get used to the 3 rounds. How many fights have? Like fucking 40, 50 fucking fights? Come on. Come on. You make those adjustments, you know? He's not blowing the doors off anybody. I'd be willing to bet he loses next fight. And listen, I like Patricio. He's a monster Bellator. It's just different over when you're in the UFC, especially at his age, just making a tough run. I don't know what they're paying him, but I'd be willing to bet the UFC's like, buddy, fuck this. We're paying way too much for these bullshit fights. Like, they're not exciting. He's not active. He doesn't really, apply pressure. Everything's slow and methodical, very slow starter. So I think it's going to get a little dicey for him. The D-Rod, I'm a huge fan of D-Rod. Again, head overloading his knees, throwing hard punches, but he got the job done, dropped Kevin Holland a few times. I was rooting for Kevin Holland. I do think he's a contender at welterweight. That's where he should be at. Sucks to see him now. Daniel's won 3 in a row, so he's a nice guy. But Kevin Holland, he has it. I just don't know what was going on with him Saturday night. He just seemed off. Something seemed off. And Kevin Holland, when he's talking shit and doing his thing and mouthing off, he talks so much in the octagon. He's in a flow and he's comfortable. He didn't do that once. Not once with D-Rod. Not once. And maybe he just had too much respect for D-Rod. I don't know. He just didn't look like the normal Kevin Holland who's comfortable in there, doing his thing, talking his trash, no matter who it is. He just didn't. It never appeared that way, ever. And then, if you watch War Report, Jesse, my thing with Paulo Costa was like, what version do we get? And we got a fucking damn good version. He talked about in the post-fight press conference, he's like, if I lose this one, it's probably the end of the road. That's, what is it, 4 out of 5, in a row losses. So he's like, they probably give me my walk-in papers, so there's a lot of pressure, and I was super focused. Yeah, so he's lost 4 out of 5. You lose 5 out of 6, you're probably getting walk-in papers. This day and age in the UFC. He looked good. He used the mic to call out Hamzat. You can waste some time. You've lost 4 out of 5, buddy. You've lost basically 4 out of 6. You have 1 fight winning streak now. That ain't happening. It's like, he DM'd my wife. It's like, even with that narrative, it ain't happening, dude. It ain't happening. Now, if they give him, a Sean Strickland, somebody else in the top 3 and he beats them, then the conversation can start, even though he's, won 4 out of his last 6. But you get a big win, and you're right back in there. You're right back in there. But you're not beating Roman by decision and then getting a shot at Hamzat. It's not happening. He's like, I'd love for UFC to fly me out to Chicago. It's not there right now. He looked damn good. He did. He looked damn good. Yeah, that's what we need. Because he's kind of been inactive, fights maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years. He's funny on social media, but that ain't shit, dude. Like, yeah, you're staying relevant because you're funny on social media. You gotta fight, dude. You gotta beat names. And then with the main event, Max Holloway, Dustin Poirier. Again, even though these were decisions, for the most part, they were entertaining. So some of those decisions can get pretty brutal, but these are actually, they weren't bad fights. It sucks over here in Texas because you're up to like midnight or 12:30, so that part kind of sucks. So I don't know, because I'm tired, I'm like, God damn, someone just finished somebody, I get really irritable. But Max Holloway doesn't Poirier. I don't like making predictions, especially when it's 2 of my favorites. But I text everybody that Max Holloway by decision. I didn't think anybody was going to get finished. That second round was a little dicey on both ends. I had 3-1 going into the 5th. Some guys, especially Dustin Poirier's coach, had it 2-2 going into the 5th. He was like, we need this round, it's 2-2. I'm like, I don't see that. Depending how you scored it, you could give Dustin 2. Someone just gave him 3. I could see 2 and 4, I guess. If you want to give him 2 rounds, I had it 4-1. But if you want to argue 3-2, that's fine. At the end of the day, it doesn't really fucking matter. Either way, he lost. I don't think anybody's arguing that Dustin Poirier won that fight.
I think when you watch that fight, though, like I'm proud of Dustin for stopping. Because when you watch that fight, you know, he's not the Dustin Poirier of old. You know, he's not even the Dustin Poirier that knocked out Conor McGregor. He is a notch down. After watching that fight, like, yep, this is a perfect stop. Can he compete with the top 10 guys? Yes. Can he beat the top, like, 3 guys? No. Those days are over. But he could stick around and maybe win one, lose one, and you know, the top 10 and do his thing if he needed the money. But it's such a relief to see that he's done. And then I think that if you're watching this, you got to realize that somebody at the UFC who can get in Dana's ear, that the fans you do have power. You can make a certain change if you know, shout from the rooftop enough times and get the UFC's attention. Because not only my issue, but a lot of people's issues were with guys like Chris Weidman, Tony Ferguson, a lot of Frankie Edgar, a lot of guys, BJ Penn, a lot of guys. Our issues were like, hold on, we kind of know this is the last fight. They've done so, even Nate Diaz, they've done so much for the UFC. You owe it to them to give them a good send-off. And there's a lot of backlash. So somebody at the UFC is listening to that, and Dana trusts him enough where he's like, okay. Because I think if it was Dana and the Brad's way, they'd be like, nope, we paid them, this is what it is, and they retire and go do UFC. You know? And I think because of the outrage from the fan base, so often for these greats, UFC finally listened. They started doing Korean Zombie, right? They did with Anthony Smith. He had a crazy send-off for the career he had. And then they did it the right way with Dustin Poirier. They owe it to a lot of guys that have retired. It's too late now, but I think they learned from the wrongs, and the Dustin Poirier was perfect. Now it sets that precedent where it's like, okay, if they're worthy of a send-off, now you got to do it. And now I don't know how many guys. Again, it takes a special dude like a Dustin Poirier who's had his career to say, all right, it's my last fight. I want my hometown. But now they've set that bar. So you get some of these legends who are like, this is my last one. I want my hometown. And now the UFC kind of has to bend the knee there and do it because they've set this standard. And it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. It's the best. And also by doing that, it kind of puts a stamp on you not coming back. Like Dustin Poirier can't come back. Like you don't get a 20-minute send-off, highlight video, family, friends, everybody's in the cage, telling people thank you, printing merch says the last dance, and then in 3 months, announce you're back in the USADA testing. No. So when you do get the send-off, it actually does the fighters service and the UFC be like, this is over, dude. It's like killing, it's like the Avengers Endgame. It's over, dude. We don't need more. You fucking stamped it. Don't fucking come back and give us more bullshit because we just know it's going to be a watered-down version. So I think for Poirier, if he was like, I'm coming back, you're like, dude, we just did a 30-minute tribute in your home fucking town. Like, no, it's over, dude. So I think this forces him, puts the pressure on, like, you can't come back. just fucking, like, Korean Zombie can't come back after that, You just can't. It's over, dude. Right? Anthony Smith, like, we're not doing this. And that's why you get, like, a Weidman and the Frankie Edgar's like, I'm going to come back for one more because they never got that seal of approval for the final chapter. And by the UFC doing this, it gives them that seal of approval. Be like, you're done, okay? Thank you for everything, but you can't come back after a 20-minute montage and hanging out with your wife in the octagon. Like, it's over. It's quick. Take a little break here. You know what doesn't belong in your epic summer plans? Getting burned by your old wireless bills that ain't cool. While you're planning beach trips, barbecues, and 3-day weekends, your wireless bill should be the last thing holding you back. That's why I made the switch to Mint Mobile. With Mint, you can get coverage and speed you're used to, but for way less money. And for limited time, Mint Mobile is offering 3 months of unlimited premium wireless service for just $15 a month. So while your friends are sweating over data overages and surprise charges, you'll be chilling literally and financially. So say goodbye to overpriced wireless plans.
Jaw-dropping monthly bills and unexpected overages, Mint Mobile is here to rescue you. Ditch overpriced wireless and get 3 months of unlimited service from Mint Mobile for just $15 a month. We got you, man. This year, skip breaking and they sweat and break in the bank. Get this new customer offer, your 3-month unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/shop. That's mintmobile.com/shop. Upfront payments of $45 required equivalent to $50 a month. Limited time new customers offer for 3 months only. Speeds space low above 35 GB on unlimited plan. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Mint Mobile. What'd you think of the DP highlight tribute video?
I was telling you that I didn't feel like it hit me that emotionally for some reason.
It didn't hit me in the heart. Yeah. It hit the heartstrings. Now, did you see the one that they did before where he's sitting down in a room and there's a whole screen?
Yeah, that get me emotional. He's reading.
Yeah, that one teared me up. I'm watching my son, that one got me.
Yeah, something was missing with that, but still a great job, but just something.
It was all right.
Yeah.
Anthony Smith's was better. Korean Zombies was the best, I think. Korean Zombies is great. Yeah. Deep, with Dustin Poirier, it was like a highlight video they'd see on YouTube, and there's like this intense rap. I was like, what is this? It was kind of cringy. Now, I'm glad they do it at all. They could play fucking Dave Matthews, man. I'd drink the fuck out. But the song, it was like so intense. It was like you're almost selling us on another Dustin Poirier fight. Like, it was a highlight reel of his knockouts on stuff, but it wasn't like pulling at the heartstrings. I like when they pull at the heartstrings.
Yes,
I think that American Idol, like his mom talking, we're so proud of you. Like, play that in the arena. But it was like this hype, like, come get it, bitch. Who wants it? Come get it, man. You're like, and but the best thing too is Dustin Poirier's just fuming at the judges' scorecards while they're doing it. He's like, motherfucker, But yeah, listen, there's no complaints there. UFC, I'm proud of you guys for doing that for DP. That's exactly what you do. But I'd rather you lean in if you're, just a little bit of positive criticism there. Pull at the heartstrings, man. Especially a guy like DP came from nothing. Dropped out of fucking school to pursue fighting. He's learned everything he's learned in the UFC at a young age. And then you play this video like it's fucking,
Yeah, it was odd, man.
It's like, who wants a motherfucker? Look at bitch. It was like cussing and stuff. I'm like, ooh, this is nasty.
And his girl that's been by his side for all that stuff.
When I had him on food train, he was talking about his wife. I was tearing up. He was tearing up. Like, tell that story. Tell that narrative. And you could also, like, you could play some, like, Lil Wayne walked out with him. I'm sure Lil Wayne would give him, the freedom to play one of the songs. Like, drop the world on its fucking head. Like, even a slower, like, more well thought out rap song would be better, And then also, again, I'm not shitting on DP's send away in the last dance send off. But when Lil Wayne walks out with you, I assume he's gonna sing.
Yeah, rap.
Even if it's just your lip singing over your song, which is what they should do because the audio is awful when people try to go live. So could you do that, Lil Wayne? And he's just in the back there, and DP's like, here we go. You see him walking out with him, and then he gives DP the strap, hey, man.
Max.
Yeah, you Max the strap, yeah. But hey, man, sing.
And I told you, I didn't see him in the back.
He's tiny.
Yeah, I couldn't see him.
Well, right when he was walking through the tunnel, he's there. And then when he hits the crowd, the security guards and his coaches came in front, so he was all wrong. As soon as he's walking out, and then it changed. Yeah. Because he came out to pay the price to be the boss. So that's when you showed him walking through and Lil Wayne's there. And then when he hit, it goes to the rap song. If he was Lil Wayne, so that's when Lil Wayne went to the back. Hey, buddy. You're for one reason only. You're going to sing for him? Hey, little man, sing though, yeah? Get him some scissor and fucking sing, bud. You're not there as a fucking arm candy. Him not singing, I was like, oh, fuck, dude. It's a great send-off, though. Longest one I've ever seen, dude. He deserves it, man.
By the way, scissor. Have you ever tried scissor?
No, I've
always wanted to. I've never either. I know. So maybe when we go to Nashville.
It's out here, but yeah, Houston. That's where you get it. Or no, yeah. I'm going to the Red Sox Astros game because my boy Eagle suspension, and that'd be the place to get some sun. I mean, I don't do any of this stuff anymore, but I'll get you some. Yeah, I'll get you some. Yeah, overall, you know, decent card. You got a ton of decisions. I like this fight night better. And it's a I think it's a 2 p.m. start time here. Big card. Yes. Or CDT. Fantastic. And it's on ABC.
This adventure continues to grow. Paul Rubens, who invented and perfected the ultimate biscuit, found himself facing worldwide scrutiny after his arrest last month on a morals charge. Now compassion for his cause is starting to surface. From San Francisco across the nation to New York, Paul Rubens fans are rallying to his support. One
So there were other fights this weekend. One was the Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barrios, which Manny is he's 46 years old. And if he would have won this fight, he would have been the oldest welterweight to win this title, but it was a majority draw, which is still crazy. Yeah, but the majority of pundits, people that know boxing, they're saying that Manny won. That's wild. Yeah. At 46, fucking wild. Yeah, that happened. Alexander Usyk, and here's a clip from someone's social media clip, so we should be able to use this, but this is him knocking out Dubois. Oof. Bam. 9th round. Well, he's just a British killer. Look at all the Brits that he's beat the shit out. It's just amazing. Yeah, he's the best. Yeah. And then to piss people off, which is exactly the point of it, he brings in Jake Paul to square off. That's another thing that's going to develop. The Jake Paul Anthony Joshua. Yeah, apparently that sign sealed delivered. According to Jake Paul's side. But and then Tyson Fury says he's betting $1 million on Jake. Really? I love Tyson Fury, but I'm sure he does it because he wants to. Even though he says he's retired, I'm sure he still wants to fight Joshua at some point. Yeah, they gotta make that happen. He goes, I think Jake Paul chins Anthony Joshua. They fight 100%. If they fight, I'll put $1 million on Jake. $1 million. If Jake knocks out Anthony Joshua, the entire thing is fixed. Yeah, it's just what this isn't how it works. I know it's fun to talk about and get clips and the views talking about Joshua and Jake Paul. If this is a real sport, if it's an actual real fight, did you see what he did to Francis Ngannou? You're talking about that 2-time gold medalist, the world champion that beat Klitschko and got dropped. That guy, that heavyweight. This fight should be 30 seconds if this is real. If it goes longer than 1 round, maybe 2 rounds if Jake's covered up, I'll give you 2 rounds. If it goes longer than that, this thing's fixed. The fix is it. And I love Jake. Good for you. Get your fucking bag, dude. And this is what Turkey Al-Sheikh says. If Joshua destroys him in the head, he can Jake Paul will come away from it. But if Jake Paul wins, I know that Joshua's finished and Jake Paul does not be ranked. Jake Paul accepted. Now next week I will talk with Joshua about Luke. I mean, he has all the money in the world, so he can make it happen. This is it here. It's a catastrophic mismatch that people would tune in and watch because it would lead to the end of Jake Paul. Couldn't agree with. If it's real. Yeah, this would be the tall tale sign, Yeah, this guy's right. If Joshua loses this one, I will never, ever watch boxing again. Yeah, if you were to lose and get knocked out by Jake, yes. Games that match. Is there any possibility that it's just a random freak thing that Jake could actually just no chance? There's no chance. And if Joshua takes it serious, like he did Francis, I think it will be way worse than that. If this is real, if this is an actual competitive, legit fight, it's just, I don't live in this weird world, and you'll hear people like Brian go, but he's big and athletic. You get all that, and that's great. This is Anthony fucking Joshua, the two-time gold fucking medalist, heavyweight world champion of the world, the very best to do it. There's not enough hours in the day for Jake Paul to last longer than 30 seconds with Anthony Joshua. In the real world, online we can do our thing, and this can be fun if the build-up and all. I get all that. I'm with you guys. I'm the one that's only fucking Conor vs. Floyd. I get all that stuff. If this is real, if it's an actual, highly competitive boxing match, and Joshua trains like he's fighting fucking Tyson Fury or Usyk, this in the actual real world that we live in, no matter what Jake does, should not last longer than 30 seconds. That's the truth, and I love Jake. And I condone what he's doing. But if for whatever reason this thing is set up where he clips Joshua, it will totally take everything Anthony has done. And he's set money-wise, so I don't see him taking a fall, none of that stuff. So I assume this is all real. If it is real, in the sweet science of boxing, Anthony Joshua should defeat him in about 30 seconds or less. That's real. And it's all good. The ball's on Jake to jump in there with a fucking heavyweight of Anthony Joshua's caliber is nuts. He should get credit for that. But he should get finished in 30 seconds.
You've been around both. Have you been around Joshua yet?
Never.
Oh, shit. I thought you did.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah. I'm wondering how big of a size difference is, because Jake's getting a lot bigger, but Joshua seems
huge. Joshua's so big.
Yeah.
He's fucking massive, dude. And talented and technical and all the power in the world. He's about the very best. He's not washed.
No, he destroyed Francis, like.
He took it serious. Okay. And what do you think is a tougher fight? Francis Ngannou for him or Jake Paul? And Francis couldn't touch him. Utterly destroyed him. And that's how it should go. That's literally how it should go.
Well, I'll be tuning in if it does happen.
Me too. I'll be watching it. I'll be breaking it down. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying this is a legit fight. That's how it should go. If it goes any other way, something's fucking up. And this would prove that more so than any other fight Jake's had. Let's take a little break here. If you're looking for the perfect buzz this summer without the hangover, meet Breeze. Spelled B-R-E-Z. An incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink. Their line of feel-good tonics offers a unique blend of hemp-derived THC and CBD functional mushrooms nootropics to create social relieving euphoric effects without the traditional downsides of alcohol. No, these aren't like your typical edible. Who knows what you're taking, man? I've seen some weird stuff on edibles. You feel each blend within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour, hour and a half, right? Similar to cocktail. It's mellow enough for your mom to try, but also snap if you're going to get wild. So whether you're looking to turn up, tune in, or tap out, Breeze has a beverage to help you feel the way you want to feel. So if you're ready to experience the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/shop. Use the code SHOP for $5 credit and free shipping on your first order. Consult with a physician before use. If you're pregnant, nursing, have any known or suspected allergies, medical conditions, or taking any medication, FDA has not evaluated these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21 plus. Breeze.
Okay. So John Jones is back in the news. There's a few parts to this. So, ever since the White House thing happened, John Jones talked to someone at SB saying, like, I'm back.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm back.
Did you hear Dana White?
Yes, so
Dana White's like, I fucking put him on the card. He's like, I can't risk a fucking fight of that caliber. John, who knows what? He's a wild boy. I can't risk that. I'm with Dana on this. No, the ride's over. For John, the ride's over. And if John's going, well, the only reason I'm going to come back is if I fight at the White House, Dana's like, cool, then you ain't coming back. Like, I think Dana White and the UFC brass, they got burned by John. And they're like, we're good, dude. Same thing with Conor. They're like, we're good. Then last week I was talking about the White House card, Conor fighting Chandler and John Jones fighting Alex Pereira. Fuck all that. I was way off. Neither one was a good fight. Because they're both too unreliable now. If this is, 8 years ago, yeah, they're both on there. Main event, co-main event. In 2025, neither one was making it because it's too flaky. Both of them are too flaky. Both of them have too much baggage. Dana's not going to bank on that.
So this is what John Jones said. It's kind of long. About Dana White's response.
I heard the comments made last night at press conference while I was a little disappointed. I'm still in the UFC. Quick doesn't pull, staying sharp, and continue to like professional. I'm ready for whatever comes. A recent interview I should have given a fight at the White House gave me something deeper to fight for. A why that goes beyond paychecks and belts. Fighting for my country gives me great purpose. Silver lining all this stuff on the fans. They see my heart. They see I am ready. I'm willing to take on anyone to represent my country on the historic stage. I don't see that. For me, it's never been just about the opponent. I'm chasing legacy, something timeless, something bigger than the moment. So for now, I keep grinding, stay patient, stay faithful. I'm ready to fight on July 4th. Yeah, maybe he gets his shit together and there's no hiccups. And Dana's like, all right, seems like you're doing good. Right now, I'm with Dana. You're very perfect.
Yeah, that's especially that he wanted that to be the headline one,
Yeah, I just don't see him do that if they put him on there. Since the fans see my heart, I don't see it.
All right, this is more with John Jones. So Daniel Cormier was talking on the broadcast. I think it was like a weigh-in show, and they were asking him questions. The fans comments, and then he's answering this question. So just look how this whole thing plays out. Watch this.
If you were to fight your enemy anywhere or a random place, where would it be? And who would the person that you would throw hands with sight unseen be? I kind of want the ability to kill him, so I'd like to do it at my house.
There you go. Yeah, me too.
They can't really do anything. Who are you fighting?
I think we know. I can take guesses. Who you might fight in your living room?
Does it rhyme with if you were to fight?
So that's pretty much it. All that happened. But then John Jones took it as a dig on him. Yeah, so.
I heard the comments made last night. Yeah, I heard the comments made last night. Just leave it up on that.
That was for the other one. This one.
DC said he wants to kill me at his house. I already buried him twice in the octagon. Third time I'm bringing a shovel. A blind man can see the mansion I own in Daniel's head. I just didn't realize how deep his hate still runs. Those ass whoopings was left more than bruises. This is where I jump off John's rebuttal there. I feel like I'm the most painful thing that ever happened in that man's life. Emotional damage. No, John. The most painful thing is him losing a kiddo. He lost a kiddo.
Oh,
yes.
Different, yeah.
I don't know. I'm like the majority of the fan base. I'm looking for John right now, man.
Yeah.
Until he actually fights, I don't give a fuck.
But so Daniel didn't really say anything. It was just other people alluding to it. So it's not like he even said like, no, I don't have an issue with John Jones or something like that. And it's somewhere, right?
Yeah, and I don't think it's emotional dare. I think it's he lost twice to him when they had beef. Like who else would DC call out?
It's just an enemy.
That's what I'm saying. Who else? Everyone likes DC. Who else would he go after?
But anyways, this is what Daniel said afterwards. I don't dislike John Jones. I think he's fine. Yeah, it's more like everyone else building this up to be this thing.
And John running with it. That's staying relevant, to stay in the news. I'm over it, dude.
Oh, this was odd too, man. Did you see Paulo Costa before the fights? This is a during press conference.
No, let me see.
More specifically from Chechnya, if he's tuning in this weekend, what's your message to Hamzat Chimaev?
Yes, you guys know about that already. Everybody knows about that. I don't have a, great hate. After this fight, I'm going to send a message for him, but mention that I need to wait to watch. And because my focus right now is on this guy. So I need to focus on him, but of course I have a plan after that. And I have unfinished business with one major trail, Chimaev. And yes, I want to face him sooner or later.
I've been in tough weight cut specifically. I've been horrible weight cut, and also I heard him speaking about. He was just saying he's focused. Like he gets He's so ramped up, he's focused. Yeah, so look at his eyes there. Jesus Christ. And this is after that. This is after he won. And talking about that thing that happened. You know, you speak about Hamza of the fight. At the press conference, you seemed to shake when you mentioned him. He seems to miss you that much.
Yeah. First of all, the people say I was shaking. I was shaking right now. Sick or nothing, you know. I didn't was any powder or something like that. I just was very motivated, very focused, very locked in this fight, you know. In the backstage, I was telling to myself the whole time, this is what do you think, you know, you need this victory, I will not be back, now this victory is mine, and
So basically, it did look odd, but he's just like, you know, in the moment, maybe a weekend thing and replenishing in his body, season up, or, you know, he's making lots. Either way, he did crazy work. He looked valiant. He looked like the old version of himself, but he's not getting the revenge. I'm sorry, he's not getting that fight. Not yet. Not yet. This sucks. So, Diego Sanchez was arrested because he was in his buddy's car, and then for whatever reason, they were like in a traffic jam. There's an accident, and then there's police there too. But he just started shooting a gun in the air, saying like, you know, about how we were, you know, 505. I think that was very good. And his buddy, he said like, yeah, there's something going on with him. He's just inside. His friend Joe. You don't say. What gave that away? Remember when he was a fucking slave with that weird movement coach? That was, yeah. But that does suck, and that's kind of like John Jones did something similar too. Remember, like way back, shooting a gun out, and talking to homeless people and stuff like that. Oh, you mean these guys after years of getting punched in the head aren't all there? They do wild shit. Yeah. Overall, he'll be okay, but yeah, it's a felony. Jesus Christ, you can't do that. No.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a fantastic summer. We've got an amazing fall 2018 semester. This may be a little bit unusual to folks.
Here's the thing that's about this. So, as I say for the audience,
but we're going to put together an experimental way, and I hope you like it. Basically, the reason for this slightly different approach is because I was fantastic opportunity.
This is not what free markets is about. This is his decision. Here's the thing, McConnell.
That
money is getting allocated no matter what, but no matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grades at the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give a fuck. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. The original lawsuit was for like $1.7 billion. They're paying out like $400 million. And that's already paid. They've already sent that money out. That money's getting distributed around like 400 people. That money's getting distributed whether you take it or not. So whether you don't take it, it's going to other people.
These lectures are.
So let's say there's, I don't know, 150 fighters that are in this antitrust lawsuit and they're getting paid. I know exactly how much I'm getting. The fighters that don't take it, it puts more money in the guys that do take it, because that money's getting dispersed no matter if you take it or
then
not.
when I get back to Brooklyn, we're going to have our traditional biographic series with the biography focused
It's so fucking dumb.
who made history within the Danube River. And I think there's some amazing choices
He knows, like, he is his thing, like,
anyways, let's get started right away, and we should first
it makes no sense.
the subject of
if I could just take him to the side and explain to him
one of the interesting things about
if he has kids, like, but he can take this money and
rivers
invest it for your children. And the UFC is not going to be a bad matchup. They literally don't care. Like when the lawyers called me and were like,
and they are
a lot of guys are worried about taking the money, the backlash to the UFC. I'm like, whoa, stop.
Transport
I don't
as
work
well
for the
as
UFC.
a boundary, a
I
natural
have
boundary
nothing to do with them. I I cover the sport.
Unlike, let's say, a mountain range where you have
business.
to go to
I'll
various
stop you
passes
there.
to get through it,
I'm probably the
rivers
one guy who's
actually,
gonna
at
tennis
least
tracks.
for a
Send
certain
me my
portion of
goddamn
their
money.
navigable
I
route,
don't get
they can actually travel along. And so they, rather than acting as boundaries, they act as bridges, they act as communicators of culture. And nowhere is this clearer and purer than in the
that's my shirt. It's better for the rest of
This
us.
is the second longest
I get
river
his
in
money.
Europe, and it extends through
It's got
10 different
that money. So that
countries.
whatever is 400
On
million.
the
No
left,
matter what.
it begins
So
the
let's say
black
there's
forest
200 guys that are in the antitrust
and
lawsuit.
then it
So
crosses
it could be
over
400,
into
whatever, 75
Austria.
million distributed
It
across
actually
200. Let's say a 100 of
bisects
them are like,
a couple of capital cities
backlash,
like
I don't take
Vienna,
it.
and later in Hungary it
By the court
bisects
of law,
Budapest as
that
well.
400 million
And it
still has
travels
to get
along the border
distributed
of
to
Slovakia,
those fighters on
and
that
when
list.
it makes that
So I know the
southern
minimum I'm
turn
getting. It's a good chunk.
towards
That only
Serbia,
can go up. It can't go
then
down. That
you
can only go up.
see it
So if 100
crossing
don't
once
take
again
it,
to
that
the
money has to get
east,
distributed
and
by
it
a
goes
court of
to
law to
Romania
the
and
fighters.
Bulgaria, again along the border, eventually into Moldova and
So
Ukraine,
it does not matter.
emptying out into the Black Sea.
Does that make sense?
In some regions,
So
it
UFC's
is
already paid
rather
for it.
flat
It's already,
and
that check's already in the mail. They've already paid the lawyers. All the
docile. In other
all
regions,
it's
it's
done.
quite
UFC's
rapid
already
and
like,
very
whatever.
difficult to traverse.
They're
But
not going to
in the
discipline you by taking
20th
the money.
century in particular, great strides have been made with
It's
making
better
this
for me if it
navigable
isn't.
through much of its length, and
Everyone else.
that's why it's really such a fascinating area. It goes through so many
I did not pay the money
territories.
that they sent
On
to the
the
fighters.
actual cruise, we'll be starting in Budapest and traveling upriver towards Vienna over the course of 8 days, and then we will take coach overlapping Munich
And that's a whole other story. And people are like, I don't understand why more fighters don't ask for better pay.
So you can see
This
that
is
it
why.
really involves
This
many
dude is
different political
brainwashed that
boundaries
thinks
in 21st
he's
century
being a
terms.
company
Actually,
man
in this
by
introductory
not
lecture,
taking
we're
the
going to be
lawsuit
looking at
money.
a lot of maps.
He thinks
So
that
let's
he's
just keep
showing
an eye on
loyalty
this
to the
begin with
fucking
contemporary.
man by
But
not
rivers
taking
are, as I mentioned earlier, not just bridges,
this
they are also
money
boundaries.
that
In fact,
she's
perhaps
earned.
the most
That's
famous
how
boundary
brainwashed a lot of these fighters are.
Daniel is responsible for is it was the
Every
northernmost
single one of
boundary
you are
of the
underpaid.
Roman Empire for much of its history. So
Let me ask you a
Daniel
quick
was
question.
kind of like
When the UFC
the
and
line that separated
UFC signs
Roman
$1
civilization
billion
from
TV
Germanic
right deals,
anarchy, from the various
when they sign up,
tribes, the Visigoths,
billion,
and
not a
the
million, not
Ostrogoths,
100 million,
that eventually
$1
would
billion
cross the
deal.
Danube and would make their way
I
down.
want you to ask your agent or manager how much of a percentage
But
you're getting
for
of that $1
a
billion deal.
significant part of the Roman
If you
history,
don't ask
especially
him,
towards
I'll
the
tell
end
you
of
a
history,
fucking soul
it
right now
was
and tell you
actually
how much
very
you're going to get.
famous boundary. And
Zero.
even people like Marcus
You're
Aurelius
going to
here,
receive zero of the dollars. When you look at the, here's another tip. When you look at the UFC
where there are all these
octagon,
forts
and you
all along
see
the Danube
25
River
companies that are paying, I know how much they pay exactly to sponsor the UFC.
But the bridge aspect of it
Millions of dollars
is
on that
incredibly
octagon.
complicated on ethnic levels.
And on the
One
bars and
of
all that,
the starting
millions
points
per
that
company.
we really have to begin with.
How many dollars, what percentage do you see as your agent? I'll do you a solid. I'll tell you how much you're
This
getting.
map shows you
Zero.
there's so many different ethnicities all mixed up here.
When they took the sponsors
Magyars,
from your
the
shorts
Hungarians,
and your
the Poles,
fucking
the Germans,
t-shirt, your
the
walkout
yellow,
shirt,
the
when they took
Czechs
that
in
money
purple and so on. And even those
and decided to
terms
put it
are
on the
not
octagon and
accurate
give you
because
zero.
you have a lot of people
You are
who
by no
are
means moving up the
ethnically
ladder by
identified
not
one
accepting
way,
this money. You're only
linguistically
doing
a
disservice
second
to
way,
yourself
sometimes
and
religiously
your
a
family.
third way.
And Bubba,
What
you've
exactly
earned
do you
it
call
more
it?
so than
Some
anybody.
major studies today,
This
for
is your
example,
money.
the
You
authors
earned it.
refer to talk about
You're not being a
Czech
company man
speakers.
by not accepting
that
money. You're being a
Czech,
stupid
if you have
fighter.
a
And this
German,
is the
let's
issue.
say, living
And
in
this same
Prague,
mentality
whose
is
first
the
language is
reason.
Czech,
The
you call that
fucking
person a
reason
German? Czech?
why
A Czech speaker?
nobody.
A Czech
They
speaking
brought on
German?
the
An
MLB,
ethnic German
labor
living
board. They
in
brought on the
Czechoslovakia?
who's who.
You know, it's a very
And they
complicated
can't
thing.
figure it out.
And in fact, one of the
If
easiest
there's one
ways to
reason,
get in fights,
because the
particularly
fighters.
among historians, is to
So you have
refer
that
to it
MLB name, clear representation,
one
lawyers come on
particular
board and like,
name or
the
spelling
best deal
when
in the business
it
is
is
50-50 split.
named
Then
or
the
spelled
players
in
guarantee
3,
money.
4, 5
Let us help you
different
guys out
ways
with this and
by
make sure you
various
get
people
your
who
money.
claim the same sound. For
And
example,
then they get so far,
the
I've been in these
Polish,
meetings, they get so
Ukrainian,
far, and they
German,
go, we can't get anybody
Austrian
to find a sign up.
city of
Because they're so brainwashed that they think by sticking up for themselves that somehow they're going to get a title shot, that they're going to be blackballed by a company. So all of
is
pull out.
also known as the
Then you're
Vogue,
stuck with
to
all retired
Poles,
fighters
known
trying
as
to move and
Lemberg,
they can't
the
do it.
Austrians, all kinds of places
This
like
is
this
the
have these
best
incredibly
example.
complicated histories, and as a
You're
result,
going,
it's very
I'm
difficult
so
to speak
loyal
in
to
an
you.
intelligent way about
It's a
the
cult.
region without
It's a fucking cult.
being
You're no different than the
cognizant
family
of
Charles
the many
Manson.
different nationalities that compete for space and
It doesn't
linguistic
end well, buddy.
loyalty of
Dude,
these
you're the
populations.
toughest business
So it's
in
an
the
incredibly
fucking world.
complicated place. We will
You're
come
a
back to this
fucking prize
in
fighter,
future
and
lectures.
you're turning down the prize that you've
So what about
earned
the Jews
because
in the
you're
Danube River?
brainwashed
Well,
and you
Jewish
think the UFC
settlement
brass is
really
going to
begins with
somehow
the ancient period.
take care of
Look
you.
at this map here, which is a little bit
If
confusing,
you
but it
want to
shows
I will give
the
you
same thing we
long
looked at a little
history
while ago,
lesson
the extent
of fighters that
of the
sacrificed
Roman
Roman Empire to
and
make weight on
the
short notice,
Danube
to
River
take
here is
flights
right
on
above
fucking
what
2
the
days'
Dacia
notice.
up there.
Guys that
The
missed time with their family, missed the birth
red
of their
arrows
children,
indicate
turned down
the
huge sponsors because they
movement
thought they were
of
going to be
Jews.
the
As
good
you can
guys of the
see,
UFC.
they're
I'll tell you how
basically
to end it for
following
them, bud.
various
I'll fucking tell you.
mercantile
And
paths
it ain't a
and landing
happy
on
story.
coasts.
And this is
Jews
to
being
the
very
end of
involved in
time.
international commerce, really
To the end of time.
before their
Everything
own
you have,
diaspora
Ricardo,
in the
is because you fought
first century of
fucking
the Common Era.
tooth
So you've
and
got
nail
small,
through
isolated
hard work.
Jewish
Come through
trading
the favelas
posts
of
that
Brazil.
accompany
And then someone
both
said,
Greek
you know
and
who always
later
make
Roman
$200,000
settlements
in
throughout the
this
region.
fucking world,
We
bud?
begin to
Some
see a
people
much
don't make that in a
larger
lifetime.
population
Some
in the region
people have
with
to
the
lay
various
fucking
exiles from more
bricks and
established
make
communities, like for example,
$40,000 a year.
this map which shows
And
the
because you're hard
exiles
work,
of
you're
Spain
a talented
and
motherfucker.
in the
You're
late
hard
15th
work
century, and
that you've
many of
earned
them made their way into the
health,
Danube region. As you
brain
can see in
cells,
the
your hard
darker
work to
green
fucking
arrows
rise out of the
on the
gutters of
right-hand
Brazil.
side, making a rough
And you're
way up
going,
into Budapest, into Vienna,
I'm
and to
good.
Krakow as
I'm
the
good.
second and
They
third
treat me
generation
well.
of
It's not
diaspora
fucking about
expellees.
the
But we
way
have
they treat
Sephardic
you right
Jews
now.
living in this region,
It's not
even
about
though
that.
it is
It's not about
predominantly
you taking a short
Ashkenazi.
notice fight
This
against
is
Islam,
the
then getting a
source
title
of
shot, and
the
you probably got to launch your
Ashkenazic
baby, and you
immigration
think you
to
owe
the
them.
Danube
You
River
owe them
region,
nothing.
primarily
You owe
for
them nothing.
two
You're the
basic
skilled one.
reasons.
You're the one that they can't fucking replace. Those brasses and their suit and fucking ties in the office, they
because they
can't
were
do what you
valued
do.
for their mercantile
And you're
know-how.
bending the knee, giving up
Jews were overwhelmingly literate
$200,000.
and numerate.
And I know I'm sure you tell you're balling right now because you got to get paid for the Islam fight, and you have sponsors, and you're doing well on Twitter, and you're like, I don't want to fuck this up. I'm scared, and I get that.
Skills
They
for
can't
these
do anything
growing
to you, buddy.
economies. Furthermore,
This money's already been
Jews, because
allocated.
they had a
But the fighters
diaspora,
so
had
brainwashed, they're
extensive
terrified.
international
They're terrified.
and to
And it's my,
facilitate
these are
trade.
the,
So a whole bunch of
for the
different
people that
occupations
have never been around
related to
fighting,
commerce that
they're
were
the
made the
fucking
Jews especially
toughest,
valuable
fucking
in Eastern Europe
grinding,
as their
their work
economies
ethic's
began to grow.
insane. They're the
Added to
toughest
that
people in the world
was
outside
growing
special forces military. But I'm
anti-Semitism
saying,
in
for
Western
professional
Europe.
athletes,
And I'll show you
there's
some
nobody
examples of that
walking this
later on in
earth
this lecture
more
that were
mentally strong
slowly
and
pushing
tougher
Jews
and more of a
towards
risk
the
taker
east,
than a
especially
professional
in the
UFC
16th and
fighter.
17th century.
Hands
So you have
down,
a
of all the
small
professional
number of
sports,
Sephardic
there's
Jews,
nobody
a
like
larger
an MMA
number of
athlete. There's a reason that
Ashkenazi
the
Jews coming
ESPYs,
from
that John
Germany,
Jones,
Weimar
Cleo
in
Roundtree,
particular,
whoever the
making
fuck
their
it
way
is,
to the
can walk in a
Danube
room
River.
filled
And then, of
with
course,
the
you have a
most
whole
famous
series of
athletes on the planet.
expulsions throughout
And all of them
the first
will bend
half
the
of
fucking
the
knee.
second millennium of the
Because
Common
if that
Era,
door
where
shuts and shit
there
hits
are
the
Jews
fan,
being
there's
expelled
only
left
one
and
guy
right,
walking out of that room. It
moving
ain't the guy
into
shooting fucking free
the
throws.
Danube region,
It's not the guy
out
going
of the
for
Danube
440.
region.
It's
So
not
there's
the
a lot
guy
of
who can
population
fucking
even
put a
in this
hockey
fairly
puck into
early
the net.
medieval
It's none of that. It's the guy who has the
When we
only
get
skills
to
in the world
1900, however,
fuck
you
up
can
all
see
of
that
you.
there is quite a dense
There's a
settlement.
reason, man.
This is
And
a
the fighters
page
don't
from my supervisor,
They
my
don't realize
PhD
how
supervisor,
special they are.
amazing
They don't
atlas of
realize that the
Central Europe,
average fucking UFC career is a year and a half.
and this
Did you
map
know
shows
that?
the density
1
of
year and
Jewish
a half.
and incidentally Armenian
It's shorter than
settlements
any
in
other
Central Europe.
major league.
The yellow indicates 1 to 4% of the population is Jewish. The darker green
Look at Jim Miller, look at Donald Cerrone. Those are fucking outliers.
So you can still see there's quite a
A lot of
significant
guys are getting cut
population.
left and right, and
If
on the
you were to
fucking prelims,
drill
and you
down
know
and
who
look
they
at
are.
urban centers,
Again, I will say this,
even
so
higher.
everybody hears it. The average career of a UFC fighter is 1 year and a half.
To live within close proximity of one another.
And that year and a half, there's no signing bonus. It's not like fucking baseball, where
So
if I'm
we've got
in the major
these
leagues,
into the
I
region,
get put down to
even
single
though
A or
they're very
double A baseball,
ancient settlements
but I signed a
that go
big
back
contract with the
before we
Cleveland
have much
Indians,
recorded
and I signed for $10 million. I get that $10 million,
certainly
whether
from
I
the year
hit the ball or
1000
not. You're
on,
guaranteed
we're
that
having
money.
lots of
You're guaranteed that money. In the UFC, if you fought for a year and a half, you're likely, after taxes and paying for your training camp and your manager, if you're new to the game, he came off the Contender Series, Ultimate Fighter, if you fight a year and a half, you probably, if you're lucky, got 2 fights. Maybe you got 3. You're lucky if you have $50,000 in the bank. And y'all want to walk away from $200,000? Pretty much your goddamn mind. When Lucano's retired and he's 50 years old, you're going to be wishing you had fucking $200,000 invested. Especially if he has kids. You're going to wish you took that money. Because I'll tell you right now, you know who's not going to be calling you when you retire? You know who's not going to be covering your children's fucking medical bills and the food on your table and your mortgage? I can bet your sweet ass you're not going to hear a fucking
right up until
out of those suits
late 18th, 19th century, when it began to break down.
And I'm not saying fuck Dana in the press. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is fucking business. And you're in the most cold-hearted business. You're bending the fucking knee. For no
they were
reason.
governed by an organization
I'm pretty sure he has
called
children,
the
right?
Tube.
That's what pisses me off. If you're single and you're young, you're whatever, you're private career, I can kind of see it. You're still brainwashed. I can kind of see it. If you have a family and you have fucking children, $200,000 in Brazil is a lot. So he has one son, Isaac, who's born in 2020, and another child on the way. His wife is currently pregnant. And you're not taking it to piss me off. And you're not taking it to piss me off. $200,000. And you're a fucking prize fighter. Here's the thing. It's over, Mikado, too, but you fought for the title. It's never happening again. It's never, and that's when you make a real, that's when you make a life-changing fight for a title. If you win or not, life-changing meaning
a certain amount of financial
you're kind of set. You're not worried about things for the next year or two, depending on what you're not
senior and we're
he's never getting back to a title shot. That will never happen again. That was a freak accident. The guy fell in a fight and he got put in.
govern the
That's how this goes. It's the hype.
semi-democratic fashion. Again,
you're less than 1% that ever get to do it. That will never happen to me again.
But
It's
nevertheless,
too tough. His skill set's not
not
there.
like they
He's
had
a great
one
fighter.
person
We all
who
love
was a
him.
dictator.
That's the reality of it.
They did appoint a president, and they
You
had
will never make
terms
more
and
money than
like
you
that.
made.
But what was especially
Never
important
happen
was
again.
two other
You'll
organizations
never
that
make
were
more money
related
than
to
you
the
fucked
first,
his own
of
for the
course,
belt.
the
It's a
base
complete fucking mismatch.
was the
That will
Court
never
of
happen to you
Law.
again.
And
And your
this was
wife's
a
fucking
separate
pregnant.
organization.
You have a fucking young
Three
kid.
rabbis
You're never going to be
who would
champion.
adjudicate disputes according to
You want to give
law.
up $200,000.
Any kind of
Just so you know,
dispute
Mikado,
community,
Dana bets for
regulating
$200,000
their commercial and
every
social
night.
interaction. The
I
big
get
thing
ain't
would
shit.
have the
So
responsibility
if you
and the
think in
authority
his
to
mind,
make a
he's going,
decision to
well,
favor
Mikado
one
didn't
party
take
or
the
the other
money.
as
Let's
necessary.
hook this guy up.
The
You don't
Tube
know
on
the
the
fucking world.
here
And
and
you're
the
in
bait
the
is
fucking most
sometimes
cutthroat
needed
business
for
in the world.
authority.
And you're letting it pass
Technically
you by.
speaking, the bait didn't have
And
the
it's a kick
authority
in
of
the
God
face to the
because
rest
they
of
were
the fighters.
representing
There's some
legal law.
fighters that
But on the other hand, the
severe
Tube here were the
fucking
ones who
CTE.
set the
They're
salaries
fucking
of the
dead
bait
broke.
in.
They
So
would
sometimes
change
there was a
places with
certain
you in a
amount of tension
heartbeat.
between them,
There's
especially
fighters
when
that are well-known
sometimes
names
the Tube
that
here
don't
would be
have a
involved in
fucking
these
cents
disputes.
in
The
the
bait
bank.
would have to
They don't have a fucking
eventually
dollar to their name.
adjudicate their
And they're working
employees.
fucking
But
security
this
jobs
is
or they
nothing
can't get a
new.
job.
In fact,
They're
if you
fucked
go
up
to
in the
the
head.
modern synagogues today, they tend
And
to
the
be organized
lawyers
along very
and
similar
Conley
lines,
and the
with
rest of
the
those boys
Tube
that
here
put
being the
their
board of
fucking
directors,
legacy on the line
and
to
the
fight
bait
against
being
the
the rabbi,
and these lawyers
they
who did
have kind
this.
of like
Buddy, this wasn't
a
something that happened
relationship
last
that
2
varies
years.
depending
They've
on the
worked on this
relative
for
power of the
probably
bait
10 years
to the
plus.
other.
That's how long the
But
fight
what
this
the
is.
real
It's a
muscle
kick in the
made
dick
the
to those
tequila work
lawyers,
were
to
the
former
Chevron.
UFC fighters, to the alumni. You're hard
Chevron,
not to accept this.
singular, and Chevrot in plural, or Chevros in the Ashkenazi
It's
pronunciation,
out of
refers
anybody,
to
he should be taking
association
a
from
fucking
the word chaver, meaning
And there's guys
or comrade,
that are ranked
colleague.
higher than
The
him.
Chevrot were
There's
essentially
guys that are way more well-known who are taking the money.
that
You
were
do not have scared to
tasked
take the
to
money.
perform
UFC, it's
a
an
whole
afterthought
host
for
of
UFC.
social
They,
welfare functions.
you know what? UFC's
Care for the
happy
sick, care for the poor,
that they settled
support
whatever is
for
$345 million.
students,
There's
support
$425
for
million. They
full-time
got off
people
unscathed.
studying
That ain't
Talmud,
nothing to them.
support for travelers,
Remember,
all kinds of
UFC,
like
will be
just
announced
social
very soon,
welfare
got
organizations
$1 billion
that were
TV right team,
staffed
and you're not going to see
largely
a
by
sense of it.
women
So
that
$400 million ain't
would
shit to
actually
them.
make sure that the
It's not
community
shit,
took care of itself. It's actually
It's
quite
not
a
shit.
sophisticated
You think you're
organization
good company, man.
Was able to really scale up to large cities as well, tiny little stretch, tiny little villages. and to take care of the social welfare needs of the poor, the indigent, the unfortunate within the community.
You see the
stable. Compared to what was available in secular society, it was really quite amazing, and it was the secret to Jewish survival in many ways for 2,000 years of exile. The Chavrot were funded by the Tuvei and the Tuvei in turn taxed the population for the maintenance of these social services. Certainly tzedakah or charity was a huge value in the community, but the Tuvei essentially did run on communal taxes. And if you had a problem with the assessment of your communal taxes, there weren't that many places in turn. They did, of course, could adjudicate those appeals, but ultimately everyone had to pay taxes once they had a certain amount. That's what made it all work. There's so much to say about this. I have a separate lecture that's totally devoted to the structure of the community. I'll say one quick word here. What the structure lacks in terms of individual freedom, because Tuvei here was essentially a coercive body that people had to live up to communal norms, whether it was anger, accepting taxes, or public observance of the Sabbath and other Jewish law. What it was drafted and imposed on people in its coercive nature, it also made up for it with the social welfare that it provided. So it was a very stable structure. And it was only the unraveling of the state as a whole, that is the secular state, that really caused the breakdown of the communal structure. We'll talk about that shortly. But this is essentially how you live for a good 1,800 years of activity.
But you want to give it up because you
economic foundation of the early Jewish community was essentially related to the corporate nature of medieval society. Until we get to the modern period, when people are organized as individuals and citizens within a state, the medieval organized based on the place that you had peasants, whether you were a member of the nobility, whether you're a member of the clergy, and the ruling authorities did not deal with people on an individual level. They dealt with a corporation, like I'm going to make a rule for all the peasants, or at least for all the peasants that live in the province. So Jews had an unusual kind of situation because they weren't peasants. They weren't nobles. They certainly weren't clergy. They lived in urban environments, but they were often denied admittance to local guilds, so it's hard to call them burghers, like so on and so on. So they ended up adopting, this was already from the early medieval period, a role that was known as servi.
And that's the other one is a small fraction of the payment I'm getting. It's a small fraction. My team don't else get it. Listen, all about the best is here for my kids. You reported directly. You got it. But you know how that works.
The king would essentially employ the Jews in a whole host of
allow me this much money, and nobody gives me any flack. My finance guys, my business managers, nobody gives me any flack. Give me this money and I can buy whatever the fuck I want all cash.
This is, by the way, more
sense.
significant the further east you go.
I'm putting real estate, whatever you want my real estate, we'll put in that, or we'll invest it, but I'm not going to touch it. It's for the kids when they get
in Ukraine, places like that. But the Jews would then be given a figure of taxes that they would be expected to pay, and whatever they raised beyond that amount was what they could keep for themselves. That's tax farm. But there are a lot of other activities, like for example, the law of gratia, which eventually was phased out during the 14th century onward. But the law of gratia was the law that forbade
already are bursting on the scene. You saw them just one another and charging interest. It's not too much too soon. Some people are saying that
the economy because
division champion from one championship. He's had monsters. He's exactly what should be at. Peter Young coming back, a tough fight in McGee. We'll see if McGee gets out of the challenge. Bryce Mitchell, they're doing no fucking
essentially have the monopoly on money lending, particularly small-scale money lending. And that meant that the economy got a huge boost because credit was available to the interest rate was quite high, in fact it was called usury at the time, but it was actually promoted by the king because of an extremely important
That's it. Shout out McConnell. I'm a fan, McConnell. You're a badass.
Were compared in some historians' writing to like a sponge that dipped into the society and then run out by the king to get as much taxation as possible. So Jews had, on the one hand, this privilege of reporting directly to the king, and they had the tremendous protection afforded by the king because they wanted to make sure that they were raising the money that they needed. But on the other hand, it was a precarious situation because they often found themselves at odds with the local population, providing them with much needed credit, but on the other hand, someone has to pay the bill as well. Occasionally, you will have these economically motivated acts of violence against Jews that sometimes are promoted by the nobility themselves because they follow the death. Jews will be expelled, be admitted, and so on. This is a Europe-wide phenomenon, not just the Danube River, of course. In France, for example, they were expelled 3 times in the 15th century. And every time they were expelled, they were invited back in, back to the same function. More to the Danube River, particularly as you go further east, the monopoly known as Provenantia, which is essentially the exclusive right to still sell alcohol, often granted to Jewish leaseholders, particularly towards Jewish and this was, especially when combined with money lending, very much valued by peasants coming home from the fields after a hard day of work. They would love to stop in a Jewish inn and have a drink of beer, but put it on their tab. But then, of course, that can lead to some social ills like alcoholism, but more significantly, tabs eventually got to be paid. So the Jews had kind of like a crucial part of the economy, but not necessarily a well-loved one. Now, this is not to diminish many other areas that Jews were active. Jews being urban people fulfilled a whole variety of economic functions, working as goldsmiths, silversmiths, musicians, as you see here, classical music was pioneered by Jews in Eastern Europe. But the most memorable aspects of the economic foundation of the society were primarily in the area of commerce and money. Now, to look at some of the negative repercussions of this, depending on where we look at the region of the Danube, but also throughout the entire region, Jews were occasionally forced to wear distinguishing badges or symbols that would kind of impose social boundaries between them and non-Jews. Sometimes especially promoted by the church that wanted to limit the amount of privatization that could happen. Here you see actually a Jewish representation. You can see that the figure here is not quite represented as a full human being because this is part of the Jewish calendar. And there's a lot of hesitancy right up until the early modern period of representing human forms because of the second commandment that talks about a prohibition on representation of other gods.
He attached a weight to it.
So this is actually Jewish representation, and as you have sometimes
I just never could think of a way where I could test that out.
Specifically distorted so we would not have a clear representation. If you understood that this was not a human being, certainly not a god. This is representing the month of Tishrei, and the Jew here is holding a tetrog, and a lulav branch, and the myrtle, and the willows there. This agricultural products all taken together and shaken on the holiday of Sukkot. So this is what decorates the month of Tishrei and church. The reason I'm showing it to you, though, is because the clearly wearing the Jewish hat, which was meant to be kind of like a humiliating device to set aside the Jews from other people in the land. This is your frequent report where this, or the well,
completely.
a badge
She's a
that is sort of
certified
spherical or
that she
conical that represented 30 pieces
live
that
streamed herself
to
taking a recently dead cat. And she
here's a
boiled it in
perhaps a
flesh.
more extreme example from Munich.
See, that's what I'm saying. And like, she apparently, like, she didn't know, like, they didn't know each other. How is that the person that you're like, goddamn, she's like, hey, there's a good picture of like I said, she's all, she boils cats. That's the word. I didn't know that. I figured she's just an artist. She's on. If you go look at her X account, it's like miles. Yeah, I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict. I think it's addict behavior. And he's probably snorting all that devil's dandruff and was just like, cool. I got
Well, what was really actively besides this economic activity was scholarship.
Yeah, he's like, he's rolling a white lady, booze, and a shitload of Viagra. He's like, I'm ready. He's like, it's go time. I'm ready to pound down these brains in. Yeah, dude. Here's also, you know, if he has no relationship with her and they don't know each other, and obviously he's not familiar with her online, she can't be the only one to receive that way, because that way dick pic is a lot of effort. You're not just sending it to that random girl. Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is like, if it goes to random black singer he doesn't know, imagine the distribution of that.
Figures like that.
And then she was like, bro, and she just blasted him out. She was like, bro, aren't you running for president? Did you see the rest of her tweets about that? Because like, most of her quote, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency to win. She's funny, dude. Oh, yeah, she's got a car.
Even though we spent a lot of time talking about the economy
so you see
and the
this,
negative
and
aspects
then
of it,
pictures pop up of him at the beach is in Florida, Miami, or something, just
measures that were
and you heard that now after that, the Miami case where he got accused by that heifer in Miami 2023, we saw the video of the bathroom. The judge decided yesterday, the day after those pictures on the beach came out there,
we should realize that during what's called the long night,
if I'm looking at this just objectively, and it's kind of funny, it's like the judge looks at that, he's like, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility in this case. I didn't walk into that bathroom, that 300-pound chick, but now that I see this shit on the beach, I have to entertain that he might have actually done this. I know, dude, he just can't get out of his own way. It sucks to see. Come on, dude, just tighten up a little.
Here you see, for
Just
example,
a tad. He said,
depiction of
that's 20 seconds from Miami. That's your in
rehabilitated
Miami. Then your car McGregor.
He's portrayed himself here as a very almost messianic figure. You can see the Judean mountains on the
But
right.
also, dude, Connor's not a dumb dude. I think Connor's being irrational.
Nowhere
He's an
there
addict.
as he lifts up the fallen
Let's say
woman
he's
that
on this
represents
crazy freaking
and she's holding
Nicolas
on
Cage
to
binge that he's
tablets of the law, indicating
he knows
Napoleon's
that people
granting of equal rights to Jews, which
so
of
he knows
course
being on the
occurred
beach with this
in the
random
context of
side
the
chick
establishment
that
of the
people are
great
gonna see you.
If you're curious to learn more about this,
I have no
have a
idea
look at
about
my
his
lecture on
personal
David
relationship with
Fin's
Dee,
which
but
speaks about
I kind of think she's like, yeah,
the
that's
whole
our
period of
I think when he's on the road, she doesn't care. Like, she's just like,
out of
whatever,
their
you're on the road.
permanent
And then, you know,
transient
some fighters have
status,
that. I know a lot of athletes that do.
pertain to
But,
Jews throughout Europe.
that's really
Jews
cool.
did not have
Yeah, he
citizenship.
was like, my
They
girl
were
knew that when I was doing my thing, she was like, just
foreigners.
fall in love.
Like they had, so to speak, green
Yeah,
cards
come back
that
home.
they were able to work in certain parameters, certain restrictions, but they could theoretically
actually understands the
evicted
male
from the country
experience
that they
and is
lived in
married to
for
a dude in that position.
years.
That's the smart move right
now.
I mean, like,
Discrimination
if you
based
want
on
to
their
avoid problems, and like, if the girl is wired to like not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict if you're married to a regular. Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since what, high school, some shit like that. Since high school, like
one fell swoop. With the French Revolution, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, specifically the rights of women and female citizens, debated, but ultimately rejected in 1789. The
I have no idea. It's like, some people are wired for
shortly
jealousy.
thereafter, in
You know, like,
1791, it was like an
and
amazing
as soon
thing.
as the story hits you, you put on you know, this long story to on Instagram,
theoretically did
pictures of her
not
and
have to
car
live
together,
within
just
that
like,
corporate
this is my
structure
man,
of
this is
the
my
deal.
man, this is my man,
This
just
is what
instant
essentially began to
and she has
erode
back through that, like, through the key to hand thing.
foundations of the communal structure because
I mean, she not only supported the whole way through, was there every single day,
opt out
she actually,
of the
she went on
deal
she went hard on the defending it.
You know, and also, I mean, if that's not an indicator that they have an agreement, it's like, you know, it's just like,
this was
the info that came out, like, in court, she's probably like, well, he's just, I mean, Carter's story is, yeah, I smashed that. I was going to blow and smash it.
Opened up a whole host of possibilities.
You know, the only thing that was, you know, up for debate was whether he dangers of
assimilation.
I'd like to see that CCTV.
Internally, there's massive change going on.
It's just
because Jews are beginning to be sensitive
that's
to
fine.
possibilities of change. And they begin to explore a Jewish version, a Jewish version.
Like, there's a lot of guys that have this agreement and they're not shoving it in their face and all shit. Like, there's ways to do this where you're not just shoving it in their face. It's true. Especially if you're Conor McGregor.
Related not
in a public place, especially in like clubs, you just are talking to the world, telling, you know, you just quiet and not, you know, you're just like, so you want to get out of here later, and then you know, but yeah, he does that. He just does whatever he wants to do at all times, wherever he is, no matter what. You know what it looks like to me. I mean, like, it's just, I just feel like I don't want to punch someone in the face. I'm just going to punch this dude in the face right now. It's not going to, it's out of here. It's not going to be, it's together. And then apparently BKFC, he was like,
and most studies are advocated, for example, the study of the vernacular language, the adoption of critical responsibilities, and essentially encourage Jews to stop looking
I saw someone said that John Jones said he's in the testing board, and I checked, he's not in the testing board. So I don't know, can you check? You check if it's not what it is, but then also that fights us with
map here. By the time we get to 1914, Austria-Hungary,
so they could be like, I'm jumping back in, and they're just waiting. What's in the system till they get out, and then 6 months before, so they're eligible.
It's become a dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary affects Austria.
Because they just don't show up, right? Like, show up anytime, whatever,
massive vacation. Once again, let's remember, it's not at all monolithic. All people, different nationalities in there.
There's a reason why
Croats and Jews and
guys are in Thailand, you know,
all kinds of different peoples are populated in Austria-Hungary. They're not necessarily living with each other, particularly if they don't get their own political rights. This has to do with so many different nationalities. Ultimately,
they can say they're
in
doing it, and then they know what they have a certain
let's go to the 20th century right now. As we get to the
but it's weird. It's not weird. I understand.
So we get to
if I was even
20th century
younger, I would jump back into some qualified at the White House. So I get what these guys are doing. But John Jones, I don't have the reason. Now the reason to jump back and actually fight Conor McGregor. Now a lot of you be like, well, this guy's
two words.
so this is an issue. This is what I think happened at the White House.
Jews who have reached
Dana was on
intellectual achievement and are in many ways they're testing the entire goals for 20th century.
It's going to be loaded.
Jews like
So I'm like, what fights could they make?
Here,
Well, I guarantee you it's going to be a BFF title.
Ludwig
So
Wittgenstein,
if
for
Connor's
example,
fighting, he's also
highly
going to fight just
esteemed
some
Jew or
That's going to be BFF.
nevertheless,
So which makes it 5 rounds, which makes it 5 rounds, which is interesting. But so
and so they
if
only
Connor
have
and John
sometimes a very
say that
tenuous
the
attachment to
chance of
Judaism, but
both of them
nevertheless they
doing
are on
it,
the
odds are
forefront
high.
of
We're going to get one of them.
cultural
So
life of
with
all of
BMF,
Europe, particularly from the
this is where it could get super
You
dicey.
also have in Northern Hungary,
If Connor does come back and fight the new Connor
insular
for
Hasidic
BMF champ, so you get
which
that.
is
It's like,
quite
alright,
the opposite.
let's say Connor doesn't get shit
Rejecting
together,
modernity
do
to
all
a
and
much
tied up in
much stronger
and
degree
John's
than
like, oh, I want
most
to come
other
back.
Jewish communities, no matter how observant
It just
the
gives me a
world. You
reason
have
to
on
come
the
back
one
and
hand
motivated.
the extreme of
You're going to
assimilation,
get Alex
go down the river, miles, and all of a sudden you get to the extreme of insularity. You also have
I don't know, man. If they do
like
that, I
the
think the
neo-log
fans
movement in Budapest, which is
it's like if
essentially
you
kind of like the Hungarian
I don't know. I honestly like
they stated.
for a BMF title, Alex Pierre, because Alex versus
Finally,
Tom, it's like
demonstrate the bona fides of Jews.
John been out for a hot second in the store. Alex at 240 BMF title, White House. So if Alex comes
And
back
then,
and
of course,
beats
you have all
Mother,
kinds of political
if he
movements
wins his
like
title
the
back, and
Zionists,
then they're
or
like, here, you can fight
especially
his White House heavyweight, you don't have to risk your light heavyweight title, and you fight against John Jones. And I think the fans will be like,
tremendous
fuck Tom.
contrast.
Yeah, you know, that's what I think. So but he'd have to win his belt back.
All coming out of this very
But I
compact
do think you're
territory
going to get BMF title on that White House card, right?
It all comes to a crashing
So
pulp, of
it's
course,
either
with the Holocaust.
both of them come back, it's you can go to Connor
Let's
and
just
then
have a
John
quick
might
look at
fight
this map
Tom on
for
it.
one
He's like, fine,
reason
we gotta do the right thing. Tom's
behind
fighting
the
But if Connor doesn't get his shit together and then with that BMF title,
disastrous
you're
demographic
gonna get John.
on the left, you see
That's what I
the
think.
map of Europe
And people
before
were
World
doubting
War I.
that this card
Dominated
comes
by
together. I have
Central Europe is dominated by
I was gonna say I have a real common sense take on that. I mean, it's like
Austria, Hungary,
Dana
and
said
Russia.
that he was going to go
4
out
years
to
later, they're
island
going to
during
be
COVID and build out
dismantled
the
and
COVID production got
destroyed.
And in
Look
this
on
case,
the right-hand side, you see that
the
Germany
U.S. tax
has
base
lost
is
a
going to pay.
massive amount of its
So Dana can
territory
literally
to
go, okay,
modern
this
day
is what we need
Poland,
budget-wise.
and
And
the region known as
they'll get
East
all of us
Russia,
guys on
which is
the
also
and
technically
Dana
part
was like, we
of
don't
the
care
German
if
Empire,
there's 5
is
fans
separated
or
from
whatever,
its mainland
3,000.
by a
I was like,
land
I want
bridge
on the
that is
White
Poland.
House.
The Russian Empire is completely destroyed, and they had a revolution in 1917
I
and a
knew
second
about this
revolution in
from a
1917
super
that brings
reliable
the
source.
communists to power. And in
This
the
has been
place
really,
of the
this
Russian
isn't
Empire,
something that
you
last
have
week
the
Trump was
Soviet
like, hey, let's do a
including
card.
the Russian Federation, or the Russian.
And like I was saying, I was talking to someone else about this.
Overall Soviet Union, but you also have these other
Trump's
Soviet
relationship. You're like, okay, here, these are the two decision makers.
and so
And these two guys are
you
such
also
good
have
friends. These guys probably text each other like
non-Soviet
horror
states
memes.
in the
They're like,
Baltics, Estonia, and
so it's, love to see that. It's going to get done.
If you look in the East Central European region, you see that
Derek Lewis,
Austria and Hungary have shrunk to a tiny amount of their original size.
So he's talking about
Hungary in particular is ironic. By the time we get to World War II, it is led by an admiral. But when you look at the country, it's so absurd because Hungary is a landlocked nation. How can you have a navy when you have no outside
is proud to be American.
2/3 of Austro-Hungarian citizens live outside of Austria-Hungary. This brand new country, Czechoslovakia, represents a unity of the Czech and Slovak people.
It's just like
A whole region of Yugoslavia. It's
if
like
you are a heavy
tremendous amount of
patriotic American,
self-determination
you've
given
been
to
pushed
several
into this group
countries.
where it's kind of like,
There are a
lots of
lot
people
of
were
people
independent,
who
some
are
people were Democrats, like whatever, I'm in the middle, like it's
specifically
just whatever.
Austria and
Yeah,
Hungary
it's like,
are unhappy with the fact that their country is basically wiped out.
it is what it is, dude. It's like,
Germany is very unhappy that it's lost a lot of territory to
if I had
Poland.
been a Democrat my whole life,
The,
and now the UFC
Various people that are not
relationship
listed
was
here
where it's like, if I
because of
had previously
nationality,
hated Trump, it'd be
they
so
don't have
hard
a
to
country
maintain
of
the
their
hatred
own,
of Trump.
or they have a
Damn it, I
country
want to be
of
an
their
actor
own,
who's
but
so
it's being
mad I thought
dominated by
about that
the
because
Soviets. They're very unhappy
Thomas
with
talked about
the
this a lot. He's like,
results of World War I.
pushing the
And
fan
so
base
these
away. I'm
states
telling you,
known as
outside, like our
states,
niche
ultimately
fans, like the
rise up
again,
under
they think
Hitler,
it's a terrible mistake.
forming alliances
Trump
with Nazi
be this
Germany
far right
to
girl. I'm like, all right, yeah, I don't know if I hate it when they use that term. You look
which
at
has,
the
of
pop,
course,
there's
devastated
a shit ton of people. Yeah.
We will not speak
And I was
extensively
thinking,
about
like,
it.
well,
So
when the
days
NFL
like
went all
this,
woke, remember they did that?
there's
I stopped
obviously a lot
watching
to say about how the Holocaust
I
unfolded,
stopped watching.
but it is important to
I was like,
note
I'm out.
that
But
it came about in very
that
different
was
ways in
them
the parts
driving
of
the
Eastern Europe.
opposite thing. Where like, I think
Specifically,
right now
many of
the
these
majority
countries
of people
were
who are
much
wired
more
like people generally
reluctant
like
to
UFC
give up
are
their
on the side
own
where it can go
citizens.
that
For
way.
example,
We're
Hungary
more
giving up
interested.
its own Magyar Jews.
And then also, I think people
But
that tend to like
Jews who were
Friday
refugees into Hungary
fitness
were
or
not really as well protected. This
USA,
rather
like,
moving
even
monument on the
Trump's
Danube
whatever.
River
But
shows
as far as
represent
that's our president,
forced to
guns,
leave their shoes behind
it's
the
not
side
going to
and
be
drown to
leaning
death.
more this way.
Terrible.
It's an anomaly. Like a guy who's super dignified, who's also still, you know, he's like, I mean,
Immediately after
I got no issues with anybody
World War II,
having any opinion, you know what I mean, as long as they're not. No, the reason I like to
and
listen
this
to him
represents
is because
essentially
if
the
it wasn't
vision
for him, I
of
wouldn't hear any
Europe
other things
into
from him. He's sharp. I listen to, he has a new channel actually that
Germany
it's like
is divided in
politics.
half,
And I listen to
and
every time that I listen to a smart
Czechoslovakia and
person
Hungary
who
fall under
is a Democrat, I'm
Soviet.
like, dude, you're going to disagree on
These
anything.
peoples, although they have more liberal
Young church
forms
like
of
Jake,
communism than
and I
under
was
the
expecting us
Soviet
to be like
proper,
banging heads full
they
times. I've talked to,
are
I actually talked to him 3 times.
restive
The young
under
church, Jake,
Soviet dominance and have
you know,
several rebellions which are
like,
typically put
you know
down
that. Yeah, so they got into it on Twitter. He's like, no way. He's like, I'm huge. I would beat up Rogan. That's it. Yeah, everybody bombarded him. They're like, hey, bro, you should probably do a little research on Rogan's martial arts background. And he's a Democrat. He's like a
really, really
population.
Democrats. But like when we start talking about stuff, I'm like, what do people think that we have this like staunch divide disagreement on? Because I'll be like, hey, do you think that
that's
we should be getting beaten by dudes in sports? And he's like, no, it's ridiculous. Like, right? Yeah. It's because social media, social media creates such a divide, and you have the crazies on the left and the crazies on the right. They're so loud. Most of us are here. Yeah. We're like, I don't agree with that. All the way over here, I don't agree with that. Yeah. But they're so loud, and that's what gets the views and gets the clicks. So we're like, all Democrats are gay, pro-trans around kids. They want women to compete against men in sport. But then you hear like, you guys say gays and blacks. Yeah, no one talks about it. You talk to a normal Democrat, like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, he's done a lot of terrible shit, but Newsom on Sean Ryan, I'm scared to watch that because I don't want to watch it. Like, because I know he is an exceptional politician, and I say that in a way where I'm like, this dude, I can't ever forget what this dude did during, not to derail this conversation, but it's like, we had to flee that state due to things that they implemented that where they like came after our kids. I can't forgive them, but you do watch that and you're like, yeah, I know, that's why I don't like. He's kind of human. I know I'm gonna like it. That's why I don't watch it. Which is like hatred goes down. Like you watch him and he's like Sean Ryan's kind of grilling him, and then also Rogan Tech shot during it. I was like, ask about doing this. And like, listen, I made a lot of mistakes. He goes, I'm not an expert. I thought what I was doing right. Turns out it wasn't. I fucked up. And he's like, but there's some. He's a politician. The way he words it, you're just like, I don't know. I don't trust any of them. No, including the right, including I don't trust any of them. That is the best policy. Is like, they're all scumbags. I mean, we could talk like. Also, how dope would this be? How much of a fan favorite would Dana if he did this? He goes, all right, and not that they're ever going to agree to this. He goes, we'll bring the best UFC card you've ever seen. The winner of the main event gets to rip off the Epstein list. Oh, bro, give me that. I think how many views? Yeah. Do a not only are we going to fight the White House, but in the press conference after, we're going to release the Epstein. Oh my gosh, dude. Hey, you could charge $500 for that pay-per-view, everything. The left wants the list, the right wants the list. Everyone who's not on it wants the list, and the left are like, dude, I'm going to watch UFC at the White House, because after, fights or whatever, after, they're going to announce the fucking list. Yeah, and the only people, there's a tiny group of people who don't want it that just happen to be the most powerful people in the world, which is why, we're still not seeing it. And the people, it's like the people who are on it, and then the people who have the leverage. Because that's the thing, the second that you announce the names, all the leverage that you've accumulated, by blackmailing all these creeps is gone. Yeah, but it's part of their fault, part of the Trump's cabinet's fault, because how long have we been told there's a list? From them. So if from the very jump, if Trump and his team was like, hey, we looked into it, there's no fucking list. Like, if trust me, if there was, we'd release it. But that's not what they said. As soon as we get into power, we're going to release the list, releasing the JFK files, and then Pam Bondi was like, I have the list on my desk. J.D. Vance is on Theo going, I'd love to see the list. So everyone's talking about this list. And then all of a sudden Trump goes, you guys still talking about that? There's nothing there. It's like, no. You've told us for how long, how many months now that there's a list? Yeah. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense. And Pam Bondi, like, everybody's talking about how she's like, oh yeah, the list on my desk is like, just go back one step before that. She had a bunch of influencers come to DC, hand them binders that said Epstein Files Phase 1. Hey, if there's a Phase 1, there's obviously a Phase 2, and then they opened it, was all the flight logs and stuff, and it was like, everyone's like, we already know all about this. Now, don't worry, there's a lot more coming. Oh, we have 10,000 hours of videos of like kids getting assaulted. There's nothing to say. They're like, never mind. They're like, how weird is that? Someone had to have stepped in. It's the only time that the Trump detractors and the pro-Trump people who are making the calls agree on anything. And they all got together and went, hold on. We all agree. Yeah, listen, we hate each other. We all agree this can't get out. Yeah. Right? And they go, yep, cool. All right, let's go back to hating each other. Yeah, they're like, Trump's on it, and we're like, well, we don't think so, but we think that guy's on it, so there's only one thing to do: release it all. But how dope would that be if the UFC to pull that? That'd be amazing, dude. They come out and announce that. It gives them a little bit of leeway. We're like, all right, next July, it's going to announce.
Yeah, I bet you that Dana and Trump are good enough friends that Dana knows exactly what's going on. Like, I bet you Dana knows exactly why this is all happening, but he knows what creeps are on the list. I bet I bet you him and Trump are boys like that.
And just the way Trump dealt with it was like just a brief, interview where he's like, what? Yeah, and someone asked him, he's like, you're still talking about that creep Jeffrey Epstein? There's nothing there. It's not a big deal. You got to get over it. Yeah. If you were just like, listen, we're looking into it. Once this comes out, man, it's going to be trouble. We're just trying to navigate the waters before this gets released. It's going to take some time. Yeah. We will get there. We got to help some people out here. People are like, all right, I'll deal with that. When he goes, you guys treats us like we're stupid. Yeah, you guys are still talking about that. It's like, well, you're the reason we're talking about it. Yeah.
They thought that, like, because they sent Cash to Joe, they're like, hey, Cash wants to come on the show. Of course he's going to have him on. And then he said that, and Rogan's like, he's like, wait, so you're telling me that the proof that he killed himself is there's a video that shows it? Cash like, yeah. And Rogan's like, that in the New York Times for the last 3 years, they said that all the cameras were shut down and there were no videos. And now we know that. Cash acted like he didn't know that. It's in the New York Times, dude. He was all, really? Yeah.
But then also, and you're crazy if you don't think they we're like, hey, bro, so Chance brings us up. Here's your rebuttal. Be fucking cool, dude. So he knew what exactly he was doing. And then also, we know for a fact now that footage they had was knocked.
I know.
They had experts looked into it, like, that thing's been knocked.
And as of yesterday, it came out that there was 3 minutes chopped out of it. 3 minutes. Which, if you ask me what's in that 3 minutes, it's Epstein walking his fucking ass straight out the front door.
Maybe with someone coming in and fucking killing him.
Yeah. Either or. But yeah. I mean, the thing where I've always thought that he's alive is because the video, they actually put out photographs that were supposedly Epstein's corpse in the hospital as they were wheeling him in. And they guys said, it's not him. It's not him. There's no question. That was photographs.
I know the government can't entertain every conspiracy. It's like, man, there's a big one that the left and the right's not letting go, dude. Yeah. Just come out front with it. Just be honest, man.
I think
so many people don't trust the already. Like, COVID taught us so much.
Yeah. They should pick a few people that are on the list that don't have that much power and just fucking throw them in the wolves. Let it see them, dude.
You gotta give some. Give some. Gotta give some. Yeah. But speaking of drama, now this is where I lean into you because the B team breakup. This has been a whole thing
with Gordon Ryan and all this.
And the B team, exactly. For those that don't know, the B team's who?
Craig Jones, it's Nicky Ryan, who's Gordon Ryan's brother, J-Rod, and a bunch of other guys, but like studs. But they were all formerly the Danaher Death Squad, right? The reason that the B team breakup is kind of is an interesting story is because of the J-Rod getting kicked off B team 2 months ago, and then all of a sudden now the B team is breaking up. And I was like, okay, I'm sure that's because these guys are like, okay, we're not gonna it's Nicky Rod's brother. Like, you feel like
you're not gonna kick him off. And then, as far as my understanding, Nicky Rod's brother, J-Rod was sending,
I can tell you exactly,
doctored pictures of girls from the gym.
He had a folder in his phone which had the names of girls that were on their team, and it had their pictures from Instagram and then porn clips of girls who looked like them. And the girl he was dating found it, and she was just,
how old is he?
23,
of course.
Yeah.
So he's doing guy shit.
Honestly, I'm like, if that's it, dude, I'm like, I mean, listen, I can understand.
Is there more to the story or no? Do you think, or is that you think that?
I heard that there was more to the story, but I don't know what it is.
And let's say that was all that there is, which not great. At the end of the day, you're gonna kick him off the team. So I would assume that created a fracture in the team where they're like, hey, there's too much drama, we gotta get rid of him. And then Nicky Rod, his brother's like, hold up, what the fuck are you talking about?
And the two guys who made that decision are Craig and Seth, who run B team. Craig Jones and Seth, who run B team, and Seth's a guy who organizes everything. And from what I've heard, I don't know.
Seth's last name?
I can't remember. So he's the brains behind it that did a lot. Like, he organized Craig Jones Invitational, all that stuff. Where Craig Jones does the marketing, but what's going on with B team is Seth and Craig are leaving, and then B team is rebranding. And I'm like, okay, what are the odds that that's unrelated to Nicky Rod's brother getting kicked out of PT? I think it's likely. But anyway, him and like Gordon Ryan went ham on those guys. Like they hate each other. Yeah. But Craig just gaslights. Like Craig gaslights Gordon and I don't know.
Actually, this is Craig Jones. He was on air recently. He was like, it's time for a rebrand. You can call yourselves Team Bankrupt starting the first week of August. And he gets going time. And Craig responded, CGI 2 is in 52 days from the video release. It's going to be my last ever professional match. I'm out of here. We've got one competition match left. B team is done. I will be leaving America after August 31st. I don't know what I'm doing, but you will not see me again.
What do you think the odds of that are, though? Like, you were never going to see him again? Like, what the hell is he going to do? Like, he's going to disappear?
Right? How much money he's made. All this, and then also, he trolls a lot. He's super funny, super creative. So I don't know. Hopefully it's not. I think he's done more for jiu-jitsu in the past 2 years than anybody I know.
I mean, he's
first getting on the mainstream
for sure.
Marketing, dude, he's
crushing. CJI, so like, because Victor fought at CJI won it, so like all of us were all there. And man, that was a rough day. But that place was full. Like, it was at the not Thomas and Mac. Thomas and Mac, yeah. And it was full. That place, dude, I've never been in a crowd for a sporting event that was more full. There was nothing but fucking piranhas at that place. It's all like the most hardcore shits, guys. You're walking around, you're like, fuck, dude, don't get a fight at this. And it was full there? Yeah, it was full. Like, dude, when we got to like the, like
top of the round.
Yeah, still. It was full, dude. And full of killers.
Interesting. Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, I hung out with Jake Shields much there. He's one of our next topics too. Like,
I know Jake, but Jake's great.
I love Jake.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit, but Jake's great. Yeah, because moving on to the next topic. So, now is this again? I'm gonna lean on you for this. So Jake awarded this gentleman a black belt, Money Bird. Yeah. Is it just Jake? Because Jake's, so to get a black belt from Jake's a big deal. 100%. Just Jake. Like, I saw a picture of him and like 5 other black belts. Is it just Jake's thing?
So how it all kind of, the sequence of events was like this. Like, Moneyberg he takes a picture with Jake, Teixeira, Frank, and I feel like I'm forgetting someone else. Oh, there you go.
Cheetah, Frank, and Glover.
Yeah, he's like,
so black belts from different guys though.
So that's what I'm saying. And so he's holding his black belt. And he's like, I achieved my black belt in 3.5 years. And like obviously the whole entire community just descended on it. And they were like 3.5 years. Like, has this guy competed? And because here's the thing, if you know jiu-jitsu, you look at this picture and you're like, these are all guys from different academies, and they're all wearing his shirt,
different lineage, different. When I saw this, when someone brought it up, they go, he has black belt in 3.5 years. I go, wow, first time in Japan. I said, did he win worlds? Did he win CGI? No. He hasn't competed. No, I go, oh, it's a fake black belt.
Yeah.
Like, there's black belts, and then there's black belts.
Yeah.
So I assume, and I'm not mad at Jake. Of course, I don't give a fuck if he's giving this guy black belt, whatever, how much he's paying. But he paid for the black belt, of course. But even if you're gonna pay for it, even if he was doing privates every day for 3.5 years, you're still not a black belt. So just so everyone's aware, and in general, again, for those of you who don't do jiu-jitsu, in general, it takes minimum, if you're a stud, 10 years to get a black belt. If you're a stud
without almost any breaks in training.
Yeah, and again, if you're a stud. Yeah. This guy, I don't know how old he is. Was a raw, unfiltered business success coach. Learn how to make money, raise up your career, your business. There you go. So
it's the first time I ever heard.
It's a money play. Yeah. But for Jake, all those boys, wearing a shirt, if they're getting paid, do you think? Now the only problem is if you continue to do this, and let's say Gary V's like, I want to do jiu-jitsu, like Gary got his in a year. Well, then it's like, all right, dude. So then, Jake's legacy can never be tarnished because of his accomplishments. But if you have a black belt from him now, it just tarnishes that.
That's the only thing. No one can throw a rock at
tonight's lecture, I have to tell you, gives me incredible people connections. That's a term in Hebrew. Beautiful term. Means satisfaction of your soul. I feels
honestly,
so
I
great
watch it. I don't need to see him role play.
we together have the opportunity to study the work
just
of
from how
some of
Gray's
these
weight is
very
distributed,
important,
just doing the drill.
early
He's high up,
authorities of the Jewish tradition
his hips
that
are light,
otherwise
his socks
basically
on.
don't get any
It's kind of
scholarly treatment outside of a handful of maybe a dozen, 2 dozen researchers who think about the history of the Ors of Ruach. And, you know, we're going to put it on the internet and make it available to the wider world. So it's such a merit for me. And I thank you so much for giving me the excuse to speak about the Ors of Ruach, because it's a fascinating story. It is, if I'm going to give you a one-word description, it is the story of a genius who was so good and so thorough that his work was hardly studied for 600 years. Right, I said that right. And it's an abject lesson in writing that he wrote so comprehensively that his book was almost disappeared. Fascinating. I hope to share with you why. At any rate, let's get started straight with the material. This is part of the fall series on the use of the Danube River. As those of you who are regulars know, I had this wonderful opportunity to sail the Danube River last month with Coastal River Cruises. It was a fantastic experience because I had the opportunity to actually visit these sites in person. And it's a very different thing studying history than it is studying from the actual being in situ, being on location. So we began here in Budapest, and we made our way over through Bratislava, Vienna, and then across the border into Germany, and we flew out from Munich. And I'm hoping to discuss over the course of the next few lectures some of the experiences that we had, and they were absolutely stunning. I will give away one bit from next week's lecture. If you visit my blog, which is jewishhistorylectures.org or henryabramson.com, you'll see I have an article there and a very short video on the cover of the Hashem Sofer, which is a mind-blowing, beautiful monument to this great Jewish leader, and I think it's very worth reading. If you don't have time, then just wait next week. I hope you go over with me as well. But that's just an example of something I did. Here's the boat that we sailed on. My wife was with Robert James, my research assistant. This is in the Wachau Valley in Germany. We're amazing time. I'll tell you lots of adventures. But let us go straight to the discussion of today. The Danube River is useful for us in that not only is it a boundary, as you can see here in this map, this is depicting the extent of the Roman Empire at its peak, and the Danube River runs right around here. Is Budapest right at the top of this left-hand turn, the Danube flowing into the Black Sea, and the Roman Empire basically used the Danube as its northernmost extremity when it reached the east. But it's also, besides being a border, it's also a connector, because unlike a mountain range, which would have a limited number of passes, you can actually travel along the river, either downriver, it flows from here in the Black Forest out into the Black Sea, but you can travel upriver as well, because they have these paths on the sides of the river, and you can connect your boat to Oxen, and then actually have your boat pulled all the way up to whatever destination you have. So anyways, the river is also a connector. The river brings information, culture, ideas, literature, scientific discoveries up and down its course, and as a result, there's a tremendous cross-fertilization of cultures that occur along any river system, especially the Danube, which travels through several national capitals like Vienna, Austria, Bratislava, once Pressburg, the capital of Hungary, Budapest, and so on. And also travels through many countries, about 12 countries, I think, on its route. It's one of the most international rivers. So the Danube is especially fascinating in that regard. This map also shows you the Jewish diaspora, which gives you some sense of the antiquity of the Jews in the region. Jews are much more populated in the Italian peninsula from the beginning of the Common Era, and only the tiniest number of Jewish settlements are found in the Danube region. by the
everybody was
5th
commenting that,
century.
and then
We actually do
subsequently,
have
within a
evidence
couple
of
days, it was
Jews
like,
from a
then he
very
said
early
that Jay
time,
did it, but
comparatively
then also
speaking.
Mike Usumeshi came out and
Budapest,
was
for
like,
example, we
you guys are
actually have
getting privates
coins
from all
that
the best
date
guys in
from
the
an
world.
early
Imagine how
Jewish
good you'd be. I'm
minter.
like, no.
His name was
Like,
Shlom.
that's not correct. Like, it doesn't matter how good they are.
Right there
Just
in the
because he
coin.
gets
So we have
a private from
living there
Gordon Ryan, you
from
think that
the
makes him able
900s,
to
possibly
execute those
the
techniques
previous 2
without the
centuries
muscle
with very
memory or the
small
years.
population. The
That's
person we're
that's why I think
discussing
it's
today,
a
Boris
it's a
Zarua,
thing. That's all
Isaac of Vienna, dates from
at the end of the day, I don't
12th
give
and
a shit, guys.
13th
Get your money.
century.
I get it.
So he's not from the very beginning of the Nubian Jewish culture, but he was there at a fairly early point, and as you can see, that's quite significant.
But again, he might be a better
By the time you
athlete.
get to the 1900s, of course, the region is jam-packed with Jews. This particular page here shows the concentration of Jews in East Central Europe, with the Baltic region being the heaviest population center, constituting about 15% and higher of the population, and the lighter green indicating smaller numbers. This is useful as a kind of a larger regional map, but when you drill down into the smaller locales, into the villages, and in the cities, then you see the Jewish population really soar, because Jews are historically very urbanized. That is, at least after the exile from Israel in the first century, Jews seek out urban environments, and as cities grow, the Jewish population grows as well. Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, you're talking about 30% of the population was Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away, and in medium-sized towns like, say, Berdichev, 77% Jewish, an incredible population.
It's like 10% of all people who start jiu-jitsu.
You will get this impression as you move through East Central Europe that you have these highly Jewish islands in a sea of non-Jews. Very different urban rural culture, which can contribute as well to some of the social tensions that would boil over in a much more violent 20th century. Just a quick note of thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Anne-Marie Gray have long been sponsors of the scholarships that we generate with these lectures. And we also have a few smaller scholarships, very much appreciated, from Mr. Michael Heller in memory of his father and his mother, Mr. Dean Webb, and Mr. This is really cool. Shalom Janashvili is actually my 17-year-old son's best friend. And I was so amazed when I got this email, Shalom Janashvili. It's weird that your son's friends follow you on Instagram. You know, it's a good thing. And then I can say to my own son,
in one of the fights I saw, he actually he held on for a really long time. He guillotined it up.
Anyway, that was nice. And a couple of us anonymous donors. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, the purpose of this series is to support our students with scholarships. We've raised over $15,000. Very proud of that. You can just go to this website, the Friends of Jewish History, and sponsor a lecture, partially or fully, whatever you want. Okay. Enough good and welfare. Let us talk about the sources that we're going to use this night's discussion. So as mentioned to you earlier, there's remarkably little available on the web about the origin of war, particularly in the English language. In the Hebrew language, you'll find more material, and that's about it. Not even very much in Hebrew. My main sources for tonight's discussion are the work of the classic scholar Brian Bobach, who lived from 1912 to 1991. He wrote very important work on the history of Jewish thought, a book called The Saviors, and another book called Bale HaTosfot, which was especially important. This is there's about 12 pages in this section, in this book, on Or Zarua, and that is, I think, the most concentrated discussion of the Or Zarua as a historical figure anywhere. Despite the fact that the Or Zarua, Isaac by Vienna, is cited hundreds of times, perhaps thousands in the halachic literature, there's little discussion of his life and activity outside of the Bale Tolstoy by Brian Bobach. So this is one of the major sources of his biography. We also looked at some important articles by Yoshua Horowitz, who works for the Misrad HaChinuch in the State of Israel, and Monica Selmakers at the University of Amsterdam, wrote some great things on the manuscript. Finally, a respectful thank you to Dr. Simcha Emanuel of Hebrew University. I happened to see an article that looked really great. I wanted to read it. I didn't have much time to request it, so I just fired off a quick email, and I got the article from
every time they showed Dustin on the big screen, the place almost collapses around him. He's literally the most popular guy in the entire organization when you're actually live there. That's why I'm like, God, in Louisiana, Dustin coming out fighting for the BMW's life, but it's going to be unreal. It's going to be fucking unreal. And I love Max. I'm not capable of rooting against Max, but I'm definitely not capable of not rooting for Dustin. This was his last one, Golden State. Again,
not 1880, that should say 1180. For the first team all night. 1180, he did not live backwards.
Here's what's going on against
Max. He died somewhere around
1250.
We only have the vaguest notions of it because he was constantly rewriting his own work, and he would
this is different though, only because
this is different because. And sometimes those changes.
If you look at the last few
change he dated
Max Holloway
1246.
Just engaging. We all remember that crazy knockout.
Is a rough idea of when he actually lived.
That was the last 10 seconds. We all remember that. But if you watch that fight over, Max is kind of dog walking Justin Gaethje. That fight was like close on him. He was in and out of the pocket, lighting his ass up until he got that amazing knockout.
Ashkenazic Judaism.
Justin's beat Dustin, and Justin Dustin's actually a better fight, I think.
Talk about
but again, especially for Dustin's last fight, it's a tough fucking task. And I know the history is not even trilogies, this one too, but it's different. I just think Max where he's at his career has improved so much. I don't care what happened with the other two
Siberia is Ashkenazic. Meanwhile,
for the title, like all that, Max Drew calling out at 55 and seeing how good he looked when he prepared for 55. Against Justin Gaethje,
Northern and Western Europe, with the exception of Spain,
Dustin is not an easy one for his last name.
And also that little bit up there surrounding Amsterdam, where a lot of Sephardic Jews
better suited to beat Max than Gaethje is because he's way tighter here and he throws much tighter by the strength. That's why Max is just like, he sits on the outside, he's got monkey arms, so you just light him up from so far away. And honestly, that's actually basically what Dustin was doing. Justin right until Justin kicked in the head when he threw the first head kick of his entire career and landed it.
Spread out primarily.
It is. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be bigger. The other thing about the first two is that the first one's at a different weight class, and the second one was that was like chaos. Replacement fighters, and they had to throw Max down at the end. He was Max wasn't really a 55 at the time. They had proper time to put on the weight.
Here's a map that shows you a little bit more detail of what we're looking at.
He's good. That was a really close fight too.
Isaac of
The
Vienna
second
because
Dustin
he was specifically associated with
oh my god, that fight's
Vienna,
unbelievable.
but he
It was
actually
just again,
traveled
Max
quite a
couldn't
bit
with the power
around the
like Max
entire
would land
region.
two, Dustin
One
lands
in
one, the
the
damage
Czech
was
Republic,
completely.
which was then
So
Moravia, and
I think the
he
makers have it
traveled
right.
around
Again, I
Germany
love
and
both
France
guys. I
quite
definitely want Dustin to
significantly,
lose
recording
his
his
last
travels,
fight ever.
settling down
I think the
eventually
odd
in
makers have
Vienna
it right with having Max
Isaac
Wade. Slight
of
favorite.
Vienna.
That's they have it. Slight favorite.
Now,
I agree. I
the
would agree with
legends
that.
of the manuscript are fascinating. As I mentioned to you,
it's like basically
this
but he's slightly
large
man,
handwritten
but it's
manuscript
good. I
was
think a
completed
lot to get Dustin
most
out of that.
likely
I
around
think
the year
it moved up now.
1246.
So on Monday it was minus
And
like
it
110,
was
105. That's
widely
minus
cited by
minus
the early
42.
halakhic
Wait,
authorities.
look at
Everybody is saying, hundreds of rabbis are saying, Or Zarua said
that makes
this,
sense if you're going based
Or
off
Zarua,
Dustin.
that's the title of the book,
If you're
says
going
that,
based off Max last
but
performance,
it did not
true
see
55 against
the light of day
yeah,
as a printed book until
yeah, I can
600
see
years
that.
later in the
Man, they got
1860s.
Kopolov at minus 238 on Costa. I think that's right.
Is not developed until the
heavy. Like, it's like,
1500s.
I
That's when
guess
you
the
start
makers
seeing
are like, what
Hebrew
Holocaust
printed books. But
yeah, he's
it
fought
is completely
say
incommensurate with the
9
popularity of the book as a
10
manuscript.
years.
Meaning, when it was
He beats fight
hand-copied,
2 years. Not
yours
bad.
Zarua
Yeah, he
was one
really
of
is.
the
He looked like
foremost
I don't
authorities
remember
of
his,
his
like
day
his last
and
one.
had
I remember
tremendous
he lost a rubber
influence
vinegar.
on
Yeah,
later
yeah,
halakhic
and then
writers.
he beat.
But when it comes to the time of printing,
That's why he lost to Strickland in a split decision.
and
He did
even
look bad.
after printing
He
has
lost to
become
Whitaker.
cheaper and
We're like,
cheaper,
all right, I
and
can see
more
some
and more
problems
of the
there. And then
classics
his
are
fight
coming
with Rockhold
into
in Utah was
common
kind of a shit. I was there.
circulation,
That was a shit
yours
show. Yeah,
Zarua
and both
still
gas
remains
and
in manuscript
Luke had his
until
nose broken
finally
when he got on
in
top
the
of it.
1860s,
Yeah, and all over his
two
face. The
different
crowd
caches
went
of manuscripts are published and they receive a light of day. How is that possible? So let's just talk a little bit about the discovery, as it were, of the Oral manuscript. One of the early writers of the discovery is none other than Shai Agamon, very important modern Hebrew writer, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature. And he describes, I have to tell you up front, it's not true. It's a legend that, you know, he's a writer of fiction. He writes beautiful fiction. He gives a whole story out of it. So this is not history, this is a legend. And it is attributed to none other than Shai Agamon, but nevertheless, it's beautiful for you to hear the English translation. He writes about, by the way, when he was a young man, and his name is actually Samuel Joseph Chachkin. That's his name, right? Chachkin is his name. He changes to Shai Agamon, Shmuel Joseph Agamon, when he came to Israel. But he was traveling through Eastern Europe, passing through Vienna on his way to Israel. When he went to Israel, of course, that's when he became famous. But he writes this when he's passing through Vienna. I heard from the tellers of truth.
Once he starts getting decisions, he's losing. Like, that guy's got to finish.
The tellers of truth.
Yeah, he's got to finish. He doesn't throw enough strikes. It's a tough fight for him.
And it was found in a manuscript.
Just call out some really good to keep a distance and touching you in habit.
I forgot to mention, by the way, that by the time you get to the 1600s, lots of halakhic authorities, this is now 400 years after the book was written, lots of halakhic authorities have said, I have heard quoted in the name of the Or Zarua, but I myself do not have a copy myself. Many important figures of Shah, many commentators on the Code of Yeshua, they say, I've read that the Or Zarua says this, but nobody is able to actually look up the source in the original because the manuscripts have all been lost. So in that context, it is found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. Because of its size, no bookshelf could hold it, and it was held by iron chains in the middle of the hall. When I went to Eretz Yisrael, I passed through Vienna. I said that I would go and see the book of Or Zarua in the Emperor's treasure house. I found a person, and I asked him to wait in the Emperor's treasure house. He joined me and went with me. As we were walking, I told him that I'm going there to see the book of Or Zarua. Now, it has the trappings of a story here. He said, if so, come, I will tell you what I heard from my fathers. One time, a sigh was heard in the Emperor's treasure house. He said, what is the sound in my treasure house? The sound that those chains were striking against one another. There's a sort of sighing sound coming from them. They asked their wise men what this was, but they did not know. There was one Jewish wise man there who said, I will tell you. This book is a book of laws of the Jews, and its author was very saintly, and he was a rabbi in our city. Now that some of the Jews of Vienna were about to change the practices of their fathers, this righteous one grieves over this. The nature of Jewish practice, the nature of Jewish observance, their adherence to traditional halakha, Jewish law is waning, and so the Or Zarua, the manuscript itself, is feeling that pain. And the chains are shaking as a result of making a noise. Chachkin is writing like in the 1890s, so it's definitely late in Jacksonville. So he's writing about it long after the but yeah, this is a period of like great change. How old is he? 1888, so probably he's running around 1910s, 1920s, I guess.
He's Chinese. No, not
very secular period. Now what does he continue here? When the Emperor heard this, he arose from his throne and said, now I know that the Holy One, blessed be he, troubled my sleep only for this, so that the Jews would not change the practices of their fathers. That same day, the sect of the innovators, meaning like the masculine, the reformers, came and asked the Emperor's permission to institute new practices in prayer and the like. The Emperor rebuked them and sent them forth to the reprimand. It's kind of a story that reinforces the value of tradition, reinforces the value of adherence to traditional norms, and also, of course, elevates the status of the thing is, it's not true. The manuscript was not in Vienna. manuscript was actually in London and in Amsterdam, but it's still a good story. Another version of the story, because we do have it, of course, discovered in Amsterdam, is that the book was cast into the sea, and then it was found amazingly by a fisherman washed up at the shore. And that it was slightly damaged by the sea, otherwise it was perfectly intact, and that's how it made it to the library in Amsterdam. Also, not so likely as well. But what we do have is a series of manuscripts. They are not the entire Or-Zarua, because as I mentioned earlier, the manuscript, first of all, is massive. Even in the printed version that we have today, in double columns, it takes up about 8 or 10 inches of shelf space. It's a massive work, tiny letters. He must have been writing basically nonstop for most of his 6-day weeks about things that he observed and saw and so on. But he was constantly re-editing it, and it's not in order. The volumes overlap in material. It's not a start-to-finish kind of work at all. It's published in 2 different series. It's called volumes 1 through 4, but in reality, we don't even know which section came first and which section came last. It's really quite a mess. We can still garner a lot from it, but I want to return to my question. How is it that it was so important when it was written, and then it ceased to be studied, or it was basically lost within a couple hundred years? And the answer is, his son, Rabbi Moshe, recognized how valuable his father's work was, but it was so big and unwieldy, he published an abbreviated version, which is shown here, still in print, Simane Or-Zarua, which is like the chapter heading, so the signs of the Or-Zarua, which gives you the boiled down Cliff Notes version of the Or-Zarua. So if you are a really serious scholar, then you've got to work through the original manuscript, which is massive, or you can have this very authentic, dedicated, careful edition that just gets to the heart of the decisions that the Or-Zarua made, and you don't have to worry about all of the back and forth and all of the extraneous information, supposedly extraneous. And as a result, this book, the edited version by his son, was incredibly popular and remained in print all that time, but the Or-Zarua itself was lost until the 1860s. And only then was the original manuscript returned to him. So this is really giving away my original opening statement, that it was so good, so comprehensive, so complete, that nobody studied it. That they prefer to go with Simane, the short version, which was really much more adaptable to people's needs. I attended an event just recently for organ donors, organ donors, called an organization called Renewal. And there's an amazing number of Orthodox Jews are the highest single population that performs altruistic kidney donations. Whatever reason it is, Orthodox Jews will actually volunteer their kidneys at a much higher rate than the rest of the population. So anyways, they had this one guy who was a Sephardi man who donated one of his kidneys, a beautiful thing. On the day of the operation, he met his recipient, who was an Ashkenazic man, and the Ashkenazic man apparently, as soon as he came out of his anesthesia, the first thing he said is, well, now that I have the kidney of a Sephardic man, can I have rice on pizza? Right? So the question is, apparently the answer is no. So the question would be, let's say we made a halakhic, like the question was asked, and the great rabbis of the era considered it, and they said no. And then that particular precedent was lost. For whatever reason, people lost the piece of paper, it didn't factor into the halakhic tradition once again. And then 50 years later, the same thing happens again, and they go to the great rabbis, the generation, and they look at it and they make a decision, yes, you can have rice on Pesach. And after they make that decision, someone says, of course, wait a second, I found this precedent over here. So the fact that the precedent was not part of their deliberations, does that invalidate the decision? Do they have to restart it again? Or do they say, look, we've been talking about this for 50 years, we're not going to change it now? So that's what happens with the Ors of Ruah, in that the original text is out of halachic circulation for so long, people make decisions in its absence to invalidate those decisions and go back and consider the Ors of Ruah, or do we say, no, it's now settled law? We have several figures like that. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is this book about. We spent half an hour and we have not said what's actually in the book. So this is the full set of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, just as a background image. The Ors of Ruah is one of the figures in a group of Jews called the Rishonim. This is, of course, familiar to anyone who studied the Talmud or halakhic literature. Basically, we have this very important philosophical concept in Judaism that states that the earlier generations have a greater level of spiritual sensitivity, primarily because they are less removed from the revelation of Sinai. The later you go in time, there is a diminution. Diminution of the generations. The phrase in Hebrew is the decline of the generations, because they're further away from the Sinaitic experience. Now, the later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it, and I can access it very easily. But I don't have the same spiritual sensitivity that my predecessors had. And that has a lot of impact on how decisions are made. In those declining generations, there are kind of like big chunks that are divided in our historiography and in our halakhic literature, and we say, okay, these 10 generations belong to this group, and then there's a big drop-off, and there's another 10 generations belong to another group, and so on. The Rishonim are the first generation of European Torah scholars. That means after the decline of the Jewish civilization, primarily in Babylon, where the Talmuds are written, and the generation that succeeded them, called the Geonim, in the Mesopotamian region, then you have a rise of Jewish scholarship in places like Spain, in the Rhineland, Rashi, people like that are growing up. Those people are called the Rishonim, means the first ones. There's a series of rabbis that go basically from about the 850s, 900 till about 1400. All the rabbis who taught in that time are Rishonim. The period afterward is called the Acharonim, or the later ones, and that extends up until maybe the 1800s. And now we're in, for the last 200 years, contemporary thinkers. So he is one of these classic periods called he was a Rishon, one of these first ones, and it makes a difference because in terms of categorizing disputes, an Acharon generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And only another Rishon can override a Rishon. So many of the debates that we have today are really continuations of the debates that focus on in the early times. I'll give you one very important debate, for example, that's quite significant. In one of the major debates in American society right now, the election we'll have tomorrow will have an impact on us, of course, is what exactly is the Jewish position on abortion? So it's not a straightforward thing. We should not take our theological positions from what's in the general press, because that tends to be dominated by evangelical Christianity, as they say, bless their hearts. But it's not halachic, it's not what Judaism says. So there is no question that terminating a pregnancy is not only permitted under certain circumstances in halakha, it's actually mandated, it's required, specifically a therapeutic abortion, where the mother's health is endangered. Talmud law is completely clear, Mishnaic law, where a woman's health takes precedence over the survival of the fetus.
was that light heavyweight.
The question that comes up in the period of the Rishonim to illustrate this point is, why is that true? There's no disagreement that it is true. The question is, why is it true? The Rambam, Maimonides, very important Rishon, at the same time as the Orza Ruah, wrote that it's because the fetus, as it were, takes on the halakhic status of a lode, of a pursuer, meaning the child is unwittingly seeking to kill his or her mother. That the child's birth in itself is a danger to the mother. And unfortunately, under those circumstances, we're required to kill the rodate, or at least disable the rodate, in order to allow the near-dot, the pursued one, to swim. It is, as it were, according to Maimonides, a sanctioned form of murder. According to Rashi, also a Rishon, he says not necessarily. Relying on passages elsewhere in the Talmud, the fetus is actually a part of the mother's body. And although one is not normally allowed to harm one's own body, obviously in the sake of saving yourself, you are allowed, for example, to amputate a gangrenous limb or something like that. So Rashi's position is not that it's a murder, that maybe it's something like manslaughter or something, or involuntary murder, but Rashi's position is much more lenient and allows for a larger scope of interpretation as to what you would rule, for example, if a woman's psychological health was at risk. Would you say that those are sufficient grounds for an abortion? Rashi might say yes. Rambam, on the other hand, would say no. And that debate of Rishonim persists to this day. In the 1970s, the Tzitz Eliezer, very important Israeli rabbi, ruled that a woman who found that her child at 7th month of pregnancy was carrying Tay-Sachs, very terrible disease. She said she can't take it, and she didn't know what she could do with herself. So the Tzitz Eliezer ruled that she could, in fact, terminate the pregnancy. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in Israel said, very wrong decision. I respect the Tzitz Eliezer, but he is wrong in his point. We rule like Maimonides, the Rambam, and say that she may not terminate the pregnancy. So this is a kind of an illustration of how the debates of the Rishonim still very much alive today in contemporary life. So he's one of these Rishonim. What do the Rishonim do? Some of them comment on Talmudic texts, and in fact, much of the Orza Ruah is organized along the lines of the Talmud and structured according to the order and sequence of the Talmudic text. And he also wrote hundreds upon hundreds of responsa. And the responsa are especially valuable for us. Responsa are a form of halakhic literature in which a community or an individual sends a question, a she'elah, to an important rabbi, in this case the Orza Ruah. The Orza Ruah does a research project on it and responds, hence responsa or teshuvah, and that becomes Jewish law. That becomes the precedent that they use. So we have an amazing number of questions directed to the Orza Ruah, which are relevant not only from a theoretical point of view, understanding what the topic means, but understanding what are these pressures affecting Jews in Vienna and the community in general. This is how halacha is formed. In particular, the Orza Ruah is useful in that he begins to show us the origins of Ashkenazic custom. Let me give you some examples of this. But before that, let me just tell you a little bit about the unusual title, because he is, like so many rabbis, known by the title of his greatest work. Right, like the Rabbi Yisrael Meir Cohen is known as the Chafetz Chaim. Chafetz Chaim is the title of his book. The Orza Ruah, Rabbi Isaac Avin, is known as Orza Ruah, the title of his book. It comes from Psalm 97:11, which is the phrase Orza Ruah means light is sown. Sown not as in like with buried clothes, but sown as in put seeds in the ground. The whole pasuk is here. Orza Ruah la tzadik, Yishrei leiv simcha. Beautiful, very poetic passage.
Thank you so much
for sharing. As light is sown for the righteous, and for the straight of heart rejoicing. Typical kind of Tanaitic or Tanakh-like phrase where the phrase is split in the middle with this Tanakh here. The first part is light is sown for the righteous, and then the conditions are reversed to say, and for the straight apart, joy. meaning that if you are, the meaning of the verse is that if you are righteous, if you are pure of heart, then you may not be experiencing happiness right now, but it is sown, it is in the ground, and in the fullness of time, it will go forth, and you will experience that great happiness. Perhaps a reference to life in the world to come. Now, he especially liked this phrase because when you take the final letters, you see it spells out Rabbi Akiva, Resh Ayin Kuf, Yud Beis, and it ends in Hey. Sometimes Akiva is spelled with an Aleph. And he mentions in his introduction that he was drawn to this particular passage and the Sofei Teva, last letters of the words, because Akiva was his Akiva, referring to the Rabbi Akiva of the 2nd century, one of the greatest rabbis of the Mishnah, of the Talmud. In fact, at the very beginning of his book, there is this massive discussion of something that is associated with Rabbi Akiva's activity, and he begins this way because he wants to emulate Rabbi Akiva, who was someone who was darshan the osios, meaning someone who would derive meaning from the actual shapes of the letters. As you can see, this is the first page of the Or Zevurah, and right at the very top, it says the alphabet in Hebrew. I mean, this is like, can you imagine opening up this massive 800,000 page book, and the very first thing is A, B, C, D, as if you're going to learn the alphabet from, you know, like children's siddur and children's prayer books, open with pictures of the alphabet, list of the alphabet with all the vowels. It's so cute. You see little kids sitting there, you know, putting their fingers on the letters and sounding them out. So it starts like that, but then he gets into, he lists first the actual series of letters, then he lists how they are spelled out. Like, for example, the letter Aleph is spelled Aleph, Lamed, Fe, right? And he spells them out full, and then he lists some of the secret combinations of the letters, the codes that you find occasionally in Talmud, like, for example, the Atbash system. Is like the Aleph, the first letter, is replaced by the Taf, the last letter, the last letter of the alphabet. The Beit, the second letter, is replaced by the penultimate Shin, right? And that way you can spell out a whole word or a whole sentence by reversing the letters, and several other less common ones. And then he goes into a long discussion which extends for about 30 pages about some of the secrets of the shapes of the letters themselves. This is out of character from the most of the work because it is deeply Kabbalistic, very much into gematria, numerology, and other things which are, you know, just an indication of the mystical background of the Or Zevurah, which we shall see in terms of his influence. Is he a Makubal? I would say he is. He would not make his reputation on it, but as we shall see, he was deeply influenced by a very important Makubal, very important Kabbalist. Okay, so travel and influences. Here's a passage, a page of the Talmud, a very old printing here. The Tosfot, by the way, are the commentators on the outside here. This is the actual text of the Talmud itself. On the inside, pride is placed by the binding, is always printed with commentary. Rashi, who is more of like a, he takes you hand and he walks you step by step through the meaning of the text. Tosfot, by contrast, is much more into discussing the contradictions and things like that. Rabbi Yitzchak of Vienna is one of the members of the larger school of Tosfot, perhaps the most well-known are the grandchildren of Rashi himself, but there are literally tens of scholars throughout Europe that contributed to this massive body of work. His teachers included the Arugas Habosam, author of a very famous commentary and halakhic work, and his students included the Maharam of Rothschild, whose biography is also quite fascinating. Perhaps we will refer to it in a later lecture. Perhaps my most favorite of his teachers, however, was Yehuda the Chassid, who is the most prominent individual in a short-lived phenomenon called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Fascinating explosion of spiritual activity, primarily in the Germanic lands towards the north, that has its own name now called Hasidic Ashkenaz. The term Chassid, we speak today about Hasidim. Generally speaking, that term is used to refer to the followers of the Baal Shem Tov in the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century, the term Chassid was generally used to refer to anyone who went beyond the minimum standard. Anyone went beyond the letter of the law to do extra. David himself, David says, Chassid Ani, I am a Chassid, because he's always trying harder and things like that. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history where the term Chassid is applied to a movement. It happened so in early medieval Rhineland, where they composed a group of rather unusually spiritually sensitive individuals who were deeply involved in various mystical practices and also ascetic practices. They had some things which today would seem rather weird, like for example, they were very big into atoning after death. So they would put their bodies in coffins after they passed away, and they would tell the Shabbat that they wanted the coffin dragged along the ground to the grave site as a way of expiating their sins in life. They should suffer those punishments after death. So those are kind of the things. Immersion in snowbanks, things like that, very, very aesthetic practices. They didn't really last. They only lived for about 150 years. City Ashkenaz kind of faded away. But they did leave us a rather remarkable book called Sefer Hasidim, which is a brilliant explanation of some of the philosophical standpoints, and it's a strain in Jewish thought that has not necessarily survived, but is nevertheless fascinating in its detail. I will mention one thing that Yehuda Chassid wrote that is still extremely well preserved among Jews. You've probably heard of it, maybe even considered it in your own private relationships. Yehuda Chassid, the teacher of the Or Zarua, he left behind a fairly detailed will for his children that has a whole bunch of significant stipulations about how he wants them to behave and not behave. One of the things that he wrote to his children is that a man should never marry a woman with the same name as his mother. People assume that's a real change. And there's never, that's the only source for it in the rest of Jewish tradition. It's not in the Talmud, not in halachic literature. It comes just from now. Now we don't know what that means. He provides no source for it. No, it's him specific. Yehuda Chassid said, don't ever marry a woman with your mother's name. Who knows what? So the halachic literature later said, and just be safe, also do it with your father too. But I have to share with you one thought from the great Kutzker Rebbe. When I say the Kutzker name, I have to straighten my guy because he was so brilliant. 19th century Hasidic rabbi who wrote that if Yehuda Chassid had known how seriously people would take his will regarding not marrying a woman who's the same as your mother. If they knew how Jews would read his will with such intensity and dedication, he should have put the Ten Commandments in there too. That's the Kutzker. Confirmed. Self-flagellation was also their stuff too. Yes, you see self-flagellation also come up in the response circle as well. But the Hasidic Ashkenaz were very big into this. Like the Rambam was a very different kind of thinker as well. He didn't see the value in it, and actually, it's ironic because the Hasidim themselves also tried to. The Baal Shem Tov was not a big fan of this. He's saying like we're not of the generation where we fast the same way that the Hasidic Ashkenaz did. So the term is a little bit misleading. We use it in different ways, but this was a brief period of time where this was, as it were, the religious style. This is all, I think, fascinating stuff from a religious perspective. I, however, am a historian. So what's really cool, I think, is what can we do with the Or Zarua as a historical text? What can we learn about the nature of Jewish life in early Ashkenaz from the Or Zarua? And the truth is we can learn all this. So this is not the way the Or Zarua intended his book to be read. He was primarily composing a halachic treatise and a commentary on Talmud, but nevertheless we have tremendous things that we can derive from it, and we have only begun to scratch the surface. As I mentioned, it was not published until the 1860s, Sefer Hasidim, because it's a very different kind of work, it has a lot of beautiful kind of parables in it, a lot of stories in it that are fascinating. It was printed much earlier, and a lot of work has been done on the Sefer Hasidim about the life of early Ashkenaz. The Or Zarua is just beginning to get that attention. 50 years from now, probably we'll have several monographs that tell us more about it. But let's just have a look at some of the things too. So my first encounter was actually through this man's work, Alexander Harkavi, who was a great linguist. He wrote an amazing American Yiddish English dictionary, which is actually worth reading cover to cover, because there's so many amazing words in there. He published it in 1907 after he encountered American English. He had words in there in Yiddish like Sona Fargon, which is clearly an American derivation. Fascinating. But he was also really a great scholar of language, or early language, and he studied the Or Zarua for the non-Hebrew terms that occur there. And fascinatingly, the Or Zarua was fluent in many languages. He refers specifically to early Czech as Lashon Kanaan, the language of Canaan. And when he's looking for a particular word to describe, some kind of object or animal or phenomenon, he'll use the Czech word. He'll say the Lashon Kanaan, and he'll give you the Czech word. The Czechs at this point were illiterate. They didn't have language. They didn't have anyone writing down their language. So ironically, anyone who wants to study early Slavic languages, they have to look to the Or Zarua for the 2-3 dozen odd words that they can find. It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are written in Hebrew letters, because we were literate and they weren't, and he was recording these things. It's an amazing phenomenon. We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi, and even some Russian words occasionally occur in here. This is a fascinating phenomenon. So we can learn a lot from the Or Zarua about early language. Not so interesting for Jewish history, though. What we also get from the Or Zarua is a tremendous amount of discussion about commercial interactions with non-Jews and other social interactions. Because, of course, the responsa literature addresses specific needs posed by questioners. It also relates stories about how Jews live. So there's a lot of discussion, for example, about what is a Jew allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew. So right away we get the idea that Jews could travel alone. Jews could knock on some peasant's door and say, listen, I need a place to stay. I'll pay you, and give me some breakfast, like an Airbnb kind of place, right? And they're asking, what can I eat? What can I drink? What's considered acceptable? So the laws of kashrut are really what we're really concerned about, but we do get a lot of sense about how to interact with non-Jews. Also a tremendous amount of discussion of business dealings with non-Jews, the interference of church authorities. For example, the Or Zarua lived at the time that the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 decreed that Jews had to wear distinguishing clothing. And he has a lot to say about how Jews dealt with that particular regulation, whether they wore the hat, didn't wear the hat, wear the cloth, not wear the cloth, bribed individuals. A lot of discussions of what Jews could do with regards to non-Jews discussing the Or Zarua. Some of them are fascinating. Like, for example, a question, normally, halakhically, a Jew is not allowed to carry armor on Shabbat. Right? You're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun on Shabbat. It is unfortunately a sad reality that this halachic discussion, of course, is, as my father, Olav Shalom, used to say, plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. But this is actually a little bit different. So you're not allowed to wear armor on Shabbat because it's muktzah. It's something that you're not supposed to use on Shabbat. Since you're not supposed to use it on Shabbat, you're not supposed to have a war on Shabbat. So therefore, you shouldn't be wearing a sword. There's a discussion, though, about what if it is like a ceremonial sword, like it's an adornment, like jewelry for a man, so to speak. A whole discussion of whether women can wear it as well. But the Or Zarua deals with the question of, well, what if it's a Jew's turn to do guard duty in the city, and he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a sword? Is he allowed to do so? So right away, that opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second. They had Jews participating in the defense of the cities, and Jews were allowed to carry weapons, which they weren't in a lot of locales, for example, in Muslim lands. It just opens up a whole different picture of what it means for Jews to participate. If I remember correctly, in this case, he said yes, he can, right? Which is probably feeds into the whole discussion of whether or not people can carry guns to shul nowadays because it is for public safety. I'm not a rabbi, and I'm not going to deliver a sack on this, but the Or Zarua is one of the earliest discussions of this in the Ashkenazi period. Another thing that occurs frequently in the Or Zarua, a remarkably common question: are Jews allowed to go hunting for pleasure? Are they allowed to join non-Jews on fox hunts? The Or Zarua says no, you're right. But first of all, why not? Well, so you're allowed to kill animals for food, and in doing so, you have to do it with particular prescriptions. There's a blessing to be said. Certain kinds of methods of slaughter are acceptable, others not so acceptable. You are allowed to kill animals that are noxious, like snakes, spiders, and things like that. And then again, I'm not ruling halachically, I'm just sort of discussing in general. But then what about something like fishing for fun? Are you allowed to fish, catch, and release?
That's important.
Can't do it. Well, what apparently the Or Zarua is referring to is that, you have like noblemen who would say, okay, on Monday we're going out on a big fox hunt. Shlomi, do you want to come along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, I asked my rabbi. Writes a letter to the Or Zarua and asks if I'm allowed to hunt. Now, here's the question. As social historians, when you see a law repeated several times, what does that usually indicate?
Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, that people are ignoring the law. That people are doing anything. Just like how many times we passed laws, for example, against marijuana consumption. Over and over and over again. And finally, some countries simply say, okay, enough already. Could be that this country will do it as well. Could be this state will as well. But the laws are repeated because no one's paying attention. And so it could be that when the Or Zarua has to say several times, no hunting, is because Jews are hunting.
You know what I'm saying? Like, those are his last 15
He also speaks significantly about the dangers that Jewish doctors face. Jews have historically been very active in the medical profession. I'm sure you know the joke about the first Jewish president of the United States. Oh, please let me tell you this joke. The joke goes like the first Jewish president of the United States. He calls his mother up in Boca Raton. He says, Ma, I really want you to come to the White House. She says, oh, when do you want to come? He says, this Thursday. When we finally solve the problem of peace in the Middle East, we're going to have a big signing in the Rose Garden. I really want you to get Ma. He says, Thursday, it's my mahjong night. Ma, it's so important. Please, I worked for this. My first term, my second term, I really have to have you. I'll send you as one. The Marine Force one will pick you up from the club. You won't have to worry. She says, okay, fine, hang up the phone. And she tells her friend, she says, Sarah, guess what? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor, he invited me to the White House.
He loses to the top.
Right. My son, the brother of my son, the doctor. All right, I enjoy telling these jokes. So he writes several places about the danger of Jews practicing medicine. Specifically, if the patient dies, Jews often do it often witchcraft. So therefore, he deals with a lot of specific questions about, what is this treatment, is that treatment, consulting with non-Jewish doctors, and all kinds of things related to the danger of engaging in that profession. Finally, another area of significant value in the Or Zarua is regards Ashkenazic minhag, the origins of the specific practices of Ashkenazic Jews, of which the Or Zarua is a classic go-to text. Really describing what Jews did, sometimes in extra halakhic ways. These are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources in specific texts. Earlier in the Bible, the customs. Order of Unatana Tokia, a very, very powerful prayer that we utter on the high holidays, right? who will die by fire, who will die by water, and those moving prayer. He attributes it to Amnon Amayim, which is probably not a fair historical attribution, but nevertheless he records the presence of this very moving passage in the liturgy, and many other passages in our liturgy today. He also has discussion of what Jews eat. This is the earliest recorded reference to cholent in Jewish history, and in fact, the reference there is because he talks about how he was invited to someone's house, and the fire had gone out, and therefore they had to eat their cholent cold. And this horrible experience moved him so much that he recorded it for the next 1,000 years in the Or Zarua. But we know that
it's not an easy fight for him.
The word cholent, I'm so glad you asked. It's clearly a French derivation. It comes from chaud, which is hot, and long, from lancement, means long. Slow hot. You cook it overnight, right?
I can't believe we have Victorian.
Oh, that's pretty good, yeah, after Shulenda. So they have also like Kiddush Klubba, or it's only like, okay. Shulenda.
Paul's a plus 200, but. So on the left is over 2.5 rounds.
Okay. He also has discussions of like his impressions of synagogue decor. He writes about how he remembers the particular synagogues he used to go to that had drawings of birds and fishes and trees and stuff, and he disapproves. We should not be decorating our shul like this. So it's indicative of kind of like the independence of individual congregations and his halakhic impact on them, and we can see how certain practices have evolved as a result of his historic observations.
And it kind of doesn't.
So that's basically the story of the Or Zarua. We now have it printed in large new editions. This is the Or Zarua HaShalem, the complete Or Zarua, which sort of undoes the unfortunate lacuna in our historical record due to his son's well-meaning abbreviation of his text. And so the Or Zarua is once again on the cusp of being studied in depth in his own right, and we hope to integrate him well into his rightful place.
Their first fight was 12 years ago. Their second fight was 6 years ago.
Thank you very much for your attention. God willing, I'll see you next week. We'll talk about the Chassam
fight was at 45, and then I'm sorry, he took the second fight on short notice, if you remember that. Was it a natural 155er, just kind of didn't cut weight at the time, came in there, there's a huge power
a really exciting presentation to share with you tonight. We're going to be speaking about one of the
truly in the trilogy where it's actually fair for both of them. Devin was so young, 12 years ago, and then 6 years ago, short notice at 55. Max was a true 55er. Max, now that he's over 55,
most influential people of the 18th and early 19th century in the history of Jews, particularly in Central Europe, but also, of course, his influence reverberates right through to the present day in our neighborhood here in Brooklyn, as well as in Israel. Very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be
if you go back to watch the entirety of the fight,
perhaps challenging, maybe even startling for some of you. But one thing you certainly have to do with the Chassam Sofer, our subject tonight, is that he really did figure out a way to guarantee Jewish survival. We'll have room to discuss the consequences of his particular strategy over the course of the next hour. But I want to, first of all, let me just say quickly, reminder, and I have it in the middle of the lecture too, so for those who come in a little bit later, we are going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week. It's just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice, intimate space. The main auditorium there doesn't have a lot of the extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join me for just 1 week of this series down the street at the new building for the Machona Parnassa campus. Let's go straight to the material. It's so exciting. We will come back to talking about locations. So the Chassam Sofer, I want to do things a little bit differently today. Normally, when I give these biographical lectures, I sort of give you the arc of, the context of his or her times and birth and family, and then major achievements, challenges, and I end with death. and legacy. But tonight, what I'd like to do is I'd like to go from the other end and spend some time talking about an amazing installation of public art that surrounds the Kassam Sofer's grave. For those of you who follow me on the internet, you've probably seen I was so overwhelmed by this experience that I recorded a 13-minute video about 3 weeks ago, which goes over the first fibers of our presentation tonight. So forgive me because